Chapter 551. The Nine-Dragon Palace Agreement. Hearing Lady Jen's voice, Hao Ren and Su Han immediately stopped talking. After all, with her unfathomable cultivation strength, Lady Jen could easily break through inspector tokens. After crossing the street and going back into East Ocean University, Hao Ren returned to the entrance of Green Hill Cafeteria and found that most of the students had left after the storm. Other clubs once again moved their desks outside, but it was hard to recruit more students since the lunch hour was over, and the afternoon classes had begun. Sitting by the Calligraphy Club's booth, Su Han stood up and walked over to him, asking, "What happened?" "It's okay. She's Jen Kongming's mom," Hao Ren said. "Eternal Demon King," Su Han murmured 3 words. "What is an Eternal Demon King?" Hao Ren asked. Su Han shook her head and didn't answer. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily chimed in, "Eternal Demon King is a title. In the Demon Sea, once a demon beast passes the heavenly tribulation and transforms, he or she can be called Small Demon King. They would need to start cultivating again as a human. After reaching the pinnacle again, they would become Big Demon Kings. If they can pass another heavenly tribulation, they would be called Eternal Demon King, which is the immortal realm. They can live on for an eternity and be as powerful as heaven and earth." Hao Ren remembered that demon beasts must experience 2 heavenly tribulations to reach the peak. Has Jen Kongming's mom passed both tribulations already? He thought. How are their powers compared with that of the soul formation realm cultivators? They need to pass 2 heavenly tribulations, so they are naturally more powerful than soul formation realm cultivators. However, there are different power levels among the soul formation realm cultivators, so it's hard to make a comparison, Lu Lily answered cautiously. As long as they had reached the soul formation realm, the human cultivators could live freely and permanently if they didn't receive any destructive strikes. It was usually the power of their techniques that determined the strengths of the soul formation realm cultivators. The members of other clubs nearby were envious when they saw Hao Ren talking to Su Han so intimately. As to the gorgeous woman who appeared a moment ago, she was as unreal as a dream to them. "Brother Hao, we've finished the recruitment, and there are altogether 527 members." Lu Qi walked over and looked at Su Han cautiously before reporting to Hao Ren. Hao Ren, who had been talking to Su Han, turned to look at the Calligraphy Club's booth and saw that the students were all gone, and the 2 bags before Xie Yujia were filled with money. The presidents and executives the other clubs looked at the 250,000 yuan cash in front of Xie Yujia with envy and greed. With the Calligraphy Club, Hao Ren had pulled in over 500 students in one day, making it look like a magic show instead of club recruitment. Hao Ren's business performance, within the last 2 hours, exceeded what they could achieve in 1 year. "One is missing." Hao Ren looked through the name list and said. "Who?" Lu Qi looked at Hao Ren in surprise. The 2 inspectors in East Ocean University, who were also the only 2 inspectors in East Ocean City, asked all the young cultivators to join the club, and Lu Qi didn't believe that any cultivators would dare to refuse their orders. Shu Kei, a freshman from the mechanic engineering program. Hao Ren rechecked the name list and said. "Shu Kei?" Lu Qi frowned at the unfamiliar name. "Forget it. I'll deal with it." Hao Ren put away the booklet and placed it against Lu Qi's chest. "You worked hard today. You can keep the name list, and I'll put the membership fees in your charge after I deposit it in the bank." This, Lu Qi was astonished. "Another thing. Pick a big classroom for tomorrow's general meeting," Hao Ren continued. Okay. Lu Qi nodded. As a new star in the Go Circle, he was admired by many people. However, in the world of cultivation, he came from the remote fire elemental dragon clan in the Wood Forest and thus had slim prospects. If he could gain the trust of Su Han or Hao Ren, he would be one step closer to the Dragon God Shrine in his dreams. After all, no matter how well he did in the mortal world, he was a dragon cultivator, and he had to gain his status with his strength and realm. Despite his age, Hao Ren was now already a level 3 inspector, which was a great achievement even Lu Qi, who was at Dewey level, couldn't reach. Besides, he had fought with Hao Ren twice and admitted defeat wholeheartedly. "This afternoon, I plan to elevate the level of my natal Dharma treasure, so I need to borrow your Ethereal Summit," Su Han said. "Okay," Hao Ren replied swiftly. "Finish up the matter at hand and come to see me." Su Han turned toward the administration building. She had planned to elevate her natal Dharma treasure in a few days, But the appearance of an eternal demon king alarmed her, and she decided to raise the quality of her natal Dharma treasure immediately. According to the intelligence of the dragon god shrine, about 10 soul formation realm cultivators were lingering in the mortal world while more were living on and above fifth heaven. However, there were no more than 20 eternal demon kings. They were said to be the oldest demon beasts who started cultivating in the demon sea, and the legendary top 10 demon kings in the demon sea were all eternal demon kings. Su Han didn't know if the eternal demon king who had just appeared was related with the top 10 demon kings or not. If she were the wife of one of the top 10 demon kings, she would be terrifying. After all, the inner demon sea was the dark territory even the people of the above realm, which was filled with immortals, dared not to touch. Su Han. Hao Ren called out when seeing her walking away. What? Su Han stopped and looked back at Hao Ren. Hao Ren ran over and took out the purple gold hairpin. Lady Jen Kongming's mom, gave it to me. Can you look at it and see if there is anything special about it? Su Han took it into her hand, but she immediately dropped it as a sudden burning pain struck her palm. A faint burn mark speared on her white and tender palm. Little guy, you are too impatient. The purple gold hairpin is a token from me. If you are brave enough to come to visit me in the demon sea, the hairpin will keep you safe from even level 10 demon beasts. I plan to tutor you in cultivation, but you hurt me with your distrust. Lady Jen's words suddenly appeared in Hao Ren and Su Han's minds, and her tone was sad. Forget it. Since Kongming has a good opinion of you, I'll tell you how to use this purple gold hairpin. Lady Jen changed her tone and continued, you must inject metal and water elemental nature essence into it in alternation, and its speed is no less than the River Mountain Qian Kun painting of the East Ocean Dragon clan. Hao Ren instantly understood that this purple gold hairpin was also a flight Dharma treasure. It would be very convenient for Lady Jen, who could draw it out from her hair and toss it at her feet before flying in the sky. Little sister Su, I won't hurt you since I met your mom one before. I plan to give you the purple gold hairpin, but I guess you don't need it with your hostility toward me and your habit of using the sword, Lady Jen said. At the mention of her mom, Su Han's body shook with surprise. I know that you want to get one thing from the Nine Dragon Palace, but you can't get it since Chu Niu is guarding it. I have a piece of information for you. The 25th of August in the Chinese lunar calendar is a good day to enter the Nine Dragon Palace. Chu Niu is practicing a secret technique which decreases his cultivation strength greatly every 1,000 years, and he has to find a place in seclusion to recover his strength. Oh, why are you telling me this? Su Han asked. Hehe. I know you have a grudge against Chu Niu for injuring you severely. As to me, I'm quite displeased that he took away my Kongming without my permission when he traveled through the Demon Sea. I'm telling you this to retaliate him. If he dares to come after you, I'll help you. Su Han thought for a moment and answered, okay. Given the poor relationship between the Demon Kings and the Dragon Cultivators, Su Han didn't believe that Lady Jen knew her mom. However, her information about Chu Niu was quite believable. Hao Ren looked at Su Han, surprised that she dared to fight with Chu Niu, a son of the godly dragon and an ancestor of all dragons. In fact, he didn't know Su Han's personality that well. With a furious roar, Chu Niu had severely injured Su Han, and she had to spend a long time in the East Ocean Dragon Palace to heal. She only recovered soon after taking Hao Ren's godly pills. A grudge was a grudge, no matter if the enemy was powerful or weak. Besides, the item Su Han wanted was indeed in the Nine Dragon Palace, and she could only be sure that she would become a heavenly dragon after getting it. These were two good reasons as to why she had to fight with Chu Niu. Hee, little sister Su, you are indeed bold and frank. However, it's not such a good idea to take Hao with you to the Nine Dragon Palace since he has not reached Dewey level yet, Lady Jen continued. Su Han frowned slightly. There was only 1 month left until the 25th of August in the Chinese lunar calendar. At mid-tier Gen level now, Hao Ren might not be able to reach Dewey level in 1 month. I have an essence transferring technique, and it will help you if time is not on your side, Lady Jen said. A cultivation technique was suddenly pushed into Su Han's spiritual senses and was engraved in her mind. I must be fair. Hao Ren, I'll teach you a set of technique as well. The moment Lady Jen said it, a few thousand characters rushed into Hao Ren's mind. Hao Ren understood it instantly without having to comprehend the characters. You are good to your spirit beast, and you didn't slaughter any demon beasts in the demon sea. This transformation scroll will tell you how to nurture your spirit beast. Besides, Hao Ren, you have good talent, but you need a powerful Dharma treasure. In fact, in the Dragon God Shrine. Lady. Su Han interrupted Lady Zhen's words immediately. Hee, I can't say anything more. It wouldn't be good if I accidentally destroy the Dragon God Shrine. Lady Zhen's voice suddenly vanished from Hao Ren and Su Han's minds. Chapter 552. Thunder Rock Tailbone. Hao Ren put the purple gold hairpin into his necklace and flipped through the transformation scroll in his spiritual senses, finding that he had indeed understood it. It was a miraculous way of teaching cultivation techniques. Hao Ren once had a similar experience when old grandma taught him something when she passed by him in the high sky while he was trying to break into Khan level. She had tossed down the Qi refinement scroll, making Hao Ren understand it immediately. What is that essence transferring technique? Hao Ren asked her curiously. I'll tell you later. Su Han glanced at him coldly and said. As a Qian level master, Su Han knew that the technique was genuine and effective with only one glance. However, the method was, before the end of next month, if you can't reach Dewey level, I'll cut off your hands and feet. Suddenly, Su Han furrowed her eyebrows and said. Hao Ren looked at her in bafflement, thinking, you told me to cultivate at a steady pace instead of rushing the process. Besides, you were in a good mood a moment ago, but now you turn sulky suddenly. Then, he found several things in his necklace when he was about to return to Xie Yujia's side. What are these? Hao Ren took them out. They were a snow-white shell-like item, an orange jade, a piece of colorful mineral metal, and a hard bone. Snow crystal coral, warm treasure jade, 5 elemental essence, and thunder rock tailbone. Seeing these things, Su Han gasped in surprise as she looked up at Hao Ren in astonishment. Where did you get these things? They just appeared in my necklace, Hao Ren said. He guessed that Lady Zhen had put them in there, but he couldn't remember how or when she did it. Different from the storage bags of human cultivators on and above Fifth Heaven, these special storage spaces created by array formations were like secret drawers, and only the owners could open them. However, Hao Ren wasn't aware that Lady Zhen had put these materials in there. He remembered that when he took out the purple gold hairpin to show it to Su Han, these things had not been in here. Lady Zhen must have put them into here when she joined their conversation. It was like breaking the void and the limitation of space. Since Lady Zhen could transfer objects through space, she could naturally move through space, going to a location that could be 100,000 kilometers away instantly. For her, the purple gold hairpin, which was a great treasure, was just a toy. Powerful. She's so powerful. At this thought, Hao Ren was astonished and knew that Lady Zhen could kill him in 1 second and return to the Demon Sea in the next. Su Han didn't know that Lady Zhen had put those things in Hao Ren's necklace when they were talking, and she thought that Lady Zhen had given them to Hao Ren before that. She was pleasantly surprised. Snow crystal coral, warm treasure jade, 5 elemental essence, and thunder rock tailbone were all high-grade materials that could elevate the level of her natal Dharma treasure. Snow crystal coral was of both metal and water elements, warm treasure jade was a top-tier material full of water elements, 5 elemental essence contained pure metal elements despite its name, and the thunder rock tailbone was the tailbone of the legendary level 10 thunder rock which excelled in flying among all level 10 demon beasts. With the thunder rock tailbone added, the Dharma treasure's hardness would be greatly increased, and the flying speed would be enhanced as well. Power up for the white jade sword which was slow. Obviously, they were Lady Zhen's gifts to Su Han. Give them to me. Su Han took the 4 materials from Hao Ren's hands. She was frank with Hao Ren since her natal Dharma treasure was the critical factor in her success in the heavenly tribulation. Okay. Hao Ren nodded after Su Han had already taken the things from him. It seems that I need to borrow your Xie Yujia on top of your Ethereal Summit, Su Han said. My Xie Yujia, what a phrase, Hao Ren thought to himself. If Yujia agrees, I'm okay with it, Hao Ren replied. Come to me when you finish with the club affairs. Su Han looked calm but was pleased deep inside when she put the materials into her ring before walking toward her office. She wanted to refine her natal Dharma treasure. Now that she got so many high-level materials, she had to enlist Xie Yujia's help. After Su Han disappeared, Hao Ren sighed slightly and turned to the Lu sisters and Xie Yujia who were counting the money. He walked over to them. The members of other clubs saw Hao Ren and Su Han talking on the side and were envious of him although they heard nothing of their conversation. When they saw the 2 bags full of money, they were struck with a strong sense of jealousy. 263,500 yuan. Xie Yujia put the neatly piled bills into a bag and said to Hao Ren. Gongzi, so much money. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily pouted like 2 greedy kittens. Let's deposit it in the bank, Hao Ren said casually as he lifted the heavy bags. Not far from them, the members of other clubs were green-eyed with jealousy, but they knew everything Hao Ren did was not against the rules of the school. Okay. Nodding, Xie Yujia walked toward the west gate of the school. With excellent housekeeping skills, she was quite familiar with the banking system. In the bank outside of the school's west gate, Hao Ren put the bags of money on the counter, and the staff at the bank was all startled when the bags were opened. Shortly, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia walked out of the bank under the amazed gazes of the tellers. If they wanted to, they could have collected 1 million yuan. After all, the dragon cultivators were all wealthy, and even the smallest dragon clan was richer than the wealthy businessmen in the city. In one short day, the Calligraphy Club had become the most miraculous, richest and most attractive club in East Ocean University. However, Hao Ren didn't plan to recruit more members since all the dragon cultivators in the school except Shu Ke had joined the club. Instantly, Hao Ren became the most powerful figure in the secret dragon circle at East Ocean University. There were more than 500 dragon cultivators from different dragon clans under Hao Ren's command. In the school, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had returned the desk which Lu Qi had borrowed for their event, and they put the poster into the classroom that belonged to the Go Club. Lu Qi went to the school office to apply for the Calligraphy Club. According to the school regulations, the big clubs with more than 300 members could have their own offices to manage club affairs, which was a method of the school to encourage the students' extracurricular activities and foster management talents among the students. The members of other clubs were heartbroken when they saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, 2 beautiful girls, moving the desk for Hao Ren, not knowing that the Lu sisters could even lift the whole East Ocean University with ease. Gongzi. Seeing Hao Ren and Xie Yujia walking back, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily immediately skipped over and joined them. Huang Zuji gritted his teeth while the injury at her lower legs seemed to be busting open. He already accepted the fact that Hao Ren was lucky with women and was surrounded by beauties, but he couldn't understand why over 500 students had rushed to join Hao Ren's club. Unthinkable, it was unthinkable. Huang Zuji felt like the authority and reputation he had built for 4 years collapsed instantly. Hao Ren walked toward the administration building with Xie Yujia and Lu sisters and didn't spare a glance at Huang Zuji when he passed by. When they came into Su Han's office, Su Han was cultivating. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily entered Su Han's office and looked around curiously. Su Han's office was arranged quite elegantly, a contrast to the kitchen in her home. I've asked Yujia, and she agreed to help, Hao Ren said. Good. Su Han nodded with pleasure and placed 5 materials on the desk carefully. Yujia, can you refine my natal dharma treasure with these 5 materials? Xie Yujia checked the materials one by one. The bone is hard to dissolve, but the others are okay. If you can't, we can leave it out, Su Han said since she put more value on the combat power of the dharma treasure instead of its speed. I can do it, Xie Yujia answered quickly with a smile. Then, let's go. Su Han was impatient. Her body needed time to adapt to a newly refined natal dharma treasure, but there was only 1 month left before she needed to break into the 9-dragon palace. Su Han, can I try the purple gold hairpin? Hao Ren asked. Okay. Su Han nodded cautiously since she had never dealt with demon kings in the Demon Sea, so she was careful with the purple gold hairpin that Lady Zhen gave to Hao Ren. Hao Ren took out the exquisite purple gold hairpin and carefully injected metal and water elemental nature essence into it. Boom! Suddenly, the purple gold hairpin extended to 2 meters. Pulling Xie Yujia onto it, Hao Ren put up a red energy sphere and rushed out of the window of Su Han's office. Outside, Hao Ren put more nature essence into it, and the purple gold hairpin suddenly extended into a ship that looked like a new moon with a length of 16 meters and a width of 2 meters. What a powerful dharma treasure! Lu Linlin and Lu Lily jumped into Hao Ren's purple gold hairpin. Su Han was secretly surprised, knowing that the Dharma treasure was of high level. Then, she leapt into Hao Ren's purple gold hairpin as well. Hao Ren had been in need of a proper flight Dharma treasure. He injected metal elemental nature essence into it, and the ship flew forward, traveling at lightning speed. When it slowed down, Hao Ren used water elemental nature essences, and the ship accelerated again. Hao Ren found it similar to how he learned skating in middle school. The ship got faster when the two nature essences alternated quickly. Chapter 553. Use the best Dharma treasure. The speed of the purple gold hairpin was indeed as great as that of the river mountain Qian Kun painting. Quickly, Hao Ren became proficient with the alternative releasing of metal and water nature essence from his heels. Meanwhile, the purple gold hairpin got even faster and instantly shot through the second and third heaven. The dragon cultivators and human cultivators who were flying on second, third, and fourth heaven all move away in fear when the ship shot through the clouds, thinking it was a soul formation realm cultivator. Seeing the astonishing traveling speed of the purple gold hairpin, Su Han was a bit envious. Powered by her Qian level strength, Su Han's white jade sword was ordinary in flight. She could save lots of traveling time and spend it on cultivation if her sword could fly faster. Yujia, please try your best to merge the Thunder Rock tailbone into my Dharma treasure, Su Han said. That material is very hard, and I'm afraid that even Little White's demon fire can't melt it. However, I'll try, Xie Yujia replied honestly. Su Han smiled and didn't pursue the topic. If her Dharma treasure were too slow, she would refrain from going out, and if she must travel, she would ask Hao Ren for help. Yujia, aren't your elixir furnaces broken? Hao Ren asked. One is broken, and the other will break down soon. I was wondering if we should ask the Qin Yin sect to collect some elixir furnaces, Xie Yujia answered honestly. What good things can they get? Hao Ren turned the purple gold hairpin toward one direction on fifth heaven. Within 2 breaths, the crescent moon-shaped ship landed before one sect. White Sand Sect. Xie Yujia had some impression of this sect. As an affiliated sect of the Sky Mountain sect and one of the few sects that could make elixirs on fifth heaven, White Sand Sect had been an aggressive group that had bullied many smaller sects and even the Qin Yin sect near the Ethereal Summit. The tokens of the Dragon God Shrine could break the array formations, and the guarding array formation of the White Sand Sect was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the tokens. Hao Ren broke into the sect without meeting any resistance. Seeing a purple gold ship enter the sky above the sect, the elders who had been cultivating in the palaces rushed out. Su Han, Linlin, Lily. Hao Ren called out. The 3 of them understood his meaning immediately and released pressure of top-tier nascent soul realm. Thud. Thud, the elders fell to the ground before they could fly. As core formation realm cultivators, they couldn't move under the full suppressions of top-tier nascent soul realm cultivators. Hand over the white jade elixir furnace. Hao Ren's voice immediately engulfed the entire White Sand Sect. The master of the White Sand Sect almost wet his pants when he heard this voice, recognizing that this man was the young cultivator they had tried to rob. They had complained to the Sky Mountain sect, hoping that they would teach this young cultivator a lesson. However, this young cultivator had come back for revenge with seniors. Not only one, he had brought 3 top-tier nascent soul realm cultivators. The sect master of White Sand almost cried, and he couldn't speak when he saw the mysterious ship hovering above the grand hall of the sect. A while ago, 1,000-year-old Kongtong sect offended the Ethereal Summit and was destroyed by one person. Was White Sand sect going to follow their path? Any of the 3 top-tier nascent soul realm cultivators could destroy his sect. It is fifth heaven. How come there are so many nascent soul realm cultivators? Wah! Before the sect master could weep, the elders already begun to cry with fear. No one had expected that a young man had such a powerful background. He had 3 top-tier nascent soul realm cultivators to avenge for him, which was a scene that could only happen on 7th heaven. Hao Ren was surprised that his shout had frightened them so much. Then, he cut off the roof of the elixir making rooms with his sword energy. The damaged building revealed a white elixir furnace, which Zhen Kongming had mentioned before. The crystal-like white jade elixir furnace looked very luxurious. Hao Ren moved his sword energies and brought the elixir furnace onto the ship. "Senior, please don't kill us. Senior, please don't kill us." The elders and disciples yelled below the ship. Since he wasn't a butcher and didn't like killing people, Hao Ren left like a beam of light together with the others in the elixir furnace. Lying face down on the ground, the sect master and elders of the White Sand sect looked at each other, and no one dared to look up at the ship. The group quickly dashed away on the purple gold hairpin and got back to Herb King Valley in the blink of an eye. Hao Ren looked down from the sky and found that the small sects around Herb King Valley were busy expanding their establishments. Now that the resources of Fifth Heaven were delivered to them like flowing water, more and more cultivators asked to join the sects, and these small sects had entered their peak time of development. When the purple gold hairpin flew into Ethereal Summit, Su Han was surprised by the flowery scene of prosperous fields and pretty ponds. The abundance of spiritual herbs was no less than that of the Demon Sea. More than a dozen snow lions tumbled around on the meadow outside of the fenced spirit herb fields. The vibrant and orderly scene was totally different from what Su Han had seen before. Protected by the tight array formation, Ethereal Summit was indeed a good place for cultivation and refining her natal Dharma treasure. The snow lions scattered in fright when the ship landed. Then, seeing Xie Yujia walking out of the ship, they trotted over to rub against her legs. Good lions. Xie Yujia tossed them over 10 elixir pills and rubbed the heads of the snow lions before saying to Su Han, "Sister Su, let's begin." After changing how she addressed Su Han, it sounded more intimate than before. Okay. Su Han followed Xie Yujia into her cave abode, which was also her elixir room. This time, Xie Yujia didn't take Little White to Fifth Heaven because its demon fire couldn't melt the materials. Refining the natal Dharma treasure depended mainly on the owner's nature essence. Xie Yujia's 5 elemental life-death notes acted as guides and aids. When Hao Ren tried to follow them out of concern, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili immediately blocked him. "Gongzi, you can't watch the process." "Why not?" Hao Ren asked them. Seeing his bafflement, Lu Linlin snickered. The most important part of refining a natal Dharma treasure is the merging of the body and the Dharma treasure. There shouldn't be a trace of obstacle between them. Hao Ren understood after some thought and realized why Su Han looked angry when he offered to help her refine her natal Dharma treasure. So that is the way to refine the natal Dharma treasure, he thought. In the future, when Gongzi refines the natal Dharma treasure, we will help you. Lu Linlin covered her smile with her hand and continued. Lu Lili laughed along as well. Hao Ren looked at them in exasperation and pinched their ears, and they yelled and pretended to be hurt. "I have the light-splitting sword shadow scroll and don't need a natal Dharma treasure," Hao Ren got serious and said. "Usually, that's true." Lu Lili pouted and walked closer to Hao Ren. "However, a natal Dharma treasure is not only a Dharma treasure." "What do you mean?" Hao Ren asked. "Dharma treasures act as weapons or shields. From this perspective, the light-splitting sword shadow scroll can attack and defend, which makes a natal Dharma treasure unnecessary. However, the other function of natal Dharma treasure is to defend against the heaven lightning," Lu Lili said. "The more powerful the natal Dharma treasure is, the more effective it will be in the fight against the heavenly lightning. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll has all 5 elements and can act as any Dharma treasure. However, cultivating all 5 elements is the lightning technique, so your sword beams might be easily scattered under the powerful heaven lightning," Lu Linlin continued. Hao Ren nodded. Knowing that Su Han was elevating the level of her natal Dharma treasure to get ready for the heavenly tribulation. With her top-tier Qian level strength and 2 months of seclusion training in the Dragon God Shrine, she could soon reach peak Qian level. Hao Ren had never thought about charging at Heaven Dragon Realm himself, but after reaching Dewey level, he would soon face the problem of Mystic Crystal. Containing Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength, he could reach peak Qian level if he released it. It would be a waste and disrespectful to Zhao Horan if Hao Ren let the cultivation strength lie silent in his body. "What do you think should be my natal Dharma treasure?" Hao Ren asked them. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili exchanged a look and answered simultaneously, "Gongzi, your natal Dharma treasure should be the best one in the world." Chapter 554. Restarting lightning cultivation. The best Dharma treasure. Hao Ren asked them after a few seconds of hesitation. "It's in the Dragon God Shrine, right?" He thought it was no accident that Lady Zhen mentioned Dharma treasures, but he knew Su Han didn't want to talk about this topic and thus didn't ask her. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily smiled at each other. When you plant the mystic crystal, we can go get the Dharma treasure. Seeing their mysterious looks, Hao Ren figured out most of the story. The fact that Lady Zhen was Zhen Kongming's mom didn't mean that she stood with Hao Ren or East Ocean. She must be interested in the Dharma treasures in the Dragon God Shrine as well. She was showing her friendliness by giving Hao Ren the purple gold hairpin, and her appearance outside of Demon Sea was because Chu Niu was in seclusion cultivation in the Nine Dragon Palace, and no one could suppress her. Lights flashed in Xie Yujia's cave abode. The process of refining the natal Dharma treasure had begun. Xie Yujia usually used Little White's demon fire to make elixirs while adjusting the process with her gold and silver notes. This time, Su Han used genuine fire to refine her natal Dharma treasure while Xie Yujia helped her mix the materials and control the fire. It usually takes 49 days to refine a natal Dharma treasure, but with Big Jumu's help, it will take only half a day since the life-death notes is a magical technique. The faster the refining process is, the better the Dharma treasure will be. Lu's sister turned to look at Xie Yujia's cave abode and said, "Okay." Hao Ren nodded. Although Xie Yujia's cultivation talent was not good, her sense of proportions was excellent. When they were in their first year, half of the students in their class failed in materials analysis, but Xie Yujia was the only one who got full marks. If she could go on with the path of elixir and understand heavenly Tao with elixir making, it wouldn't be hard for her to gain a high realm. "How is your recent cultivation, Gongzi?" Lu Linlin and Lu Lily grabbed Hao Ren's arms and asked while they watched the lights in Xie Yujia's cave abode. "After the tutoring from Zi's third uncle, it's no problem for me to reach Dewey level," Hao Ren said. Something smooth entered Hao Ren's body from Lu's sister's hands, and he breathed slowly, allowing them to investigate. "Hee, your body has become a pure 5 elemental body type. The 2-5 mountain bracelets can balance the 5 elements and thus are perfect treasures for your cultivation, Gongzi." Lu's sisters investigated for a while and said. Hao Ren exhaled deeply, gratified that his impure body type had finally improved after his persistent cultivation. The 2-5 mountain bracelets given to him by Su Han helped him a lot as well. The so-called immortal body type had all 5 elements, and Hao Ren had reached the first requirement. According to the Lu sisters' standard, Hao Ren had just finished building the foundation. "Since you've achieved the immortal body type, you can officially begin lightning cultivation," they told him cheerfully. "That's why," Hao Ren asked, "we have to be in the valley?" They shook their heads and said, "No, there are so many snow lion cubs here." Hao Ren smiled at their nervous and cute expressions and took out the purple gold hairpin. Boom! It turned into a ship which carried Hao Ren, Lu Linlin, and Lu Lily out of the valley. Wah! With an unnoticeable light to cultivators, the ship came to the ruins of Confronting sect in the blink of an eye. Some Foundation Establishment realm cultivators and Core Formation realm cultivators were rummaging in the ruins, trying to find some treasures left behind by Confronting sect. When they saw a golden ship landing suddenly, they fled in fright on their flight Dharma treasures. The ship gave them an indescribable suppression, and they knew they couldn't defend whoever was on the ship. They felt like they would be killed if they didn't leave this place quickly. Feeling the magnificent surging presence of the purple gold hairpin, Hao Ren landed the ship and stuck the shrunken purple gold hairpin into the ground beside him. Bang! The brown land suddenly turned bright purple. In the blink of an eye, the purple color spread to an area with a diameter of 100 kilometers and turned the land purple. The weird purple was a warning. Anyone trespassing the area would be killed. Hao Ren was surprised at this function of the purple gold hairpin. In fact, this purple color had a less suppression effect on human cultivators than in the Demon Sea. If this happened in the Demon Sea, all the demon beasts, from no level to level 10, would flee in fear at the sight of the purple color. If the purple color enveloped the territories of level 10 demon beasts, they would have to escape from the area. The purple color meant that this land had been taken without compensation. Standing by Hao Ren, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were also surprised at the great power of the small purple gold hairpin. They had only heard about eternal demon kings, but now they had a feeling of the terrifying power they had. Hao Ren chose the ruins of Confronting sect since it was situated at the tail of a small spirit mine and thus had an abundance of nature essence. Hao Ren found a clean platform and sat down cross-legged, circulating the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. The 320 sword energies moved at his will and turned into thin and dense silver needles before entering the surrounding clouds and mist. The sword energies formed an array formation while Hundan sword energies moved vaguely and sighed. Clouds came together to form a vortex of thunderclouds, but such clouds were 3 to 4 times smaller than the true thunderclouds for heavenly tribulations. Wah! Like silver snakes, lightning bolts struck down suddenly on the area with Hao Ren as the center and a diameter of 50 kilometers, turning all the remaining buildings in the Confronting sect into dust. Surges of lightning energy entered Hao Ren's body, and they were the purest 5 elemental essence. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll required the cultivator to absorb all 5 elements simultaneously, which was slow, and the lightning cultivation had been the speedy method. Now that Hao Ren balanced of 5 elements and attained the initial phase of the immortal body type, which was the cultivation body type of the primitive era, he could use the lightning cultivation again. It was said that the cultivators during that time could break the mountains and the earth with a lift of one's hand or foot. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili possessed such 5 elemental body type and thus had great cultivation speeds. Crack! Another wave of hundreds of lightning bolts crashed down. Absorption. Hao Ren lifted his hands, and the 5 mountain bracelets appeared on his wrist while a transparent lotus flower appeared vaguely above Hao Ren's head. Dozens of lightning bolts struck Hao Ren's palms. After the diversions of the 5 mountain bracelets, they traveled smoothly into Hao Ren's dragon core, activating all his meridians and replenishing his energy as if he was being recharged. The big acupoints were important centers, and the small acupoints were connection points, while the meridians were channels that delivered nature essences. The nature essences stored in the body was like the spirit stones that powered array formations, and the power would be let out once the array formation was activated. Cultivating 5 elements simultaneously, Hao Ren made his body into an exquisite Dharma treasure. His body was invincible to many elements, and it could even resist some of the heavenly lightning. The Lu sisters' yin-yang bracelets hovered above their heads, protecting them from being hurt by the heaven lightning bolts. Seeing Hao Ren's face turn from red to green then to black, they knew that the 5 elemental essences in his body were moving continuously to merge. No dragon cultivators had the patience to cultivate the light-splitting sword shadow scroll to Dewey level before. In fact, once cultivators reached Dewey level, their bodies would achieve the balance of the 5 elements as required by the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, and their body would turn into the immortal body type. If they could add in the lightning cultivation which could improve cultivation speed, the later cultivation would be extremely fast. However, it would be hard for the dragon cultivators to drop their respective elemental attribute to add in the other 4 elements. After all, the dragon cultivators valued their origins and clans. For human cultivators who didn't have the aid of dragon cores, it would be extremely difficult to cultivate the light-splitting sword shadow scroll to the core formation realm. Only people like Hao Ren, who had the assistance from Lu Linlin and Lu Lili, or Zhao Kuo, who restarted his cultivation after the shattering of the dragon core at Qian level, could cultivate the light-splitting sword shadow scroll to a high level. Hao Ren opened his mouth and exhaled while the sword energies scattered in the clouds gathered together suddenly. The 320 sword energies wrapped around a bolt of fist-sized dazzling lightning as they landed slowly. Swallow the lightning. Containing huge amounts of energy, the lightning bolt entered Hao Ren's mouth and slowly traveled into his body. Like a dense net, the entangled sword energies delivered the lightning bolt into the location around Hao Ren's dantian. The lightning bolt could release energy thread by thread periodically for Hao Ren to digest slowly. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili looked at Hao Ren in surprise since lightning swallowing was similar to the demon beast's cultivation method of swallowing natural essences. The dark clouds scattered while the nearby nature essence brought freshness to the area. After all the misty air was destroyed by lightning, the nature essence intensity around them was even higher than before. Hao Ren exhaled as lightning cracked out of his mouth. The ball of lightning landed beside Hao Ren's dantian, and he could vaguely feel the crackling sounds of his sword energies. By storing the lightning energy in his body, he could cultivate fast and use it slowly. However, the downside was that he couldn't launch his sword energies to attack enemies. Let's go. Hao Ren picked up the purple gold hairpin. The purple color quickly disappeared, and the ground returned to its ordinary yellow color. Hao Ren tossed out the purple gold hairpin, which turned into a golden ship with a length of 16 meters and flew toward Ethereal Summit with Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. The cultivators who had been hiding in nearby sects began to venture toward the Confronting sect when they saw the storm stopped suddenly. Such a natural phenomenon usually meant that some special treasures appeared, showing that the Confronting sect indeed had some Dharma treasures buried under the ground which even the sect master didn't know about. In the next months, the mountains belonged to the Confronting sect before would surely be a digging place for the treasure-hunting cultivators. Some sects would even fight over the imaginary treasures, but they were doomed to be disappointed. Oblivious that his lightning cultivation would cause another upheaval on Fifth Heaven, Hao Ren returned to Ethereal Summit with the two girls. Colorful lights were still flashing inside Xie Yujia's cave. Standing in a group, the snowlion cubs in the valley blinked their big black eyes and watched Xie Yujia's cave abode in wonder. Although Xie Yujia's elixir-making speed was great, it took her a lot of effort to elevate Su Han's Dharma treasure. If the elixirs were damaged, the materials would be wasted, but she could start again. However, different from elixir making, the natal Dharma treasure was connected with Su Han's mind and spiritual senses. Once the natal Dharma treasure was damaged, the owner would feel the heart-wrenching pain. To increase the level of the natal Dharma treasure, it must be melted and refined again, which would bring great pain to the owner. If not for her great fortitude, Su Han would have fainted at such great pains long ago. There was another less painful way of elevating the Dharma treasure, and it took 49 days. That was too long for Su Han, who planned to break into the Nine-Dragon Palace next month. How long will it be? Standing 100 meters away from Xie Yujia's cave abode, Hao Ren asked Lu sisters in concern. It's hard to say. Adding each material is a tortuous process in itself, and Sister Su wants to add 5 materials. I wonder if she can make it, Lu Lily said. Once the Dharma treasure merged with a cultivator and became his or her natal Dharma treasure, it was equivalent to the cultivator's second life, which was why most cultivators wouldn't change or refine their natal Dharma treasures. Afraid that the natal Dharma treasure would limit him, Zhao Kuo didn't get a natal Dharma treasure for himself but used a regular weapon instead. Lu sisters hoped that Hao Ren would have the best Dharma treasure as his natal Dharma treasure for the same reason. If he had chosen an ordinary Dharma treasure as his natal Dharma treasure, it would multiply his power temporarily, but it would be meaningless in the long run. In their minds, if Hao Ren must obtain a natal Dharma treasure, he had to choose the best Dharma treasure in the world. Bang! A huge explosive sound came from Xie Yujia's cave abode. Worried about them, Hao Ren was about to rush in when a white light shot out from the cave abode like a silver dragon. Chapter 555. A little demon running into a big demon. Hum. The white light let out a clear humming sound, and Hao Ren saw its true nature. The formerly ordinary white jade sword had become more exquisite and translucent. The sword handle turned gray, and the dents on the thunder rock tailbone formed an excellent hand grip while the tip of the bone became fine lines on the sword. The dazzling sword body had a vague green color of the shattered snow crystal coral while the blade of the sword reflected the faint light of water pearls. On the ridge of the sword, the warm treasure jade drew on both sides of the blade and created fine injection lines for nature essence. The dazzling star-like sword tip came from the sharpest part of the 5 elemental essence. Compared with its original form, the new Dharma treasure had a slimmer and longer body, more fitting for Su Han, who was a female cultivator. The wind blew, and clouds surged up in the valley. The godly treasure was born with spiritual property. It meant that this sword had some intelligence of its own. Pale-faced, Su Han appeared at the entrance of Xie Yujia's cave abode. She was draped in a white cotton robe which was drenched in sweat. For the Dharma treasures with spiritual properties, they could only submit to the cultivators who were far more powerful than them. The sky-breaking bow Hao Ren had found in the Demon Sea was a great Dharma treasure, but due to its great age, it had lost its spiritual property and could be used by anyone with proper nature essence. However, Su Han's long sword had been with Su Han for more than 10 years and had gained a high realm and some spiritual properties. This time, after receiving several materials and getting empowered by the heaven and earth notes from Xie Yujia, its spiritual properties increased so much that it tried to break away when Su Han was weak in strength. Bang! Su Han stomped her right foot on the ground and leapt up into the sky, chasing after the Dharma treasure. The Dharma treasure tried to rush out of Ethereal Summit but was bounced back by the array formation established around the valley. Sweating all over her body, Su Han didn't spare a thought to her simple apparel and flew after her Dharma treasure. Su Han gritted her teeth and chased while the sword traveled at an astonishing speed with a white light trailing after it. Having never seen a Dharma treasure flying by itself before, Hao Ren was about to release 2 Hunden sword energies to block the Dharma treasure. However, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily quickly stopped him. Gongzi. Just like taming a rebellious horse, one must tame one's own Dharma treasure. It's also a process for the Dharma treasure to submit to its owner, they warned. Oh, Hao Ren stopped. If he shot down the Dharma treasure which Su Han had spent such efforts on would probably submit to him as the master. Then, Su Han would kill him for sure. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily raised their heads to watch Su Han chase the Dharma treasure, finding her very beautiful and charming despite her disheveled state. Withdraw! Su Han struck out when she pinpointed its fleeing direction. Despite its spiritual property, the Dharma treasure didn't possess the same intelligence as the demon beasts, and all it could do was escape instinctively. Blocked by Su Han's fingers, its forward momentum decreased, and Su Han caught it in her hand. Grabbing the sword with force, Su Han flicked her fingers on the body of the sword heavily with crisp dinging sounds. Despite the high power of the Dharma treasure, Su Han's Qian level cultivation strength was greater. After she injected her overwhelming nature essence into the sword, she immediately forced it into submission. Then, she stepped onto the long sword and pressed down on it twice. Then, the Dharma treasure, like a violent horse, flew in the valley for 2 rounds while carrying Su Han on it. Initially, it was unstable. However, Su Han soon gained complete control of the Dharma treasure and landed on the ground with a white light almost invisible to the naked eye. Su Han was sweating all over, and the sweat flowed down her neck, bringing a sexy look to her usually calm demeanor. Looking at the long sword in her hands, she studied it carefully and smiled in satisfaction. With sweat all over her forehead, Xie Yujia stood at the entrance of the cave abode and was relieved when she saw that Su Han had tamed the Dharma treasure. After more than 2 hours, she had finally merged all 5 materials into Su Han's long sword and restructured the sword's shape and properties. In short, she had remade the Dharma treasure. Although the array formations inlaid in the sword were the same, fitting for Su Han's Ice Frost scroll, the quality of the materials had been elevated more than 1 level. The biggest surprise for Xie Yujia and Su Han was that the Thunder Rock tailbone even contained a trace of the level 10 Thunder Rock's demon soul, making the refining process extremely dangerous. Xie Yujia had to use 4 life death notes to suppress it. With the brand new natal Dharma treasure in her hand, Su Han felt lucky. If not for the overwhelming power of Xie Yujia's life death notes which could even suppress and absorb the remaining demon soul of a level 10 demon beast, her natal Dharma treasure would probably have been destroyed. If not for the array formation around Hao Ren's Ethereal Summit, the finished treasure would probably have escaped. Su Han had been right with her 2 decisions regarding the choices of refining location and assistant, which led to a higher-level Dharma treasure than she had expected. Congratulations, Sister Su. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily walked over and said to Su Han. Pleased, Su Han pulled up the robe to her shoulders and smiled at the Lu sisters. Standing at the entrance of her cave abode, Xie Yujia smiled as well. Although it took her enormous amount of nature essences, she had got guidance from Su Han in the whole refining process and received experience in refining natal Dharma treasures. However, she felt quite envious when she thought about Su Han's vague figure which was behind a layer of thin black silk which hung between them while they refined the natal Dharma treasure. Yujia, thank you a lot for today, Su Han turned her head and said to Xie Yujia. No problem, Xie Yujia said with a small smile. Seeing the great power of Su Han's natal Dharma treasure, Xie Yujia wanted a natal Dharma treasure as well. However, she knew her realm was too low to get a natal Dharma treasure. She must work hard on her cultivation. After all, even Zhao Yanzi had reached mid-tier foundation establishment realm. Congratulations on the success, Hao Ran looked at Su Han and said. Hee hee, Su Han laughed, but the fatigue on her face was obvious. She thought for a moment and said, as you've seen, the more advanced the Dharma treasure is, the more difficult it is to control it. The materials Lady Jen gave me were of top quality, but I wouldn't have been able to tame the Dharma treasure if my realm is low. Especially the demon soul in the Thunder Rock tailbone, it was really a trap. It's not unusual that cultivators are hurt by their own Dharma treasures while they try to refine them. Cold light flashed in Su Han's beautiful eyes when she stared at Hao Ren. I take this as a small test Lady Jen set for me. However, she might tempt you to take the Dharma treasure from the Dragon God Shrine. I think you must plant your mystic crystal and reach a much higher realm before you think about the so-called natal Dharma treasure. Gongzi, Sister Su is right. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily nodded in agreement. Hao Ren also thought that Lady Jen, Jen Smart's mom, was not a simple figure. After all, how could a person, who called Chu Niu by his name and was powerful enough to fight him, be called simple? The best Dharma treasure was in the Dragon God Shrine, and Su Han and Lu's sister were doing him a favor by not mentioning it. Let's head back. Su Han needed to go back and rest, so he didn't want to stay in this place any longer. After a Demon King appeared in East Ocean City, she couldn't give people the impression that she was fleeing from her as the inspector. Hao Ren's purple gold hairpin grew big in the wind, and it carried Hao Ren, Xie Yujia, Lu Lily, and Lu Linlin. Su Han wanted to test the speed of her natal Dharma treasure and didn't go with them. Two lights flew down from fifth heaven. Su Han activated the full force of her natal Dharma treasure and found that it had reached half the speed of the purple gold hairpin that Lady Jen gave to Hao Ren. The purple gold hairpin was a flight Dharma treasure an eternal Demon King gave to Hao Ren, and she wouldn't be able to catch it anyway. However, it was a great achievement that her natal Dharma treasure could be half as fast as the purple gold hairpin. The Thunder Rock tailbone had indeed greatly increased the flying speed of her sword. Seeing Su Han falling behind, Hao Ren slowed down a little intentionally. Su Han caught up and turned to look at Hao Ren. Standing at the front of the ship with his hands behind his back, Hao Ren looked quite dashing in the gales. Although she had to chase after him due to the difference between the Dharma treasures, Su Han had a strange feeling inside her when she realized that she couldn't catch up with Hao Ren at her highest speed. He was the first man in this world that she had to chase after with her full strength. While Hao Ren and Su Han flew from fifth heaven toward first heaven, the charming Lady Jen was walking out from Ling Jiao Elementary School. Little White had been loitering around. When it saw this strange and beautiful woman, it retreated several steps before dashing forward, begging for attention. Having not seen Xie Yujia for half a day, it was starving, and it wanted to trick some food out of this beautiful lady. Chapter 556. Charming won't do you any good. Little White waved its gold paws around in the air, and it almost got to Lady Jen's pretty dress. She swiftly moved half a step back, making Little White miss her and dash into the air. Little White had never failed in this. This was definitely its first failure in charming a girl. It panicked since there was a puddle right in front of it, but someone suddenly pulled it back by its neck. It kept swinging its paws around but couldn't break free. There were a lot of people around so that it couldn't transform either. It suddenly heard a female's voice when it was starting to get angry. Charming won't work on me, Lil One. The soft voice traveled into Little White's ears. Although it saw pretty girls all the time, the voice still made it tremble. Lady Jen was an eternal Demon King. Little White was a level 2 demon beast, so it wouldn't be able to sense her strong aura if she hadn't let it out on purpose. It would only see her as a super attractive lady. Alright. Maybe it's fate that we met. I'll excuse your behavior. Lady Jen slightly pinched Little White's neck. Rough. Little White let out a sharp scream. Its white and gold fur immediately tensed up as if it was suffering from acute pain. The pain made its black eyes turn red, and all the sharp claws stuck out of its paws. It was a level 2 demon beast and could even fight a core formation realm cultivator on its own. However, when Lady Jen pinched him, it couldn't escape. How can you get stronger if you don't go through the suffering? You are just like Kongming. Lady Jen threw it onto the ground. Little White's legs were so soft that it almost couldn't stand straight. It wobbled a few steps and leaned onto the flower bed before it used up its energy. All the bones inside its body were almost broken, and it couldn't apply any of its demonic energy to turn into a snow lion. Paw, 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 its bones automatically reconnected, and a strong wave of pure demonic energy flooded through its body. Rough. Little White felt another wave of acute pain as its scream came with shivers. Bang. Finally, Little White lost its strength and fell onto the ground. The strong demonic energy dashed around in its body and made it dizzy with pain. Shoo. Little White's demon core suddenly expanded. The gold color on its fur expanded throughout its body and slowly faded to its thighs. Level 3. Little White was elevated to level 3. Lady Jen smiled charmingly as she saw it softened with its tongue sticking out. Then, she slowly faded away. Parents and teachers were all walking by the school gate, yet none of them noticed her fading away. The males who were staring at Lady Jen all woke up, wondering if they were daydreaming just now. Little White slowly stood up. It suddenly felt like its entire body was filled with energy. It felt better than when it swallowed hundreds of elixir pills. It wobbled and looked around, but it couldn't find that beautiful lady anymore. As it was now level 3, its spiritual senses grew rapidly. It could sense that Hao Ren was approaching East Ocean University quickly from the air, so it dashed toward that direction cheerfully. Hao Ren slowly landed the purple gold boat in the little forest near the female dorm buildings. Su Han, on the other hand, flew directly toward her office on her sword. Rough, 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 Little White shouted as it dashed to Hao Ren and hopped into his arms. Damn it, Little White. Hao Ren pushed it out on its soft belly. There was a lot of dirt on its paws, and Hao Ren didn't want it to mess his shirt up. Little White rarely threw itself into Hao Ren's arms since it got familiar with Xie Yujia and the girls. Usually, it would be aiming at pretty girls, so Hao Ren was a little surprised by its sudden move. Little White's fur looks different. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at Little White and said. Hao Ren raised it and noticed the color change on its legs. It only had golden color fur from its paws to its lower legs, but now its golden fur reached its thighs as well. There seemed only to be a difference in the color, but the golden fur and the white fur were utterly different. The white fur was the natural fur of the snow lions, and it could only be used to defend itself against the cold. The golden fur, on the other hand, was of high quality and could be material for making treasures. It could protect against all ordinary Dharma treasures. Any of Little White's gold fur was indestructible. Little White waved its legs around as Hao Ren held it in the air, and it even stuck its tongue out to lick Hao Ren's palms. Hao Ren felt like it even weighed more than before. Little White must have leveled up again. Xie Yujia looked at Little White cheerfully. Then, her smile turned into a frown. But it will probably be having a bigger appetite as well. As the direct feeder of Little White, Xie Yujia knew exactly how big its appetite was. It could swallow up a dozen elixir pills in a few seconds, and those elixir pills would take her lots of effort to make. Little White's appetite increased a lot when it leveled up before. Now that it was on level 3, who knew how much it would be able to eat? Each elixir pill was worth a lot, and Little White could consume over a dozen in a day. If it were raised in a smaller scale dragon clan, it would make the dragon clan go broke. That was why those 3 dragon kings from Yuhong Mountain and other places were really surprised when they saw Little White. They immediately sensed the stacked wealth of East Ocean Dragon Clan and wished to form an alliance. Little White probably knew how worried Xie Yujia was. It waggled its tail and hopped from Hao Ren's arms onto her shoulder, licking her ear and trying to comfort her. There were barbs on its tongue, and it gave her a tingling feeling. Xie Yujia couldn't help but laugh, and she grabbed it into her arms and stopped worrying about feeding it. You eat so much. If you don't poop as much, you are going to get spanked. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily threatened Little White as they pointed at its black nose. Little White stuck its teeth out, looking angry. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily wouldn't be intimidated by it at all. They each slapped its bum lightly. A level 3 demon beast was like a baby pet to them. Alright, stop teasing it. Hao Ren was on Little White's side. The sun was setting, but he was not hungry. He decided to head to his dorm. Xie Yujia assisted Su Han in refining her natal Dharma treasure, so she was too tired to eat anything. Therefore, she followed Hao Ren to the south dorm. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily followed Hao Ren as well. Lady Jen, who appeared suddenly, seemed to be very powerful. They stayed with Hao Ren just in case to ensure his safety. Hao Ren was worried about the twins too. He didn't want them to have a conflict with Lady Jen, so he didn't ask them to go back to their dorm when they followed him. He was a bit worried about Jen Kongming after seeing how unpredictable his mom was. Maybe that kids' fun days had come to an end. It was dinner time, and many people were walking by the dorm buildings. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily lived in the postgraduate dorm building, so their appearance attracted a lot of attention. Xie Yujia waved at Hao Ren and carried Little White into her dorm building. On the other hand, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily followed Hao Ren into dorm building number 7. The rule of East Ocean University was that girls could enter male dorm buildings, so the twins went in with Hao Ren without a problem. However, their appearances caused a huge fuss in the building. As they followed Hao Ren upstairs, a dozen of guys came out of their room to watch. Hao Ren got over 500 club members as soon as he started his club. This news had traveled through the entire campus this afternoon. In the afternoon, the gossip of Huang Zuji fighting for Hao Ren in front of Lingjiao Middle School put another mysterious cover on top of the story. Everyone felt like Hao Ren was not as simple as he appeared to be, given how popular he was amongst girls. Hao Ren reached the 3rd floor and walked to the end of the corridor to his dorm room. Room checking. Hao Ren shouted. Ah, a scream sounded, and it was followed by the noise of colliding tables and chairs. Then, the people in the room realized that it was Hao Ren's voice instead of the building manager's, so they opened the door and shouted, "Damn it!" They were all astonished when they saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lily standing right beside Hao Ren. The guys were used to staying in their boxers under the fan in the dorm room, so Hao Ren's shout made them all at least put on their pants. This avoided the potential embarrassment. The Lu sisters laughed when they saw how panicked they all were, and their laughter lit up the entire dorm room. Put something on. Hao Ren shook his head as he shrugged. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were guests at their dorm, and it was rude to be half naked. Zhou Liren and the other guys usually murmured amongst themselves whenever they saw pretty girls, but they weren't rude. They wanted to maintain their images in front of beautiful girls. Gong's dorm room is in such a mess. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked around the dorm as they stepped in. Then, they started cleaning up. Cao Ronghua and the other guys were cleaning up, and they were all surprised to see what was happening. The most popular girls in school are cleaning for Hao Ren as if they are his maids, they thought. In fact, all the male dorm rooms were as messy, and Hao Ren's dorm room was no exception. However, compared to Zhao Jiayi and the others' areas, Hao Ren's area was relatively tidy. He cleaned it up from time to time at least. Linlin and Lily, don't bother. Hao Ren tried to stop them from cleaning everything up. Gongzi. This is our responsibility, they answered sweetly. They picked up the basin regardless of Hao Ren's words, and one went to get some water while the other started wiping the desk. Hao Ren's desk became completely clean very soon. They didn't think it was enough after all that, so they briefly tidied up the other 3 desks as well. Zhou Liren was astonished. He had his eyes wide open, wondering if it was his desk the twin sisters were cleaning up. Cao Ronghua wasn't very talkative, but he was almost moved to tears at this moment. The most popular girls at the school were tidying his desk up. This was so heartwarming. However, it was just a small thing for the sisters. They weren't as spoiled, and it was their responsibility to take care of Hao Ren. Yu Rong, Jiu Jiadong, and the other guys were playing cards in Hao Ren's dorm, and they were very jealous. They didn't know that being Hao Ren's roommate brought such benefit. It would be such a pleasure to have Lu Linlin and Lu Lily clean the dorm room for them. They turned to Hao Ren, thinking that he was too lucky. All right. It's fine. Hao Ren grabbed both their wrists when he saw them starting to mop the floor. Shameless. All the guys silently cursed when they saw him touch them. Take a break, Hao Ren said to them since their faces were turning red. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily nodded obediently before hanging up the mop on the balcony. Their proficiency in doing housework made the guys fall for them even more. They had no idea that the Lu sisters, who were cute and attractive, weren't spoiled at all. It was the Lu sisters' proficiency in doing housework that made Yu Yang change her view toward them during the summer break. Her attitude toward them had improved a lot because of this. Go on with your card games. We'll watch. The Lu sisters saw the pack of cards in the middle of the room and suggested. Since they were in Hao Ren's dorm, they didn't want to leave so quickly. Cao Ronghua and the other guys got excited immediately when Lu Linlin and Lu Lily said that. They all sat down and continued with their game. Hao Ren had nothing else to do, so he pulled over a chair and watched as well. In the meantime, he slowly released the sword energies around the lightning ball inside of his body and cultivated. The white lightning ball was the lightning bolt that was wrapped by the 320 sword energies. Hao Ren couldn't consume it in one sitting, so he put the energy back into the body for digestion later. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily sat by Hao Ren's sides. They appeared to be watching the card game, but in fact, they were just keeping Hao Ren company. They were happy as long as they could stay by Hao Ren's sides, no matter what was going on. "Are these grapes edible?" Lu Lily asked when she saw a bowl of washed grapes on Zhao Jiayi's desk. "For sure," Zhao Jiayi answered outright. This bowl of grapes was nothing since the twins cleaned their desks. Lu Lily stood up cheerfully and took over the grapes. She sat back beside Hao Ren and carefully peeled one of the grapes. Then, she lifted it to Hao Ren's lips. Hao Ren was watching the card game and cultivating at the same time, so he didn't even react in time. The cold grape slid into his mouth from Lu Lily's slim fingers. Lu Linlin peeled another grape from the bowl and put it in Lu Lily's hand, and Lu Lily put it in Hao Ren's mouth again. They coordinated perfectly, and it seemed like a production line. Hao Ren didn't even have to move his fingers. All the guys in the dorm were all astonished at the sight of this. What kind of treatment is this? He is absolutely an animal, they thought. When Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were taking care of Hao Ren, Huang Zuji appeared at the door of room 302 timidly with bags of gifts in his hands. Is Hao Ren in this dorm?" Huang Zuji asked as he looked around. Chapter 557. My identity is, Zhao Jiayi and the other guys were being jealous of Hao Ren, and no one expected Huang Zuji to come. Their first reaction was that Huang Zuji was here to cause trouble, but they noticed the presence in his hands when they were about to stop him at the door. Huang Zuji spotted Hao Ren in the meantime, and he was also stunned by the fact that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were sitting on Hao Ren's sides, feeding him grapes. Although he was fond of Su Han, he was interested in Lu Linlin and Lu Lily as well. Who would have known that not only was Su Han close with Hao Ren, but the twins were also willing to service him. Huang Zuji had expressed his feelings for the Lu sisters in public before, so he was very jealous at this moment. He liked the twins because of their beauty, and there was no emotional connection between them. However, it was still heartbreaking for him to see the twins sitting happily with Hao Ren. Not only was Hao Ren stronger and more prestigious than him, but he was also more popular. On top of that, the prettiest girls in the school were always by his sides. Huang Zuji had thought that Hao Ren was a nobody whom he could finish with just one finger. Now that he thought about it, Hao Ren simply didn't want to bother fighting with him. Take club recruiting as an example. Hao Ren attracted over 500 people with one single banner, and a casual remark from Hao Ren's dad could easily take away his dad's job. "Hao, brother Hao." Huang Zuji greeted Hao Ren bitterly with his head down as he walked in the room. After he went back to his place from the recruiting event, he thought a lot about it and realized what had happened was very inappropriate. The popularity of the calligraphy club crushed his confidence, and he had no idea that Hao Ren's influence in the school had reached this level. However, the thing that he was most worried about was the fight in front of Lingjiao Middle School. Hao Ren appeared to be gloomy after coming back from Lingjiao Middle School, and he didn't even look at Huang Zuji when he walked by him after the recruiting event. The more Huang Zuji thought about it, the more uncertain he was about the situation. He would feel better if Hao Ren got mad at him or scolded him, but Hao Ren's calm attitude made him very nervous. The incident with the calligraphy club today made Huang Zuji realize how important Hao Ren was at the school, and Hao Zonghua, Hao Ren's dad, had a high influence in East Ocean City and the entire province. If Hao Ren believes that the hooligans were gathered up by me, Huang Zuji didn't dare to keep thinking about it. He headed to the nearest supermarket in a rush and picked a few expensive presents. Then, he looked up where Hao Ren's dorm room was and came to visit him. He was a bully when he was faced with ordinary university students, but Hao Ren was way out of his reach. It would be a small problem to lose face but a big problem to ruin his future. Huang Zuji hated himself for kicking an iron board that he wasn't supposed to touch. Therefore, he had to apologize. Everything would be fine as long as Hao Ren let it go. However, if Huang Zuji's dad were to learn about this, even if Hao Zonghua didn't do anything, Huang Zuji's dad would beat Huang Zuji and take him here to apologize to Hao Ren. One needed to be extra careful in the political circles. Huang Zuji was aware of this rule, so he never caused any big problem for his dad. But this time, Hao Ren was hidden too deep. What are you doing here? Lu Linlin and Lu Lili frowned when they saw Huang Zuji. They didn't like him very much because he used to be Hao Ren's enemy. Also, he intended to pursue them and only stopped when he learned that Lu Qing was their grandpa. Brother Hao, sorry to have surprised you today, Huang Zuji said to Hao Ren bitterly. Hao Ren looked at him without saying anything. In fact, he didn't know what to say. He took this opportunity to push away Lu Linlin and Lu Lili's smooth hands and glanced at the presents Huang Zuji put on the floor. What do you mean by this? He asked. Zhao Jiayi and the other guys circled around Huang Zuji with their hands on their waists, staring at him. Hao Ren sat still with Lu Linlin and Lu Lili by his sides. This small dorm room looked like a little courtroom, and the judge was in front while the security guards were on the sides. Huang Zuji sweated in shame. He could have asked Hao Ren out to apologize to him in person, but he didn't want Hao Ren to think that he was provoking him. Therefore, he came to Hao Ren's dorm in person to apologize in front of everyone to show his sincerity. He was the man in the university for over 3 years, and Hao Ren put an end to it. It was very shameful, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't defeat Hao Ren, and a deputy mayor couldn't defeat Hao Zonghua. It really wasn't me who called all those hooligans today. Huang Zuji cut to the chase and pointed at his own lower leg. See, I was injured too. He gritted his teeth in anger and said, I have told the police chief to teach those hooligans a good lesson. It was so blind of them to piss off Brother Hao. Although it seemed like he was talking about those hooligans, it worked on himself as well. Hao Ren didn't say anything as he was a bit annoyed by Huang Zuji. Actually, Huang Zuji was just bluffing. He didn't want his dad to find out about the fight, so he never called up the police chief. He was trying his best to steer clear from those hooligans. I know that you are injured too, so I got you some supplements. Since Hao Ren didn't say anything, Huang Zuji continued as he glimpsed at Hao Ren's palm. The cartoon band-aids that Zhao Yanzi got for Hao Ren was still on his palm. Since Hao Ren used lightning cultivation today, it made the band-aids a bit dark, but they were still on his hand. Huang Zuji bought many expensive supplements for Hao Ren just because of this little injury. It was an interesting excuse to be visiting someone. Zhao Jiayi and the other guys all thought that there must be something wrong with Huang Zuji. They thought he was here with a bunch of guys to cause trouble when he first arrived, but he came alone to give Hao Ren all these presents. Brother Hao, Huang Zuji smiled sincerely and didn't know what to say. Since his dad was a deputy mayor, he had seen many more ridiculous things in the political field. At this point, there was no need to be concerned about losing face anymore. Therefore, Huang Zuji's attitude baffled everyone. He used to walk with his nose in the air, but he was playing humble with Hao Ren now. Alright, you can go back. I am aware of what happened today. Hao Ren waved impatiently. He didn't care much about what happened today, but Huang Zuji considered it a big deal. Huang Zuji came here on his own to show his sincerity, but now he wasn't sure about Hao Ren's attitude anymore. Okay, go already. Gongzi doesn't want to speak with you anymore. Lu Lili pouted and made a pushing gesture. Take the presents too, Hao Ren said calmly as Huang Zuji backed to the door in hesitation. He didn't want anything from Huang Zuji. He wasn't afraid of Huang Zuji before, and neither was he now. Huang Zuji clenched his teeth. He had no idea that Hao Ren would be so blunt with him, but what could he do? Oh, hang on. Hao Ren waved at Huang Zuji as he suddenly remembered something. Huang Zuji walked up immediately. Look into Shu Ke from the mechatronic engineering program for me. He is a freshman, Hao Ren said. Okay. Huang Zuji didn't expect Hao Ren to give him a task. He accepted the assignment immediately. Also, Hao Ren looked at him and continued, we are very different people, so please stop playing humble with me. I'm not used to it. Huang Zuji turned pale in embarrassment. Okay. He stood straight and walked to the door. Then, he remembered that Hao Zonghua was also a stubborn person. Hey, take your stuff. Lu Linlin reminded him. Huang Zuji turned back and picked up the presents before he exited the dorm. His embarrassed look was completely different from how he usually was. Hey, that was something. Zhou Liren stuck his head out to make sure that Huang Zuji had walked away. Then, he pulled his head back and looked at Hao Ren in surprise. What soup did you offer Huang Zuji? How come he is so scared of you? All the guys wanted to know the reason for Huang Zuji's sudden change of attitude, so everyone looked at Hao Ren at the same time. I asked someone to beat him up. An uncle of mine is the owner of a martial arts dojo, Hao Ren replied. Martial arts dojo? Gu Jiadong and the other guys remembered those thousands of members of a martial arts dojo who came over to cheer for East Ocean during the National University Basketball Championship at Beijing, and their shirts all had Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo printed on the back. They all knew about Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo since it was a national chain with millions of members. As the largest martial arts institution, they even had branches aboard. During the first year, the guys at Hao Ren's dorm all wanted to learn martial arts. However, they gave up when they learned about the high cost and weekly schedule. There were still many members from East Ocean University. For girls, learning martial arts could help them build a prettier body as well as for self-defense. It was more popular than other sports like yoga. So, Hao Ren's uncle is at least a director at a branch. No wonder Huang Zuji is afraid of him. Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo is where the special forces and policemen train and practice, they thought. Suddenly, they all understood. Although Huang Zuji was very arrogant, he was also scared of absolute power. After all, the elite members of Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo were tough people. No wonder Hao Ren was extremely calm when Huang Zuji provoked him before. He actually comes from a martial arts background. Also, no wonder Hao Ren is becoming stronger lately. He probably started to practice martial arts with his uncle. They thought. They had seen a VIP card for Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo in Hao Ren's wallet last time, and they felt like it all made sense now. A random explanation Hao Ren gave them made them all realize what had been going on, and Hao Ren was surprised by the effect. Who knew what kind of reaction they would have if they found out that Hao Ren's parents were Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang? Ren, show us some moves, Zhou Liren said suddenly. Yeah, show us something, Yu Rong followed. Hao Ren laughed since he didn't know what to say. Zhou Liren ran to the public bathroom and pulled out a piece of red brick from under the sink. Then, he came back with it. Chop on this, chop on this. He laid the red brick on the chair and shouted. They were all thrilled seeing how defeated Huang Zuji was. Now that they learned Hao Ren had a martial arts background, they wanted to see what he got. If he were strong, the guys wanted to see it. If he weren't, it would be nice to embarrass him in front of the Lu sisters if he hadn't. After all, they felt like Hao Ren was too popular amongst girls, and he needed to be cooled a little. People from the nearby dorms heard the noises and saw Huang Zuji coming out of room 302. So, they all ran over to watch. Hao Ren wrapped his fist with a piece of cloth on the table. Then, he lifted the red brick on the table, and he punched out without touching it. He waved his arm and threw the cloth on the table before laughing and shaking his head. What the hell was that? Are you playing with us? You didn't even touch it. All the guys started shouting. Come again, come again. Zhou Liren walked over and picked up the brick. He was going to put it between two chairs. The martial arts masters would usually do this on the TV. No one would punch out without touching the brick. Pa! The brick Zhou Liren picked up suddenly broke into 3 pieces. This sudden change stupefied Zhou Liren, and one of the smaller pieces even fell onto his slipper. All the guys were astonished at this. It seemed like Hao Ren never touched the red brick, but he already smashed it into pieces. The dozens of guys became completely quiet suddenly. How much damage would that strike cause if it were to land on a person? No wonder Huang Zuji doesn't want to get on Hao Ren's bad side and came to apologize with presents, they thought. Gongzi is so mighty. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily broke the silence. Hao Ren looked down and smiled before messing up their hair a little. How could he be more powerful than the Lu sisters? They were putting up such a show. The twin sisters laughed cheerfully, they just wanted to help him in carrying out the show. The guys all looked at Hao Ren in surprise. They suddenly realized that the Hao Ren they had known for 3 years was actually a martial arts master. Brother Ren, one more. They took out their cell phones as they requested for another show. They didn't think that Hao Ren could do this, so no one had their phone out just now. The video would definitely go viral once uploaded to the school's network. Okay, cut it out. I'm taking Linlin and Lily back. Hao Ren slightly pushed the guys away and left the room with Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. The guys' jealousy was tuned down a bit when Hao Ren and the Lu sisters left cheerfully. They thought that it was silly that the twins were following Hao Ren. Now that they saw what just happened, who would even dare to pursue after them anymore? Compared to Hao Ren, those weak members of the Taekwondo club were utterly useless. Hao Ren is actually very cool, and that is why Lu Linlin and Lu Lily are following him, they thought. Chapter 558. The Lu sisters. Hao Ren walked the Lu sisters to their postgraduate dorm. He had only done it a few times when they first enrolled at East Ocean University. Now, they had transferred to the mechatronic engineering program. Hao Ren walked them along the dim, quiet road on campus toward their dorm, and he suddenly realized that he hadn't been paying enough attention to them. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were walking on the fallen leaves by Hao Ren's sides. They appeared to be quite happy about Hao Ren walking them home. No matter what, that meant he cared about them. Gongzi, Lu Linlin broke the silence. Hao Ren looked at her. Will you leave us? She pouted. Hao Ren laughed. Why would I? You two don't eat much anyways. Ah, Lu Lily couldn't help but smile. So, this is what's on Gongzi's mind. Hao Ren laughed again. All right, I won't let you guys go. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at him quietly. They felt his coldness, but they were still happy about his remark. They sped up and caught up with Hao Ren. Gongzi, Lu Lily asked timidly as she walked right beside him, do you like Big Jumu more or Little Jumu more? Hao Ren turned to her. Why are you suddenly asking me about this? Lu Lily pouted and said, I think Gongzi is more fond of Big Jumu. Lu Linlin nudged over. I think Gongzi is more fond of Little Jumu. They had different opinions. Hao Ren knew that they must have made another boring bet. I like you two even more. Hao Ren teased them. Ah. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were a little surprised since they didn't get the answer they were looking for. However, they were satisfied with this answer as well. There was a storm during the day, but the nightly sky was pretty clear. The moon hung high up in the sky and covered the basketball court with the silver light. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily walked on Hao Ren's sides. They really wanted to hold onto Hao Ren's hands, but they were worried that it would ruin the nice atmosphere. Linlin and Lily, you are both at mid-tier Qian level? Hao Ren asked. Yes, Gongzi. They answered at the same time. Hao Ren smiled and kept walking. Gongzi, you will reach Dewey level soon, Lu Linlin said. She tried to guess what was on Hao Ren's mind. Yes, Gongzi has been cultivating really hard, Lu Lily added. Hao Ren laughed again as he knocked their small hands with his hands. They were very good at comforting others. However, instead of being worried about his own cultivating speed, he was wondering how he could defeat Shu Ke, who was already at Dewey level. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's arms were very smooth. They held onto Hao Ren's hands happily after Hao Ren knocked theirs. Then, they quickly held Hao Ren's arms. Hao Ren was about to pull back his arm, but he felt two waves of pure 5 elemental nature essences slowly moving into his arms. Gongzi, cultivating is altering destiny. Your body type is more than 10 or 100 times better than before, and it is all thanks to your hard work. They said with their hands holding his. Their fingers were cold like jade, and they made Hao Ren feel very comfortable. Actually, we think both Big and Little Jumu are very nice, they continued. Hao Ren pinched their smooth palms and took his hands back. His strength was weak, and there was a pile of problems for him to deal with. He had to deal with Shu Ke and the agreement on the 9-Dragon Palace. He would have to consider other things after surviving all these. Chu Niu was the eldest son of the godly dragon. Hao Ren wasn't sure if he could face this ancestor of the dragons. Chu Niu was Zhen Kongming's master and was famous for being strange. Even Zhen Kongming feared him. Since Hao Ren was only remotely related to Zhen Kongming, Chu Niu wouldn't let him go easily. A fierce battle was inevitable. All right, Gongzi. It was our fault. The Lu sisters secretly glimpsed at Hao Ren and apologized. They thought he was upset since he had been quiet. Nah. Hao Ren smiled at them and patted their heads. Although he wasn't mad at them, it was a bit gossipy of them to discuss Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily stuck out their tongues out and laughed. Hao Ren only lightly patted their heads. He wouldn't want to hurt them at all. Gongzi, the purple gold hairpin that Lady Zhen gave to you is pretty powerful. Eternal demon kings are also known as heavenly demons. They are at the same level as soul formation realm cultivators, and they don't need to abide by the orders of nature. They can go anywhere below ninth heaven. I think Lady Jen doesn't mean to harm Gongzi, but you should still be careful. Their romantic plan didn't work out, so they became chatty all over again. Hao Ren listened as they walked ahead. He agreed with them from time to time, wondering who this Lady Jen was. The Demon Sea and the Dragon Tribe were two large forces. The Demon Sea was in between the four oceans while the Dragon Tribe was in charge of all the land and ocean beside the Demon Sea on First Heaven. Dragon Tribe seemed to have the utmost advantage, but the Demon Sea possessed the purest nature essences in the world. How dare you two little girls gossip about me? Lady Jen's voice came upon them from the lower sky. Two slim rays of blue light shot down from the sky, and the twins raised their hands up to block the light. However, they couldn't defend against the two rays of light completely. Who said that I can't get above ninth heaven? I bet your Holy Mother would remember the two of you once I get up there. It was Lady Jen's voice. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's faces turned pale immediately, and they gritted their teeth and whipped out their yin-yang bracelets together. Then, the bracelets pushed the two blue rays of light back. Whoa, Lady Jen laughed cheerfully. Hao Ren, I am going to Kunlun Mountain to take back something that belongs to me. Take care of Jen Kongming while I'm away. Shoo, heavy clouds covered up the moon and the stars as Lady Jen headed toward the northwest direction. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were blushing and out of breath. They almost couldn't resist those two rays of blue light from Lady Jen. As the heavy clouds dashed away, the sky above the campus cleared up. Hao Ren didn't even see Lady Jen through the clouds. She made a loud noise on purpose as she flew towards Kunlun Mountain. It seemed like the Soul Formation Realm cultivator over there would soon be in trouble. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at Hao Ren as if they wanted to say something. Alright, I won't ask more about your identities. Hao Ren held their hands and kept walking to the postgraduate dorm building. They are willing to stay with me, and I would like to have them by my side. Strength is the ultimate deal breaker. I wouldn't let them go. But, something bothered Hao Ren, yet he decided to move on for now. Chapter 559. Who told you? I haven't. It was only 8 o'clock when Hao Ren got back to his dorm after walking the Lu sisters back. Hao Ren felt less pressured now that Lady Jen had left East Ocean City. It seemed like she was only passing by here on her way to Kunlun Mountain. She probably stayed in East Ocean City for a few days to adapt to the mortal world, but it still got the Dragon God Shrine very nervous. Seems like this mom doesn't care much about her son, Hao Ren thought to himself. He didn't dare to say it out loud. Lady Jen was very unpredictable and powerful. Who knows if she would appear suddenly again. Zhou Liren and the other guys started to play cards again in the dorm, and Hao Ren walked through the dorm room to the balcony to check on Ling Jiao Middle School. Zhao Yanzi's dorm room's light was out, which meant they weren't there. Dinner time had passed, so they must be in the classroom. Hao Ren looked further at their academic building and found that almost all the classrooms on the third floor were bright. Grade 9 students are doing evening self-study, Hao Ren thought as he injected some nature essences into his eyes to check on the classroom. Class 2 of grade 9 was in the second classroom on the third floor, and Zhao Yanzi was sitting by the window. Hao Ren could see her clearly. She kept writing something with her head down, and Hao Ren had no idea what she was working on. The class advisor, Luo Ying, walked around the classroom with her hand behind her, keeping the class in order. She would stop beside Zhao Yanzi from time to time to look at what she had written. Ling sat behind Zhao Yanzi, and she tapped Zhao Yanzi's back with her pen when Luo Ying turned around to chat secretly. The lively scene reminded Hao Ren of his evening self-study sessions when he was in middle school. What are you doing? Hao Ren took out his phone and sent over a message. Zhao Yanzi pulled her phone out of the desk and replied a message. Hao Ren could see everything she was doing. It's all your fault. I am writing a reflection paper. Hao Ren got her message a few seconds later. Hao Ren couldn't help but laugh at her response, thinking, this is not your first time writing up a reflection paper. You are an expert already. When Hao Ren was about to reply, Luo Ying walked in front of Zhao Yanzi from the other side of the classroom and reached out her hand. Zhao Yanzi had no choice but to put the black phone in Luo Ying's hand, and she gritted her teeth in anger. Luo Ying took the cell phone away, but she was still standing in front of Zhao Yanzi. It seemed like she was scolding her. Zhao Yanzi turned her face to the window, upset. However, Hao Ren could see her face clearly this way. What? You don't think I'm right? Luo Ying picked up Zhao Yanzi's reflection paper and took a look before saying, you don't realize your fault at all. Fine. I'll write it again. Zhao Yanzi was upset. Yu Qing, from class 6, was the one who started it, but Zhao Yanzi had to write the reflection paper. That's not necessary. Go on and study. Don't think you have nothing to learn because you did well on the finals. Your foundation isn't good, so you need more practice. Luo Ying put the reflection paper away with a stern face. Then, she knocked twice on Zhao Yanzi's desk. Zhao Yanzi breathed heavily as her chest went up and down. She thought, what the hell? You are just trying to pick on me. Luo Ying snorted a little and walked to the front of the classroom to grade homework. Zhao Yanzi's parents don't try to discipline her, and they were talking about a fiancé or something. As the class advisor, it is my responsibility to set her straight, she thought. On the first day that the school moved to the new campus, one of her students started a fight in front of the gate. This had made Luo Ying very embarrassed. Zhao Yanzi had always been one of the problem students in her eyes. Even though Zhao Yanzi's grades had gotten better, her personality stayed the same. Luo Ying admitted that Zhao Yanzi was smart, but the more intelligent a student was, the easier it was for him or her to get into big trouble. All other class advisors asked the class presidents to keep the class in order during the evening self-study session, but she was here herself since she wanted to be responsible for these students. All the students in other classes were either from a rich or an influential family. They didn't have to worry about their future at all. However, the students in class 2 were from ordinary families, and their futures would be tough if they messed up the high school entrance exams. That was how the society was. One wrong step could lead to the wrong path. Luo Ying believed that although these students were calling her old witch behind her back, they would surely understand her intentions in the future. Zhao Yanzi wants to flip the table, but at least it is better than having her suffer a miserable life in the future. Luo Ying sighed silently as she graded the homework with her reading glasses on. Ling saw Luo Ying working on the homework and lightly patted Zhao Yanzi again. Don't get upset with the old witch, Z. She is just stern, but she can't really do anything. Hey, did you get to question number 6? Ling asked quietly. Number 6? That was easy. I have already finished number 10. Zhao Yanzi turned around to put the practice booklet behind her. Awesome, you are all done. Ling was surprised. She was only ranked middle in class 2 but was way better than Zhao Yanzi, who was always last. However, Zhao Yanzi's grades had been improving rapidly, which surprised everyone. We learned all these in grade 8. What's so hard about them? Zhao Yanzi said proudly with her head up. They hadn't learned many new things since grade 9 had just started. The evening sessions were mainly meant to review the concepts in grade 8, and Hao Ren had walked her through all these questions before. Therefore, she finished very quickly. Hey, hey! Ling moved her chair closer and leaned onto the wall. Lu Yuntao wanted to kiss me today. Ah, and then? Zhao Yanzi got very interested suddenly and moved her head over. I don't know how to kiss, so I didn't want him to laugh at me, Ling shrugged and said quietly. Then, she opened her eyes wide and whispered, I read on a book that you have to stick your tongue out while kissing, but I'm a little scared. Oh, that, Zhao Yanzi mumbled. Z, you know how to kiss, right? Ling continued. They were best friends, and they told each other everything. Therefore, she could only come to Zhao Yanzi when it came to these kinds of questions. However, how would Zhao Yanzi know? Although she was Hao Ren's fiancée in name, she hadn't kissed him properly. Since Ling was asking, Zhao Yanzi didn't want to lose face by saying no. She lightly coughed twice and said, of course I know. So how does it go? We have been together for 2 months. Is it too soon to kiss? Ling was not sure. Ling hadn't dated anyone else before, and Lu Yuntao was the first one she had a crush on up until the end of grade 8. Zhao Yanzi had inspected Lu Yuntao for Ling, and she found him pretty decent. 2 months is normal. You can even kiss him after 1 month. Zhao Yanzi pretended to be the expert. She had known Hao Ren for a few months, and there had never been a breakthrough. They hadn't even officially kissed yet. She resisted Hao Ren a little before, but she now felt embarrassed since Ling was making more progress with her boyfriend. Ah, really? Ling wasn't experienced, and she trusted Zhao Yanzi since boys were always after her. Of course. Zhao Yanzi pouted. You need to close your eyes when you kiss. Let him hold you in his arms and stick your tongue out when he reaches over to kiss you. Zhao Yanzi was making all these things up. Half of it was her pure imagination, and the other half was from the magazines. She had no experience at all. However, she blushed when she was telling Ling all these as she was imagining being kissed by Hao Ren. Ling lowered her voice and looked around cautiously before asking, "You and him, do you guys kiss a lot?" Zhao Yanzi bit her lips in surprise. "I and him." She suddenly didn't know how to answer. "If you think about it, he is quite handsome. He looks more like a high school student than a university student," Ling said. This was exactly how Zhao Yanzi felt as well. However, different people saw their lovers differently. In Xie Yujia's eyes, Hao Ren was a kind and outgoing university student. "Does he kiss you a lot?" Ling continued with her question since Zhao Yanzi kept quiet. She really wanted to know the answer to this girl talk question. "What do you think about him?" Zhao Yanzi shot a question back at Ling. "He is nice. I didn't realize it before, but now I find him pretty handsome and detailed. Yan Yan and Chi-Chi both think that he is nice," Ling answered. Zhao Yanzi was relieved to hear this answer, so she went on with her bluffing. "We kiss every day. He likes me a lot and likes to hug me all the time." "Haha. You two are so close." Ling was envious. Due to their age difference, Ling thought it was a bit weird for Hao Ren to be with Zhao Yanzi. But now, she thought they were a good match. Of course. Zhao Yanzi was satisfied. "Since you are so close, did you guys," Ling glanced at her, "do that?" "Hey! What are you talking about?" Zhao Yanzi knocked Ling's head with a notebook. Bang! Bang! Luo Ying knocked on the desk with one hand and pointed at Zhao Yanzi and Ling with the other. "What are you guys messing around about during this self-study session?" Zhao Yanzi and Ling looked down immediately. Zhao Yanzi turned back to the front. She was so excited that she made a loud noise just now. However, Ling's question was still making her heart beat fast. Ring, the bell rang, and the session ended. Luo Ying picked up her halfway marked homework and walked out of the classroom. The students followed her out in a crowd. Ling ran next door to see Lu Yuntao. They just started dating not long ago, so they wanted to be together whenever they could. Zhao Yanzi pouted, feeling a bit lonely. She had to walk for a bit in the dark from the classroom to the dorm. Suddenly, she saw a shadow on the ground in front of her while she walked with her head down. She slowly looked up, and it was Hao Ren standing in front of her. Chapter 560. Uncle. Hao Ren stood beside a street lamp, looking at her with a smile on his face. Jerk. Zhao Yanzi dashed over to kick Hao Ren. She had been threatened by hooligans, forced to write a reflection paper, got her phone taken away, and got asked about kissing by Ling. Today couldn't have gone any worse. She was wearing a pair of flat sneakers like all other middle schoolers, and her kick didn't hurt at all. "Why are you so mad?" Hao Ren held onto her shoulders to keep her on the ground. Then, he laughed and asked, "You got your phone taken away? It's all your fault." Zhao Yanzi got mad again. However, she soon realized that something was off. "How did you know about it? You can see my classroom from your room." Hao Ren shook his head. "I assumed because you only responded to one message." "You wish. I didn't even want to reply." Zhao Yanzi moved Hao Ren's hands off her shoulders. Her shoulders were round and soft, it was comfortable to hold. This was the only way from the academic building to the dorm building, so some students turned to see what was going on as they passed by. They couldn't see Hao Ren's face under the dim light and thought he was a random guy who was confessing his love to Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi blushed when she sensed the glances, so she dragged Hao Ren away from the road and got near the sports field. There were no street lamps around the sports field. It was almost 9 o'clock, and there were only lights from the dorm building far away. It was almost entirely dark. They wouldn't even be able to see the way if it weren't for the moon and the stars. "So annoying. Who told you to come?" Zhao Yanzi complained as they walked to the sports field. She appeared to be mad, but she was happy. She requested to live on campus to supervise Hao Ren, but the dorm life was pretty dull and strict. Besides the 1-hour break at noon and the 1-hour break in the evening, they were all locked up at school. It was like a military training camp. On top of that, the students who lived on campus had to attend evening self-study sessions as well as clean up the dorms. There were also all sorts of inspections, and Zhao Yanzi was regretting her decision. Ji Yan and Lu Qiqi were both top students in her class, and they studied hard as soon as the school year started and went back to the dorm room to study right after the self-study sessions. Ling completely put Zhao Yanzi behind her boyfriend, and Zhao Yanzi felt rather bored since she was neither crazy about studying nor had a boyfriend on campus. She kept walking as she dragged Hao Ren ahead, mumbling about all kinds of things. Hao Ren listened to her complain as he looked at the running track under the moonlight. He felt as if he were back in his middle school days as he held Zhao Yanzi's soft hand. There were several other young couples on the sports field. Teachers were relatively busy since it was the first day of school, and no class advisors had the time to catch them here. Therefore, there were quite a few couples. "Hey! Why are you not saying anything?" Zhao Yanzi suddenly knocked Hao Ren's arm. "I'm listening because you are talking," Hao Ren answered. "I'm very chatty, aren't I?" Zhao Yanzi raised her eyebrow in dissatisfaction. She suddenly realized that she had been talking too much, and Hao Ren wouldn't be interested in listening to the trivial things that had happened on the first day of school. Hao Ren laughed and pulled Zhao Yanzi closer. Zhao Yanzi was about to get mad at Hao Ren's attitude before he pulled her over. When he did that, Zhao Yanzi's heart shivered, and she swallowed her harsh remarks back in. "Ah! Isn't that uncle?" Ling was taking a walk on the sports field with Lu Yuntao when she saw Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren. "Big brother!" Lu Yuntao shouted in admiration when he saw Hao Ren. He didn't dare to call Hao Ren uncle, like Ling did. He saw how strong Hao Ren was during the day and admired Hao Ren's bravery and strength. He also heard from Ling that he was really good at playing basketball. Ling told him that Hao Ren could throw the ball directly into the basket from the volleyball court when they were back at the old campus. Hao Ren looked down and smiled. He was a little embarrassed to be seen by them since he came here to see Zhao Yanzi. "Uncle, how did you get in here?" Ling had met Hao Ren a few times, so she went ahead and asked. Before Hao Ren could answer, she came up with an answer for him. "You must have climbed over the fence. Haha, you really do everything for Z." She didn't expect Hao Ren, who had always been quite calm, to climb over the wall to see Zhao Yanzi. Hao Ren could easily jump over a mountain if he wanted, but it seemed like he was deeply in love with Zhao Yanzi in Ling's eyes. After all, if he were caught climbing over Ling Zhao Middle School's fence, he would be in big trouble. "Alright, Ling, you are talking too much. Go on with Lu Yuntao." Zhao Yanzi pushed Ling on her tummy slightly. Ling covered her tummy and giggled. She left Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren alone and dragged Lu Yuntao ahead cheerfully. Hao Ren seems to be a bit nerdy, but he even climbed over the fence. Ling thought. She would tease Zhao Yanzi on this topic when they got back to their dorm. Zhao Yanzi blushed as Ling and Lu Yuntao walked further away. She dragged Hao Ren out of the sports field, and they headed to the stadium. The weed wasn't cleared up near the newly built stadium, but it was the perfect place for the students to go on dates. Zhao Yanzi didn't know what to talk about with Hao Ren. However, she felt calm when they were walking together. Subconsciously, she didn't want Hao Ren to leave anytime soon. "Is grade 9 difficult?" Hao Ren asked. "It's alright. Today is the first day, so we just went over last year's content," Zhao Yanzi answered. Hao Ren had already reviewed everything with her during summer break, and Zhao Yanzi felt like Hao Ren was even better at explaining things than her teachers. In reality, Hao Ren did a lot of work in tutoring her. He targeted her weak areas, so she thought he was better. There was a small alley between the back of the academic building and the stadium. It was darker because it was behind both buildings. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi walked across the grass, and they suddenly saw two students kissing under a tree. Zhao Yanzi stopped immediately and looked over while blushing. Those were grade 8 students, and they were both in their school uniforms. Hao Ren noticed that Zhao Yanzi had stopped, so he looked up and saw those students as well. Those two students saw Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi under the moonlight. They could tell that Hao Ren wasn't wearing a school uniform, so they quickly ran away since they thought he was a teacher. Middle schoolers nowadays, Hao Ren was about to tease Zhao Yanzi when he found her biting her lips and standing still. Hao Ren could feel her pulse through her tender fingertips. "Hey! You haven't officially kissed me yet, have you?" Zhao Yanzi pulled Hao Ren's wrist and looked up at him with her bright eyes. Hao Ren looked at her, thinking, why are you asking like this? However, the question sped up Hao Ren's heart rate. Zhao Yanzi was the most popular girl at Ling Zhao Middle School. and there were hundreds of boys who were chasing her or had a crush on her. Her smooth cheek and delicate face made her look like a porcelain doll under the moonlight. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Hao Ren asked cautiously. Hao Ren was quite a nerd without any actual practice in this field. He immediately wondered if there were any tricks with Zhao Yanzi's sudden question. "Do you know how?" Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren angrily. The second she said that, she realized that she had ruined the atmosphere. However, there was no going back anymore. She wouldn't be able to go to sleep if she didn't get this done. Hao Ren's face was burning at her question. He was a bit nerdy, but he had dignity as well. "Of course, I do," Hao Ren answered. "Dong, dong." Zhao Yanzi's heart beat faster. "Damn it. I have never been in this kind of situation." Zhao Yanzi lightly hit Hao Ren's chest since he got quiet after saying that. The atmosphere, it was all gone. Zhao Yanzi lifted her fist again, but Hao Ren grabbed her arm. "Hey, you are hurting my chest," Hao Ren said to her. When she was about to raise her leg, Hao Ren suddenly held her around her waist. Hao Ren knocked his finger on her forehead and then pressed his warm lips onto hers. Zhao Yanzi's lively body immediately froze. All those details she was telling Ling escaped her mind, and she completely blanked out. Her heart almost stopped beating, let alone her tongue. "Jerk, you are actually kissing me," Zhao Yanzi thought to herself. "You are the one who requested it." Hao Ren gently bit Zhao Yanzi's lips before he suddenly let her go. Hao Ren vanished behind the fence in a ray of white light, and Zhao Yanzi stood still, blushing. Chapter 561. Very sweet. Hao Ren's heart raced when he thought about Zhao Yanzi's soft lips after he hopped over the fence. They tasted slightly sweet and were quite soft. Zhao Yanzi's body was light and soft. Hao Ren could easily hold her in his arms with her slightly developed chest pressing against his. The more Hao Ren thought about it, the more amazing those few seconds felt. Zhao Yanzi didn't know where to place her hands, and she was in shock when her tiny nose slightly touched Hao Ren's. Hao Ren would have panicked more if she had any reactions. However, those few seconds were still enough to get Hao Ren excited. She was sweet and cute. No matter how tough she was before, she was completely suppressed by Hao Ren in those several seconds. Hao Ren regretted not grabbing her hand to feel her heartbeat when he kissed her. However, he could still somewhat sense it as she slowly breathed in and out. Zhao Yanzi was as nervous as a bunny. Hao Ren realized how bad he was at this thought, but he was feeling warm and excited at the same time. His palms were sweating. Hao Ren exhaled deeply and dashed toward his dorm. He bought a bottle of Coke on the way and went back to his room. The guys were in the middle of a heated game. When Hao Ren came in, they shouted, "Did you get lost, Ren? It took you a long time to get a bottle of Coke." Hao Ren shook his head and laughed as he went up to his upper berth. He had already washed up and only wanted to comfort Zhao Yanzi after her phone got taken away. This little incident occurred unexpectedly. Zhao Yanzi's scent still lingered on Hao Ren's nose, and he was happy about what just happened. He didn't want to go wash up again. "What are you so happy about, Ren?" Zhao Jiayi glimpsed at Hao Ren as he played. "Nothing." Hao Ren smiled. He was like a middle schooler who was anxious about love and worried about losing. However, he was very excited as if he just succeeded in confessing his love. Hao Ren couldn't imagine what Zhao Yanzi was thinking about at this moment. He knocked on his own head, picked up a textbook beside his bed, and flipped through a few pages. "Is Ren possessed?" Zhou Liren asked when he saw Hao Ren hitting his own head on his bed. "Damn it! You played the wrong card again. You just played a pair of kings." Zhou Jiayi knocked Zhou Liren's head with his fan. Hao Ren gradually calmed down as he listened to their chatters. He suddenly realized how much he liked Zhao Yanzi. Soon, it was 11 o'clock, and all the lights were out. The guys finished their game and went to freshen up before they went to bed. Hao Ren slowly released the energy from the lightning ball in his body, and he extracted the power of lightning with his sword energies. It was a slow process. The dragon core was slowly being empowered, and Hao Ren was able to open 2 openings in the night. This method of unlocking openings in the dragon core was completely different from before. It was a lot smoother and softer. The guys wouldn't have the patience to watch a plant overnight to see how it blossomed. Hao Ren acquired this kind of patience nowadays. After opening 2 openings, Hao Ren didn't rush to open another one. He used his 5 elemental nature essences to stabilize his realm a little after that. Since the guys were deep asleep, he started studying the transformation scroll that Lady Jen gave to him. This technique didn't seem like something Hao Ren could cultivate. It was more like a method of exporting nature essence. The light-splitting sword shadow technique could both absorb and release nature essence, while the transformation scroll could only release nature essence. Lady Jen delivered this technique directly into Hao Ren's mind, so he easily comprehended it. After several hours of practice, he was able to use it smoothly. It slowly got bright outside, and Zhao Jiayi and the guys were still sleeping so soundly as if they were animals. Hao Ren hopped off the bed, took his basin, and he freshened up before leaving the dorm room. He headed toward Ling Jiao Elementary School. Students could choose to live on campus as well, but Zhen Kongming decided to live off campus. Hao Zonghua gave him a ride every day. Hao Ren waited at the school gate as he watched the students hop into the school cheerfully. Finally, he saw his dad's white Ford. Hao Zonghua saw Hao Ren at the school gate as well because Hao Ren stood out from the groups of short elementary students. Zhen Kongming got out of the car with his new backpack, and he simply waved at Hao Ren to greet him. "What's the matter, Ren?" Hao Zonghua got out of the car and asked. "I'm here to see Kongming. I haven't seen him all summer," Hao Ren answered. "Oh, he only started yesterday, and I ran into his mom when I brought him to school yesterday," Hao Zonghua said. "Ah?" Hao Ren looked at Hao Zonghua in surprise. "Kongming's mom came here to attend the parent-teacher meeting, and she chatted with me for a bit. She is very young, and she thanked us for taking care of Kongming. However, she had to leave right after the parent-teacher meeting because she had some other important things to do," Hao Zonghua said. It seemed like Lady Jen left him a profound impression as well. Hao Ren didn't expect Lady Jen to meet his dad. But since it was the beginning of the school year, Hao Zonghua would for sure take Zhen Kongming to school as well as attend the parent-teacher meeting as Zhen Kongming's current guardian. "Oh, what else did she say?" Hao Ren asked. "Nothing else. She said that she would come and visit us," Hao Zonghua answered. He was a world-famous scientist, so he had much better control of himself than ordinary men. He was able to keep calm even in front of the beautiful Lady Jen. "Oh," Hao Ren nodded. It was quite extraordinary for a demon king to want to come and visit his family. "What's wrong? You seem like you have a lot on your mind." Hao Zonghua glimpsed at Hao Ren. "I asked you to take care of Z these days. How is it going?" "I did take care of her," Hao Ren answered immediately, but he panicked a little when he remembered the kiss last night. She called us yesterday and told us that her first day went well," Hao Zonghua said. Hao Ren touched his forehead in relief, thanking God that she didn't tell on him. "How is Yujia?" Hao Zonghua asked. "She is doing well." "You are a man, and you need to take care of Yujia at school," Hao Zonghua reminded him. "I know," Hao Ren shrugged. "I'm heading to the research institute. Call me if anything happens." Hao Zonghua got into his white Ford and quickly made a U-turn before leaving. Yu Yang got a call last night about an earthquake near Kunlun Mountain, so she rushed to the weather bureau right away. Therefore, Hao Zonghua didn't get a good night's sleep either. He was heading to the Ocean Research Institute to see if there were any other problems caused by this earthquake. The Earth's geologically activities and climate hadn't been stable lately. As a biologist, he was concerned. He sent a deep ocean submarine down the sea, and it captured a vague picture of a giant creature for his dragon-seeking project. It made him very excited. "Hey, what did my mom say to you?" Zhen Kongming asked Hao Ren at the school gate. He was as impolite as before. "Your mom told me to keep an eye on you." Hao Ren gave him a sharp answer in return. Zhen Kongming made a face, but he then sensed Lady Jen's purple gold hairpin in Hao Ren's necklace. Then, he shut his mouth since he knew that Hao Ren wasn't lying. Zhen Kongming had only been scared of 2 things in the world: his master Chu Niu and his mom Lady Jen. Within the Demon Sea, he was afraid of Lady Jen. Outside of the Demon Sea, he was terrified of Chu Niu. Now that his master Chu Niu was cultivating in the 9-Dragon Palace, he thought he could do whatever he wanted. However, his mom came out of the Demon Sea. Before Chu Niu tamed him, he was the utmost bully in the Demon Sea. Even the Demon Kings didn't dare to get on his bad side, let alone those level 10 demon beasts. All the Demon Kings almost celebrated when Chu Niu took Zhen Kongming away. Finally, this little bully had been caught, they thought back then. This was why those high-level demon beasts ran away in horror when they sensed Zhen Kongming's aura on Hao Ren's necklace. None of them dared to get involved with this little bully. They would be in deep trouble if this little bully followed them back to the demon sea. How do you use the transformation scroll? Hao Ren asked. Hao Ren had no idea how bad Zhen Kongming was in the demon sea. He was only a bit mad by this kid's attitude. The transformation scroll is a transformation technique for demon beasts. Only those who activated their intelligence could cultivate this technique, Zhen Kongming explained reluctantly, but it is useful for low-level demon beasts too because high-level demon beasts can stimulate their own meridians. Zhen Kongming had become a lot more well-behaved after Chu Niu made him an elixir-making disciple. It was even more evident after his success in transforming. Chu Niu was very strict with him and didn't offer him any high-leveled techniques. He wanted Zhen Kongming to strengthen his own foundation to suppress his character. However, Zhen Kongming still had to behave in front of Hao Ren, a Gen-level cultivator, since he had to restart cultivation. Hao Ren asked again to make sure, so I can use this technique to level up Little White? Not to level it up but to improve its meridians. Zhen Kongming looked at Hao Ren with a little disdain. How come you don't know any of this? I heard that the Sky Mountain sect has this technique too. But it is an incomplete version, so their snow lions couldn't surpass level 6. What my mom gave you is the complete version of Transformation Scroll, which was stored in the center of the Demon Sea. Chapter 562. In Love. Zhen Kongming ran into the school with his new backpack. He was too lazy to give Hao Ren a free lecture. Hao Ren was going to ask him how it was going with Wu Luoxue. But since this kid appeared to be grumpy, that relationship was definitely not heading anywhere. Hao Ren went back to East Ocean University and had breakfast in the cafeteria before going to his first class. Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters were already in the classroom. They all waved at Hao Ren when they saw him. Hao Ren sat down in the spot they saved for him, and Xie Yujia started to report before he could say anything. I investigated Shu Ke. He got first place in the university entrance exams at City North First High School and 6th place amongst all students in the science programs at East Ocean City. He got full marks in physics and math, and his grades have always been very good at school. We don't know why he applied for East Ocean University instead of the better universities in Beijing. Hao Ren pondered for a few seconds and didn't find anything suspicious. There are also some gossips about him, Xie Yujia continued. He was quite popular at high school, and there were many girls who were fond of him. However, he never really dated anyone. I feel like he didn't spend much time studying. He participated in all the races but didn't attend training very often. He also went to play baseball at a club every weekend, so there were usually a lot of girls watching him play. Hao Ren nodded, feeling like Shu Ke's high school life was simple. Where does he live then? Does he have any family members? Hao Ren asked. I'm not sure, but I think he is from a pretty well-off family. The girls in his grade say that he has a gentle, prince-like temperament. Also, baseball isn't a popular sport in China. Some say that he used to live abroad and went to City North First High School after he came back with his family. Xie Yujia told Hao Ren everything she learned. She was a little curious as to why Hao Ren would be interested in a first-year student who was from the same high school as him. She thought they had some unfinished problems. We need to look more into him. He claims that he is only at mid-tier Dewey level, Hao Ren said. Dewey level? Xie Yujia was a bit surprised since she didn't think that Shu Ke was a dragon cultivator. She was a cultivator herself, and the life-death notes that old grandma gave her could help her in comprehending nature. Even if she couldn't tell the realm and level of the dragon cultivators on campus, she was able to sense that they were cultivators. She didn't sense Shu Ke's nature essence at all and thought that he was an ordinary student. Is he the one who came to the classroom to see Gongzi? His dragon core is unstable, and we couldn't figure out his realm, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily interrupted. Yes. Hao Ren gritted his teeth. He decided to try out Shu Ke's strength if necessary. Metal elemental dragons were unique. Both their cultivation methods and social structures were completely different from the other 4 elemental dragon clans. They had their own system, so even the dragon god shrine couldn't really interfere with them, let alone investigating one of them. Also, Hao Ren didn't want to use the dragon god shrine's investigation system either. He hadn't completely comprehended the mystic water sword techniques, and he would be in trouble if the dragon god shrine were to find out about it. The mystic water sword techniques were very difficult to comprehend, and Hao Ren wasn't able to see more content without enough power. He would never want to lose this set of techniques. Also, it sounded like Shu Kei and his master were very interested in the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. This was related to Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo's safety, so Hao Ren would never let them have it either. Cultivation technique was like a cultivator's life. If Hao Ren's opponent could find a loophole from the technique, he would be defeated in a second. Although Zhao Kuo had a bad temper, he was upbeat and generous just like Hao Ren. Therefore, having him practicing the light-splitting sword shadow scroll wasn't a threat to Hao Ren. On the contrary, he could even teach Hao Ren, which was a great benefit. In terms of other cultivators, Zhao Guang wouldn't even let them close to the technique. Should I ask more people? Xie Yujia asked when she noticed Hao Ren's serious look. That's okay. Hao Ren waves his hand. Xie Yujia could only get information from the school, so it was very limited. He had already asked Huang Zuji to get more information from his channels. That guy came over to apologize cautiously, so he must have been terrified. Therefore, he would be doing all he could to look into it. As for if Huang Zuji would bother Shu Kei or offend Shu Kei, it was not Hao Ren's concerns. The metal elemental dragons were mighty, but they still had to abide by the rules. They wouldn't kill mortals. Therefore, it might be a good idea to teach Huang Zuji a lesson this way. Ring. Hao Ren picked up his phone. Brother Hao, the club's general meeting is arranged at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I also asked someone to look into that Shu Kei you mentioned yesterday. He is a first-year student and is from a metal elemental dragon. He used to study at City North First High School, and he didn't have any interaction with our circle. Therefore, there isn't much more information that I can get. He didn't register at the calligraphy club. I can send a few 5 elemental dragons to keep an eye on him 24/7 if you want. Lu Qi said on the other side of the phone. No need. You can't keep an eye on him. I'll come over on time this evening. Thank you for doing this. Hao Ren hung up the phone. Lu Qi was a detailed person indeed. Hao Ren just mentioned it yesterday, and he went on and investigated Shu Kei. Only the vice shrine master of the dragon god shrine, Yu Zilong, knew Shu Kei's actual background. Lu Qi's investigation would yield in nothing. Right now, Hao Ren had set a few nets up for Shu Kei. He believed that Shu Kei must have sensed it, and that was exactly what Hao Ren wanted. The class began. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were paying attention to the class while Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were playing the chess game, 5 in a row, on their blank notebooks. Time flew by, and it was noon already. Suddenly, Zhao Yanzi's number appeared on Hao Ren's phone. Ling and I are coming over for lunch. Zhao Yanzi said the second Hao Ren picked up the phone. Then, she hung it up immediately. Hao Ren laughed with a shake of his head. He checked the time and realized that class was almost over. That's all for today. Now, I'll assign you several questions to think about, the instructor put on the slides. Xie Yujia picked up a pen to make notes, but Hao Ren only took a glance and remembered all the questions. His memory had improved by 5 or 6 times since he started cultivating. It was good before, but he had a photographic memory now. Those tests and exams that required a lot of memorizations were as easy as a piece of cake for him. The 4 walked out of this academic building and saw Zhao Yanzi riding over with Ling on the backseat of the bicycle. Their uniforms, which were light blue t-shirts and short skirts, stood out in the crowd. Shoo! Zhao Yanzi stopped right in front of Hao Ren. She turned to Hao Ren and blushed, but she immediately put on an angry face. Buy us some food. Ling was only dragged over by her for an obvious purpose. Zhao Yanzi was too embarrassed to come on her own, so she asked Ling to come along. Hao Ren remembered the sweet kiss from last night when he looked at her. He wouldn't have been able to fall asleep if it weren't for cultivation. That was what a first kiss was like. It kept people thinking back to it with their hearts thumping. Zhao Yanzi couldn't sleep all night after she went back to her dorm. So, she came to see Hao Ren as soon as the school gate was opened today. Okay, I'll take you out for lunch. Hao Ren smiled at her. Xie Yujia looked at them. She sensed something weird between them, but she couldn't tell exactly what it was. The cafeteria was already crowded with students. Ling secretly complained, "Is East Ocean University's cafeteria that good? You literally pulled me here. I was going to have lunch with Lu Yuntao outside. She saw Zhao Yanzi's eyes shine brightly and knew that her friend was coming here to see Hao Ren. Humph, she claimed not to like him, but her eyes tell the whole story, she thought. She then looked at Hao Ren and wondered, there are 3 other pretty girls with him at university, so he is not very loyal. Zhao Yanzi must have been crazy over him to accept this. She had no idea that although Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi seemed to have been together for a long time now, they just had their first kiss yesterday. Zhao Yanzi had been spacing out during the first 2 classes in the morning, and the teacher called her name a few times. However, she appeared to be happy during the last 2 classes in the morning, and it confused Ling. This was the reason for her sudden change of mood, Ling thought. This is Hao Ren's little cousin, he had a fight at the middle school because of her. I heard she is not his cousin. That's his girlfriend, or something like a fiancée. No way. They are middle school students, right? Zhao Yanzi sat down, and those gossipy girls soon started to discuss her. They are talking about you, Z. Ling nudged Zhao Yanzi's arm. Let them talk. Zhao Yanzi was not afraid of these university students at all. Her parents accepted Hao Ren already, and even her class advisor, Luo Ying, couldn't do anything about it. There was no way that she was afraid of the gossips. Hey, Ling nudged her arm again. Who's that girl beside Uncle? She's very pretty. Ling was looking at Xie Yujia, who was standing in line beside Hao Ren. Xie Yujia was wearing a light-colored dress without much makeup. However, her refreshing temperament and beauty were something middle school girls didn't have. Zhao Yanzi pouted, not knowing how to explain. I think Uncle is kind of a playboy, Z. You have got to be careful. Maybe he will only like you for a while, Ling reminded Zhao Yanzi kind-heartedly. Zhao Yanzi was very energetic and cute, but Ling knew that many guys would only like a girl before they got her. Once they did, they wouldn't be as loving. There were 3 pretty girls beside Hao Ren, and it seemed like they were very close. As Zhao Yanzi's best friend, Ling was a little worried for her. Zhao Yanzi was in a very good mood just now, and Ling's remark brought her spirit down a bit. Shui, relax. I am familiar with East Ocean University. Zhen Kongming pulled Wu Luoxue into the cafeteria. They were both in their elementary school uniforms. Chapter 563. Tricky little girl Zhao Yanzi was surprised to see Zhen Kongming and Wu Luoxue enter the cafeteria. She and Ling were already standing out here in their middle school uniforms, so Zhen Kongming and Wu Luoxue, as 2 elementary school students, stood out even more. This is Zhao Yanzi. I'll introduce you to her later. Zhen Kongming pointed at Zhao Yanzi as he walked by her with Wu Luoxue. Zhao Yanzi stared at Zhen Kongming, thinking, this kid is so rude. I am a grade 9 student, he should at least call me, big sister. Zhen Kongming couldn't care less about Zhao Yanzi's reaction. He dragged Wu Luoxue straight to Hao Ren and pushed on his waist. Hey, buy my girlfriend some lunch. Hao Ren was waiting in line. He had no idea that Zhen Kongming would be here. Then, he became more surprised when he looked over at Wu Luoxue, who was holding his hand. Did he seal the deal during the summer? Hao Ren thought. This is how efficient the elementary school students are nowadays? Wu Luoxue slightly took her hand back as she kept quiet. Seeing that Hao Ren didn't respond, Zhen Kongming shouted again, buy my girlfriend some lunch. Hao Ren was at a loss for words. He wondered how Zhen Kongming could be so thick-faced as the latter tried to ask for a favor. Then, he saw Wu Luoxue's cold reaction and knew that Zhen Kongming named himself Wu Luoxue's boyfriend. Damn it. So shameless, Hao Ren thought as he walked around Zhen Kongming and said to Wu Luoxue, Shui, I'll buy you some lunch. Wu Luoxue nodded quietly. Thank you, Uncle, Pa. Hao Ren felt like he was struck by lightning when she greeted him like that. Uncle, Wu Luoxue is not cute at all, he thought. Let me treat you, Shui. Xie Yujia crouched down and gently patted Wu Luoxue's head. Okay. Thank you, big sister, Wu Luoxue nodded and said softly. Big sister, Hao Ren felt like he was struck again. Did he look that old? Haha, Shui is so sweet. The Lu sisters patted Wu Luoxue's head as they adored her very much. Hey, buy me lunch. Zhen Kongming shouted at Hao Ren again. Hao Ren said without looking at him, call me, big brother. Zhen Kongming gritted his teeth in anger, but he wanted to keep his image. When Hao Ren arrived at the ordering window, he finally asked softly, "Big brother, get me a combo." "That's more like it." Hao Ren didn't push it. He placed the prepaid card on the machine and said, "4 pork chop combos please." He handed 2 over to Zhen Kongming and walked to Zhao Yanzi with the other 2. Xie Yujia paid for Wu Luoxi's meal, and the latter held the chicken tender combo careful and sat beside Zhao Yanzi. Zhen Kongming smiled flatteringly as he pushed his tray over. Then, he moved to the seat beside Wu Luoxue. Wu Luoxue didn't care about him as she ate quietly with the chopsticks in her tiny pink hand. Her mom prepared a lunchbox for her, but Zhen Kongming dragged her to come and visit East Ocean University. During the summer, she stayed at home and read, painted, and played the piano, as if Zhen Kongming didn't exist. However, Zhen Kongming always dragged her to play games and get ice cream. Wu Luoxue was neither annoyed nor fond of it. It was both an ordinary and an unordinary summer for her. Zhen Kongming had a different mindset. He felt like Wu Luoxue and he had gotten very close during the summer, so he took her on a tour of East Ocean University. It was like an emperor was taking his imperial concubine on a tour of the royal backyard. He would be heavily shocked if he learned that Wu Luoxue only came because her dad had told her to get along with Zhen Kongming. In fact, she wasn't interested in him. Xie Luoxue ate slowly and elegantly as she was brought up properly. Zhao Yanzi devoured half of her meal before she realized how Wu Luoxue was eating, and she looked at Hao Ren and saw him watching her. Her face suddenly turned red. Hao Ren looked at her lovingly. Even though Zhao Yanzi warned herself to be careful of Hao Ren, she still felt very sweet inside. Zhao Yanzi patted her chest and dry coughed a little. Then, she sipped the soup and started to eat as slowly as Wu Luoxue. This was the first time that Zhao Yanzi paid attention to her behavior. Hao Ren was going to see Lu Qi at the library after lunch, so Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters followed him there. Zhao Yanzi looked at the time and saw that she still had some time before the lunch break ended, so she handed the bike to Ling and followed Hao Ren to the library as well. Ling looked Zhao Yanzi and thought angrily, "She said that I'm always putting my boyfriend before her, but she is doing the same." Zhen Kongming and Wu Luoxue also followed them out of the cafeteria. Zhen Kongming hesitated and tried to hold Wu Luoxi's hand, but she wouldn't let him this time. She raised her hand and moved it around, and Zhen Kongming couldn't grab it. This made him want it even more. "Brother Hao." Lu Qi was hosting the Go Club's recruiting event for the second day, and he immediately greeted Hao Ren when the latter walked over. Hao Ren walked over and asked, "Where is the Calligraphy Club's general meeting?" "Academic Building F, Room 101 at 1 p.m. It is the largest lecture hall of our school," Lu Qi answered. "Okay." Hao Ren nodded. By establishing the Calligraphy Club, he would be able to gather all the cultivators at school so that it wouldn't be such a mess. Also, Vice Principal Lu assigned us a club office himself. It's a separate large office, room 302 of Academic Building E, Lu Qi said. Hao Ren smiled powerlessly and wondered how large of a discussion this arrangement would cause. At least, all other clubs would be extremely jealous of them because even Huang Zuji's rock climbing club didn't get such special treatment. Lu Qi looked at Zhao Yanzi, who was beside Hao Ren, and thought to himself, "So, this is the little princess of the East Ocean Dragon clan. She looks pretty even in her middle school uniform." Lu Qi wasn't a water elemental dragon, and his dragon clan was very far from East Ocean. Therefore, he didn't have that much respect for the East Ocean Dragon clan. In fact, it was Hao Ren's abilities and character that earned his admiration. "Shui, they play Go as well." Zhen Kongming noticed the Go chess pieces on the long table and said to Wu Luoxue. Zhen Kongming said that mainly to start a conversation with Wu Luoxue, but his tone offended the members of the Go Club. Where did these kids come from? This is Go, not 5 in a row, they thought. Zhen Kongming took the opportunity to grab Wu Luoxi's slim wrist, and they walked over to see the board arrangement. Wu Luoxue took her wrist back. She was a little against Zhen Kongming touched her hand, but it was not enough to get her mad. Zhen Kongming glimpsed at the board and randomly picked up a black piece, placing it on the board. "Hey, kid, you are not supposed to touch this," one of the club members shouted immediately. All these arrangements were copies of the games between their leader, Lu Qi, and top players. They were used to test new members, and it would take a long time for them to rearrange it according to the record if it were messed up. 62 black pieces and 62 white pieces. It is Black's turn, Zhen Kongming said. The member who was in charge of this arrangement looked at Zhen Kongming in surprise. He thought, this kid only glanced at it, and he already knew the number of the pieces. Wu Luoxue walked over to see the game. She was more interested in Go than in Zhen Kongming. That club member thought for a bit, and he picked up a white piece and placed it on the board. Zhen Kongming played another piece without thinking about it much. Then, this member set another white piece down. It was very rare for elementary school students to know how to play Go. He heard that some of the elementary schools were giving Go lessons as well, so he wanted to see how good this cute boy was. Paw. 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 The black and white pieces landed on the board one by one. 10 minutes later, this member couldn't decide where to put his next white piece. It might have been the heat of the afternoon, or this member might have been very nervous. He was sweating on the forehead, but he had no time to wipe it off. He was a level 5 amateur player with excellent skills, but Zhen Kongming was making it difficult for him to fight back. Lu Qi stared at the board and thought of a few places to put the white piece. However, he then realized that those were bad choices. You should put it here, Wu Luoxue said gently as she pointed at a spot on the board with her tiny finger. Lu Qi was suddenly enlightened, and the club member who was playing against Zhen Kongming immediately placed the white piece in his hand over at that spot. This move had brought the passive white pieces some hope. Lu Qi looked at this calm-looking little girl in surprise. He realized that this girl might be even better than him in Go. Then, I'll go here. Zhen Kongming laid another black piece down, and the situation changed again. Here. Wu Luoxue pointed again. This member of the Go Club became Wu Luoxi's puppet, and he placed the piece at where she was pointing. Here, Zhen Kongming went again. Here, Wu Luoxue gently pointed again. The battle between the black pieces and the white pieces was very intense. Hao Ren didn't understand how it went, but he could tell that the two players were almost of equal skills. Lu Qi, on the other hand, watched in excitement. This was a game between top players. Even level 7 amateur players wouldn't be able to play like this. Paw. 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 The chess pieces slowly took up the board. Wu Luoxue picked up a white chess piece in the end and put it on the board herself. You have lost, she tilted her head and said. Zhen Kongming gritted his teeth as his eyebrows almost twisted together. He watched the board for a few seconds before he threw the black piece back into the can. He was mad and unwilling to accept defeat. You are too weak, Wu Luoxue said pleasantly. Lu Qi stared at the board as he couldn't tell the result yet. He calculated a dozen steps ahead and realized that it was a dead end for the black pieces. Hao Ren looked at Wu Luoxue as he realized that she was a tricky little girl. She didn't need a bat to beat Zhen Kongming. Excuse me, can I join the Go Club? Someone said suddenly. Chapter 564. Showcase of Power. Lu Qi looked back and saw that the person who spoke was Shu Ke, and one whom he planned to keep an eye on. Looking back and seeing Shu Ke behind him, Hao Ren broke into a cold sweat. He hadn't sensed a trace of Shu Ke's aura and didn't know that the latter was in the crowd behind him. If they were in the wilderness, Shu Ke could have hidden and killed Hao Ren with one strike. I'm heading back. Zhao Yanzi tugged at Hao Ren's hand. Should I walk you back? Hao Ren asked her. I can go by myself. It's not like I don't know the way. Zhao Yanzi curled her lips, feeling a bit sulky since she still had a mock exam this afternoon. I'll take you back with my bicycle, Xie Yujia said immediately with her hands on the handles of her bicycle. From the talk this morning, she knew that Shu Ke was a tough guy, so she tried to take Zhao Yanzi away as soon as possible. This way, Hao Ren could stay here to deal with this guy without the involvement of Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi glanced at Xie Yujia and nodded. Okay. She didn't know what the problem was with this Shu Ke, but Xie Yujia's offer would save her the efforts of walking. Seeing them riding toward the direction of the school gate on one bicycle, Hao Ren touched his forehead, wondering since when the two girls had gotten along so well. Wu Luoxue checked the time and walked toward the main gate of East Ocean University slowly. Zhen Kongming had no sense of time and didn't work hard, but she wanted to go back to school for the afternoon classes on time. Seeing Wu Luoxue walking away slowly, Zhen Kongming hurried after her. Walking slowly through the university campus, Wu Luoxue attracted many people's attention. She was as cute as a doll in the university student's mind. Hao Ren looked at them and suddenly wondered what Lady Zhen thought about Wu Luoxue, the girlfriend her son chose by himself. After all, since Lady Zhen was that powerful, she must have known about Zhen Kongming's pursuit of Wu Luoxue. "Little Lu, test this student's skills," Lu Qi said to a member of the Go Club. Shu Ke had issued a challenge to the Go Club as the retaliation for Lu Qi sending people after him. However, Lu Qi wasn't afraid of this challenge. At Dewey level, Lu Qi's Dharma treasure that looked like a chessboard was quite powerful, and he was one of the masters among the young generation of cultivators in East Ocean University. "Okay." Shu Ke walked over with a smile and placed a piece on the chessboard. The member who was responsible for recruiting new members thought for a moment and came to play with Shu Ke. Hao Ren was surprised that the athletic Shu Ke could also play chess, wondering if the training program at the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan also included chess skills. According to Yu Zilong, the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan was famous for its devilish cultivation program. The cultivators below Kun level weren't even called cultivators, and were quite disposable. Under such a culture, all metal elemental dragons must be cultivation maniacs like Su Han. Lu Qi watched for a while and found that Shu Ke was placing chess pieces on the board randomly. Slap. Shu Ke placed another chess piece. The member who was playing chess with Shu Ke thought Shu Ke's chess strategy was messy as if he didn't know how to play at all. However, after the shock brought to him by Zhen Kongming and Wu Luoxue, he didn't dare to lower his guards. Cautiously, he put down another piece. Crack, the smooth chessboard suddenly shattered. Just withdrawing his right hand, this member was so shocked that sweat appeared on his forehead. This was Lu Qi's favorite Nanju chessboard in one of his collections. He had brought it for this special occasion of member recruitment, but now it was shattered. "President," this member looked at Lu Qi fearfully, afraid that Lu Qi would get mad. To his surprise, Lu Qi didn't look at him. Instead, Lu Qi turned to glare at Shu Ke with gritted teeth. Although his strength was inferior to Hao Ren's, he was one of the elites among the young generation, especially in the Fire Elemental Dragon Clan. Since his Dharma treasure was a Go chessboard, he harbored a special feeling for chessboards in general and liked playing Go. Obviously, Shu Ke's act was his counterattack against Lu Qi's secret investigation on him. "Senior, I'm sorry. It seems like I have damaged the chessboard." Seeing Shu Ke's glare, Shu Ke said nervously. He drew out several hundred yuan from his wallet and said, "I must pay for it." "How much is it? 300 or 400? He looked and sounded so sincere that the watching students thought this first-year student was indeed well-mannered. After all, it wasn't him who was the last to touch the chessboard. Despite Lu Qi's great power, it didn't reflect well on him if he bullied a freshman. Lu Qi gritted his teeth, knowing that the surrounding students had no idea that the chessboard had cost him more than 50,000 yuan. It was an antique, not something that could be bought for a few hundred yuan. Also, these collectibles were hard to be valued with money. The ordinary students wouldn't understand Lu Qi's heartache and anger. Only the members of the Go Club could understand. "It's okay. Forget it," Lu Qi said with squinted eyes. Cultivators were not supposed to care too much for external things. Despite his love for the chessboard, it was not a Dharma treasure and thus was not a real loss to him. Shu Ke's act showed his hostility toward Lu Qi. It was very simple for the dragon cultivators to solve their disagreements, and that was to fight each other fiercely in a remote corner inside a red energy sphere. "Senior, I'm really sorry." Shu Ke still put 200 yuan upon the shattered chessboard and hurried toward the academic building. The surrounding students were all silently exclaiming about this student's sincerity. However, Hao Ren knew it as a blow Shu Ke gave to Lu Qi, and the real purpose was to warn him. "Tonight, I'll ask Shu Ke out for a fight." Hao Ren thought for a moment. "Please arrange a place for me." "Really?" Lu Qi looked at Hao Ren in surprise. Due to the small number of metal elemental dragons, most dragon cultivators had never challenged them before. That was why Lu Qi was surprised at Hao Ren's request to fight Shu Ke. However, he knew Hao Ren was serious from the determination on his face. "How about the sports field? I'll build a basic array formation there." "That's settled then." Hao Ren turned to pick up the broken chessboard and felt the wood patterns in the chessboard while injecting threads of pure wood elemental nature essence into them. Beside the desk of the Go Club, there was a black case for storing the chessboard. Careful with this chessboard, Lu Qi usually stored it in the case and rarely took it out for use. Today, he had meant to air it under the sun while showing it to the members of the Go Club, not expecting that Shu Ke would damage it. Take the chessboard and put it away. Placing the chessboard into the black case, Hao Ren handed it to Lu Qi. Lu Qi opened the case and found the shattered chessboard back in its original state. Hao Ren's control of power was silent but very impressive. Wood elemental cultivators excelled in repairing damaged Dharma treasures and nurturing cultivators' meridians. However, Hao Ren, a water elemental cultivator, had repaired the chessboard with ease. His skills are probably even greater than wood elemental cultivators, since it is a challenge to control the nature essence that much and have that level of sharp spiritual senses. However, with only one touch, Hao Ren had reconnected the thousands of fibers inside the chessboard. Powerful, so powerful. Lu Qi thought Hao Ren was even more powerful than when he was in the Dragon God Shrine's general exams. He had been worried that Hao Ren would be at a disadvantage in the battle with a metal elemental cultivator, but now he was quite expectant of it. He wondered if the metal elemental dragon clan was as powerful as the legend said, and he hoped that Hao Ren could win. Hao Ren crossed Lu Qi's Go Club's booth and moved to the Green Hill Cafe. Due to yesterday's sudden storm, many clubs had ended their recruitment earlier than planned. Today, with the beautiful weather, each club put up their booth again. Seeing Hao Ren walked over, they all felt pressured. Within half a day, he had become the awesome president of a major club with 500 members, and he had collected membership fees of 250,000 yuan. Glancing around at the clubs, Hao Ren walked directly toward the rock climbing club, which occupied the biggest space. Seeing Hao Ren's approach, Huang Zuji immediately stood up, all smiles. The arrogant members of the rock climbing club all looked deferential when they saw Hao Ren walk toward their booth. "How's the investigation on Shu Ke?" Hao Ren asked Huang Zuji. "I checked. This fellow was a student of Class 4 of City North First High School with good academic performance and one member of the long-distance race team of the school, but he didn't attend junior middle school in East Ocean City. His dorm address is room 507 of South 8 building and home address is lane 269 on Guangyan Road of West City District." Huang Zuji took out a slip of paper from his pocket and read out the information on it. Hao Ren glanced at him and knew he must have got the information from his sources at the police station. However, it was useful to have Shu Ke's home address. Without waiting for Huang Zuji to finish, he took the paper from his hands and glanced at it before slipping it into his wallet. "I was about to call you, but there is some information missing. However, we know he must be living alone here, and his parents are not in East Ocean City." Huang Zuji watched Hao Ren's expression. "Did he offend you, brother Hao? Do you want me to call some guys and give him a lesson?" "It's not your business. Don't get involved." Hao Ren glanced at him. After obtaining Shu Ke's information in the mortal world through Huang Zuji, Hao Ren didn't want to have more dealings with him. Yes, you're right, brother Hao," Huang Zuji nodded. In fact, he had considered cornering the freshman Shu Ke and interrogating him with some buddies from the rock climbing club. However, his intuition told him that the shiny-looking Shu Ke was not an ordinary guy. Rough, Little White jumped up from the grass behind the cafeteria onto the desk in front of Huang Zuji and spurted out a white stream of liquid with a lift of its rump. Little White's urine ruined the book with names of the dozen or so new members that Huang Zuji had recruited with great effort. Chapter 565. Rooting for Brother Ren. Seeing the words in the booklet getting blurry, Huang Zuji's face turned ugly. With a pungent smell, Little White's urine flowed along the surface of the desk. If it had been another puppy, Huang Zuji would have slapped it long ago. However, everyone knew that this puppy with golden paws was Hao Ren's pet. He, Little White is so cute." Huang Zuji looked at Little White, who was cleaning its rump with the booklet, and said against his will, "I was looking for you." Hao Ren picked up Little White with one hand and walked toward Academic Building F. Lu Qi was no longer around the cafeteria, and only a few members of the Go Club operated the booth. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was time for the first general meeting of the Calligraphy Club. Classroom 101 in Academic Building F was the largest on campus, and it showed Lu Qi's resourcefulness since he could borrow this classroom for a club meeting. When Hao Ren entered with Little White in his hand, the classroom was fully seated. Except for Shu Ke, All the young dragon cultivators in East Ocean University were gathered in the classroom. When Hao Ren walked in, he felt the intense nature essence inside the room. The noisy room quieted down when Hao Ren walked in. Regardless of Hao Ren's strength, he was an inspector. According to the information they got from their respective dragon clans, Hao Ren overpowered all the other competitors at Dragon God Shrine's general exams and even defeated Lu Qi, who was at Dewey level, within 2 attacks. Rough. Little White jumped onto the desk on the platform, taking the highest position in the classroom. Glancing at Little White, the cultivators didn't dare to say anything. They knew that this puppy-like creature was Hao Ren's spirit beast. After transforming back to its snow lion form, it could defeat any of the cultivators in the classroom. Besides, they didn't know that Little White had elevated to level 3. It meant that it could easily defeat Gen-level cultivators and could challenge Dewey-level cultivators. Hao Ren walked up, picked up Little White, and tossed it back down by his feet since it was not the time for Little White to show off. Standing in the front of the room, he glanced around at the young cultivators and found most of them were at Gen level and Gen level with a few at Dewey level. Since the dragon cultivators lived longer than human cultivators, they could gain some experience in the cities when they were young. Only the cultivation geniuses had to stay in and cultivate under the collective guidance of several elders. Anyway, it was a significant force with 500 Gen-level and Gen-level cultivators together. Even though there were many soldiers at East Ocean, their average level could barely reach Gen-level. Hum. Hum. A red energy sphere suddenly rose and engulfed the whole classroom. Hao Ren steadied his nerves and said, "The chaos in East Ocean University ends today. From now on, I hope you'll stop the conflicts between small groups and begin to share information while cultivating more diligently. Lu Qi is the vice president of the club, and he will manage the daily operation of the club. I'll need 2 more vice presidents to assist him. We all come from different dragon clans with different elemental attributes and cultivation techniques. I gather you into one club not to force you to stay together or create ranks among you. Wood, water, fire, and earth. Each of the dragon clans has its own unique characteristics. We need to learn from each other instead of holding grudges against each other." Hao Ren talked smoothly in front of 500 people without showing any dread, surprising Lu Qi. As a leader of a small high-end club, Lu Qi was experienced, but he didn't expect Hao Ren to have the nerve to talk to and command the dragons from different dragon clans. If it were the past, Hao Ren would have been blushing at such an occasion. But now, he had even led an army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, so he didn't feel nervous facing these young cultivators. "I have 10 level 4 foundation establishment pills here. The vice presidents each can have 1 pill, and the remaining 7 pills will be left as rewards." Hao Ren took out a bottle of elixirs from his necklace and placed it on the desk. All the cultivators had their eyes on the white porcelain bottle on the desk. Level 4 elixirs were rare. They had joined the club due to their fear of Su Han and Hao Ren as inspectors, not expecting that they would get benefits from it. For human cultivators, foundation establishment pills were holy elixirs for cultivation. It was the same for dragon cultivators. These foundation establishment pills could help them achieve realm elevation. Most of the dragon clan only had level 3 elixir pills, and the smaller ones didn't even possess level 3 elixir pills. When Hao Ren offered them something that even their dragon clans didn't have, they were tempted. "I want to be a vice president. I want to be a vice president." The dragon cultivators raised their hands eagerly. They had joined the club for safety reasons, hoping the 2 inspectors wouldn't make them targets. But now, they found that they could earn cultivation resources which they couldn't even get at their respective dragon clans. They all wanted to put in the work. "Lu Qi will be in charge of the selection of the vice presidents and the work arrangements," Hao Ren said. In general, Hao Ren trusted Lu Qi. If they could select 2 more powerful cultivators as vice presidents, they could keep all the young cultivators in East Ocean University in control. "One more thing. Now that we are a group, we must be united. I won't tolerate any misconduct of any club members, and I won't allow any of our members to be bullied. Regardless of the sizes and locations of your dragon clans, we are brothers and sisters as long as you are members of the Calligraphy Club of East Ocean University." Hao Ren's words were heartfelt, and new club members were shaken by what he said. They used to determine the relationships between them according to their different elemental attributes and the locations of their dragon clans. However, Hao Ren intended to unite them into a real circle instead of simply tossing them into a club. They would still be a member of the club years later after they leave East Ocean University. The club would be similar to ordinary students' alumni association, and the members would continue to keep in touch and help each other after they went into different careers. Hao Ren's words instantly opened their future development. For example, Lu Qi might return to his Wood Forest Dragon clan and become an elder. When he needed a piece of bitter bamboo from a Wood Elemental Dragon clan, his first thought might be to contact a member of the Calligraphy Club who was from such a dragon clan. Similarly, if a club member from a Wood Elemental Dragon clan tried to find something in the Wood Forest in the future, his first thought would be to contact Lu Qi. Most of the young cultivators in East Ocean University were not the rare geniuses or future stars of their respective dragon clans. Thus, they didn't have free access to the resources or the attention of their dragon clans. They had to rely on themselves, and Hao Ren's club gave them hope and direction while they were in confusion. "This is what I wanted to say," Hao Ren finished speaking as he felt the emotion of his club members. Over 500 students in the room remained silent, but they realized that Hao Ren was no ordinary cultivator. "Brother Hao, shall we announce your battle with Shu Ke tonight?" Standing beside Hao Ren, Lu Qi reminded him. "Go ahead." Hao Ren nodded. Lu Qi cleared his throat and said, "Tonight, Brother Hao will have a practice battle with Shu Ke from the Metal Element Dragon clan, and the venue is the sports field to the west of the swimming pool." Shu Ke. The members of the club looked at each other after hearing this name, and their interest was piqued at the mention of Metal Elemental Dragon clan. Everyone knew that the Metal Elemental Dragon clan rarely involved themselves in the mortal world, and their cultivators were all hermits who almost had no dealings with other dragon clans. However, all the Metal Elemental Dragon cultivators were masters, which was said to be the result of their bloodline or their cultivation method. After all, the cultivators with ordinary talent would be eliminated in the cruel cultivation process, making the number of Metal Elemental Dragon cultivators the smallest one among all 5 Elemental Dragon clans. Now, a Metal Elemental Dragon had appeared in East Ocean University and would have a practice battle with their club president, Hao Ren. This news was quite stunning. It was said that Hao Ren's strength far surpassed his realm, and his sudden eruption of strength during the Dragon God Shrine's general exams even suppressed Qin Xiaoyang, a Kun-level inspector, they thought. "If you have time, you may go there and root for Brother Hao." Lu Qi looked at them again. "Earth Elemental Dragons, stay behind to help me build the big array formation. The others are free to go." Hao Ren picked up Little White and withdrew the red energy sphere before walking out of the classroom. He wanted to fight Shu Ke and test his strength, but he wasn't sure about the result of the fight. With 2 elemental attributes of metal and water, Su Han had the bloodline of the Metal Elemental Dragons. However, she didn't represent the strength of the Metal Elemental Dragons since she had been raised by Elder Xingyue of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Although Qin Xiaoyang was from the Metal Elemental Dragon clan, Su Han said that he was just an ordinary guy in his clan, which was why he had entered the Dragon God Shrine after reaching Kun level and continued his cultivation with the Dragon God Shrine's resources. In contrast, Shu Ke was brought up using the cruel and effective training methods of the Metal Elemental Dragon clan, and his master occupied Taiyi Cave in Jiangnan Mountain. He must have great talents to have been selected by his master, Hao Ren thought as he walked toward Shu Ke's dorm building. Chapter 566, Little White, Transformation Scroll. Entering the dorm building number 8, Little White passed the gate following Hao Ren by his heels and skipped up the stairs. Dorm building number 7 and dorm building number 8 were situated on opposite sides of the main street, so they were connected despite their numbering. The residents of dorm building number 8 were mainly first-year students of the mechatronic engineering program. Hao Ren found room 507 but didn't see Shu Ke. Only 2 of his roommates were in the room. Following Hao Ren, Little White entered the dorm room as well. "Is Shu Ke not here?" Hao Ren asked them. The dorm rooms for first-year students were comparatively clean and had less stuff. The 2 students who were reading in the room were a little surprised when they saw Hao Ren. Days after they entered the school, they were told of stories from upper-year students. They were warned that they should never mess with 2 guys at East Ocean University. One was Huang Zuji, and the other was Hao Ren. Now, the legendary Hao Ren had suddenly come to room 507. It made the 2 first-year students nervous. He is out. Senior, what do you want him for? They immediately stood up and asked shakily. Seeing their nervousness, Hao Ren looked down at himself and wondered if he had become as ferocious as Huang Zuji. Oh, a small issue. Do you have his cell phone number? Hao Ren asked. Yes. One of the guys scrambled to dig out his cell phone. They had heard that Huang Zuji was asking about Shu Ke, and now Hao Ren had also come to look for him, making them wonder if Shu Ke was in big trouble even though they thought he was a well-behaved guy. 139. The guy told Hao Ren the cell phone number. Hao Ren took out his cell phone and recorded the number. After putting away his cell phone, Hao Ren looked around the room and asked, "Which is Shu Ke's bed?" "This one." The guy who gave Hao Ren Shu Ke's phone number pointed at the upper berth near to the door. Hao Ren looked up at the berth and then at the corresponding desk and found both neat and clean. The two guys in the room looked at Hao Ren cautiously, feeling like Shu Ke was indeed targeted. "Okay, that's all." Hao Ren turned and walked out of the dorm room. Little White followed Hao Ren and trotted out. When he walked downstairs, Hao Ren sent a text message to Shu Ke, asking to have a practice battle with him at 9 o'clock in the evening at the sports field by the swimming pool. Shu Ke's reply came after about a dozen minutes with 2 words, "Okay, senior." Hao Ren guessed that Shu Ke's roommates must have called Shu Ke already, but he wasn't concerned about such minor details. For ordinary students, it was indeed troublesome that they became the targets of an evil and legendary senior as soon as they entered the university. However, Shu Ke was the one who issued the challenge first. After returning to campus, Hao Ren went to the administration building to see Yu Zilong in the counselor's office. To his surprise, Yu Zilong didn't come to the school and was on sick leave. Hao Ren had planned to report to Yu Zilong about the club and ask him for some resources from the Dragon God Shrine to put some momentum into the club. Although Su Han was the supervisor of the club, the real boss was Yu Zilong, a deputy shrine master of the Dragon God Shrine. Hao Ren wanted him to be the club's support behind the scene. It was Yu Zilong who had proposed to gather all the dragon cultivators in East Ocean University, so it was only natural for he must provide the funds. After all, Dragon God Shrine enjoyed a fortune no less than any of the 4 ocean dragon clans, and it had the responsibility to fund the club. If Yu Zilong had known about Hao Ren's plans, he would have spat out blood despite his peak Qian level strength. Tap, tap, tap. Hao Ren walked to the Calligraphy Club's office in Academic Building E. In the office, 2 students were connecting computers under Lu Qi's request. Seeing Hao Ren, they immediately greeted him. "Hi, President." Wagging its tail, Little White followed Hao Ren into the office. The office was even larger than Hao Ren expected. It was almost as big as Lu Qing's office. The only thing was that the desks and chairs were made of regular wood instead of precious sandalwood which was used in Lu Qing's office. The 2 students who were connecting computers were members of the Calligraphy Club and Wood Elemental Dragons. "It's okay. You can go now. I'll take it from here," Hao Ren said. "President, we must clean the office before we go," they replied. They had offered to help to make a good impression on Hao Ren and Lu Qi. Seeing that their realms were only at Gen level and not that stable, Hao Ren took out 2 essence replenishment pills and said, "I'll use this office now, and you can clean it tomorrow. Take these 2 pills and replenish your essences." It seemed like the 2 wood elemental dragon cultivators were from the same dragon clan, and they were exhilarated when they saw the pills and took them from Hao Ren's hand before going out of the office. They were excited by Hao Ren's generosity and decided to work harder in the club. After closing the office door and putting up a simple red energy sphere, Hao Ren picked up Little White with one hand and placed it on the desk. He had not used the transformation scroll that Lady Zhen had given him, but according to Zhen Kongming, it was a valuable technique. Hao Ren was wary of Lady Zhen and didn't know her real intentions. In contrast, Zhen Kongming was not so complicated despite his bad temper. With Zhen Kongming's confirmation, Hao Ren was confident that the technique had nothing wrong with it. At level 3, Little White had golden fur on its paws and most of its legs. Circulating his nature essence according to transformation scroll twice, Hao Ren followed the instructions of the scroll and lightly placed his forefinger and middle finger on Little White's forehead. Lying on the desk on its belly, Little White, who had been biting at the computer cable in boredom, suddenly shivered. A pure 5-elemental nature essence flowed from Hao Ren's fingers into Little White's body slowly. "Don't move, Little White." Feeling the agitation in Little White, Hao Ren said quickly. As Hao Ren's spirit beast, Little White understood his words and lied down again while looking at Hao Ren with its black eyes. This act was called pressing the beast temple. Demon beasts had different meridians from human cultivators, and the layout of demon beasts' acupoints was very different from those of humans as well. The so-called transformation meant that the demon beasts would change into human forms after passing the heavenly tribulation, gaining the same meridians as the human cultivators. They would have smoother cultivation experiences this way and could charge at the second heavenly tribulation. The dragon cultivators were technically demon beasts as well, but they were born in human forms and had the same meridians. In addition, equipped with dragon cores, they were the group of creatures who enjoyed the easiest cultivation process. As long as they reached Dewey level, the dragon cultivators could activate their primitive demonic bloodline and transform into their dragon forms. Different species of demon beasts had different meridians and acupoints, but they all had an important acupoint in the center of their foreheads, and it was called Beast Temple. Hao Ren's nature essence entered Little White's meridians through the Beast Temple acupoint, and Hao Ren was able to sense the structure of its meridians. Of course, the act of pressing the demon temple must be done with the demon beast's trust. Otherwise, the demon beasts would get violent and hurt the cultivators who tried it. After all, the demon beast's demonic energy was quite powerful, and the repulsion force generated by the beast temple acupoint would be strong. Lying obediently, Little White tried its best to control itself despite the discomfort caused by Hao Ren's nature essence that was traveling in its body. A map of meridians began to take shape in Hao Ren's mind while a white bead near Little White's belly was blinking vaguely. It was Little White's internal core. Also, there were 4 golden pieces on Little White's paws. They were the set of Dharma treasures that Zhen Kongming put in its paws. The important acupoints began to show one by one. The intersections of the meridians were the acupoints in Little White's body. The Beast Temple acupoint itself was the intersection of 3 main meridians. While Hao Ren's nature essence traveled slowly through its meridians, Little White was no longer stiff. Instead, it relaxed on the desk and let out sounds like snores with pleasure. This tingling feeling was more enjoyable than a massage. Little White was enjoying it, but Hao Ren felt tired. It was a great test of his spiritual senses and nature essence to nurture Little White's body with the transformation scroll. At level 3, Little White's realm was equivalent to the core formation realm. Hao Ren's gen level was also equivalent to the core formation realm, and his overall strength was probably no greater than Little White's. Since Little White was a demon beast with dual elemental attributes of water and fire, Hao Ren withdrew the other 3 elements of his 5 elemental nature essences. He used only the water elemental and fire elemental nature essences to rub the area around Little White's demon core. Through the transformation scroll, the high-level cultivators could nurture and communicate with demon beasts. After Hao Ren did that for a while, a bust of water elemental and fire elemental nature essences rushed out of Little White's internal core. "Don't move." Hao Ren's left hand pressed gently onto an important acupoint on Little White's back. Little White's pure demonic energy rushed out of its forehead and entered Hao Ren's chest through his right arm before going to his left arm and returning to its back. Like the loops of Tai Chi, Little White's demonic energy and Hao Ren's nature essence began to circulate smoothly. Chapter 567. Battle of Dharma Treasures. Boom, boom. Little White's tremendous demonic energy swung between Hao Ren's arms like a huge iron ball, and it almost stifled him when it traveled through his chest. Hao Ren's light-splitting sword shadow scroll could release the nature essence from his body into nature, and he was directing Little White's demonic energy to form a great circulatory cycle outside its body. The cultivators looked to be motionless when they were cultivating, but the natural essences in their bodies were circulating continuously. The more active the nature essence was, the smoother the communication with nature became, and the higher the realm would be. The so-called transformation scroll was the cultivation technique for demon beasts. Since Little White had not activated its intelligence yet, it needed Hao Ren to cultivate for it. Little White's internal core was a level 3 demon internal core, which was why its demonic energy was very pure. For human cultivators, demon beasts' internal cores were valuable elixirs. While Hao Ren was unblocking Little White's acupoints, he was nurturing his own meridians in the process. High-level demon beasts' internal cores were valuable materials that cultivators fought for, since demon beasts' bloodlines were similar to those of the primitive godly beasts, and the energy in the internal cores far surpassed the internal cores condensed by cultivators. The higher level a demon beast was, the more ancient bloodline was activated, and more valuable the internal core was. As a level 3 demon beast, even though ancient godly beast bloodline was thin in Little White's body, the full energy released from its internal core was quite tremendous. Hao Ren closed his eyes and moved the 5 elemental nature essences to the limit, while Little White's internal core released even more demonic energy. In theory, nature essence and demonic energy were the same. They were both essences from nature and came out as 5 elemental energy. The combination of 2 energies brought brand new vibrancy to Hao Ren's body. Similarly, Little White's pure demonic energy became even purer after the exchange. With the transformation scroll, Hao Ren helped Little White eliminate the impurities from its body, improve its physique, and made its godly beast bloodline more distinct. If all the impurities in Little White's body could be eliminated, it could activate its ancient bloodline and become a godly beast. In the office, Hao Ren sank into the deepest cultivation state with all his pores open, and the impurities in his body oozed out with the purification of Little White's bloodline. While nurturing the spirit beast, Hao Ren and Little White formed a true relationship of master and pet. Hao Ren exhaled deeply and withdrew his hands, which had become a bit numb. Little White felt so comfortable that it had almost fallen asleep. Feeling Hao Ren withdrawing his hands, it shook its head and stood up on the desk before moving to Hao Ren's side and nibbling his fingers intimately. Hao Ren was fatigued after sorting through Little White's meridians, but he gained a stronger bond with it. Little White felt relaxed and refreshed all over with more abundant demonic energy in its internal core. A layer of black matter had appeared on Hao Ren's skin, which was the result of cleansing his own meridians while he applied the transformation scroll on Little White. Although light-splitting sword shadow scroll could release and withdraw sword energies, Hao Ren had always focused on absorbing nature essence and hadn't cleaned the impurities in his body since he didn't know how. Hao Ren took off his shirt and washed it in the sink. After spinning it dry, he put it back on. Standing on the edge of the desk, Little White wagged its tail and looked at Hao Ren in gratitude. Hao Ren pulled open the curtain and realized that it was already night. About 7 hours had passed without him noticing while he nurtured the meridians for Little White. It was 9:30 p.m. already. He was already half an hour late for the scheduled fight. Let's go. Hao Ren opened the window and tossed out Little White before quickly releasing a red energy sphere. Hovering in the air, Little White's paws released golden flames. When Hao Ren jumped out of the window, it immediately transformed into its snow lion form and flew toward the sports field in the north with Hao Ren on its back. In the sports field that was mostly used as a soccer field, over 500 members of the Calligraphy Club stood on the tracks around the field, forming a big circle. Wearing shorts, sneakers and a plaid shirt, Shu Kei stood in the middle of the field. Hao Ren took out a level 4 essence replenishment pill from his necklace and swallowed it, instantly refilled his body. Here he comes! Here he comes! The members of the Calligraphy Club shouted at the arrival of Hao Ren. Most of them had never seen Little White's snow lion form before, and they were stunned when they saw Little White flying over with its paws enveloped in flames. Most of them didn't dare to fight a demon beast like Little White. Bang! Little White landed on the field, and the shaking it caused was so great that it felt like a 10-ton truck was passing by. With such tremendous force, its paws could send any ordinary cultivators flying by 500 to 600 meters. Little White, stand over there. Hao Ren stood on the field and pointed to a spot on the side. Little White scratched its nose with its paw and changed back into its puppy form. Then, it trotted to the edge of the field like a rolling white ball of fur and stood by Lu Qi's feet. Those young cultivators looked at Little White, not daring to think little of this puppy. "Senior, I've waited for you for a long time," Shu Kei looked at Hao Ren and said sincerely. His tone was calm. There weren't traces of sarcasm or mockery. "I'm late." Hao Ren waved his hand and didn't explain. He looked around the field and saw a black or white chess piece inlaid in the grass every half a meter. They were a part of the middle-scale array formation Lu Qi had built. Hao Ren was surprised that Lu Qi understood array formations, and he was even more convinced that Lu Qi was a talented guy. The array formation surrounding the field was like the energy sphere that the cultivators put up before fights, but this one was larger, and the cultivators had more space to move around. Looking at Shu Ke, Hao Ren backed off several steps and raised his hands lightly. Immediately, 160 white sword energies appeared around Hao Ren. Wow! Awesome, it said that Brother Hao used this technique in the Dragon God Shrine. All kinds of gasps sounded among the members of the calligraphy club who were standing on the edge of the sports field. The sword energies circled Hao Ren slowly. It was dark since the sports field was illuminated only by the streetlights on the road outside, making Hao Ren's 160 sword energies especially radiant. Go! Hao Ren sent his 160 sword energies flying toward Shu Ke. Many of the young cultivators had never seen attacks with condensed sword energies before, and they widened their eyes. Standing 100 meters from Hao Ren, Shu Ke raised his right hand lightly, and a golden disc appeared in front of him. "Oh, natal Dharma treasure!" One cultivator standing on the edge of the field yelled. Only natal Dharma treasures could be summoned from the body at will. Hao Ren's 160 sword energies struck the disc and were turned into broken white light. When the surrounding cultivators were disappointed by Hao Ren's sword energies, another 160 sword energies suddenly appeared around Shu Ke. As long as the nature essences were not scattered, the sword energies existed. Hao Ren's sword energies could retake shape immediately after breaking. Having reached mid-tier gen level, he had an excellent mastery of the sword energies. Any cultivator who didn't know about Hao Ren's power would be killed by one strike. All 160 sword energies were pointing at Shu Ke in a circle parallel to the ground. "He's surrounded." The cultivators around the field exclaimed excitedly. Now that they were following Hao Ren, they naturally hoped that Hao Ren would be as powerful as possible. Hao Ren's two simple attacks showed them that they were no match for him. However, they didn't know that Hao Ren was just testing Shu Ke and hadn't unleashed his full force yet. The sword energies rotated around Shu Ke rapidly and turned into an invisible disc to naked eyes, slashing toward Shu Ke's chest. "Senior, I need to go back and study soon. Come on and show me your real strength instead of testing me." Shu Ke's right hand lightly pointed at the sky, and the golden disc immediately grew larger. It enveloped Shu Ke and blocked Hao Ren's sword energies. One-line snake array formation. The sword energies that bounced off the golden shield suddenly formed a line before shooting toward Shu Ke like 160 strong arrows one after another. The surrounding young cultivators were astonished, knowing that the sword energies would pierce a big hole in their bodies if they were targeted. Bang! 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 Shu Ke retreated 3 steps, but his golden shield blocked Hao Ren's sword energies. However, his nature essence around his body was fluctuating, making it hard for Hao Ren to see his real realm. It must be one of the effects of this shield-shaped Dharma treasure. The one-line snake array formation created by the 160 sword energies would have pierced a core formation realm cultivator, but Shu Ke had blocked it. "Senior, if you can win, I'll give you my Dharma treasure. However, if you lose, I want a copy of light-splitting sword shadow scroll." Shu Ke laughed while his shield-shaped Dharma treasure released golden lights. Chapter 568. Supreme, Spiritual Treasure. Dang! Sounding like a gong, the golden shield forced away the sword energies that were released by Hao Ren. The white sword energies scattering in the air lit up the sports field as if it were daytime. If not for the array formation, the ordinary students in the dorm buildings would be alerted. Hao Ren tightened his fists, and the 160 sword energies turned from white to red. Not as dazzling as the white sword energies, the red ones looked shifty in the darkness. Red represented the fire elements, and these sword energies could suppress metal elements according to laws of nature. The young cultivators were so astounded that they became speechless when they saw the sword energies turning red instantly. Wah! Another 160 sword energies flew up into the high sky before twirling back down. They were green wood elemental sword energies. 2 dragons array formation. Wood creates fire, and fire suppresses metal. Two long sword arrays empowered each other while they struck toward Shu Kei. Awesome. Pleased instead of startled, Shu Kei tossed out the golden shield. Swoosh, 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 the golden round shield turned to 4, then to 8, 16, instantly, it turned into 64 shields which formed a wall. It looked radiating and flashy. This Dharma treasure is awesome. Standing on the edge of the field, Lu Qi couldn't help exclaiming. Due to the scarcity of Dharma treasure masters among the dragon cultivators, the battles between dragon cultivators rarely involved Dharma treasures. However, Shu Kei's Dharma treasure was obviously powerful, more versatile than the chessboard Dharma treasure Lu Qi had borrowed from the senior elder of Wood Forest during the general exams of the Dragon God Shrine. The other cultivators were even more dazed. Most of them didn't have a good Dharma treasure, so they were envious when they saw the shield-shaped Dharma treasure that could do such a thing. Pooh! Pooh! Hao Ren's sword energies shot onto the shield like hot water against ice blocks, but they were turned into white steam before vanishing completely as muffled noises sounded. My master gave me this Dharma treasure. Senior, if you like it, I'll give it to you as a gift, Shu Kei called out to Hao Ren. Hao Ren knew that his 320 sword energies had all been absorbed by the golden shield, which was obviously not an ordinary metal elemental Dharma treasure. The 320 sword energies were not a small amount of nature essence, and Hao Ren would have panicked if it had been before. However, Hao Ren was testing the strength of Shu Kei's Dharma treasure, and he only lost one round instead of being defeated. Wah! Wah! The 640 sword energies suddenly rose beside Hao Ren. The young cultivators around the field were dumbfounded with disbelief. It was hard enough for one person to control 320 sword energies, but now Hao Ren had summoned 640 sword energies. With a casual wave of his right hand, the 640 colorful sword energies flew across the sky. Several sword energies passed the edge of the field, and the chilling aura brought cold sweat to some young cultivators when the sword energies swooshed past them. These sword energies were not only energies but swords with chilling presence. Senior, this is awesome. Shu Kei looked at the sword energies in pleasant surprise and praised again. He looked delighted as if he were appreciating an awesome technique, seeming oblivious to the fact that sword energies surrounded him. With a light snort, Hao Ren accelerated his sword energies which shot towards Shu Kei randomly. It looked as if a big group of wasps was dashing towards Shu Kei. Senior, you sure are merciless. Shu Kei yelled, and the 64 metal shields suddenly split into countless small round shields. Each shield was as small as a palm, but they were swift and quick. They automatically blocked Hao Ren's sword energies in a wave of golden light. The young cultivators standing on the edge of the field were dazzled. They had watched battles between other dragon cultivators, but no one had fought like this. While they watched the practice battle between Hao Ren and Shu Kei, they knew they had been a frog sitting in a well, a Chinese idiom of saying that a person has a limited perspective and can't see much around him or her. Lu Qi, who was concentrated on the battle, suddenly saw a white figure floating to his side. He turned and saw the newcomer before greeting immediately, Ms. Su. Su Han nodded slightly, keeping her eyes on the field. Hao Ren's cultivation strength was greater than it was in the Dragon God Shrine's general exams, but Shu Kei held an ultimate Dharma treasure, supreme spiritual treasure. The so-called supreme spiritual treasures were Dharma treasures with spiritual properties and had minds of their own. They could fight without the control of their owners. Su Han's white jade sword now possessed some spiritual properties after being refined with the addition valuable materials and a trace of Thunder Rock's soul, but it was still no match for a supreme spiritual treasure. Although the number of supreme spiritual treasures left on First Heaven was not clear, it was definitely not a big number. These supreme spiritual treasures were personal treasures of ancient grand cultivators, and they were used in the same way as the present natal Dharma treasures. Different from the present cultivators, the grand cultivators in the past didn't put the Dharma treasures into their bodies. Instead, they nurtured their Dharma treasures by releasing their nature essence. After more than thousands of years of nurturing by the powerful ancient cultivators, these Dharma treasures now possessed abundant spiritual properties. Ding! Ding! The 640 sword energies that Hao Ren released with his full force all shot onto the small golden shields. Even though the sword energies were unpredictable and shifty, The golden shields seemed to know the directions of Hao Ren's sword energies and could block them unerringly. This supreme spiritual treasure is indeed a treasure with great spiritual properties, Su Han whispered while she watched the battle on the field. In fact, the ancient treasures in the Nine-Dragon Palace were all supreme spiritual treasures and thus were very powerful. However, they had lost their spiritual properties long ago after being locked in the Nine-Dragon Palace for thousands of years without proper nurturing. Otherwise, Zhao Hongyu's River Mountain Qian Kun painting could even capture mountains and oceans inside instead of being only a flight Dharma treasure. How can Hao Ren, a Gen-level cultivator, defeat such a supreme spiritual treasure? Su Han thought and frowned slightly, looking like a beautiful fairy as the golden light shined on her. Lu Qi glanced at Su Han by his side, still surprised that she would come here in person. It seemed that the relationship between Su Han and Hao Ren was quite unusual. Attack! Hao Ren gestured, and the 640 sword energies formed 3 one-line snake array formation and attacked Shu Ke from 3 directions. Entangling with each other, the sword energies shot toward Shu Ke like 3 drilling spears. The surrounding young cultivators almost lost their balance when the nature essence in the area stirred up like gales. Golden light suddenly flashed around Shu Ke, and the golden shield rose 5 meters above the ground with Shu Ke on it. Bang! 3 long spears exploded and created a big crater with a diameter of about 30 meters while the violent nature essence fluctuations almost cracked the array formation. The young cultivators standing on the edge stumbled back 3 to 4 steps, and the low-leveled cultivators were pushed to the ground by the heat wave. "Senior, you damaged the field," Shu Ke said as he stood on the golden shield. Hao Ren gritted his teeth while the sword energies scattered outward with crackling sounds. He only planned to test Shu Ke's strength, but Shu Ke easily defended himself with 1 Dharma treasure. It surprised Hao Ren and angered him a little. 3 talents Heaven-Earth Array Formation. The sword energies which had created a big crater in the field wove into themselves under Shu Ke's feet. "Senior, you don't want to take the bet with me because you are afraid of losing, right?" Sparing no glance at the sword energies under his feet, Shu Ke said to Hao Ren. Hao Ren knew his opponent was trying to provoke him. After all, this golden shield was way more powerful than Zheng Yitao's spear. "Hao Ren, that's a supreme spiritual treasure. You can't defeat it," Su Han warned from the sideline of the field. Hao Ren turned his head slightly and found Su Han standing on the edge of the field. Supreme spiritual treasure. The young cultivators all looked stunned since supreme spiritual treasures were the most sacred Dharma treasures, and each of them had been refined for thousands of years and was passed down by ancient grand cultivators. "Hee, Ms. Su, you've come as well." Shu Ke turned to greet Su Han with a smile on his face. Seeing Su Han ignored him, Shu Ke turned back to Hao Ren and said, "Right, my Dharma treasure is a supreme spiritual treasure. I'll show you its power, senior." The round golden shield beneath Shu Ke's feet suddenly split into hundreds of golden shields, spreading in the air above the sports field. Hao Ren activated the 3 talents Heaven-Earth Array formation almost simultaneously. The sword array could unleash the force of the sword energies to the fullest. When the sword array was suddenly activated, an abundance of nature essence was immediately launched. "Release!" Shu Ke yelled while hovering in the sky. Instantly, the small golden shield surrounding Shu Ke shot out in all directions. Then, they almost devoured Hao Ren's 640 sword energies in an instant. Then, the golden shields that were as big as coins shot toward Hao Ren one after another. Hao Ren, who had been attacking a moment ago, was now sieged by Shu Ke's hundreds of golden shields. Up! Hao Ren released a Hunden sword energy to form a shield. Crackling! The golden shields landed on Hao Ren's Hunden sword energy like fierce hail, and they paused a little before piercing the sword energy. Still no match. Su Han shook her head slightly while watching Hao Ren and Shu Ke closely. If Shu Ke tried to launch a killing attack, she would shoot out the white jade sword regardless of the so-called rules. Hao Ren experienced the power of the supreme spiritual treasure for the first time, and his chest hurt from the attack. "Senior, I'll use all my power," Shu Ke said while the dense coin-shaped golden shield suddenly rose in the air. "It will still count as a win if I beat you with a Dharma treasure, right?" Hao Ren asked him. "Of course," Shu Ke answered. "Okay, I'll make the bet with you. Are you sure you still want to accept it?" Hao Ren said lightly while touching the bleeding wound on his shoulder. Okay. If you win, you'll get my Dharma treasure. If I win, I'll get your technique. Shu Ke nodded enthusiastically. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Hao Ren grinned and slowly took out Lady Zhen's purple gold hairpin. Chapter 569. Collecting Treasure. The purple gold hairpin in Hao Ren's hand was as big as a finger, and it had a layer of purple light around it even though it looked golden. Despite their low realms, the surrounding cultivators had excellent eyesight. They were confused when they saw Hao Ren holding a hairpin, which was a female decoration. Hee, you're funny, senior. Shu Ke looked at Hao Ren with a smile. Is this girly decoration your Dharma treasure? He had never seen the purple gold hairpin before and found it funny that Hao Ren took out a female accessory at this moment. Equipped with his supreme spiritual treasure that still had its spiritual properties, he didn't think that any other Dharma treasure could defeat it. Hee, Hao Ren laughed with him. The supreme spiritual treasures were indeed powerful, but the Dharma treasures of the eternal demon kings weren't weak either. Hao Ren tossed out the purple gold hairpin, and it flew up into the air instead of falling. Wah! An intense aura spread out from the purple gold hairpin. The night suddenly turned very dark, and the sky changed from deep black to deep purple. The demonic energy released by the purple gold hairpin instantly engulfed the sky, completely disregarding the array formation. The purple gold hairpin had been soaked in Lady Zhen's aura for ages, and it picked up a bit of her aura. This aura alone was enough to frighten level 10 demon beasts. Even Su Han's expression changed at the surging presence of the purple gold hairpin. Unable to withstand the chilling from the unfathomable abyss, the surrounding young cultivators shivered and grabbed onto each other's arms while activating their cultivation strength to resist it. Standing on the golden shield, Shu Ke knew something was wrong. He immediately activated the shield-shaped supreme spiritual treasure. Break. Hao Ren said the word lightly. He believed that the purple gold hairpin Lady Zhen gave him was not only a flight Dharma treasure. After he saw Su Han's white jade sword which obtained spiritual properties after Xie Yujia refined it, he knew Lady Zhen's purple gold hairpin was not an ordinary object. Since it was able to turn a large stretch of land on fifth heaven into aggressive purple, he knew the purple gold hairpin had spiritual properties. Different from demon beast's intelligence, the Dharma treasure's spiritual properties were almost like innate muscle memory. When they were launched, they would continue their owner's styles and act accordingly. Shu Ke's supreme spiritual treasure could defend him without being ordered, which was an instinct of this shield-shaped Dharma treasure that had its spiritual property. Launching counterattacks against other cultivators was another innate ability of this Dharma treasure. Shu Ke only had to supply it with some guidance and nature essence, and it would be able to unleash its power. Now, Hao Ren was also releasing the innate ability of Lady Zhen's purple gold hairpin. Go! Shu Ke instructed with a grim expression. All the coin-shaped golden shields returned to the round golden shield in front of Shu Ke's chest. With dazzling golden light, the round shield flew toward the purple gold hairpin. This supreme spiritual treasure had never met its match in this world yet. The purple gold hairpin that was tossed out by Hao Ren flashed and shot toward the golden shield swiftly with a series of afterimages in its track. What's happening? The sky is changing colors. The students who were sitting on the balconies of the dorm buildings became uneasy. The starry sky now turned to a deep purple, and the stars and the moon looked as if they had been swallowed since they were nowhere to be seen. Dang! The purple gold hairpin and the golden shield collided with each other, and the round shield with shiny golden light instantly dimmed. Impossible! Shu Ke widened his eyes in surprise. Break! Hao Ren said the word lightly again. The purple gold hairpin lit up, and its golden surface shone a dazzling light. The previously aggressive golden shield suddenly turned to flee. Gaining the upper hand, the purple gold hairpin chased it closely. Having never seen such a scene before, Shu Ke immediately yelled, "Split!" The dim golden shield instantly split into over 400 pieces. Lock! Hao Ren chanted a Dharma spell. The purple gold hairpin landed on the ground steadily, and the soil turned purple. All the small golden shields in the area instantly lost their nature essence, falling to the grass of the field like dropped pans in a kitchen. How could it be like this? Shu Ke was astonished. What monster Dharma treasure is this? How can Hao Ren conquer my supreme spiritual treasure? Withdraw. Hao Ren opened his palm. The purple gold hairpin flew up from the ground and returned to Hao Ren's hand. As a gift from Lady Jen to Hao Ren, the purple gold hairpin took him as its temporary master. Right now, Hao Ren was not powerful enough to make it submit to him, which meant that Hao Ren was only a user instead of an owner. Without the purple gold hairpin suppression, the golden shields on the ground shook slightly, ready to fly up. When all the small golden shields merged into one and were about to fly into the sky, Hao Ren suddenly launched a Hunden sword energy that he had prepared. Back. Shu Ke jumped up suddenly to reach for the golden shield. Bang! Hao Ren attacked Shu Ke with the second Hunden sword energy that he had prepared. The first Hunden sword energy rushed the weakened golden shield into Hao Ren's necklace, while the second Hunden sword energy shot onto Shu Ke's chest, knocking him 10 meters away. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two sword energies returned to Hao Ren's palms. It looked so easy to tame a supreme spiritual treasure. The surrounding young cultivators were stupefied. Hao Ren had just taken a supreme spiritual treasure from Shu Ke like this? They thought. Su Han was surprised at the great power of the purple gold hairpin and Hao Ren's smooth movements. It looked like Hao Ren collected a piece of clothes instead of a Dharma treasure. Hee hee, you are awesome, senior. Shu Ke regained his balance and said with a smile. His tone was neither angry nor ashamed, he only sounded amazed. Seeing the corners of Shu Ke's lips twitch, Hao Ren knew that he was acting calm. However, a bet was a bet, and he wasn't going to return the supreme spiritual treasure to Shu Ke. Imprisoned inside Hao Ren's necklace, the supreme spiritual treasure rushed around, breaking several pill bottles in the storage space. The supreme spiritual treasures didn't like to be restrained. The ancient treasures in the Nine-Dragon Palace would have escaped if not for the suppression of the array formations that whirled. Do you want to fight again? Hao Ren asked Shu Ke. No, you are awesome, and I am no match for you, senior, Shu Ke said. After a moment of consideration, he continued, tomorrow, I'll pay the 500 yuan membership fee to the calligraphy club. I've been busy after entering the school, and I hope you will forgive me for my negligence. No problem. I will come and find you when I need you, Hao Ren answered him in the same tone. After taking away the golden shield, Hao Ren saw that Shu Ke was indeed at mid-tier Dewey level. However, Shu Ke declined to fight another battle since he didn't want to reveal his strength. This man was able to really be patient and hold back his impulse. Hao Ren thought that Shu Ke was 100 times more powerful than people like Zheng Yitao. Senior, since you like making bets, I'll bring a better item next time and win back this Dharma treasure. With a sincere smile, Shu Ke brushed off the dust from his clothes before walking out of the sports field. The sky around them returned to normal, and the moon and the stars reappeared from the receding purple mist. It is good that you didn't fight with him since taming a supreme spiritual treasure takes a lot of nature essence, Su Han said lightly when she saw Hao Ren walking over. If you like it, you can have it. After all, it's hard for me to suppress it with my current realm, Hao Ren said. Standing by Su Han, Lu Qi was dumbfounded at Hao Ren's generosity of gifting the supreme spiritual treasure to Su Han. He suddenly realized that the relationship between Hao Ren and Su Han was unusual. I'm still taming my natal Dharma treasure, and I don't want yours. Besides, I think Shu Ke will try to take it back, and you can't dump the trouble on me. Su Han rolled her eyes at Hao Ren and said. Hao Ren chuckled since Su Han had seen through his scheme. She was indeed more cunning than him. Lu Qi was astonished again since Su Han's tone was cold when she talked to others but was much livelier when she walked to Hao Ren. Brother Hao, I'll fill up the field, but I can't return it to its original state, Lu Qi said. It's okay. Thank you. Hao Ren looked at him gratefully. He only wanted to test Shu Ke's strength today and hadn't expected that the battle would damage half of the sports field in the process. However, he was caught off guard when he saw Shu Ke had brought a supreme spiritual treasure. Severely damaged, this shield-shaped supreme spiritual treasure couldn't break out of the complicated array formations around the necklace made by Zhen Kongming, but he had to solve this problem quickly. He tossed the purple gold hairpin into the necklace, and the golden shield that was flying around crazily immediately quieted down, afraid of the purple gold hairpin which had given it a big blow. Dozens of cultivators stayed behind to help Lu Qi clean up the field, and Hao Ren returned to his dorm room. Since the purple gold hairpin severely injured this supreme spiritual treasure, it was the perfect time to tame it. Supreme spiritual treasure would choose their own masters, so cultivators with low cultivation strength couldn't tame them. However, they would have a small chance while these supreme spiritual treasures were weak. Hao Ren felt like Shu Ke left this supreme spiritual treasure with him because the latter was confident that Hao Ren couldn't tame it. To give Shu Ke a significant blow, it was not enough to take away his supreme spiritual treasure temporarily. Instead, Hao Ren must make the supreme spiritual treasure his. The seemingly open and straightforward Shu Ke was not a submissive sheep. He was baring his fangs by announcing his intention of taking away Hao Ren's techniques by force. His mild tone showed his contempt for Hao Ren's strength and confidence in his background. Hao Ren wanted to see how Shu Ke would react if he could use this golden shield. Chapter 570. Only the strong and intelligent deserved valuable treasures. It was dark, and all the dorms had quieted down. Hao Ren had practiced the light-splitting sword shadow technique 10 times. Then, he sensed that Zhao Jiayi and the other guys were already asleep, so he lightly jumped off his upper berth and landed on the floor. Then, he went over to open the balcony door. After he got outside, he flew toward fifth heaven. The boat that was transformed from the purple gold hairpin was incredibly fast. At this moment, the purple gold hairpin did not have the fierce aura it showcased on the sports field when fighting with that golden shield. It was now only a flight dharma treasure that operated off nature essence. It was also dead quiet inside Ethereal Summit on fifth heaven. Once Hao Ren entered the valley, he dashed into his cave abode. Right now, the golden shield was hurrying around in Hao Ren's necklace. Hao Ren threw the purple gold hairpin into the cave, and it started to glow from the ground, covering Hao Ren's cave abode with a bright provocative purple light. This was a terrorizing small array formation. Hao Ren had got everything prepared before he took the golden shield out from his necklace. Once the golden shield got its freedom back, it immediately flew toward the direction of the entrance. The small purple gold hairpin stood at the entrance, not budging an inch. When this golden shield flew over, it realized something was not right, so it immediately turned back. Hao Ren's cave abode was simple, and it only had one entrance. Therefore, when this golden shield flew back, it was planning to break through Hao Ren's cave from another side and flew out of the mountains. There was no way that Hao Ren would let it do as it wished, so he let out a metal elemental sword energy. Ding! The sword energy hit the surface of the golden shield and was immediately bounced off. This was a supreme spiritual treasure after all. Even if it were scared and injured by the purple gold hairpin, it was not something Hao Ren could defeat with one sword energy. When Hao Ren shot out more than a dozen sword energies, the small array formation that Zhen Kongming set up in the cave above was initiated. Zhen Kongming had set up this small array formation for Hao Ren so that the latter could train using the lightning cultivation. Now that Hao Ren had initiated the array formation, the gems that were stuck on the cave's ceiling started to light up one by one. Clouds started to accumulate, and a small heavenly lightning bolt shot out. When the golden shield was about to break through the mountains, a heavenly lightning bolt shot from the clouds and hit it. Bang! The lightning started to fade away, but the golden shield was unscratched. It is truly worthy of being called a supreme spiritual treasure. Hao Ren watched quietly in shock. Heavenly lightning was also known as innate Tiangang. It could damage any of the 5 elements. However, this supreme spiritual treasure was obviously above the 5 elements. It was not even scared of the heavenly lightning. If it weren't for the purple gold hairpin, this golden shield would have probably gotten out. Hao Ren shot out more sword energies, increasing the intensity of the array formations in the cave abode. Crack! 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 3 heavenly lightning bolts that were as thick as a thumb were shot down from the clouds. Inside the cave, there were currently 2 targets, Hao Ren and the golden shield. The heavenly lightning would choose the strongest to target first. Bang! The golden shield split into 3 smaller shields to withstand the power of the 3 heavenly lightning bolts. Hao Ren had heard about supreme spiritual treasures from the Lu sisters. To become a supreme spiritual treasure, one condition was to serve a great cultivator for many years and accumulate energy for an extended period of time. That would strengthen the Dharma treasure and even allow it to have some spiritual properties. However, the most important condition was that it had to follow a cultivator through a heavenly tribulation. Only those that had spiritual properties and successfully went through a heavenly tribulation without being melted down by the heavenly lightning bolts could become the king of treasures, supreme spiritual treasures. There were stories about powerful Dharma treasures that had spiritual properties. When some of them were passed down to weaker cultivators from their stronger former masters, they broke free from the weaker cultivators' commands, triggered heavenly tribulations, and became supreme spiritual treasures themselves before flying to 8th or 9th heaven. Still not obeying, Hao Ren shot out more sword energies. Pa, 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 pa. Tens of thin heavenly lightning bolts were shot onto the golden shield. There were a few heavenly lightning bolts that shot toward Hao Ren as well, but he absorbed them. The golden shield buzzed, and it was struck down by half a meter. It was a supreme spiritual treasure that had been through a heavenly tribulation, and this level of heavenly lightning bolts was incapable of giving it a destructive blow. However, heavenly lightning bolts were still powerful after all. It was still impossible for the golden shield to be totally unharmed when multiple heavenly lightning bolts struck it continuously. Buzz! The golden shield flew fast toward Hao Ren. Hao Ren used both hands to initiate a technique and released the 320 sword energies. The small array formation in the cave above was used to its limit, and tens of heavenly lightning bolts were shot out simultaneously. If Xie Yujia were completely in control of her elixir furnace, then Hao Ren mastered this array formation in his cave abode. If Hao Ren were the only thing in the cave abode, then all the lightning bolts would target him. However, the supreme spiritual treasure was stronger than him, so it acted as a shield for Hao Ren against the heavenly lightning. All the peak Qian level cultivators wanted powerful Dharma treasures for the same reason. The powerful Dharma treasures could take on some of the heavenly lightning bolts during the heavenly tribulation. Zhao Kuo was overly confident and wanted to pass the heavenly tribulation by himself without a treasure. That was why he failed. The golden shield wanted to attack Hao Ren but stopped halfway because it was suddenly hit with tens of heavenly lightning bolts. It almost fell to the ground and got dirty. Buzz! The golden shield let out a loud buzz, stopping the tens of thumb-sized heavenly lightning bolts. Hao Ren waved both hands and was about to let out more heavenly lightning bolts. However, he hesitated for half a second and suddenly stopped. Okay. Even if I use an array formation to tame you, you won't be convinced. Since you aren't willing to follow me, I won't force you. Hao Ren pulled back his sword energies and then opened his necklace. Come into my space and have a good rest. I won't try to tame you now. Buzz! Buzz! The golden shield was floating in Hao Ren's cave abode, and it let out a proud golden light. It was unwilling to obey Hao Ren but was also aware of the purple gold hairpin, so it was scared to charge out. Hao Ren took this opportunity to observe this supreme spiritual treasure carefully. He discovered that other than the shining golden light, there was nothing special about this golden shield. It didn't even have any designs on it, it was almost a golden plate. Circles of golden light spun around the edge of the golden shield, and the shield surface looked brand new and unharmed even though tens of heavenly lightning bolts struck it. Hao Ren felt that the golden shield would never obey him even if he hit it with many more heavenly lightning bolts. Hao Ren thought it was too brutal if he harmed its spiritual property and was a waste of something great. That was why he waved his hand and said, I won't hurt you, but I won't let you rampage around either. Buzz! The golden shield let out an even stronger golden light that was a few inches wider. It wasn't like Little White and couldn't understand Hao Ren's words. Instead, it could only sense whether Hao Ren had good or bad intentions. Supreme spiritual treasures would choose their owners. It was the instinct of the treasures. The treasures wanted to get strong cultivators who had matching elemental attributes to be their owners. That was how they could get even more powerful. Hao Ren reached out his left hand and watched it quietly. Only those who were strong and intelligent deserved such valuable treasures. The purple gold hairpin quietly stood in front of the cave entrance as if it were a door guardian. The golden shield had lost to the purple gold hairpin but not to Hao Ren. However, the purple gold hairpin didn't want to join Hao Ren's mission of taming the treasure. Bang! Bang! The golden shield let out a series of loud noises and spun slowly as if it were hesitating. The supreme spiritual treasures could also choose a friend but not a master, they could follow cultivators but not be tamed by them. However, during these thousands of years, the weakest cultivator that this golden shield had followed was a top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator. Chapter 571. Status as the President. Shoo. 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 The golden shield let out a bright golden light. Then, it turned into the size of a coin and slowly flew toward Hao Ren's palm. Hao Ren wasn't the strong cultivator whom it sought, but he was a cultivator that it could stay with safely. Also, since the space inside Hao Ren's necklace was dense with nature essence, it could slowly restore its powers there. Haha. Hao Ren laughed. He looked down at the golden shield in his palm and realized that this golden shield had lessened the amount of nature essence it released. It looked like a button made of pure gold. He lightly threw this button-like shield into his necklace. If this golden shield still wanted to fight, Hao Ren wouldn't use heavenly lightning to damage its spiritual property. Instead, he would give it to Zhen Kongming so that the latter could create a unique formation array to seal up this supreme spiritual treasure. Since this golden shield did not fight with Hao Ren anymore, this indicated that it recognized Hao Ren's powers a little. Now that this golden shield was willing to staying in Hao Ren's necklace temporarily, Hao Ren didn't need to beg Zhen Kongming to do something for him. Otherwise, he would have to tolerate Zhen Kongming's terrible attitude. What Hao Ren did not know was that these types of supreme spiritual treasure were not supposed to be tamed but instead worshipped by cultivators who were weaker. When Shu Kei's master gave the golden shield to Shu Kei, he ordered Shu Kei to feed it with nature essence every day. If Shu Kei weren't desperate to get Hao Ren's technique, he would not use this treasure. If Shu Kei's master knew that Hao Ren forced this treasure to compromise and stay with him, he would be so shocked that his teeth might fall out. Although Hao Ren had not tamed it so that it wouldn't follow his orders, it was still staying with Hao Ren peacefully and quietly. Similarly, Su Han didn't think that Hao Ren would stupidly try to tame the supreme spiritual treasure. She had thought he would find a safe place to put it. Even Su Han, who was at top-tier Qian level, didn't have absolute confidence that she could tame the supreme spiritual treasure. Even if she were able to tame it temporarily, it would run away when it recovered its power. Go! Hao Ren waved and called over the purple-gold hairpin. He saw the color of the sky outside the valley and realized it was already dawn. However, the snow lion cubs were still sleeping together, so he stepped on the purple-gold hairpin and left the valley. The purple-gold hairpin was a treasure that Lady Zhen would keep very close to her. Hao Ren could only use it purely as a flight dharma treasure. It only attacked the golden shield last night because it sensed the threatening aura of the supreme spiritual treasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't have. When Hao Ren went back to his dorm, the other three were still sound asleep. He quietly brushed his teeth and washed his face. Then, he took his textbooks and went to class just like a regular student. I don't know who it was, but someone destroyed the sports field near the West Gate yesterday. Yeah. The school is investigating it. I heard it was destroyed in the middle of the night. Hao Ren heard the students discuss in the cafeteria. Hao Ren blushed slightly. He didn't mean to destroy the field. Lu Qi had filled the holes, but the grasses couldn't be regrown that fast. That was why it looked like all the grasses were upheaved. There would be a school announcement really soon. Depending on how Vice Principal Lu might deal with the situation, the perpetrator may or may not be found. Summer break had just ended, and it was time that this field would get fixed up. Hao Ren ate some pancakes and drank a cup of soy milk in the cafeteria. He felt like many students, especially the girls, were looking at him in the cafeteria. Of these girls, some were dragon cultivators while others were normal students. Those female dragon cultivators looked at Hao Ren with admiration. The reason they joined the calligraphy club in the first place was that Hao Ren was an inspector. However, after witnessing Hao Ren's intense fight with Shu Kei last night, they understood Hao Ren's real strength and respected him even more. Those normal girls looked at Hao Ren because he suddenly looked different. Not only did Huang Zuji have to yield to him, but the calligraphy club had suddenly become very popular. They now felt like Hao Ren was a legendary person. Regardless of whether they were ordinary girls or female dragon cultivators, they all regretted not trying to get to know Hao Ren better before. They had never thought that such a no-name would be in the spotlight all of a sudden. Hao Ren had even become the handsome man in the shirt that many girls admired. If Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were the most popular girls at the school, then Hao Ren had become the most popular guy at the school after this new semester began. Hao Ren didn't care about the looks he got in the cafeteria. Instead, he cultivated his light-splitting sword shadow scroll while eating his breakfast quietly. After he finished, he carried his empty plates to the window. "Brother Hao! Brother Hao!" The girls of the calligraphy club all waved at Hao Ren when he passed by. "Did you see that? That's Tan Qing, the fourth-year student who is being pursued by more than 10 students. Even she is nice to Hao Ren. That's Lu Yan, a second-year student. She's the most popular girl in the business program. Look how sweet her smile is when she's smiling at Hao Ren." When some girls saw other girls greeting Hao Ren enthusiastically, they started chattering. "Hi." Hao Ren looked at them and slightly nodded. Then, he took his textbooks and walked out of the cafeteria. Over half of the dragon cultivators in East Ocean University were female. These female cultivators had good looks and smooth skin. They were overall very pretty and had rejected many guys who passionately pursued them. They had all joined Hao Ren's calligraphy club, making it famous for having so many beautiful members. That was why it was righteously known as the Beauty Club. These girls all respected Hao Ren very much. Even fourth-year students were humble and called Hao Ren, Brother Hao. This situation made Hao Ren appear even more mysterious in front of other girls. Who was the most popular guy at East Ocean University now? It was Hao Ren. The girls had felt that becoming Huang Zuji's girlfriend would put them in the spotlight at the school. However, no one wanted Huang Zuji anymore. If someone could defeat the beautiful Xie Yujia and then surpass the Lu sisters, becoming Hao Ren's girlfriend, that would truly be an incredible move. Hao Ren walked past half of the campus and reached Academic Building C for class. Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters were already sitting in the classroom, and they had saved a spot for Hao Ren. Hao Ren walked over and put his textbooks on the desk before exhaling. "What's wrong? Are you tired?" Xie Yujia asked softly. "It's nothing." Hao Ren shook his head. "How was yesterday? There weren't any problems sending Zhao Yanzi to school, right?" "It was great. I even went to school and visited my old teachers." Xie Yujia smiled and then suddenly asked, "It was you who destroyed the field, right?" "Yeah. I tried testing that Shu K. How was it?" Xie Yujia asked. "He didn't give his all. However, I did get one treasure from him," Hao Ren answered. Xie Yujia went to a quiet spot to cultivate last night, so she didn't know that Hao Ren and Shu K battled. However, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were able to see through the array formation and saw the whole process of Hao Ren taking Shu K's treasure from their balcony. Shu K's treasure was strong. However, because they were far away, they only saw that Shu K and Hao Ren were tired. They thought that Shu K was better at controlling Dharma treasures and didn't know he had a supreme spiritual treasure. That was why when Hao Ren said that he took a treasure from Shu K, they didn't ask anything but just smiled. There were only 2 minutes before class started, so Hao Ren took out his notes to prepare for class. "Senior. This letter is for you." A cute girl came running in and put a letter on Hao Ren's desk. She smiled as she saw Hao Ren's shocked face. Then, she turned around and ran out of the classroom. She was wearing a checkered mini skirt, and her legs were slender and long. She had a nice body. Hao Ren opened the envelope. There was a pink letter in it, and the words were clear and pretty. It was a self-introduction with one of her casual photos attached to it. Love letter. It was a love letter that sought to get to know each other. Hao Ren skimmed through it quickly. Then, he turned to look at Xie Yujia and saw she pout and looking a little jealous. Honestly speaking, that girl was pretty in real life and in the picture. According to the letter, she was in her second year, and she had noticed Hao Ren for a long time. It all started back when she fed Little White behind the library. I don't know her," Hao Ren said. This was the first love letter Hao Ren ever received, so there was some meaning to it. However, Hao Ren tossed the love letter into the garbage can by the aisle. He felt like he was followed by a girl when he reached this academic building, and it turned out she wanted to give him a love letter. "Okay. I don't blame you," Xie Yujia said with a pout. Although she said this, she still sounded very jealous. Hao Ren was very popular these days, and Xie Yujia had heard all types of things about Hao Ren these days. She felt a bit insecure. After all, she was Hao Ren's girlfriend and was with Hao Ren all the time. However, even if she was always with him and was known to be his girlfriend, there were still girls who would still give Hao Ren love letters in front of her, especially since that girl was quite pretty and proactive. Xie Yujia was so jealous that she was a bit angry. From the time when Hao Ren was her little older brother, Hao Ren was her target. Even when they were small and their feelings for each other were still blurry, she saw him as someone who she had to look up to. Even after they had identified each other as childhood sweethearts, Hao Ren was still her cup of tea. He was the one who she was waiting for. That was why, even though he was a bit dull and stiff, she was willing to help him deal with the things he wasn't good at in life. 1 minute before class, another girl ran in to give Hao Ren a postcard. This girl was wearing a pair of white stockings. She wasn't tall nor short and held the book, Modern Art History, in her hand. Her makeup was natural, and her eyes were big. "I am holding an art exhibition next week at school. Please come support me if you have time." The girl gave Hao Ren a small sign. Then, she looked at Xie Yujia, who was sitting by Hao Ren, and smiled before leaving the classroom. Hao Ren looked at the postcard and saw a small heart on it. Beside it was some words: "I am willing to be your girlfriend. If you have time, give me a call. I heard that you are good at traditional paintings, and I know how to do oil painting. I'll show you next time. Hee hee." Zhang Yuan, 137. Zhang Yuan was a little art prodigy in the arts program. Many male students in the arts program pursued her. She didn't even think Huang Zuji was good enough. Rumors had it that she was going to create a name for herself in the art world. Hao Ren was a bit shocked that she wanted to become his girlfriend. It might be that she wanted to make some memories in university. To Zhang Yuan, Xie Yujia was normal and no match for her. After all, she was a rising star in the art world. If Hao Ren gave up on Xie Yujia and dated her instead, she would be able to give Hao Ren a story to remember. To Hao Ren though, Zhang Yuan was not attractive. When he saw that even Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were pouting, Hao Ren smiled helplessly. He raised his hand and threw the postcard in the garbage can. Chapter 572. Fight again? Hao Ren shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was just about to explain himself to the Lu sisters when another person came to the door. Senior. Shu Kei smiled brightly as he walked straight over to Hao Ren. He took out 5 brand new 100 yuan bills from his leather jacket and handed it to Hao Ren with both hands. "This is my club membership fee. I went to the bank to get it today." His smile was sincere, as if it were for a respected senior rather than an opponent. Hao Ren put the money away and looked at Shu Kei, not knowing what to say. Shu Kei turned to look at Xie Yujia, who was sitting beside Hao Ren, and said, "Thank you for pointing me in the right direction last time." "Oh, no problem." Xie Yujia responded to him quickly like an unconditioned reflex. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were sitting on Hao Ren's right side. When they saw Shu Kei, they immediately recognized that he was at mid-tier Dewey level. Ring, 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 the bell sounded. "When there's a chance, I'll come and ask Senior for help." Shu Kei smiled brightly again and quickly walked out of the classroom. He sounded humble and had a sincere attitude. He was nothing like the rumored metal elemental dragons who were arrogant. "I think he's okay," Xie Yujia said as she watched Shu Kei leave the classroom. Hao Ren looked at Xie Yujia and said, "You should be careful. Metal elemental dragons aren't as simple as they seem." Shu Kei showed that he was a Dewey-level cultivator, but that might not be his real realm. Also, from last night's battle, Shu Kei had relied solely on the power of his Dharma treasure and did not show any of his techniques. Contrastingly, Hao Ren was forced by Shu Kei to use his light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll, and Shu Kei even tried to force Hao Ren to use the mystic water sword techniques. Knowing your enemy helps you win battles. However, since Shu Kei was using his real identity, Hao Ren couldn't do anything to him directly. 2 morning classes had passed, and Hao Ren went to the cafeteria with Shu Yujia and the Lu sisters. There was a mock exam for grade 9 students today, so Zhao Yanzi couldn't come over for lunch. Brother Hao. Brother Hao. Now that it was peak hour for lunch, the calligraphy club members were also eating lunch in the cafeteria. When they saw Hao Ren, they greeted him and gave him their seats. Although Hao Ren couldn't understand how strong Shu Kei truly was through the battle last night, he was able to impress these young cultivators. Especially since Hao Ren was an inspector, and he did not have an assisting inspector, many of these young cultivators wanted to get on his good side. Hao Ren was a level 3 inspector. If they were able to become Hao Ren's assisting inspector, they would for sure be in an advantageous position at the Dragon God Shrine's general exams. If they could get their hands on strong treasures and powerful elixir pills, they might be able to become official inspectors. As long as one became an official inspector, the resources they would have access to would at least double. They would also be able to go on different missions to practice. Even after leaving the Dragon God Shrine, they would for sure be able to become elders at their dragon clans. The ordinary students in the cafeteria were holding onto their trays and looking around for a spot, but they couldn't find any. However, Hao Ren had just walked into the cafeteria, and there were calligraphy club members who were fighting to give Hao Ren their spots. This was the difference between them. The members who joined the calligraphy club were all great. They either came from rich and powerful families or were exceptionally smart. When students like them raced to give Hao Ren their spots, it represented something. Hao Ren's fame far exceeded what they had imagined. Damn you. The basketball team is better. You intentionally poured it on me, right? You think the soccer team is something you can offend? Shouting and cursing sounded in the cafeteria. The area outside the number 6 ordering window suddenly became chaotic. Who told you to cut the line? Go to the back. Zhao Jiayi's voice sounded. Bam! 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 They are fighting! They are fighting! Some students who were bystanders started chanting loudly. Hao Ren stood up on his seat and saw Zhao Jiayi fighting with another well-built, 1.8 meters tall person. Zhao Jiayi wasn't very tall, but his body was strong. Zhao Jiayi's face was very red because he was fighting hard. His opponent held onto Zhao Jiayi's collar as he tried to push Zhao Jiayi to the ground. However, since the two were all tangled while fighting, they pushed over many tables. Hao Ren had a slight impression of the well-built person. He was the captain of the soccer team. There were two major sports teams at East Ocean University, and they were the basketball team and the soccer team. The basketball team had distinct victories as they won the National University Basketball Championships a few years in a row. In comparison, the soccer team had bad performance. They couldn't even win against other schools in East Ocean City, and they almost come last every year in competitions. Due to the great performance of the basketball team, the soccer team became synonymous for uselessness. No one gave attention to soccer matches, and the pretty girls in school chose to watch the basketball team train over going to an official soccer match. That was why the soccer team hated the basketball team. However, since the basketball team was led by Xie Wanjun before, the soccer team didn't dare to reckon with the basketball team no matter how frustrated they were. When Hao Ren saw Zhao Jiayi fighting with the captain of the soccer team with a few players on the soccer team, he knew that it must be the soccer team who started everything. From the look of it, it seemed like the soccer team just finished their practice, and they saw Zhao Jiayi on his own during lunch and provoked him. Fight! 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 The members of the soccer team raised their fists up high to cheer for their captain. Although these soccer players weren't good during matches, they were great at drinking and fighting. There were some players on the basketball team who also had these bad behaviors, but Xie Wanjun was strict with the team, so the basketball team was not as bad as the soccer team. Bang! 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 Hao Ren jumped up and stepped on 3 tables to jump toward the area. He initially wanted to appease the fight, but he got angry after seeing those soccer players cheering for their captain. He went flying over to help Zhao Jiayi. Fight! Hit that little shorty! FCK him! Hit him! Over 10 soccer players were shouting close by, and they were so loud that their faces even turned bright red. Zhou Liren and the other guys had come to the cafeteria to have lunch with Zhao Jiayi, so they also charged up to fight with the soccer team after seeing this. These soccer players were all veterans in street fights. When they saw Zhou Liren and the other guys charging up, they rolled up their sleeves and charged over, making a greater commotion. The players on the basketball team were all big and strong, and they also trained frequently. Therefore, these players on the soccer team didn't dare to fight with them. However, they weren't afraid of Zhao Jiayi's dormmates. If it became a crowd fight, it would be hard to stop, and Zhao Jiayi would be in more trouble. Pa! 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 Tens of loud slaps suddenly struck the faces of the soccer players. These soccer players were all about 1.8 meters tall, but they suddenly had stars appearing before their eyes. Hao Ren kicked a few more times as well, and the ones who shouted the loudest immediately fell and sat their butts on the floor. The cafeteria floor was dirty and slippery at this moment, So these players on the soccer team fell in a very embarrassing way before they could react. Bam! 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 Zhao Jiayi and the captain of the soccer team were fighting. Zhao Jiayi's forehead swelled up a little, and there were several scratch marks on the captain of the soccer team's neck. Both their eyes were already bright red from the fight, especially that of Zhao Jiayi's. He was so angry that the veins around his temples bulged. These soccer players didn't go to class often and had their own designated dorms, so they didn't know who Hao Ren was. When they saw Hao Ren suddenly attacking them, they got furious and went over to punch him. Come on! Hao Ren was very angry at that moment. He opened his arms, grabbed two heads, and smashed them together as if he were smashing two watermelons together. You still want to fight? Then, he grabbed onto another person and threw him away with one hand. The person landed hard on the ground. Bam! He landed so hard that the floor seemed to have shaken. Hao Ren probably had broken a few of his ribs. There were also a few who saw how monster-like Hao Ren fought, so they backed off immediately. Hao Ren went over and grabbed them by their shirts before he smashed their heads together. Bang! As soon as their heads were smashed against each other, their bodies lost strength, and they fell to the ground and fainted. There were still a few who had shouted just now, so Hao Ren slapped them, and they spun like spinning tops and were unable to recognize which direction they were going in. Hao Ren! Xie Yujia called when she saw Hao Ren getting really angry. Hao Ren clenched his teeth. There were a few more soccer players who were scared out of their wits, so they leaned against each other. Hao Ren quickly punched them, sending them to the ground. The captain of the soccer team was in the zone and didn't notice what was going on around him. He had finally pounded Zhao Jiayi to the ground and raised his arm, about to punch down. When he was about to strike Zhao Jiayi with his fist, he suddenly felt that something was holding onto his wrist. Hao Ren had lifted this tall captain of the soccer team single-handedly in front of all the dumbfounded students. This captain of the soccer team's wrist hurt so much that he felt like it was on fire. He tried very hard to get away but realized that he was as weak as a bunny in front of Hao Ren, who was a bit shorter than him. There was no way that he could get away. FCK. How dare you pick a fight with the soccer team? Do you want to live? The captain of the soccer team was furious, and he glared at Hao Ren fiercely. He didn't pay attention to what was happening at school, so he didn't know Hao Ren. All the surrounding students looked at the captain of the soccer team in sympathy. This guy thinks he is so cool because he is on the soccer team. However, it is he who doesn't want to live anymore. He picked a fight with Hao Ren. The students thought. Zhao Jiayi, are you okay? Hao Ren turned around and asked Zhao Jiayi. When the captain of the soccer team saw Hao Ren turning around, he suddenly punched toward Hao Ren's face. Some girls gasped, but Hao Ren's punch was so fast that they couldn't see it. Bang! Hao Ren punched the captain of the soccer team on the chest, and the latter immediately curled up. The vice principal is coming! The vice principal is coming! A few noisy students who were standing by the staircase shouted. Clearstream Cafeteria was in between the academic buildings and the administrative building, so the instructors would come to the cafeteria for lunch. However, their cafeteria was on the second floor. Hao Ren held onto the captain of the soccer team's wrist and looked over at the staircase. He saw Lu Qing coming over in his suit. Just when Hao Ren was about to let go of the captain of the soccer team's wrist, he saw a familiar figure behind Lu Qing. It was Hao Zonghua, who was wearing a silver suit. Chapter 573. Done for. Hao Ren didn't expect to see Hao Zonghua here, so he turned stiff. Hao Zonghua was also surprised to see Hao Ren in the crowd. After a quick pause, he and Lu Qing walked in. Lu Qing looked stern and walked over slowly. There were many students, but they created a small path for Lu Qing so that he could walk over. The people who knew things about East Ocean University were all familiar with Lu Qing. This gray-haired old man was East Ocean University's managing vice principal. Since the principal had to go to different events often, Lu Qing was in charge of making the crucial decisions at the school, so he had the most power at East Ocean University. Hao Zonghua looked stern. He didn't say anything and stood 2 steps behind Lu Qing. He came to East Ocean University this time to discuss a project to train young people. Because of his tight schedule, he didn't want to waste time and money, so he decided to stick to the school's cafeteria where meals were simple and quick. Therefore, the school's management could only come and eat at the cafeteria with him. Just when they were chatting and having a good time on the second floor, they heard loud noises downstairs. Lu Qing came downstairs to see what was going on, so Hao Zonghua came along with him. What's going on here? Lu Qing walked toward the center of the crowd, and he looked around and asked coldly. The students looked at each other, and not a single person dared to answer. No one thought that Vice Principal Lu would be eating upstairs. Zhao Jiayi was on his hands and tried to stand back up on his feet. He wiped away the blood that was dripping from his nose, but he remained silent. Hao Ren saw Hao Zonghua looking at him, so he quickly let go of the captain of the soccer team's wrist and tried to act calm. However, he was very anxious inside. The person who was more anxious than Hao Ren was the program director of the Mechatronic Engineering program. The Mechatronic Engineering program was built from the support of Hao Zonghua. As the program director of the program that Hao Ren was enrolled in, he also went along with Hao Zonghua this time. However, he did not expect that Hao Ren would be fighting with other students in the cafeteria when Hao Zonghua came to East Ocean University to discuss the project. Just a few minutes ago, he was praising Hao Ren for getting along with classmates and having great manners and grades. Now, he was looking at Hao Zonghua's gloomy face quietly, thinking to himself, damn. Academician Hao. What do you think we should do about this situation? Lu Qing slightly turned his head to ask Hao Zonghua, who was standing behind him. This is your school's problem. Do what you have to do. I won't give my opinion. Hao Zonghua slightly chuckled, but his voice sounded very gloomy. When Hao Ren saw Hao Zonghua, he knew that he would be heavily punished this weekend. Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren worriedly. She wanted to help explain the situation to Hao Zonghua, but Hao Zonghua didn't state his stance, so she couldn't help Hao Ren beg for mercy. Who is this guy? Some students couldn't help but ask the people around them who this mid-age man was when they saw Lu Qing asking him for his opinion. You don't even know who he is. He's China's chief scientist, Hao Zonghua. His status is even higher than the principal. Not just one level, but higher in many ranks. Hao Ren is out of luck. He got into this kind of trouble. Even the vice principal can't help him. That's for sure. Who do you think Hao Zonghua is? The principal lost face this time, so Hao Ren's going to be in deep trouble. All sorts of chatter spread in the cafeteria. This captain of the soccer team didn't know who Hao Zonghua was. He thought Hao Ren was finally scared of him, so he glared at Hao Ren viciously. Now that he had regained his energy, he realized how strong Hao Ren's arms were. However, he thought he didn't need to worry about Hao Ren anymore. He believed that even if he were to be punished, it would only be a light punishment since the school needed a soccer team to compete with other schools, and he was the captain of the soccer team. However, this kid would for sure be punished hard. My team members are still on the floor and haven't got up yet, he thought. The reason why he thought Hao Ren was in trouble was that Hao Ren held him by the wrist and punched him when Lu Qing showed up. Vice principal, he hit us first. He said that our grades are bad, and he even poured soup onto our shirts, the captain of the soccer team explained quickly. Is that so? Lu Qing looked around, and his expression and tone were still cold. The captain of the soccer team looked around viciously. He didn't think that anyone dared to speak up at this moment. The soccer team wasn't something ordinary students could reckon with. It's not like that. They hit Brother Hao. Yeah, they hit him first. We saw it too. The soccer team picked the fight and started to hit him. Tens of students in the crowd started to speak up. The captain of the soccer team was dumbfounded. He didn't expect others to go against the soccer team. He didn't know that Hao Ren was the president of the calligraphy club, and his members would help Hao Ren out during these times. Vice principal, he started the fight. The captain of the soccer team was used to street fights, so he started to question the other students and tried to twist the truth. Those soccer players who had fallen to the ground started to shout even though they were still shaking. Vice principal, he hit me. My bones are broken. I need to go to the hospital for an examination. They looked like they were in pain, and they weren't acting. There were a few who had broken bones. In their minds, they had to represent the school to compete in soccer matches. Even though they hadn't won any championships, they still put in the effort. Now that Hao Ren had broken their bones, it would have a bad impact on their games. That was why they at least wanted some medical compensation and to have Hao Ren suspended for a few days. The two sides started to argue. The school's management, especially the mechatronic engineering program's director, were all standing behind Lu Qing and were baffled. This Hao Ren has such great influence at the school, they thought. Hao Ren's dad was Hao Zonghua, so these instructors and officials respected him for Hao Zonghua. However, the elite students in the school were trying to help Hao Ren. Hao Zonghua slightly frowned and thought, Hao Ren is good at fighting. Moreover, it seems that he is the little king at school and has his own clan? Okay. That's enough. Lu Qing raised his hand. Both sides went silent and stopped their arguments. The specific punishments will be released this afternoon. Now, Lu Qing saw the swollen faces of the players of the soccer team and said, the soccer team is dissembled. The players on the soccer team who participated in the fight will all receive detention as punishment. If your grades aren't up to standard within half a year, you will be expelled. He stared at them and continued, I'll talk with your coach. Lu Qing's decision stunned all the students, and they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. They didn't expect Lu Qing to focus the punishment on the soccer team and let Hao Ren go. Of course, this did not mean that Hao Ren escaped from punishment since the official notice would be posted later, but the players on the soccer team were all doomed. Without their status as players on the soccer team, they were nobodies. Lu Qing was the managing vice principal, so he was in charge of the school sports teams and clubs. He had the absolute authority to disassemble the soccer team. Principal. He heard us. What about medical expenses? When Lu Qing turned around and was about to leave, a few players on the soccer team asked in a hurry. Lu Qing turned around and said to them coldly, well, didn't you say it was because the cafeteria floor was too slippery? Didn't you slip and fall? The players on the soccer team were all astonished. Hiss, the other students all gasped. From Lu Qing's attitude, they could tell that he was leaning toward helping Hao Ren. Since he was East Ocean University's managing vice principal, no one could go against him. However, it was a delight to see him punishing these scummy soccer players. Lu Qing then looked at the manager who was in charge of safety and standing on his side, and he said sternly, get the cafeteria staff to clean the floors, so the students won't slip and fall again. Yes, this manager wiped off the sweat on his forehead and nodded. The students watched as Lu Qing led the officials upstairs again, and they were too stunned. Hao Ren had beat the soccer players so hard that their bones broke, but the story turned out to be that they fell and hurt themselves. Lu Qing, the vice principal, had such powers. Then, the students looked at Hao Ren again and thought, who is the real overload of the students at East Ocean University? It isn't Huang Zuji but Hao Ren. He is even dating the vice principal's twin granddaughters. What else is he capable of? Are you okay? Hao Ren turned around and looked at Zhao Jiayi. Do you need me to go to the hospital with you? It's just a scratch. Zhao Jiayi clenched his teeth. The corners of his mouth and eyes were a bit torn, and his nose was still bleeding. Others could see the scratches on his arms and legs from the tables and chairs. However, the captain of the soccer team who fought with him was injured even worse than him. The latter's eyes were swollen, his nose was crooked, and his clothes were torn. Since Hao Zonghua saw Hao Ren holding onto the captain of the soccer team and hitting him, Hao Zonghua believed that all the injuries and scars on the captain of the soccer team were Hao Ren's doing. The idiots on the soccer team don't want to live, right? Tens of players on the basketball team came charging into the cafeteria. They heard that the soccer team was beating Zhao Jiayi, so they rushed over from the academic buildings. The players on the soccer team were all injured, and they looked paler when they saw the basketball team appear in the cafeteria. Okay, it's okay. Zhao Jiayi yelled. School officials were still eating on the second floor, so he didn't want to cause another commotion. The players on the basketball team were shocked when they charged into the cafeteria and saw how beaten the players on the soccer team were. Then, they saw Hao Ren who was beside Zhao Jiayi. Hao Ren's clothes were clean and tidy while Zhao Jiayi's were torn. The players on the basketball team exclaimed happily, Brother Zhao is so amazing. You single-handedly beat them all. They believed that only Xie Wanjun had such fighting abilities, and they didn't expect Zhao Jiayi to overpower others in a similar fashion. Zhao Jiayi sighed helplessly. He looked at how concerned Hao Ren was and suddenly thought, Ren is so strong and terrifying, but Hao Zonghua somehow looked a little similar to Hao Ren. Ren, don't worry. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Zhao Jiayi tapped Hao Ren's shoulder and said while he patted his chest. Hao Zonghua is a world-renowned scientist, and Hao Ren is an ordinary student at East Ocean University. They probably aren't related. Zhao Jiayi thought. Lu Qing didn't punish Hao Ren in front of everyone probably because he is concerned about his two granddaughters. However, it looks like Hao Ren had caused such a commotion in front of a very important guest from his perspective, so the school would punish Hao Ren in secrecy. Just when Zhao Jiayi finished his thoughts, the mechatronic engineering program's director came downstairs and waved at Hao Ren. Hao Ren, come upstairs. The vice principal is calling for you. Chapter 574. Probation. The program director of the mechatronic engineering program was very worried and concerned. Hao Ren was one of his students, but the former had gotten into a fight with the soccer team in the cafeteria. As the program director, he had responsibility. Lu Qing did not openly express his opinion on this situation, and Hao Zonghua didn't say much either. However, the atmosphere at their table was different than before. Hao Ren ran over and followed the program director up the stairs. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily thought for a bit but decided to follow anyway. On the other hand, Xie Yujia stood still and hesitated for a few seconds. She decided that it wasn't appropriate for her to follow them, so she walked over to Zhao Jiayi instead to see how injured he was. The decoration on the second floor of Clearstream Cafeteria was more elegant. It looked very tidy, and there were little square tables with table covers on them. Lu Qing and the others were in a small reserved room, and the program director led Hao Ren inside the room. Then, he just stood at the door since he was too afraid to sit down. Hao Zonghua was sitting in the center. Beside him was managing vice principal Lu Qing and the academic vice principal. There were also a few experienced professors and deans at the table. These people were all looked up to by the students, but they seemed more cautious than usual. Are you that tough? Hao Zonghua stared at Hao Ren and said. Hao Zonghua was facing the door. From Hao Ren's position, he had to look Hao Zonghua right in the eyes. None of the school officials in the room dared even to breathe heavily. East Ocean University did not employ Hao Zonghua, but his influence could impact all the university across the country. Tap, tap, tap. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily ran over to the reserved room. They ignored all the other school officials and saw how angry Hao Zonghua was. They quickly explained, "Uncle. They were the ones who attacked Gongzi." The professors and school officials were a bit astonished because they didn't think that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily would come running over. They all turned to look at Lu Qing. The Lu sisters were Lu Qing's granddaughters. Everyone in East Ocean University knew of this fact. The teachers had heard that Vice Principal Lu Qing's granddaughters had a good relationship with Hao Ren, but it seemed like they were also quite brave, so brave that they came charging into the reserved room where they were having a meeting. From the tone of the Lu sisters, they could also tell that they knew Hao Zonghua well. Then, they recalled how Hao Zonghua coordinated with the school on a few projects in the last half year, all thanks to Lu Qing's ability. There was a deeper meaning to why the Lu sisters always hung around Hao Ren, they thought. The students on the soccer team have bad habits. I'll investigate deeper into this, Lu Qing said, hoping to mediate the situation. Why did I hear that Hao Ren had also fought in front of Lingjiao Middle School a few days ago? Hao Zonghua asked. Hao Ren's heart pounded as he realized that his dad had found out about everything. Luo Ying, Zhao Yanzi's class advisor, had told Zhao Yanzi's parents about the fight in front of the school, so Yu Yang also got a hold of the news. Of course, the school's management had heard about the fight. However, once they knew that Hao Ren and Huang Zuji were at the center of this matter, they pretended that they didn't know anything. Now that Hao Zonghua mentioned it, their hearts raced with anxiety. Can Hao Zonghua's son be a bad student? They thought. However, who should be blamed for this? After all, Hao Ren did this after attending East Ocean University. How about this? Let's give probation as a punishment. If he ever fights again, then he doesn't need to attend school again. If his behavior doesn't change, attending school would be a waste, Hao Zonghua said in a loud and angry voice. All the school officials in the room shivered when they saw how angry Hao Zonghua got. Uncle, the Lu sisters tried to change Hao Zonghua's mind since they were unwilling to accept his decision. Don't say any more. Hao Zonghua waved his hand and added, I don't care who started it. If you ever fight again, you don't need to come back to school. Hao Ren kept a serious face and still didn't say a word. Hao Zonghua almost did not give Hao Ren any pressure when it came to studying. He didn't pressure Hao Ren to make names for himself, but he expected Hao Ren to have good manners and behaviors. That was why he forbid Hao Ren to ever get into fights. After all, fights rarely solved anything. Vice Principal Lu, where were we just now? Hao Zonghua suppressed his anger a bit and turned to ask Lu Qing. Oh, we were just talking about partnering up with the Environmental Studies program on the Oasis project. Lu Qing responded. Oh, about that, my opinion is, Hao Zonghua didn't glare at the door anymore and started talking about something else. All the professors and school officials in the room listened attentively. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily stood by Hao Ren's side and lightly pulled him out of the reserved room. Gongzi, it's okay. They comforted Hao Ren softly. Hao Ren knew his dad, and he would do whatever he said. His dad was a person that strictly separated private life from work. That was why he gave Hao Ren a punishment this time to show the school his attitude. He did not want the school to cover for Hao Ren. I'm okay. Hao Ren waved his hand. He just didn't expect his dad to call him upstairs and get angry at him in front of other people. During these kinds of times, Hao Ren couldn't explain himself either. The three of them went back to the first floor. The soccer team and basketball team had already left. However, even if Hao Ren didn't beat up the soccer team, the basketball team would have rushed in and turned it into a real school fight. When the students in the cafeteria saw Hao Ren come down with the Lu sisters, they gossiped even more. Hao Ren had left a huge impression on them because he single-handedly beat up the entire soccer team. I went to the nearby supermarket to buy Zhao Jiayi a bottle of Yunnan medical spray to help him stop bleeding. Zhou Liren and the others are now helping Zhao Jiayi to get to class. Xie Yujia came over and asked, "How are you? Are you okay?" Hao Ren shook his head and walked toward the entrance of the cafeteria, and Xie Yujia hurried to follow. Even though it was a simple gesture, the guys in the cafeteria were all very jealous of Hao Ren. Xie Yujia was gentle and considerate. However, Hao Ren didn't seem like he cared at all. If Xie Yujia were their girlfriend, they would treat her dearly. It was Friday afternoon, and the two classes left were Su Han's transducer theory and application. The classroom was already full when Hao Ren and the others walked in. Since this was an elective course, any students in the mechatronic engineering program could enroll in this course that was taught by Su Han. In fact, even some students from other programs such as business or civic engineering would take this course. Even if they failed this course, it was all right. What was more important was that they could see Su Han, a magnificent beauty, from a close distance for an entire semester. This classroom could only fit 80 people, but it was so packed that it looked like a food market during New Year's. There were even some students who weren't enrolled in this course but took advantage of the first class of the new semester to come and see Su Han. Big Ren. Over here, Cao Ronghua waved his hand from the last row. It was very crowded in the front of the room, and some students even brought small stools. Zhao Jiayi's face was wounded, and he sat in the last row by the window. When they came over, the classroom was already full. However, Zhao Jiayi's status had a bit of use as some guys who weren't enrolled in the class gave them their seats. Hao Ren brought Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters with him as they walked past the crowd and toward the back of the classroom. This was supposed to be a regular course, but it became very popular since Su Han taught it. Ring, 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 the bell sounded. Tap, 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 tap. Su Han walked into the classroom from the hallway, and she was wearing a pair of thick heel sandals. Wow! Some students couldn't get into the classroom and had to stand outside, and they immediately gasped upon seeing her. She was wearing a white t-shirt that had 2 pockets, a pair of jeans, a pair of pink slippers. She even had a white cap on. It was a super cute look. Wow! The students in the classroom couldn't help but scream as well. The students who aren't enrolled in my class, please leave right now. Su Han's voice was cold, and the chilliness destroyed these students' fantasy about her. Su Han's eyes had a slight coldness to them, and her pink skin was as clear as jades. Every move of hers gave out a sense of cold haughtiness, but her casual outfit made her look like a beautiful girl on the streets. This type of contrast made the guys even crazier about her. The students who liked comparing turned around to look at the Lu sisters and Xie Yujia who were sitting by Hao Ren. Then, they looked back at Su Han who was at the front and tried to see who was the prettiest. However, Su Han's charm was unique. It was ethereal and cold. She wasn't someone they could compare with. When Su-han saw how noisy and red-faced the students were, she took off her cap, lightly swayed her head to smooth her hair, and said with the enrollment list open, "I'm going to take attendance now. Whoever's not on the list, please leave." Even such small movements triggered the male students. She was as enchanting as the woman in the shampoo commercial on TV. Lu Ziyang, Guo Dao, Sun Liwen, Su-han read the names in order. All the students who got their names called all stood up. Although Su-han's voice was ice-cold, it was still music to their ears. This was probably their only opportunity to hear Su-han call out their names. As long as it was Su-han's class, almost no one would skip it. However, Su-han didn't pick on students to answer questions, so it was practically impossible for Su-han to call their names again. Zhou Liren. Su-han started to call the names of the students in the mechatronic engineering program. Since the names on the list were in the order of student numbers, Hao Ren and the others were almost right together. "Here, here, here," Zhou Liren responded feverishly. It was the third time he heard Su-han call his name. He had taken Su-han's classes for 4 semesters, but he was late for the first class and missed attendance. Su-han didn't look at Zhou Liren but focused on the list and continued with the attendance. "Hao Ren." "Here." Hao Ren responded calmly. Su-han suddenly looked at Hao Ren, who was sitting in the last row, and said, "I heard you got into a fight again." "Ah." Hao Ren hesitated for half a second and made a sound. Su-han looked at Hao Ren helplessly and asked, "Did you get hurt?" Chapter 575. After Su-han. Crank, crank, crank. Suddenly, all the students turned around to look at Hao Ren, who was sitting in the last row, and they were as stiff as robots. Su-han looked indifferent, but she sounded like she cared a little bit. Seeing everyone looking at him, Hao Ren scratched his head awkwardly and responded, "I'm fine. Don't get into fights again. If you have any problems, come and find me. Be good at school," Su-han said and continued to take attendance. Zhao Jiayi, Yu Rong. Zhao Jiayi and Yu Rong were called, but they were so shocked that they almost didn't realize it. Hao Ren was a bit embarrassed and thought, what does she mean by be good at school? The other male students who had a crush on Su-han were all going weak. Su-han usually didn't even talk to other students, but it sounded like she was flirting with Hao Ren. Su-han ignored all the male students' reactions and continued to take attendance. She finally got to the last one, Shu K. "Here." A crisp and resonant voice sounded in the classroom. Hao Ren followed the voice and saw the metal elemental dragon, Shu K, sitting in the last row but by the hallway. Su-han looked up at that corner as she closed the enrollment list. "If I didn't call you, please leave the classroom," she said. She sounded authoritative. Although the students still wanted to see Su-han, they felt the enormous pressure. Students started to get up and leave, and the ones who weren't supposed to be here left one after another. "Shu K, I see that you're a first-year student. This course requires calculus and university-level physics as prerequisites, so you probably won't understand the class. You can still drop courses during the first week of school, so drop this course when you have time," Su-han said as she looked at Shu K. She gave out a sharp sense of haughtiness, and this aura made it hard for others to approach her. "It's okay, instructor. I was the group leader of the extracurricular physics club at my high school, and I also competed in high school robotics competitions for 3 years and got first place consecutively. I'm pretty familiar with sensors," Shu K responded. He chose this course on his own, and none of his classmates were taking it with him. Therefore, he sat at the corner near the back door alone. This frustrated Su-han a little. She knew Shu K's identity and could sense that Shu K chose this course to observe Su-han. Su-han was a dual metal elemental and water elemental cultivator, so she had the bloodline of metal elemental dragons. Although Shu K was a full metal elemental dragon, Su-han was an inspector. She was too lazy to keep a very close watch on him, but the latter came to investigate her. She suddenly felt like Hao Ren didn't beat Shu K enough last night. Instead, Hao Ren should have beaten up this annoying metal elemental brat so bad that he couldn't pick a fight again, she thought. "Okay. Since there is no problem, let us begin the class," Su-han said as she lightly bit her lip and turned around to start the projector. Many students were a bit excited since it was their first time successfully enrolling in Su-han's class. Each of Su-han's movements was very beautiful and elegant in their eyes. There was a 10-minute short break in between the two classes. In the past, Su-han would go to the staff lounge by the staircase to take a break. However, she stayed today. She twisted open the cap of a bottle of water and stood by the window. As she drank the water, she looked outside to see the sceneries of the school. Wow! She's gorgeous, Zhou Liren couldn't help but gasp as he looked at Su-han. Senior, please help me when you can. Shu Kei walked in front of Hao Ren and said to him with a soft smile. Shu Kei's smile looked very bright. When he was smiling, it seemed like his eyes were squinted. Hao Ren snorted and didn't continue the conversation with him. Big brothers. I'm Shu Kei, a first-year student. Nice meeting you. He turned to Zhao Jiayi and the other guys who were standing near Hao Ren and said politely. Zhao Jiayi and the others didn't know who he was, so they just gave him a simple response. Hee, thanks, seniors. Shu Kei lightly bowed and ran back to his seat. You wrong, asked Hao Ren, who was in front of them. Who is that kid? First-year kid. You don't need to bother with him. Hao Ren clenched his teeth and glared at Shu Kei. Shu Kei looked very humble and gentle, so no one knew when he was going to attack. Xie Yujia also looked at Shu Kei and felt like he was up to no good when he came over to talk to Hao Ren. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were strong, but Shu Kei had moved around freely even when the Lu sisters were watching. This meant that he wasn't a simple person. Ring, 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 the bell sounded again. Su-han went back to the podium while holding her bottle of water. Let's adjust the seating first. Su-han looked at the students in the classroom and said, Hao Ren, Xie Yujia, Lu Linlin, and Lu Lily, come sit in the front row. All the students who had taken her class before, including Zhou Liren and the others, were shocked. Su-han's class never had seating plans before. It was usually first come first serve, so the people who came late had to sit in the back. It was such an unusual thing for her to adjust the seats. Hao Ren and the three girls who had been called by Su-han stood up and walked to the front of the class. Zhao Jiayi, Yu Rong, Zhou Liren, Ji Yu Jiadong, sit in the second row, Su-han continued. Zhou Liren and the others who were confused a moment ago instantly became very excited. Now, they could sit in the second row for sure and look at Su-han from up close every week. The business students sit on the left side of the first row. The law students sit on the right side of the first row. The students shuffled their seats in order. Oh, Shu Kei, you don't need to move. Just sit there, Su-han said calmly as she held the enrollment list. After Su-han's adjustment, the rows from the first to the second last were all full, and no seats were left empty. This tight-knit seating arrangement made the last row of this classroom look very empty. Only Shu Kei was sitting in the corner spot by the back entrance. Sit like this from now on for this class. You don't need to fight for spots anymore, Su-han said. Then, she turned on the projector again and lectured. We were talking about the types of sensors just now. Now, let's talk about. Shu Kei sat alone in the back row. All the seats on his right were empty. It gave out the feeling that he was purposely isolated, and this seating arrangement forced him to keep a distance from Su-han and Hao Ren. Shu Kei could no longer keep calm after Su-han made such an obvious arrangement. He glared at Su-han, who was in the front of the classroom, and held his fist tight. He gritted his teeth so hard that it made a series of sounds. Su-han pretended that she didn't see how discontent Shu Kei was and continued to lecture at a composed speed. Ring, 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 the bell sounded again, indicating that the class was over. Su-han had just finished her last slide in time, and she put on her white cap and picked up her files before walking out of the classroom quickly. Hao Ren put his textbooks in his bag and turned around, discovering that Shu Kei had already left. The latter probably left from the back door. Shu Kei took advantage of his identity as a first-year student and pretended to be Na Vei, but Su-han used her position as the instructor and isolated him. She also gave Shu Kei a few hard slaps in the face while she was at it. Are you out yet? When Hao Ren just walked out of the classroom, he received Zhao Yanzi's call. Class is over? Hao Ren asked her. I've been waiting for you for half an hour already. I'm outside Green Hill Cafeteria, Zhao Yanzi shouted. Coming, coming, Hao Ren exclaimed as he ran toward Green Hill Cafeteria. Hao Ren knew that Zhao Yanzi would come and find him. Since Ling Jiao Middle School's lunch break was half an hour earlier than East Ocean University's, they would get off school half an hour earlier on Friday as well. Xie Yujia was standing on the field outside the academic building and was unlocking her bicycle lock. When she saw Hao Ren running off, she was a bit disappointed. Since Ling Jiao Middle School moved next to East Ocean University, Zhao Yanzi had almost contacted Hao Ren every day. She felt a little bitter. Suddenly, the Lu sisters appeared by her side and said, "Big Jumu, let's go eat shaved ice." Xie Yujia smiled helplessly and replied, "Okay, let's go." At this moment, Hao Ren had arrived at Green Hill Cafeteria after running like the brisk wind. Zhao Yanzi was tiptoeing and reading the announcement board at Green Hill Cafeteria. She was wearing her light blue uniform of Ling Jiao Middle School, and the words on the tag on her shirt had changed from Grade 8 Class 2, Zhao Yanzi, to Grade 9 Class 2, Zhao Yanzi. Overall, the female uniform of Ling Jiao Middle School was pretty. Especially when Zhao Yanzi wore the middle school uniform with a pair of white socks and sneakers, she looked very fresh and full of youth. "Hey!" Hao Ren called out. Zhao Yanzi turned around and looked at Hao Ren. However, she still stood by the announcement board. She had pigtails, and her two pink hair clips were in the shape of kittens. Due to the hot weather, sweat was dripping off her nose, making her look especially cute. Hao Ren walked over, and Zhao Yanzi pouted and said, "I've already waited for you for over half an hour." "I didn't tell you to wait for me," Hao Ren said. "My mom told me to get you for dinner." Zhao Yanzi turned around and looked at Hao Ren before turning to the announcement board. "Oh, probation." Hao Ren followed her eyes and read the announcement inside the glass announcement window. On the announcement board, such an announcement was posted. This notice is to announce that the school has decided to give Hao Ren, a third-year student of the mechatronic engineering program, a probation since he got into a fight outside the school and got into a fight with other students in Clearstream Cafeteria. Besides this announcement was the school's punishment announcement for the soccer team. They also received the same probation punishment. 2 wins in a row, both inside and outside the school. You've got a bright history. Zhao Yanzi touched Hao Ren's arm as she gloated. "Wasn't it all for you?" Hao Ren looked at her. "I'm not connected to the other fight." "Okay." Zhao Yanzi immediately cleared her connection to the second fight. She looked up, and 2 of her canine teeth showed, making her look adorable. Hao Ren reached out to squeeze her nose. Then, he looked at the announcement board and felt a bit helpless since it was the first time that he had ever received punishment from the school. Also, probation was a severe punishment, only less severe than being expelled from the school. Zhao Yanzi held onto Hao Ren's hand and took it off from her nose. "I'll go talk to Elder Lu so that he can remove this punishment. How come he didn't take care of it for you?" Zhao Yanzi said. It's okay. Hao Ren quickly held onto her arm. He didn't expect Zhao Yanzi to care this much even though she still gloated. As they talked in front of the announcement board, it was only natural that they attracted others' attention, especially since Zhao Yanzi was wearing a middle school uniform and was very energetic and pretty. Hao Ren could sense that many people were looking over, and he looked at the punishment on the announcement board again and blushed. Getting the probation was already something to be ashamed of. If people knew that he was dating a middle school girl, he didn't know how things would turn out. "I'm going to the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Do you want to come?" Hao Ren asked as he dragged her away from the announcement board. Zhao Yanzi only had 2 classes on Friday, so she could leave a long time ago. Even students who were living in dorms could go home on the weekend. On the other hand, Hao Ren had 3 classes on Friday, 2 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. That was why he got off later. Sure. Zhao Yanzi wanted to drag Hao Ren to go shopping with her, but it was fine not to go since the weather was so hot. After Hao Ren kissed her that time, she felt like her heart beat fast around Hao Ren. She came to find Hao Ren right after her classes were over. It was because she wanted to be with Hao Ren. When she was with him, she felt lovely inside. "Let's go." Hao Ren pulled her toward the gate to take a taxi. Only a few minutes after Hao Ren left the announcement board, Zhao Jiayi and the others came. When they saw the announcement, they were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. "FCK. Probation. What the hell?" Cao Ronghua and the others shouted. "I told you that there's no way Hao Ren could get away this time. Didn't you know that Hao Zonghua saw their fight? Hao Zonghua is even more important than the mayor. Think about this, if the mayor came to visit the school and saw students fighting, what would the school do?" Yu Rong said. Gu Jiadong and the others listened to Yu Rong's explanation and nodded. Hao Zonghua was almost as important as the provincial governor, and Hao Ren chose to fight at such a time. In such circumstances, even if Hao Ren's parents come to the school to beg for mercy, it wouldn't be helpful, they thought. If Hao Zonghua's view of East Ocean University changed because of this, Ren would be in a worse position. Didn't you see that Vice Principal Liu asked for Hao Zonghua's opinion? Hao Zonghua is even more important than the principal. Yu Rong, the current class president, told everyone his analysis as they walked toward Academic Building A. After these guys left, Huang Zuji came to the announcement board on a mountain bicycle. He snickered when he saw that Hao Ren received probation as a punishment. Then, he kept riding his bike toward the main gate. Hao Ren, it is great that such a day has come for you, Huang Zuji thought happily. When he came to the gate, he saw the car and the driver his dad had sent. Little White had destroyed Huang Zuji's Mercedes last time, so Huang Zuji had to send it to get fixed. When the mechanics discovered that there was a massive dent in the engine and many of the parts were destroyed, the car was almost declared to be destroyed. That was why Huang Zuji lost his right to drive on his own. Huang Zuji was sent to his home by his dad's driver. Then, he whistled and opened the door. He lived a life where he wasn't concerned about food or money. Also, he would be picked up and drove home every Friday. Bang! Just when he stepped inside, something was thrown over and landed by his feet. Yu Qing said that you slapped her in the face when she came home today. Her dad called me, so I got people to investigate. It turned out that you called hooligans to beat up Hao Zonghua's son and made Hao Zonghua's son get punished by the school. You don't need to sleep tonight. Just kneel there. Huang Zuji looked down after listening to his dad's angry words, and he discovered a brand new washboard one by his feet. Chapter 576. Inspecting West Ocean. Bam! The wobbling bus drove along the noisy streets. Zhao Yanzi leaned on Hao Ren's side, gaming on her phone. Behind them, a few middle school students were traveling home. They glanced at Zhao Yanzi at an angle and thought that she was gorgeous. However, they soon discovered that she had a boyfriend by her side. Hao Ren, who was in a simple striped shirt, looked outside at the streets. The appearance of Shu Ke was a troubling matter. A rich man would be troubled by his wealth. Hao Ren never thought that the Metal Elemental Dragon clan would know about his possession of the Mystic Water Sword techniques. The Mystic Water Sword techniques documented 32 strikes, and each had 18 variations. Hao Ren did all he could and only learned 12 variations in the first strike. Therefore, what Hao Ren learned was only the tip of an iceberg, and the power the variations that he comprehended wasn't that mighty. However, this sword technique must be a priceless treasure, especially to a sword cultivator like Hao Ren. If he could understand all the techniques and use them at will, he would be almost invincible. Especially since Zhao Horan left this set of sword techniques intentionally for Hao Ren and didn't even let Zhao Kuo know about it, it proved his expectations for Hao Ren. Damn it! I lost again. Zhao Yanzi waved her phone, frustrated. She shoved the phone into Hao Ren's hand and said, "Beat this level for me." Boring game. Let's go. Get off the bus. Hao Ren held her hand and jumped off the back door of the bus. The back door closed, and the bus drove forward. Through the windows, the few girls who were tailing Hao Ren could only see him walked into the park with a beautiful girl. Zhao Yanzi was completely oblivious of Hao Ren's booming popularity at the university and did not sense the girls staring at Hao Ren on the bus. In her heart, Hao Ren was still a dull young man who was hard to be noticed, and he was far from a super handsome man who was pursued by other girls. Let's go. Seeing nobody tailing him, Hao Ren created an energy sphere, let out the purple gold hairpin, and flew toward the West Ocean Dragon Palace. The purple gold hairpin transformed into a ship, and its speed was stunning. Zhao Yanzi stood on the boat beside Hao Ren, and she felt comfortable. Her short skirt fluttered, revealing her slender thighs. Her pigtails drifted in the wind, which made her appear energetic. The purple gold hairpin went straight across the Demon Sea, and it did not make any waves at all. It was so quiet that it was scary. Hao Ren's necklace carried the Zhen Kongming's aura, and it scared off the level 8 and level 9 demon beasts. Also, the aura coming from the purple gold hairpin stunned the transformation realm demon beasts. Boom! The purple gold hairpin rushed into the ocean, and an energy sphere appeared around it, blocking out all the seawater. Greetings, Commanding General. The soldiers of East Ocean who were stationed in the territory of West Ocean and near the Demon Sea hailed at Hao Ren. Thanks for the hard work, Hao Ren shouted. Then, the golden ship broke through the water and headed toward the West Ocean Dragon Palace. The soldiers saw that Hao Ren was even fast now compared with before when he was on the river mountain Qian Kun painting, and they were shocked. Every time Hao Ren appeared, he brought them more shock. This purple gold hairpin was Lady Zhen's Dharma treasure. Although Lady Zhen did not have much use for it these past few hundred years, it was still her go-to Dharma treasure back in the Demon Sea. Therefore, its traveling speed in water was much faster than in air. The United Army stationed at the front gate of the West Ocean Dragon Palace didn't see what that golden light was before Hao Ren was already at the gate. This boat was much larger than the new front gate of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. When it suddenly slowed down on top of the front gate, it alerted the soldiers around it. It's Commanding General. Our Commanding General. Lu Yi, who was stationed at the front gate, shouted when he saw Hao Ren on the boat. Greetings, Commanding General. All the soldiers of East Ocean under Lu Yi cupped their hands to greet Hao Ren. Standing at the front of the enormous ship, Hao Ren looked majestic and crushed the spirit of the South Ocean Dragon Clan and North Ocean Dragon Clan once again. The East Ocean Dragon Palace's soldiers were mainly stationed near the Demon Sea. Except the few thousand men led by Lu Yi, most of the soldiers near the West Ocean Dragon Clan were from the South Ocean and North Ocean. These soldiers had never seen such a fancy ship, and they all looked at it in awe. The West Ocean Dragon Palace also had a ship-shaped Dharma treasure which was taken from the Nine Dragon Palace. However, it was incomparable with Hao Ren's gold and fancy Dharma ship. Hao Ren held Zhao Yanzi by the hand and jumped off to the front gate of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Then, the purple gold hairpin went back to normal and flew into Hao Ren's necklace. What a powerful Dharma treasure! The soldiers and a few elders of the other two oceans looked at each other in surprise. Nobody was quick enough to see the ship's original form. Usually, the larger the size of a Dharma treasure after transformation, the bigger it would be when it shrunk. For example, Zhao Hongyu's River Mountain Qian Kun painting was a scroll that had the size of half an arm when it wasn't used, and the West Ocean Dragon Palace's black ship was a long black bone when it shrunk. However, Hao Ren's Dharma treasure could easily shrink into his palm, which proved that its quality was not below the Dharma treasures from the Nine Dragon Palace. Most of the Dharma treasures in the Nine Dragon Palace were mainly dark in color and crude in appearance. Zhao Hongyu's River Mountain Qian Kun painting was an ink painting, which was comparatively more delicate. Not only was Hao Ren's Dharma treasure golden when expanded, but it was also embedded with shiny purple sand. It looked very majestic and eye-catching. Greetings, Princess. The soldiers of East Ocean bowed to Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi waved her hand and stood by Hao Ren's side obediently. She grew up in the city and was not used to such a scene. However, to Lu Yi and the soldiers, her reaction meant that she really liked the Fuma. From Lu Yi and the soldiers' perspective, the Fuma was indeed extraordinarily majestic. It was normal for the princess to fall for him. How is the reconstruction of the West Ocean Dragon Palace? Hao Ren asked. He was here mainly to check on the reconstruction of the West Ocean Dragon Palace and quickly inspect the soldiers of East Ocean. The defeat of the West Ocean Dragon Palace led to tighter controls of its territories by South Ocean and North Ocean. As the commanding general of East Ocean, Hao Ren had to pay more attention to West Ocean. 3 main halls are already built. The gates and the walls are in the works, Lu Yi explained to Hao Ren while walking by his side. The gigantic array formation around the West Ocean Dragon Palace was already restored. It kept the water out so that energy spheres were no longer needed when walking in here. Zhao Yanzi followed Hao Ren and looked around. Now in the West Ocean Dragon Palace, other than the soldiers of West Ocean who were tasked with the reconstruction, there were also the patrolling soldiers of South Ocean and North Ocean, not to mention the black armored soldiers led by Lu Yi. It was very chaotic in the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Welcome, East Ocean Commanding General. A dozen of purple-robed elders poured out of the main hall and cupped their hands at Hao Ren. Zheng Yitao looked pale in his long golden robe. He seemed especially weak when huddled by these elders. He saw Zhao Yanzi in Lingqiao Middle School's uniform and following Hao Ren like a little kitten, and he felt a sense of hatred and anger. In the past, the West Ocean Dragon Palace was strong, and he wanted to force Zhao Yanzi to marry him. Now that the East Ocean Dragon Palace was in power, he could only smile in disgrace and watch his fantasized fiancée stand by the garbage Hao Ren that he disregarded. Although Zhao Yanzi was now in grade 9, she was still youthful and pretty. From how she was standing beside Hao Ren, Zheng Yitao could tell that their relationship had moved on to the next level. He wanted to have Zhao Yanzi, but he could not. Now seeing that there was only Hao Ren's figure in Zhao Yanzi's eyes, it hurt Zheng Yitao's head. "Are the matters with the old Dragon King settled?" Hao Ren asked. "Thanks for asking. The old Dragon King has been buried peacefully," an elder answered. "Take me there," Hao Ren said. The elders of West Ocean were stunned for a second before turning to Zheng Yitao. Zheng Yitao looked at Hao Ren, shocked. Then, he led Hao Ren to the back hall of the Dragon Palace without a word. He clenched his fists tightly but did not have the power to defeat Hao Ren. The reconstructed West Ocean Dragon Palace was smaller than before. Right now, only the front hall, middle hall, and back hall were restored. Hao Ren wanted to visit Zheng Xin's grave but did not expect Zheng Yitao to lead him to the hall where all former Dragon Kings were respected. This ancestral hall of West Ocean was not open to anyone, but no one dared to stop Hao Ren. However, Hao Ren did not act brazenly as Zheng Yitao and the elders had expected. He lit up 3 incense sticks and placed them in front of Zheng Xin's portrait. Hao Ren respected Zheng Xin as a Dragon King who dared to charge at the heavenly dragon realm. Even though he failed, he was brave and iron-willed. The elders of West Ocean suddenly felt like this commanding general of East Ocean was an extraordinary character. The 2 commanding generals of South Ocean and North Ocean patrolled the West Ocean Dragon Palace all the time, but they did not take the initiative to pay respect to the old Dragon King. In their eyes, Zheng Xin and the West Ocean Dragon Palace were losers. Hao Ren turned to look at Zheng Yitao and only saw frustration and hatred on his face. Not a single shade of sadness could be spotted. He sighed slightly and felt sadder for Zheng Xin. "Ho ho ho, brother Hao is here. Why didn't you come and visit us?" The laughter of the North Ocean's second duke suddenly sounded outside. Hao Ren slightly frowned and went out of the back hall. He saw the second duke of North Ocean in a black silk robe, and the latter was leading 16 golden armored generals who were standing in a formation. "Right. Why is brother Hao here all of a sudden? The South Ocean Dragon Clan and North Ocean Dragon Clan are protecting this area together. Is brother Hao afraid that we will make mistakes?" The third prince of South Ocean, who was in a white robe, led more than a dozen generals over as well. As he said that, he cupped his hands to greet Hao Ren. Chapter 577. Overpowering 2 dragon clans. Hao Ren came out from the back hall. Lu Yi immediately went up to him and whispered, "This area is close to the back mountain, and the West Ocean mystic ice is produced here." Zheng Yitao followed Hao Ren out of the back hall, and he stood within the circle of West Ocean elders and remained silent. Waiting outside the hall, Zhao Yanzi ran a few steps forward to return to Hao Ren's side. "Haha, I have not seen you two for a while," Hao Ren slightly cupped his hands and said. Lu Yi's reminder let Hao Ren understand the situation. What was most precious in the West Ocean Dragon Palace was not techniques, structures, elixir, or Dharma treasures, but their specialty product, West Ocean Mystic Ice. The back mountain of the West Ocean Dragon Palace was the production place of the West Ocean Mystic Ice. It was also the location where Zheng Xin made his last-ditch effort in trying to become a heavenly dragon. North Ocean and South Ocean were both very interested in West Ocean Mystic Ice. Since Hao Ren's suddenly appearance and forced Zheng Yitao to the back mountain, it plucked their nerves. Hao Ren looked at the commanding generals of the 2 dragon clans and saw aggression on their faces. Back when they fought against the demon beast, Hao Ren gave them detox pills and saved them. However, this situation involved the core interest, West Ocean Mystic Ice. The 2 dragon clans were not going to step back. This moment, they each led more than a dozen generals, and Hao Ren only had Lu Yi by his side. Hao Ren was outnumbered and surrounded. "I wonder what urgent matter brings brother Hao to the back mountain?" the second Duke of North Ocean asked. The third Prince of South Ocean cautiously stared at Hao Ren, and he was planning to ask the same question. The 2 parties had put on a firm stance. They had more soldiers in the West Ocean Dragon Palace, and they had more powerful generals with them. Therefore, they rushed over to pressure Hao Ren. Hao Ren understood where they were coming from, but he really disliked being threatened. Our commanding general of East Ocean came to inspect the reconstruction progress of the back hall. Does that require your approval? The straightforward Lu Yi was more displeased and was the first to shout. Does a little gate general have the rights to speak here? Seeing Lu Yi challenging him, the second Duke of North Ocean squinted his eyes and said authoritatively. As he walked, the second Duke of North Ocean released a fierce pressure at Lu Yi. Lu Yi unsheathed his broadsword in a hurry but still backed off 2 steps. The second Duke of North Ocean was about to exert more pressure, but Hao Ren's sword energies suddenly shot out and formed a layer of transparent barrier, blocking the second Duke of North Ocean's pressure. Regarding Lu Yi, he is not under North Ocean's command, right? Hao Ren turned to look at Lu Yi before turning to the second Duke of North Ocean and asking slowly. Zhao Yanzi lightly pulled on Hao Ren's shirt and didn't want him to confront them directly. The 4 ocean dragon clans always had relations among themselves. Therefore, Zhao Yanzi had seen the important figures of the other 3 dragon clans. This second Duke of North Ocean was the commanding general of North Ocean, and his realm was already at low-tier Qian level. He was the most powerful cultivator in the royal family aside from the purple-robed elders. Zheng Yitao was delighted to see them getting suspicious of each other, so he did not explain anything. He could not beat Hao Ren, so he looked forward to South Ocean and North Ocean joining forces and beating Hao Ren together. He would rather be taken apart by South Ocean and North Ocean than let the East Ocean Dragon clan earn a cent from him. The second Duke of North Ocean looked at Hao Ren. He did not expect Hao Ren to be this tough at such a young age. If he did not suppress Hao Ren now, there would be more trouble in the future. Brother Hao, you were just promoted to the position of commanding general, and it is inevitable that your military discipline is lacking a bit in the beginning. As a senior, I'm just helping to enforce some discipline. After all, as 3 ocean dragon clans have long days together here, any conflict should be avoided, the second Duke of North Ocean said as he fluttered his black cape. He then turned to look at the third Prince of South Ocean and asked, Brother Song, do you think I am right? The third Prince of South Ocean hesitated for a moment and nodded, saying, I see that this is the first time General Lu has led an army. There are things he doesn't understand well, such as division of power. Lu Yi was so mad that he almost went up 2 steps to argue with them. During this time, he led the black armored soldiers of East Ocean and had small conflicts with South Ocean and North Ocean soldier. However, those were due to misunderstandings during the division of responsibility, and South Ocean and North Ocean thought that East Ocean already got a big advantage in terms of sea territories, so they intentionally tried to harass Lu Yi and his black armored soldiers. Lu Yi did not want to cause trouble for Hao Ren, so he endured it for a while. He did not anticipate the commanding generals of the other 2 oceans to scold him right in front of Hao Ren. Hao Ren reached out and stopped Lu Yi. Then, he looked at the second Duke of North Ocean and the third Prince of South Ocean. Does this mean that you 2 are displeased with my subordinate? From my perspective, North Ocean and South Ocean soldiers are sufficient here. Brother Hao, General Lu can be stationed somewhere else. The second Duke of North Ocean took advantage of Hao Ren's young age and inexperience, and he said flippantly. Commanding General, this must not happen, Lu Yi said in a hurry. If they lost control of the West Ocean Dragon Palace, South Ocean and North Ocean could go around East Ocean's back and slowly devour the West Ocean Dragon Palace, especially swallowing up the West Ocean Mystic Ice. Zhao Yanzi lightly pulled on Hao Ren again. She did not understand military strategy, but she knew that the third Prince of South Ocean was a mid-tier Qian-level master. If the 2 of them joined forces, Hao Ren would lose. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. Why would Hao Ren want to fight to lose? Zhao Yanzi thought as she saw the attitude of the third Prince of South Ocean and second Duke of North Ocean. She knew that they wanted to push Hao Ren out of here. I wonder what does Crown Prince Zheng have to say? After all, this is the West Ocean Dragon clan, the second Duke of North Ocean suddenly asked Zheng Yitao. The third Prince of South Ocean also looked at Zheng Yitao. At this time, he stood on North Ocean's side. The East Ocean Dragon clan was getting stronger, and if they acquired large quantities of West Ocean Mystic Ice, Zheng Yitao looked at Hao Ren and started nodding. When he was about to speak, Hao Ren's 320 sword energies suddenly shot out. The sword energies separated into 3 clusters, and they shot toward Zheng Yitao from left, middle, and right. The dozens of elders of West Ocean immediately went up to block the attack. What is the meaning of this? General Hao, the second Duke of North Ocean, unsheathed the blade under his black robe ferociously. The third Prince of South Ocean hesitated for a moment before pulling out his spear and joining the fight. Bam! 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 Hao Ren's 3 clusters of sword energies were knocked back. Lu Yi! Protect Z! Hao Ren shouted. As you wish. Lu Yi raised his green dragon crescent blade and protected Zhao Yanzi behind him. Lu Yi knew that if Hao Ren made concessions now, East Ocean would have to back away from the defensive circle around the West Ocean Dragon Palace and lose influence in the Senate. That meant South Ocean and North Ocean would scavenge the East Ocean Dragon Clan's victory over the West Ocean Dragon Clan. Letting South Ocean and North Ocean co-administrate the matters at the West Ocean Dragon Clan was because the 3 parties had all sent troops. East Ocean could not occupy West Ocean alone and fight back the 2 other dragon clans. However, East Ocean wouldn't back down either. Lu Yi knew that Hao Ren's sudden attack was to stop Zheng Yitao. But how could Hao Ren fight the third Prince of South Ocean, the second Duke of North Ocean, and the dozens of generals? This worried Lu Yi. Pardon me for potentially offending you. The third Prince of South Ocean raised his white spear and charged at Hao Ren. Brother Hao, let's spar. The second Duke of North Ocean's blade spun in his palm and left a series of afterimages in the air. The defeated West Ocean Dragon Palace was a big piece of cake, but Lu Yi, who was stationed here by Hao Ren, became a very troublesome obstacle. They did not anticipate Hao Ren to start a fight, but they reacted quickly. Beating Hao Ren would suppress the morale of the soldiers of East Ocean. According to Zhao Guang's personality, he would not start a war for such a small conflict. They never thought that Hao Ren was the actual commander of the military of East Ocean, not just in name. Hao Ren had comparable prestige as Zhao Kuo, and he didn't lack bravery. The moment Hao Ren moved, he was prepared for war. Ding! Hao Ren's sword energies condensed into a colorful stone sword, and he used the first variation of the first strike in the mystic water sword techniques naturally. The tip of the sword met the tip of the spear, and a slight vibration appeared in the spear. Then, Hao Ren followed the momentum and flung out to block the slashing blade. Just one move by Hao Ren completely dumbfounded Lu Yi. In a 1 versus 2 situation, Hao Ren was able to hold off the joint attack of the other 2 commanding generals. The soldiers and generals of South Ocean and North Ocean were more surprised. They all knew the power of the third Prince of South Ocean's spear and the second Duke of North Ocean's blade. These 2 were almost invincible in their respective military. However, Hao Ren only performed 1 move and handled the spear and the blade. As the commanding generals of North Ocean and South Ocean, the 2 had fought many battles. They adjusted their mentalities and quickly stabbed and slashed at Hao Ren. Commanding General! Lu Yi shouted in anxiousness. Zhao Yanzi also opened her eyes wide. However, Zheng Yitao was having fun as he watched Hao Ren being attacked. The 6th variation of the first strike in the mystic water sword techniques. Hao Ren's stone sword drew a rainbow circle, and his steps tightly followed the circle, placing him in between the second Duke of North Ocean and the third Prince of South Ocean. Close-range combat. The 2 had never seen such ingenious sword techniques, and they struck their weapons at Hao Ren rapidly. The 12th variation. Hao Ren's sword pointed at the ground as he was upside down. The mystic water sword techniques had high requirements of the sword, and Hao Ren's sword was condensed by the light-splitting sword shadow scroll and could be firm and flexible, long and short. It fit the requirement of the mystic water sword techniques perfectly. The firm stone sword momentarily transformed into a soft sword, and it sprung Hao Ren up by half a meter. The second Duke of North Ocean and the third Prince of South Ocean both went for a stab, but Hao Ren suddenly sprung up, making them almost stabbed each other. Hao Ren was still upside down like a hawk, and his sword dashed around. Just as the second Duke of North Ocean and the third Prince of South Ocean were about to block, Hao Ren's soft sword suddenly transformed into 320 sword energies. The 2 treated Hao Ren's longsword as an ordinary weapon and miscalculated. Bam! The second Duke of North Ocean and the third Prince of South Ocean were both knocked back 5 to 6 steps, and their clothes were torn. If it were not for their high realms, they would be fully wounded. Hao Ren turned his body and landed firmly. He raised his right hand, and all the sword energies gathered in his palm and transformed back into a colorful stone sword. If you two want a rematch, I'm more than willing to participate. Hao Ren crossed his arms and said indifferently with the 5 mountain bracelets on his wrists. Chapter 578. The more the merrier. The intense battle boiled Hao Ren's blood, and the spiritual core in his Qihai acupoint vibrated in excitement. If he removed Su Han's 5 mountain bracelet, he could release the power of top-tier Qian level at any time. The second Duke of North Ocean and the third Prince of South Ocean looked at each other. They jointly attacked Hao Ren but did not use any nature essence. However, on martial arts alone, they couldn't beat Hao Ren. Hao Ren's sword techniques were ingenious, and his sword energies were remarkable. However, if they admitted defeat now, they would have to lower their heads in front of East Ocean. The colorful stone sword hummed in Hao Ren's hand and glowed. Hao Ren knew that one of them was at low-tier Qian level and the other was at mid-tier Qian level. However, if he released the power of top-tier Qian level, the outcome of the battle would be turned around instantly. Su Han especially gave him the 5 mountain bracelets in the hope that he would never use the power that was disproportional to the endurance of his body. That was the only way to avoid permanent injury. There was a moment of silence. Zheng Yitao and the elders of West Ocean did not speak, and Lu Yi observed the situation and remained silent as well. Zhao Yanzi did not know what to do. As for the second Duke of North Ocean and the third Prince of South Ocean, they were still calculating the situation, and their generals and soldiers all stared at Hao Ren anxiously. Hao Ren could even defeat a level 8 demon beast, and he just fended off both the second Duke of North Ocean and the third Prince of South Ocean. He was powerful. Before anyone moved, they had to consider the consequences. If it were only casual sparring, then the second Duke of North Ocean and the third Prince of South Ocean had already lost, and they should back off. However, if it were a probe, then the real battle was about to start. From all aspects, it seemed like Hao Ren was only at mid-tier gen level. The fact that he beat that level 8 demon beast could be due to his ingenious use of sword energies. South Ocean and North Ocean had never witnessed Hao Ren's domination in the Dragon God Shrine's general exams, so they couldn't really tell what his trump cards were. How did the East Ocean Dragon clan recruit such a brilliant character, they thought. The spiritual core in Hao Ren's Qihai acupoint spun fast, and Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength was about to gush out. Ho ho ho. Brother Hao, there is no need to be so serious. The second Duke of North Ocean finally opened his mouth and said, I led the troops all day and got bored. Sparring with Brother Hao keeps me in a merry mood. He then turned to the third Prince of South Ocean and continued, Brother Song and I always spar for fun. For commanding generals like us, we are going to die on the battlefields if we don't practice our skills. The third Prince of South Ocean's face suddenly turned stiff. He did not anticipate that his ally would suddenly soften up. He laughed embarrassingly, indeed. If we are on the same level, we should practice more often. Humph. Lu Yi snorted and appeared not convinced. Since you lost, you say that it is just a spar. However, if you won, you would be forcing the soldiers of East Ocean to retreat. Lu Yi thought but did not speak his mind. However, his face had expressed his thoughts. From now on, if my soldiers or generals do something wrong, they're mine to manage. You two have no authority over them, Hao Ren said calmly. This statement was calm but undeniably domineering. Hao Ren decided to fight for 2 reasons. One was to silence Zheng Yitao, and the other was to vent for Lu Yi. Lu Yi was a loyal general of East Ocean. The second Duke of North Ocean dared to pressure a general of East Ocean, so Hao Ren had to get back at him. When Lu Yi heard what Hao Ren said, he immediately felt incredibly proud. Bravo! Great General Hao Ren's presence is definitely on par with Third Lord, he thought. When he remembered that he once challenged Hao Ren and wanted to have Zhao Kuo reinstated as the Great General, Lu Yi's face instantly turned red. His weak ability was no match for even Hao Ren's finger. The second Duke of North Ocean's lips twitched. As he was about to say something, Hao Ren continued, but, if you two want to practice some more, I'm more than willing to participate. The second Duke of North Ocean's face turned green and then white. and the third prince of South Ocean's clean and white face did not look too good either. They led dozens of generals over here to pressure Hao Ren, and they did not expect to be suppressed by him. He is just a young kid with a slightly more powerful technique. I'm not afraid of you. The second Duke of North Ocean thought as he clenched his blade tight, and a flash of light appeared in his eyes. Hao Ren stood with his hands behind him. He was trying to provoke the second Duke of North Ocean to make the first move. This vibration of the spiritual core in his body was not a common occurrence. He must grasp this chance to release the peak Qian level power to suppress North Ocean and South Ocean completely. It would be very beneficial in the long run. Buzz. Hao Ren suddenly felt a small reaction from the golden shield in his necklace. The golden shield seemed to have found a powerful master it wanted to follow, and it flew around in Hao Ren's necklace restlessly. Hao Ren opened his necklace to let it out. Vroom. The glamorous golden shield flew out from Hao Ren's necklace. Blinding gold light instantly lit up the back mountain and the back hall as if the sun appeared in this area. In the air, the golden shield spun swiftly and transformed into thousands of tiny golden shields. The bottom of the ocean, which was deep and dark, lit up instantly. Every corner and every crack were clearly illuminated. Supreme, spiritual treasure. The third prince of South Ocean and the second Duke of North Ocean had their eyes wide open. The Nine-Dragon Palace opened once every dozens of years. In the last few hundred years, the 4 ocean dragon clans had sent their cultivators in and obtained several treasures from there. These treasures were extremely precious for smaller dragon clans, but they were not that rare for the 4 ocean dragon clans. However, supreme spiritual treasures with spirit properties were something else. Nobody including the third prince of South Ocean and the second Duke of North Ocean had ever seen a supreme spiritual treasure with spirit property. Once Hao Ren released the golden shield from his necklace, they were instantly fixated in awe. Buzz. The golden shield glowed once again, and the nature essence around the West Ocean Dragon Palace was suddenly drained by it. The dozens of West Ocean mystic ices deeply embedded in the back mountain of the West Ocean Dragon Palace were also suddenly sucked out by it. The legend said that supreme spiritual treasures possessed spirit properties and could automatically locate precious materials. Now, it seemed like the legends were true. The third prince of South Ocean, the second Duke of North Ocean, and their generals looked up at the blinding golden shields, and they were shocked beyond words. The East Ocean Dragon Clan actually has such a treasure. The true power of East Ocean is way greater than we imagined. Could it be that the East Ocean Dragon Clan has been acting low-key to hide their capacities? People thought. The golden shield circled the West Ocean Dragon Palace and sensed that the aura of peak Qian level belonged to Hao Ren. Therefore, it gradually gathered itself back into one golden shield. Hao Ren packed up his sword energies, raised his left hand, and the golden shield returned to his palm obediently. It was still humming as if it wasn't willing to give up and still tried to search for something. Everyone there, including Lu Yi and Zhao Yanzi, was shocked. However, Hao Ren knew that this golden shield could not escape. The purple gold hairpin was still here. If it were to run, it had to pass through the purple gold hairpin. When Hao Ren saw the bright lights all over the sky, he knew that the golden shield had only released a tiny fraction of its power when Shu Kei used it. Tink, 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 the golden shield spat out more than a dozen West Ocean mystic ices. Witnessing this, Zheng Yitao's face turned green. These West Ocean mystic ices were the only ones left in West Ocean's reserve. In other words, they were the last strategic resources West Ocean had. They were not willing to hand them over, but Hao Ren's supreme spiritual treasure found all of them. West Ocean mystic ices were like pieces of ice fragments, cool and smooth. Hao Ren took out a small bottle and put them in there. The second Duke of North Ocean and third Prince of South Ocean witnessed Hao Ren's action silently as they looked at the golden shield on his shoulder. Supreme spiritual treasures were Dharma treasures that did not require control. They could fight according to their spirit properties and instincts. They were terrifyingly powerful. Even if the two great generals and all their generals attacked with full force, they might not be able to break through this supreme spiritual treasure's defense, nor could they endure its furious retaliation. Whether it was by strength or luck, the fact that Hao Ren could make the supreme spiritual treasure stay with him was quite frightening. They did not know that the golden shield was only temporarily staying with Hao Ren due to the presence of the purple gold hairpin. Crown Prince Zeng. What did you want to say? Hao Ren turned to ask Zeng Yitao. No, nothing. Zeng Yitao looked at Hao Ren in fear and shook his head hurriedly. Hao Ren can even possess and use a legendary supreme spiritual treasure, he thought. He felt like he would be lucky if he could save his own pathetic life from Hao Ren's terrible strength. After thinking of the past when he offended and threatened Hao Ren many times, Zeng Yitao was drenched in sweat. If he displeased Hao Ren even the slightest, Hao Ren could eliminate him with the snap of a finger. Second Duke, Third Prince. Do you have anything to say? Hao Ren asked. No. In front of absolute power, they immediately shook their heads and didn't dare to utter a word. Supreme spiritual treasures could even overpower 5-5 Qian level cultivators. If used in full force, the power of the supreme spiritual treasure could instantly demolish a dragon palace. North Ocean and South Ocean did not want to follow the fate of West Ocean. In this case, Hao Ren turned his head slightly and said, Lu Yi, I see that the situation in the West Ocean Dragon Palace is not very stable. Pull over 30,000 more soldiers. We must engage in strict defense. As you wish. Lu Yi immediately cupped his hands and bowed. His fists were clenched tightly, and he was very emotional inside. It is almost time for dinner, Hao Ren murmured. He pulled over Zhao Yanzi, who was looking at him with stars in her eyes, and threw the small bottle of West Ocean Mystic Ices to Lu Yi. Hand this over to Premier Shah. He will know what to do, he said. Then, Hao Ren opened his necklace and allowed the golden shield to flew in. After that, the purple gold hairpin casually flew out and turned into a big golden ship. Whoosh! This magnificent ship carried Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi to the surface of the ocean, and Lu Yi and the others from West Ocean, South Ocean, and North Ocean looked up at him in awe and respect. Chapter 579. Useless Disciple. The ship flew out of the ocean and crossed the Demon Sea into East Ocean. Then, it successfully landed on the shore. Except for inspectors, dragon cultivators could not fly here. Therefore, when Hao Ren entered the city, he had a very wide field of vision. Zhao Yanzi stood by Hao Ren, and she thought about the scene when Hao Ren settled South Ocean and North Ocean and felt like he was brilliant. Hao Ren always gave in to her demands, but he was actually not weak. He beat up hooligans who bullied her as her boyfriend, and he protected East Ocean's interest against North Ocean and South Ocean as the Fuma. Both these identities gave her a sense of unprecedented security. Feeling sweet inside, Zhao Yanzi felt like even the air she breathed was soft and warm. Hao Ren's ship flew to Zhao Yanzi's home, which was a 2-story house. Jump! Hao Ren pulled Zhao Yanzi and jumped down. The purple gold hairpin had lost the support of Hao Ren's metal elemental and water elemental nature essence, so it changed back to its original appearance before falling into Hao Ren's hand. The set of movements was smooth and graceful. If Hao Ren did not put away the purple gold hairpin in time, he would have completely rammed into Zhao Yanzi's house. Bam! Bam! Following the momentum, Hao Ren held Zhao Yanzi's hand and landed on the balcony. Paw! Zhao Yanzi fell into Hao Ren's arms. She was filled with the fragrance of youth. That was a bit rushed, Hao Ren explained in a hurry. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yanzi did not try to attack Hao Ren like usual. She only blushed and bit her lip before entering the house from the balcony. She held Hao Ren's hand and ran to the first floor. Mom! We are back! Her tone made it sound like a newlywed couple was returning home together. Zhao Yanzi's cheerful steps proved her good mood. Zhao Hongyu looked at them in an apron and asked, "Where is Yujia?" Yujia? Hao Ren was surprised. Zhao Hongyu looked at Zhao Yanzi and asked, "Didn't I ask you to invite Yujia over for dinner as well?" Zhao Yanzi pouted and did not answer. "Forget it. I will give Yujia a call." Zhao Hongyu glared Zhao Yanzi with a stern gaze before picking up her phone and dialing the number. "Yujia, come and have dinner at my home tonight. I have made many dishes." "Oh, you're already home? And you're cooking? All right, come and visit with Linlin and Lily next time." Zhao Hongyu hung up the phone helplessly and stared at Zhao Yanzi with a stern expression. Zhao Yanzi pouted and let go of Hao Ren's arm. Then, she held the straps of her backpack and ran to the second floor. "Where are you going?" Zhao Hongyu asked her. "Doing homework," Zhao Yanzi answered in displeasure. Then, she ran to her room and shut the door forcefully. Zhao Hongyu sighed slightly before looking at Hao Ren and asking, "Where did you go with her this afternoon? Did she force you to go shopping?" "No, we went to the West Ocean Dragon Palace, and Z accompanied me," Hao Ren said. In general, Zhao Yanzi behaved well today, so Hao Ren must say a few good words for her. "How is it over there in West Ocean?" Zhao Hongyu's interest was piqued. "The reconstruction work has just begun, and Lu Yi is patrolling over there. The Senate has been established, and the elders are handling the West Ocean Dragon Palace's recovery stage. As for internal affairs, they are dealt with by the premiers of the 4 Ocean Dragon clans together," Hao Ren said. "Okay." Zhao Hongyu nodded. This arrangement diffused the power of the 4 Ocean Dragon clans. They could hold each other in check. However, East Ocean still had the upper hand. "Also, I collected some West Ocean mystic ices from the West Ocean Dragon Palace. I let Lu Yi hand them over to Premier Shah," Hao Ren said. "Premier Shah will take good care of them." Zhao Hongyu nodded at ease. The East Ocean Dragon Palace could not take everything, but since it was up to the East Ocean Dragon clan to divide them up, East Ocean would get more benefits. Hao Ren thought of the same thing, so he handed the West Ocean mystic ices over to the more experienced Premier Shah. He did not care about mystic crystals of this quality. He only cared about 7-core 5-color lotus. Hao Ren also wanted to talk about Shu Kei, but he felt like this was a private matter which did not require the intervention of the East Ocean Dragon clan. Therefore, he switched the topic. "How's Uncle doing?" "He is handling some business at the office, and he is coming back soon." Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren and said, "Are you going to help me cook, or are you going to stay with Z upstairs?" Hao Ren looked toward the stairs and replied, "I'll go up and check on her." Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren as he went up the stairs and shook her head with a bitter smile. Initially, she asked Zhao Yanzi to call over Xie Yujia so that she could appease the two, and she wanted to apologize for Zhao Yanzi and ask Xie Yujia to be a little more tolerant. However, it seemed like the plan had failed. While Hao Ren took Zhao Yanzi home, Shu Kei had returned to his home as well. Shu Kei lived on the 16th floor of a high-end 18-story residential building. In a room filled with all kinds of study material, there was a mirror. Shu Kei chanted a spell, and the mirror gradually lit up. An old man with dark eyebrows and white hair appeared in the mirror. "Your disciple is useless. I did not expect Hao Ren to be that powerful. He took away the supreme shield. Please punish me, master." Shu Kei kneeled in front of the mirror, and his face was filled with regret. "Damn boy, you intentionally lost the supreme shield because you want me to intervene. Now, you're crying in front of me?" The old man in the mirror said calmly. "Master, please believe me. I really did my best." That Hao Ren threw out a purple gold hairpin and overpowered the supreme shield immediately. Shu Kei said in a hurry. "Humph. You didn't use your full force." The old man in the mirror stared at Shu Kei. He thought for a moment and murmured, "Purple gold hairpin, it could overpower the supreme shield. I have not heard of this Dharma treasure before. Could it be a supreme spiritual treasure as well?" "Master, I also spotted a female cultivator in East Ocean University. I wish to engage in dual cultivation with her. I hope Master will complete my wish. All these years, I have never seen you fall in love with a girl. How is this girl's quality? Is she part of our metal elemental dragon clan?" "She is a 1 in a million ultimate yin body type, and she has a lot of talent. It was love at first sight." "Ultimate yin body type, that is rare. Speaking of which, you should not provoke Inspector Su Han in East Ocean University," the old man said suddenly. "This Su Han is nothing but an abandoned child of one of our gold elemental dragons, and the East Ocean Dragon clan adopted her," Shu Kei said. "She has already reached Qian level, so she is not weak. An elder tried to call her back into the metal elemental dragon clan, but she rejected. We tried to find more about her parents but got nothing. So, be careful. Don't touch her." "Then, the supreme shield?" Shu Kei asked hesitantly. "That young man's realm is not enough to tame a supreme spiritual treasure. I don't know what kind of treasure that purple gold hairpin is, but it sounds interesting. Next week, your 6th senior brother will visit East Ocean City. If you don't want to try your best, ask him to intervene." The mirror flashed and returned to normal. Chapter 580. Likes you. Hao Ren pushed the door open and walked in. Zhao Yanzi had already put on her most favorite pink pajamas, and her pigtails had already been loosened, making her black and shiny hair covered her little face. She sat in front of her desk and was actually doing homework. Um. Hao Ren made some noises from his nose. Zhao Yanzi didn't talk to Hao Ren. She looked at her homework, pouted, and held a ballpoint pen as she tried to solve the problems. Hao Ren walked over lightly, pulled over a chair beside her, and sat down. Zhao Yanzi stopped for a bit, thought for a few seconds, and continued to solve the problems. The grade 9 courses were more intense, and the best strategy for getting good marks on the high school entrance exams was answering loads of questions. The teachers of every subject had handed out many mock exam papers this weekend, and Zhao Yanzi stopped copying answers from Ling and decided to solve the questions herself. Seeing her being serious and angry at the same time, Hao Ren couldn't help but smile, and he rested his head on her hand as he watched Zhao Yanzi solve the questions. Zhao Yanzi's eyelashes were long, and her black pupils were like two black gems. Hao Ren could even see the reflection of the questions from her crystal-clear eyes. When she encountered difficult questions, she had a habit of biting the top of the pen, and she pouted her pink lips and frowned at the same time. It was very interesting watching her. Hao Ren didn't bother her and watched her work hard on the exam papers. Zhao Yanzi didn't care that Hao Ren was staring at her and continued solving the problems. She held her anger to herself and thought, everything about Xie Yujia is great. Even her grades are close to perfect. But can't I win against her? Zhao Yanzi didn't know that Xie Yujia envied her cultivation speed and was unwilling to accept that as well. Xie Yujia had been trying her best to get to Zhao Yanzi's realm. Dinner time, Zhao Hongyu yelled downstairs. Okay, coming. Zhao Yanzi dropped her ballpoint pen and ran toward the staircase. She completely ignored Hao Ren to express her dissatisfaction. Zhao Hongyu favored Xie Yujia, and Hao Ren also cared about Xie Yujia. It's dinner time, Ren. Zhao Hongyu yelled again when she only saw Zhao Yanzi running out. Okay. When Hao Ren walked out, Zhao Yanzi had already run downstairs and sat beside the dining table. Zhao Guang, who sat on the sofa, put down the newspaper in his hand and walked toward the dining table. Uncle, Hao Ren greeted. How's school? Zhao Guang asked. School's all right. Uncle, how was the trip to Yuhong Mountain? Hao Ren asked. Zhao Yanzi snorted lightly when she saw Hao Ren chatting with her parents. We had a great conversation. Xian Dragon King led us to a dozen other dragon palaces in the southwest, Zhao Guang said. The visits over these few days were very crucial to East Ocean Dragon Clan. They could say that Xie Yujia's elixir pills helped out the East Ocean Dragon Palace right away. Zhao Guang told Hao Ren these because he treated Hao Ren as a core member of East Ocean, and Hao Ren should know the important news. Zhao Hongyu nodded slightly. In fact, she wanted to call over Xie Yujia for dinner because she wanted to thank her. No matter what, Xie Yujia had helped East Ocean a lot indirectly despite her not being a cultivator of East Ocean. I hope you and Xie Yujia will get along better from now on, Zhao Guang said when he saw Zhao Yanzi's pouting, oily lips. Oh. Zhao Yanzi replied unwillingly. Let's start. Eat and talk at the same time, Zhao Hongyu said when she saw that Zhao Guang and Hao Ren had been chatting for a while. Okay, let's start eating, Zhao Guang said with enthusiasm. He went to the dragon palaces in the southwest, and the elders there kept on praising Hao Ren. This made Zhao Guang very proud, and he was pleased when he saw Hao Ren again. Dad, can you help me with something? Zhao Yanzi suddenly interrupted when they were almost done with dinner. What is it? Zhao Guang's face suddenly fell when he heard Zhao Yanzi speak. This daughter of his didn't listen to him and was also immature. In contrast, Zhao Guang seemed to like Hao Ren more. Sensing Zhao Guang's change of attitude, Zhao Yanzi bit her lip and said, Hao Ren got probation as a punishment at school. Can you help him get rid of it? Oh? There's such a thing? Zhao Guang looked at Hao Ren in astonishment. Lu Qing is in control of East Ocean University, and Hao Ren isn't someone who would get in trouble. How come he got a punishment? He thought. It's nothing, uncle. Hao Ren didn't expect Zhao Yanzi to plead for him, so he quickly shook his head and tried to minimize this. Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren and knew that he wouldn't take the initiative to mention the probation. She said this because she hoped that Zhao Guang could help Hao Ren resolve this. She tried to mock Hao Ren on purpose when they were in front of the bulletin board at East Ocean University, but she didn't want to see Hao Ren get punished. "Dad. Please help him. He got probation as a punishment because a few hooligans harassed me, and he got rid of them for me," Zhao Yanzi explained. She didn't bother to talk to Hao Ren before, but she became anxious when they spoke of this matter. She was afraid that Zhao Guang wouldn't help. "You are good at causing trouble." Zhao Guang looked at Zhao Yanzi in dissatisfaction. Zhao Guang immediately thought that Zhao Yanzi caused the trouble and dragged Hao Ren in there when Zhao Yanzi said that Hao Ren didn't do anything wrong. Zhao Yanzi felt wronged, but she felt like she could endure it. In her mind, it would be worth it if her dad scolded her and got rid of Hao Ren's punishment. She knew that Hao Ren had done a lot for her and was touched by those things, but she felt jealous when she saw Hao Ren and Xie Yujia together. It seems like Ren doesn't have any responsibilities. Is Lu Qing busy with the Dragon Clan and didn't have time to take care of such things at school? Why don't you give the principal a call? Zhao Hongyu said. If Zhao Yanzi didn't tell them, she wouldn't know that Hao Ren was getting a severe punishment like probation. Yeah, Dad. Please give him a call. Aren't we sponsoring East Ocean University? Give him a call and cancel Hao Ren's punishment. Zhao Yanzi tried to persuade Zhao Guang as well. Her eyes were watery, and her pleading tone was very innocent. Look at the trouble caused by you. I can call him, but you have to copy down everything in the first 100 chapters of the Guwen Guanzi 1. Zhao Guang said in a stern tone. Oh, Zhao Yanzi didn't try to negotiation and nodded. Zhao Hongyu looked at Zhao Yanzi in shock because this was the first time she saw her daughter accepting punishment for another person willingly. Copying the first 100 chapters in Guwen Guanzi would take almost an entire night. Hao Ren didn't expect Zhao Yanzi to take the blame for him. He was a bit surprised and said immediately, Uncle, regarding this matter, it's not what she said. I fought with some students in the cafeteria. It has nothing to do with Z. Zhao Yanzi saw that Hao Ren tried to take over the blame, and her eyes widened in confusion. Zhao Guang smiled when he saw them trying to take responsibility and cover up for each other. My daughter has grown up. She wouldn't admit her own mistake even when she lost her dragon core. But now, she would rather copy the ancient writings for an entire night to get rid of the punishment for Hao Ren, he thought. When Zhao Yanzi saw Zhao Guang smile, she believed that there would be a twist to the situation. She thought, I didn't think that there would be times where Dad would show leniency. However, Zhao Guang continued, that's it, Z. If you copy the first 100 chapters in Guwen Guanzi, I'll give the principal a call after dinner and ask him about the situation. He looked at Zhao Yanzi and asked, are there any questions, Z? No, Zhao Yanzi shook her head. She knew that probation was very serious. If she could help Hao Ren get rid of the punishment, it was worth it for her to stay up all night. Obviously, it would be better if he could waive the penalty. Uncle, about this, Hao Ren wanted to explain a bit more, but Zhao Guang waved his hand. He said, okay, I might not be able to waive it for you. I'm just asking about the situation. Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren, and he could only stop talking. Zhao Yanzi was already getting punished because of him. If Hao Ren talked more and reject Zhao Yanzi's help, he would put Zhao Yanzi's effort in vain. All 100 chapters have to be written in the standard ancient font. You can't write carelessly, and you aren't allowed to get Ren's help either. I will read every chapter carefully, Zhao Guang said as he glanced at Zhao Yanzi, stood up, and walked toward his study room. Zhao Yanzi pouted, looked at Hao Ren, finished her rice before going back to the second floor. Z's dad is punishing her. It's not just about this incident, Zhao Hongyu said as she looked at Hao Ren. Hao Ren nodded. When he was about to go upstairs, Zhao Hongyu said again, Z actually cares about you quite a bit. Hao Ren thought for a bit and smiled when he remembered the serious look Zhao Yanzi had on her face while putting the band-aids on his palm. Z has a temper, but she isn't a bad person, Hao Ren said. It's good that you know. Zhao Hongyu nodded gently. Then, I'll go upstairs and spend some time with her, Hao Ren asked Zhao Hongyu. Go. Zhao Hongyu smiled. Hao Ren smiled, walked toward the staircase, and pushed the door open before entering Zhao Yanzi's bedroom. Alright, you just finished eating at my house. Aren't you going back? Seeing Hao Ren coming inside again, Zhao Yanzi spoke harshly immediately. Hao Ren touched his nose and walked over awkwardly. He didn't expect that Zhao Yanzi would try to get rid of his punishment for him. He thought she was just gloating over his misfortune. Seeing Hao Ren still walking over, Zhao Yanzi blushed, grabbed the ballpoint pen on the table, and continued to do the math exam paper. After she finished writing the math and English exam papers, she planned to copy the first 100 chapters on the Guwen Guanzi later tonight and try to hand it into Zhao Guang by tomorrow morning. Even though Zhao Guang said that he was just going to ask the school, Zhao Yanzi knew that her dad could definitely withdraw Hao Ren's punishment. "Aren't you going back?" Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but ask when she saw Hao Ren stand there, not sitting down or leaving. "It's still early. I'll leave in a moment," Hao Ren replied and added, "I'll stay with you for a while." Zhao Yanzi's act of getting herself punished to withdraw Hao Ren's probation indeed surprised Hao Ren. After all, his probation didn't have anything to do with her. Probation was more severe, so the school needed to make it sound more reasonable and had to add in the fight outside of the school. Zhao Yanzi was very smart. She probably knew that this punishment had nothing to do with her. However, for Zhao Guang to come forward, she still put herself into the situation. Zhao Yanzi turned around to look at Hao Ren. Simply hearing the phrase, "I'll stay with you for a while," made her felt warm inside. If it were before, she would want Hao Ren to go as soon as possible and be the only person in the bedroom. However, she still wanted Hao Ren to stay with her when she said she wanted Hao Ren to leave right now. "Check my answers after I'm done." Zhao Yanzi looked at the exam papers and said in a soft voice. "Oh, okay." Hao Ren looked at the time, and it wasn't late yet. He sat in the chair next to Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi stared at the exam papers, and her black hair slid down her ear, revealing her snowy neck in the pajamas. From the serious look on her face, Hao Ren could tell that she started to work harder since she was in grade 9. Time passed by bit. Zhao Yanzi's white arms, which stuck out from her short-sleeved pajamas, slowly moved on top of the exam papers. "I didn't call Xie Yujia over today, because she likes you." Zhao Yanzi was silent for a while before suddenly talking. Hao Ren looked at her and was surprised to hear her honest words. Seeing her angry face, Hao Ren couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Yanzi stared at Hao Ren fiercely. "Are you done with the exam papers?" Hao Ren asked. "Yes." Zhao Yanzi pushed the exam papers in front of Hao Ren. Hao Ren picked up a pencil to check Zhao Yanzi's questions. When Zhao Yanzi was doing the questions, he looked at them at the same time. Therefore, he pretty much knew if Zhao Yanzi did them correctly or not. Zhao Yanzi rushed over to look at Hao Ren's corrections, and her back leaned on Hao Ren's arms. "This question is wrong. It's cubed here, not squared. And here, it's your old habit. Don't be too careless about getting rid of absolute values." The air conditioning was turned on in Zhao Yanzi's bedroom, and the temperature was low. Zhao Yanzi wore thin pajamas and curled up in Hao Ren's arms while she listened to his detailed explanations. Back in the days, Hao Ren also did loads of questions in grade 9. He knew grade 9's material the best, and that was why he explained thoroughly and patiently. Zhao Yanzi felt content in Hao Ren's arms and found Hao Ren's voice attractive. "Do you understand?" Hao Ren asked her suddenly. Zhao Yanzi turned her head and looked up at Hao Ren. Hao Ren looked at her, and his heart pounded like crazy. Zhao Yanzi slightly straightened her body and bit Hao Ren's lips softly and slowly. Hao Ren's heart raced, and his hands that were on the table stiffened. The air conditioning was turning and making noises in the silent room, and the sound of lips touching was noticeable as well. Zhao Yanzi looked cute as her body turned sideways and her shoulder leaned against Hao Ren's chest. Hao Ren felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He touched her tiny mouth carefully, and his brain, which was filled with all kinds of mathematical theorems, blanked out. Zhao Yanzi's tiny tongue tried to touch Hao Ren's lips, and Hao Ren kissed her softly and lightly bit the tip of her tongue. His stiff hands carefully held her slender waist and still felt the softness with his arms. "Okay." Zhao Yanzi pulled back her head. Her face was red, and the corner of her mouth was a bit moist. Hao Ren looked at her closely, lowered his head, and kissed her lips one more time. Zhao Yanzi's heart was racing as well. This was already her limit. She moved her shoulders and gently broke free from Hao Ren's arms. She looked at the exam papers with panic and said, "Oh, I got 6 questions wrong." Hao Ren's arms were still around Zhao Yanzi's waist, and he slightly put pressure on her stomach so that she leaned against his chest. While Hao Ren was telling himself not to do anything more, Zhao Yanzi pouted and said, "It's pretty late. You should go back." Chapter 581. Punished by the family rules. Zhao Yanzi's face was still red, and her chest moved up and down slightly to show that she wasn't calm at all. Hao Ren looked Zhao Yanzi, who now placed her hands on the table, thought back to what he sensed, and felt a little strange and slightly awkward at the same time. Yet, their minds were in sync of the sweetness just now. They didn't keep track of time, but that kiss was at least half a minute to a minute as they kissed each other softly and carefully. It felt burning when they thought about it. Ren, do you guys want to eat midnight snacks? Zhao Hongyu yelled from outside. No, Mom, you're too annoying. I'm studying now, Zhao Yanzi yelled back. After yelling, she looked at Hao Ren again, and her face was half red. She shrank her neck a little as if she had been wronged. Hao Ren felt slightly bad as well. If Zhao Yanzi's parents saw the scene just now, he didn't know how they would react. He was a bit nervous when he held Zhao Yanzi in his arms, and he believed Zhao Yanzi felt the same way. Her parents were either in the room next door or downstairs, and they kissed secretly. Even though it was quick, it wouldn't be good if they saw this incident. Zhao Yanzi was still slightly afraid of her parents, and Hao Ren also respected Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang. Although Zhao Yanzi was his fiancée, Hao Ren still treated her like a little girl most of the time. It's getting late, Ren. Just stay here for the night, Zhao Hongyu yelled again. Mom, come in and talk to us, Zhao Yanzi yelled. She felt a bit guilty and was afraid that Zhao Hongyu suspected what she was doing with Hao Ren inside the room. That was why she simply yelled and told her mom to come in. Zhao Hongyu pushed open the door and walked in when she got Zhao Yanzi's consent. She held a plate full of sliced cantaloupes. It was their midnight snack. Seeing Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi sitting in two chairs uprightly beside each other, Zhao Hongyu walked over with a smile. How's studying? Pretty well. Zhao Yanzi hesitated a bit and answered. Zhao Hongyu came closer and looked at the exam papers on the table. She saw that there were answers left by Zhao Yanzi's ballpoint pen and corrections written by Hao Ren's pencil, so she nodded in relief and said, "You're in grade 9 now and have to study hard." "I know." Zhao Yanzi answered with a red face. Zhao Hongyu turned her head to look at Hao Ren. "It's really late now. Don't go back tonight, Ren. Just stay here for the night and sleep in Zi's room." "Mom." Hao Ren hadn't answered, but Zhao Yanzi jumped up right away and screamed. "What are you doing?" Zhao Hongyu asked in confusion when she saw Zhao Yanzi getting agitated. "Hao Ren, he can't stay over in my room," Zhao Yanzi said while blushing. "Why can't he? It's not like he hasn't stayed over before. Ren took great care of you, and you're not taking care of him," Zhao Hongyu said with dissatisfaction. "No, he just can't," Zhao Yanzi insisted as her eyes turned a little red. Hao Ren stayed over here before because there was nothing to their relationships. Now their relationships had moved forward. Zhao Yanzi didn't dare to have Hao Ren sleep here. She was afraid that Hao Ren might do something at night. "Ren, don't worry about her. It's up to you." Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren directly when she saw Zhao Yanzi's weird reaction. Hao Ren looked at Zhao Yanzi, whose face was as red as a monkey's bottom, and said with a smile, "I'll go back. I won't crash in Zi's bedroom." Zhao Yanzi's blush faded slightly when she heard Hao Ren's answer. However, she felt empty. She felt like she kicked him out. Zhao Hongyu looked at Zhao Yanzi's red face and suspected that they had done something. However, she was sure that Hao Ren wouldn't bully Zhao Yanzi, so she didn't ask further. She guessed that something awkward happened between them. Hao Ren stood up from the chair and took out the purple gold hairpin from his necklace. "I'm going back now. Please tell Uncle not to worry about the punishment. That's something minor, and also, related to my dad," Hao Ren said. Then, he walked to the balcony, put up an energy sphere, and turned the purple gold hairpin into a ship. Zhao Hongyu had never seen this Dharma treasure before, but she couldn't ask Hao Ren now since he was going back home. Zhao Yanzi stood up and looked at Hao Ren as he flew away from the balcony. Zhao Hongyu stayed in the room, stared at Zhao Yanzi's red face, and asked, "Z, be honest. What did you guys do just now?" "No, nothing." Zhao Yanzi blew up her cheek and denied. She still pretended that she didn't like Hao Ren. Wouldn't she lose face if it were revealed that she took the initiative and kissed Hao Ren? Besides, she felt like she shouldn't let her parents know this type of things either. Zhao Hongyu shook her head and smiled when Zhao Yanzi didn't say anything. From Zhao Yanzi's eyes, it was evident that she had Hao Ren on her mind. Not sure if liking someone as a grade 9 student is a good thing or a bad thing, Zhao Hongyu thought as she patted Zhao Yanzi's head. You're in grade 9. Spend more time on your homework. You don't need to worry about the Dragon Palace in the future. You just need to be a good wife, and you can't do so without having a lot of knowledge. Mom. What are you talking about? Zhao Yanzi touched her head with her hand quickly. Also, I'll add 50 more chapters on top of the 100 chapters your dad assigned you, Zhao Hongyu said. Ah, why is that? Zhao Yanzi looked at Zhao Hongyu in surprise. No reason. The first 100 chapters are in exchange for a phone call of your dad. The later 50 chapters are for urging you to study harder. After finishing speaking, Zhao Hongyu left the plate of cantaloupes on Zhao Yanzi's table and walked out of her bedroom. She had to copy 100 chapters out of Guwen Guanzi for Hao Ren, and she also let Hao Ren kiss her. Suddenly, she felt frustrated and thought that she lost in many aspects. At this time, Hao Ren stepped on the ship, flew in the sky, and headed toward the beach. The heat on his face faded after the cold breeze blew on him. Thinking of that scene, Hao Ren felt slightly dazzled. He once believed that the warm and loving feeling wouldn't occur between Zhao Yanzi and himself, but that kind of feeling appeared. It was not because of Zhao Yanzi's beauty. Hao Ren would even feel relaxed when Zhao Yanzi leaned on him with her back casually. Hao Ren exhaled and couldn't concentrate, and the ship became a bit unstable as well. The speed of the purple gold hairpin was close to the speed of a soul formation realm cultivator. In the blink of an eye, Hao Ren returned to his home. After taking out the key and opening the door, he saw Xie Yujia, Lu Linlin, and Lu Lili all in the living room. Gongzi. Seeing Hao Ren's return, the Lu sisters who were watching TV with Xie Yujia rushed to him immediately. They took out slippers quickly, put them in front of Hao Ren, and gave him a cup of hot milk tea. They were simply the best maids. You still know that you should come back? Hao Zhonghua said as he flipped through some papers in the living room. Hao Ren looked at his dad and knew that he had to come back today. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N.O.Vel. B.I.N. Yu Yang sat beside Hao Zhonghua and seemed helpless when she looked at Hao Ren. When Hao Ren fought in front of Ling Zhao Middle School, she could analyze it for Hao Zhonghua and say that Hao Ren had to protect Zhao Yanzi. Yet, Hao Zhonghua saw this fight in the cafeteria with his own eyes. She didn't know how to defend Hao Ren. Uncle, that's not what happened. Xie Yujia turned off the TV and said in a hurry. She came home and made a fancy dinner to smooth away Hao Zhonghua's displeasure. She also wanted to explain the cause of the incident during dinner. However, Hao Zhonghua didn't want to listen to Xie Yujia's explanation and had to question Hao Ren face to face. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili saw Hao Zhonghua's attitude and didn't dare to speak anymore. In their minds, such a punishment from the school was too insignificant. Don't speak for him, Yujia. I want to hear him explain himself. Hao Zhonghua waved his hand and stared at Hao Ren. There's not much to say. I went to help when the soccer team attacked my roommate, Hao Ren said as his lips twitched a little. According to you, engaging in a fight is the correct thing to do? Hao Zhonghua got mad again. Yu Yang glanced over a few times to hint at Hao Ren, telling him to admit his mistake temporarily. She thought that fighting was a normal thing for guys, and not everyone could be like Hao Zhonghua, who could control himself strictly and be respected by hundreds of thousands of people. It was not necessarily a bad thing that Hao Ren had the courage to fight. At least he would be brave enough to protect his family in the future. This was Yu Yang's logic. Seeing Hao Ren remaining silent, Hao Zhonghua nodded and said, "Your attitude doesn't seem sincere. How about this? There will be a punishment not only from the school but also from the family." Hearing Hao Zhonghua says this, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili both widened their eyes and tried to persuade him, "Uncle." They thought Hao Zhonghua would just scold Hao Ren for a bit, but they didn't expect that Hao Ren would be punished at home. I heard that you founded the calligraphy club at school, and it is not small either, right? Hao Zhonghua took out a bag and continued, "You've become a capable person. I didn't know that you can write calligraphy before. Here are some paper, ink, inkstone, and the 1000-character classic one. You can choose any font you want, but you have to copy them 10 times. You are not allowed to go to bed before you finish. Hao Zonghua threw the bag on the table, turned around, and walked toward the second floor. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily patted their chests and sighed in relief. They thought Hao Zonghua was about to beat Hao Ren, but it was just copying scriptures. Linlin, Lily, and Yujia. None of you are allowed to help him, Hao Zonghua said on the staircase. The Lu sisters, who were just thinking of copying for Hao Ren, got caught and could only say yes. At the same time, East Ocean University's principal, who was having a conference in Beijing, received a phone call in his hotel room. "Oh, Mr. Zhao. How may I help you? I have a nephew who's studying in the mechatronic engineering program. He got into some conflicts with other students and got probation as punishment. I would like to ask about this incident. I've been attending conferences in Beijing these last few days. I am not quite sure about this incident. However, probation seems to be a little too much. What's the student's name, and who did he fight with?" Since Zhao Guang gave him a call, the principal of East Ocean University had to ask all the details and didn't dare to deal with it casually. Dididi. Another number appeared on the principal's cell phone. He lowered his head and saw that it was from Hao Zonghua. What's happening? The principal started to sweat. Chapter 582. Enlightenment by Nature. The student's name is Hao Ren. He seemed to have had a conflict with the soccer team in the cafeteria, Zhao Guang said over the phone. Soccer team, the principal suddenly had a clear idea. Do not worry, Mr. Zhao. I will look into this incident. Even though he said that, he already prepared to withdraw the punishment. In fact, he expressed what he meant very clearly. Dididi. Hao Zonghua's number was still flashing on the principal's cell phone. Zhao Guang and Hao Zonghua were both important figures in East Ocean City. One of them was an important figure in science, and the other one was an important figure in commerce. It was the first time the principal of East Ocean University received phone calls from these two prominent figures at the same time. He didn't dare to cut off Zhao Guang and switch to Hao Zonghua, so he had to wait anxiously for Zhao Guang to finish. Okay, I'm just asking. That is all. Please continue with your schedule. Zhao Guang hung up the phone. Principal Lu was slightly relieved. He didn't have time to call East Ocean City to ask about the punishment and answered Hao Zonghua's phone call right away. Principal Lu, this is Hao Zonghua. I have something to say. My son, Hao Ren, fought at school and caused trouble. I would like to apologize for him. Huh. The principal didn't react in time. The relaxed mood suddenly became intense, and he thought, what is this about? Because of the B** stars on the soccer team, they punished Zhao Guang's nephew and gave him probation as a punishment. And now, Hao Zonghua's son fought with someone else at school too? The principal felt like his head was getting bigger due to all the stress. What has Lu Qing been doing recently? He has turned the school into a complete mess, the principal thought. His brain was heating up and quickly focused on Hao Zonghua's phone call. Therefore, he didn't relate the Hao Ren that Zhao Guang mentioned to Hao Zonghua's son. I called you not to ask you to deal with this matter lightly. In my opinion, no matter who the person is, they deserve full punishment. I already asked Vice Principal Lu to give out probation as the punishment. The reason for giving you this phone call is to apologize for the trouble my son had caused. Hao Zonghua said these words in a sincere tone, and the principal understood what Hao Zonghua meant. This famous scientist wants the school to handle his son the same way without special treatment, the principal thought. He knew that Hao Zonghua wanted his son to be punished just like other students if not more severe. However, there was a deeper meaning to this. Hao Zonghua's words meant that he felt like the school wasn't managed properly. The principal started sweating right away. Therefore, please don't lighten this punishment. Follow the school's regulations and deal with him. If a similar situation happens within half a year, expel him, Hao Zonghua said. The sweat on the principal's face dropped on the carpet of the hotel. Hao Zonghua said it lightly, but who had the guts to expel Hao Zonghua's son? There's nothing else. Sorry for calling you this late. No worries, no worries. The principal wiped his sweat and said at the same time. Despite talking over the phone, the principal still felt immense pressure. That's everything. Rest soon, Principal Lu. Sorry for all the troubles. Hao Zonghua hung up the phone. The principal put his cell phone away and exhaled. It felt more tiring than running a race. The school doesn't give out probation as punishment regularly. Therefore, Zhao Guang's nephew is clearly Hao Zhonghua's son, the principal thought as he knocked his head and was a little perplexed. What is going on? One wants to withdraw the punishment, and the other wants to keep it. The relationship between Hao Zhonghua and Zhao Guang seems to be great. A while ago, Mingri Group invested 100 million yuan into Ocean Research Institute. Should I withdraw it or keep it? One is funding the school, and the other is a major help in terms of scientific research. It's not good to offend either side, and it's difficult to please both sides. The principal scratched his slightly balding head and fell into a dilemma. Unexpectedly, an incident with Hao Ren involved two significant figures. I didn't pay enough attention to Hao Ren before. The principal gritted his teeth and thought, these B***stards on the soccer team are out of control and finally caused a huge problem. In the house near the ocean, Hao Zhonghua hung up the phone and turned around to look at Yu Yang. I hope no one tries to help out Hao Ren regarding this incident anymore, he said. Yu Yang sighed helplessly. Other people tried their best to waive the punishment, but Hao Zhonghua was the opposite and tried to give Hao Ren a more severe punishment. Hao Zhonghua called to prevent people from waiving for Hao Ren's punishment. Moreover, the school couldn't just pretend nothing happened and withdraw the punishment in a few weeks. You overdid it. A punishment from the school was enough already, but you also made him write calligraphy when he came back. Yu Yang complained slightly when she thought of this. She thought Hao Zhonghua took it too seriously. In Yu Yang's mind, Hao Ren took calligraphy classes when he was in elementary school. Hao Ren's calligraphy at that time seemed to be okay, but he hadn't touched an ink brush in more than 10 years. Having Hao Ren practice calligraphy right now would put him in a difficult situation. He's too arrogant at school. We should tone him down a little. Hao Zhonghua frowned and said, you see Lu Linlin, Lu Lili, Yujia, and Z all gather around him. He might forget who he is. Yu Yang glanced at Hao Zhonghua and said, weren't you the same when you were in school? Big scholar? Hao Zhonghua was at a loss for words. You can only do this when Ren's grandma isn't here. If your mom is home, she'll break your legs with a stick for punishing Ren, Yu Yang said again. Hao Zhonghua's face instantly paled before turning red. Yu Yang's words poked his soft spot. Be honest. If Ren fought because of Yujia, you wouldn't punish him like this, right? Yu Yang kept on asking. I'm not that narrow-minded, Hao Zhonghua explained immediately. You favor Yujia, and that's your position. However, you can't stop Ren and little Z's relationship. Or else, you'll see how I'm going to tell on you when your mom returns, Yu Yang said right away. You're betraying me and seeking shelter under my mom. Hao Zhonghua threw away the papers in his hands and lightly pinched Yu Yang's ear. After all, you're still afraid of your mom, aren't you? Yu Yang said proudly. You dare to use my mom to threaten me. Let's see how I am going to teach you a lesson. Hao Zhonghua gently pressed on top of Yu Yang. You are mean. Yu Yang pinched Hao Zhonghua's thick shoulders and laughed. While they were enjoying their time flirting, Hao Ren spread out the rice paper and put the 1,000-character classic besides him. The 1,000-character classic that Hao Zhonghua bought for Hao Ren was an ancient edition. The first half was written in the regular script font, and the second half was written in official script font. Both were used in this calligraphic copybook. To imitate the copybook, it would take 2 to 3 hours to copy the 1,000-character classic once according to normal speed. The punishment of 10 times that Hao Zhonghua assigned was impossible to finish in one night. If Hao Ren insisted on finishing it, half of his weekend would be spent on it. That was why Yu Yang thought Hao Zhonghua's punishment was too harsh and wanted to say something. Gongzi, we'll help you grind ink. Lu Linlin opened the inkstone, and Lu Lili took out the ink block. They didn't think writing calligraphy was a punishment but treated it as a type of entertainment. They had seen Hao Ren draw but hadn't seen Hao Ren write calligraphy. Tonight, they would accompany Hao Ren, stay up all night with him, and grind ink for him like real maids. So loud, Zhen Kongming created a soundproofing array formation in his bedroom. He asked Wu Luoxue to watch a movie after school today, but he got rejected. He had been in a bad mood. Little White was in Zhen Kongming's bedroom. When it heard the noises in the living room, it wanted to join the fun. However, Zhen Kongming's array formation covered the space, so it could only stay by the corner of the bed. The sky is greenish-black, and the land is yellow. The universe is chaotic, and Hao Ren started with a posture that corresponded with the 1,000-character classique's meaning, and he wrote stroke by stroke. Su Han had taught him how to utilize nature essence to draw, and Hao Ren still remembered the techniques. In the beginning, Hao Ren's realm was still very low, and Su Han had to guide him to use his nature essence. But now, Hao Ren's abundant nature essence could be inputted into the ink brush. The ink brush wasn't a Dharma treasure, and it wasn't a good conductor for nature essence. However, it was still a part of the 5 elements and could be controlled by Hao Ren. Whether it was the wooden brush, black ink, or white rice paper, they were all made from 5 elements. Hao Ren could find the 5 elements within them. Cultivating until now, Hao Ren kept on feeling the heavenly Tao through different methods. Vapor rises and become rain, and dew condenses into frost. As Hao Ren wrote, he comprehended the content of the 1,000-character classic. His grandma was a traditional elder and made Hao Ren study classics such as 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, and 1,000-character classic. Therefore, Hao Ren's understanding of the classics was very solid. He copied and comprehended the content of 1,000-character classic at the same time. These words seemed empty and boring before, but Hao Ren felt the truth, logic, and principle of heaven, earth, and nature. Hao Zonghua deliberately went to a bookstore to choose the 1,000-character classic on his way back home to have Hao Ren relearn the fundamentals, reminisce benevolence and morality, and not to lose himself. In fact, Hao Zonghua knew that Hao Ren definitely couldn't finish copying the book 10 times even if he stayed up all night. However, in the process of punishing Hao Ren, he wanted to create a quiet space for Hao Ren to reflect on his past. Grandma was very traditional, but Hao Zonghua still got an excellent education from her in terms of principles and moralities. Hao Ren's writing was looking more proper over time. So late into the night, the house was exceptionally quiet, and not even the sound of the waves could be heard. Lu Linlin ground ink for Hao Ren, and Lu Lily spread the rice paper for him. They worked as a great team. Xie Yujia stood beside Hao Ren, looked at his calligraphy quietly, and felt like Hao Ren's temperament had changed. The nature essence in Hao Ren's body slowly flowed out. He almost didn't have to control it for it to arrive at the tip of the brush smoothly. He suddenly understood the things that he couldn't comprehend when he was young. The first thing for cultivation was to have a calm mind, and a moderate attitude would follow. Gongzi, your writing is getting better, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily praised lightly. Hao Ren wrote freely, and every single stroke contained the profound meaning from the copybook. He didn't find himself tired after continuing for a few hours. Instead, he felt energetic. Xie Yujia didn't understand calligraphy, but she could feel that Hao Ren's writing was getting better. Not only was his writing smoother, but the meaning in his swords also deepened. She looked at Hao Ren in shock because she didn't expect Hao Ren to write beautiful calligraphy like this. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were quick. They put another blank rice paper on top when they saw Hao Ren filled up the old one. Xie Yujia also gave Hao Ren mental support. She stood beside Hao Ren and went from accompanying his punishment to enjoying his writing. As the saying goes, the writings are just like the person who wrote them. Hao Ren's mind and attitude were peaceful, and the words he wrote were also exquisite. Get some rest, Yujia. Hao Ren looked at Yujia and said. Nah, Xie Yujia shook her head. I'll keep you company. The simple phrase touched Hao Ren. Mao Chang and Shi Shi were young and pretty. Even if they frowned, they looked like they were smiling beautifully. Hao Ren just wrote these words. When he looked at Xie Yujia's beautiful smile, he felt slightly guilty toward her. They used to be childhood sweethearts, and they still stayed in the same city even when they parted by fate. They might have passed each other but didn't recognize each other. They reunited again now, and the feelings of trust and dependence were still here. The only difference was that they had grown from naughty kids into young adults. When Xie Yujia saw Hao Ren staring at her, her face turned slightly red, and she moved her gaze toward the rice paper. Wah! Hao Ren turned the page of the 1,000-character classic and started to change the font to official script. The Lu sisters ground ink and looked at Hao Ren at the same time. Hao Ren's calligraphy wasn't the best they had seen, but there seemed to be a feeling of enlightenment. Ancient people said that put the force in one's wrist when writing calligraphy, and Hao Ren was using the nature essence in his arms. Light-splitting sword shadow scroll was being used in a special way. Even when Hao Ren was writing calligraphy, he was also cultivating Weilu, Zhongting, Shaozai, Shaochang, Shangyang. The sword energies were just like silk and rushed through these acupoints. The only sword techniques that Hao Ren could use was the mystic water sword techniques. Subconsciously, he used it as he wrote. The intent of the brush was the intent of the sword. By writing calligraphy, Hao Ren had practiced his sword techniques and further improved his understanding of heavenly Tao. The sky got brighter gradually, and the sound of the ocean tide could also be heard. Hao Zonghua, who was wearing pajamas, walked down from the staircase. He saw Hao Ren was still writing in the living room and felt bad, but his expression was still solemn. He walked into the living room and said, "How far are you?" "I still have the last half chapter," Hao Ren said. Hao Zonghua looked at the girls beside Hao Ren and knew that they all stayed up with Hao Ren. He felt a bit sorry and was touched by the three girls' attitude. They all care about him so much. He sure is lucky. Hao Zonghua thought, Hao Ren's attitude is okay, but I still have to make sure that he learns his lesson. Hao Zonghua picked up a piece of rice paper and was stunned when he looked at it. Chapter 583. The Sky Mountain Order. All the characters were of the standard size and were reasonably spaced. What was more, every character was in great style. Even though Hao Ren had to stay up all night to write this, he did not make a single mistake. Each of the strokes was perfect, and they were of top tier. The rules and standards did not limit Hao Ren's calligraphy. Instead, it felt free and were beautiful beyond words. The ink on the rice paper had yet to dry up, indicating that Hao Ren had just written it. As Hao Ren continued to write, every word that he had written seemed to have come alive on the paper. This kid, Hao Zonghua, was shocked. Hao Ren's level was completely qualified for competing in calligraphy contests, and his work could even be put on exhibitions. "I am all done." Raising the brush, Hao Ren placed it right next to the inkstone and said, "Dad, take your time checking. I have to go out now. I got something to take care of today." After a whole night of writing, Hao Ren did not feel tired at all. Instead, he combined the light-splitting sword shadow scroll and the mystic water sword techniques and felt completely relaxed and at ease. Besides, Hao Ren also got quite some enlightenment from the words. He felt like he further understood the yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the life-death reincarnation from the 1,000-character classic. The 1,000-character classic couldn't be a better choice. "Son, have some breakfast before you go." Looking at Hao Ren's beautiful writing, Hao Zonghua couldn't help but hold Hao Ren in higher regards now. Not only did his anger from yesterday completely dissipate, he suddenly felt a little bad for punishing Hao Ren. "That's okay." Hao Ren put on his shoes and walked out of the house. It was Saturday. He had found out Shu Kei's home address from Huang Zuji and was ready to go check it out in person. After seeing Hao Ren run out the door, Hao Zonghua looked down at the calligraphy again. The more he looked at it, the fonder he became. This kid is really becoming something, he thought. He used to be forced to practice calligraphy by Hao Ren's grandma for a whole 10 years. Therefore, he grew an appreciation for calligraphy. Now, seeing Hao Ren's magnificent calligraphy, which had way surpassed his own in terms of both vigor of strokes and artistic conception, he couldn't help but think that his son had outdone him. "Ren's mom and I will be going to a provincial meeting and might not be home until tomorrow or Monday. Therefore, you guys are going to have to take care of food yourselves. Maybe go to a restaurant." Hao Zonghua turned to look at Xie Yujia as he took out 500 yuan from his wallet and said, "Uncle, that's okay." Xie Yujia turned down the offer in a hurry. "Your dad had asked me to take good care of you. This is just a little allowance from me. Take it." After placing the money in Xie Yujia's hand, Hao Zonghua took out a few hundred yuan and continued, "Linlin, Lily, this is for you guys." "Thank you, uncle." Lu Linlin and Lu Lily did not object and accepted the money happily. Lu Qing had often given them allowance in the past, but now that they had been spending a lot of time at Hao Ren's home, their allowance was barely enough. To them, Hao Zonghua giving them allowance was an act of kindness from their Gong's dad, and there was nothing for them to feel embarrassed about. In contrast, they felt happy about becoming more like a part of Hao Ren's family. Seeing that the Lu sisters had accepted the allowance, Xie Yujia had no reason to refuse the offer anymore. With her face bright red, she thanked Hao Zonghua and carefully put away the money. She had always been a thrifty person. The 500 yuan that Hao Zonghua gave her would be enough to cover her expenses for a month if she were not going to treat her classmates to food. "Uncle, I'll go make breakfast now." Realizing that breakfast had not been prepared yet, Xie Yujia immediately rushed into the kitchen. Watching Xie Yujia's lively movements and remembering how clever and deft she had always been, Hao Zonghua thought it was a pity that Hao Ren lacked good taste and appreciation for such beauty. "Big Jumu, let us help you." In their blue polka dot pajamas, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily ran over to join Xie Yujia cheerfully. As they were both wearing slippers, their delicate ankles were revealed, and their steps were so light that it looked as if they were about to take off from the ground. Hao Zonghua did not understand why they addressed Xie Yujia as Big Jumu. After recalling how often and tightly the Lu sisters circled Hao Ren, he could only shake his head helplessly. This kid's luck with women has definitely surpassed his dad as well, he thought. After finishing the sumptuous breakfast made by the three girls, Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua left for their provincial meeting. Zhen Kongming was still sleeping in. In the meantime, Little White had come out from their room with its tongue sticking out, begging Xie Yujia for elixir pills. "I am going to fifth heaven. Do you guys want to join me?" Xie Yujia took out 2 elixir pills for Little White before turning to ask the Lu sisters. Ever since Zhao Yanzi's school, Ling Zhao Middle School, had moved right across from East Ocean University, Zhao Yanzi had been aggressive in her pursuit of Hao Ren's affection. It somehow brought Xie Yujia closer with the Lu sisters. "Count us out. We're going to go shopping downtown." After looking at each other briefly, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily answered. "I wonder if Zhao Yanzi would want to go." Xie Yujia thought for a moment, and then she walked toward the balcony and began calling Zhao Yanzi on the phone. Hao Ren had asked her to tutor Zhao Yanzi for a few days, and that was why she had Zhao Yanzi's phone number. Big Jumu definitely has the temperament and tolerance for her role, the Lu sisters praised after they saw Xie Yujia calling Zhao Yanzi. Xie Yujia never held any grudges against Zhao Yanzi, and she didn't forget to invite Zhao Yanzi when going to fifth heaven for cultivation. Such generosity and tolerance were qualities that Zhao Yanzi lacked. Moments later, Xie Yujia returned to the living room from the balcony. "I'm going to go pick up Z and can take you downtown on my way," she said. "Thank you, Big Jumu," the Lu sisters answered with their sweet smiles. Even Lu Linlin and Lu Lily recognized the fact that Xie Yujia was genuinely nice to everyone while they were only nice to Hao Ren. Moreover, Xie Yujia approached everything and everyone with kindness, gentleness, and orderliness, even better than them. They thought that Hao Ren really should not have neglected Xie Yujia the way he did. "Little White, let's go." Xie Yujia pulled at Little White's ears. Boom. Little White was now already level 3. It swiftly turned into its snow lion form and carried Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters out from the balcony. After dropping off the Lu sisters in downtown, Xie Yujia went for Zhan Yanzi directly. The sky was getting dark, and the rain slowly began to drizzle. Seated by the window, Zhao Yanzi had just finished copying the first 150 chapters of Guwen Guanzi. Now looking out the window into the drizzling rain, she was lost in her own thoughts. The window was half open, allowing some cold, humid air to come through. When Zhao Yanzi received the phone call from Xie Yujia had offered to come and pick her up to go to fifth heaven for cultivation. Yet, Zhao Yanzi believed Xie Yujia was coming to confront her. Recently, she had been very aggressive in their fight over Hao Ren's attention. She was sure that it had made Xie Yujia hostile. Therefore, Xie Yujia had chosen this rainy day to come to her for a talk in her mind. Propping up her face with her hands, Zhao Yanzi was contemplating how she should respond to Xie Yujia. Just then, Xie Yujia had suddenly appeared outside of the window on Little White's back. Xie Yujia was wearing a cropped knitted shirt and rolled-up jeans. She looked just like a friendly big sister from next door. Although the energy sphere blocked most of the rain, she wasn't experienced with it, and dabs of rain were still coming through, wetting strands of her hair and making her look even more exquisite. Xie Yujia's little white face was especially supple and soft. Her beautiful face and glittering eyes forced Zhao Yanzi to admit the fact that Xie Yujia was a real beauty. When seeing Xie Yujia's calm smile, Zhao Yanzi couldn't get the sarcastic responses that she had just come up with out of her. "Where are uncle and auntie?" Xie Yujia asked. They both went out. Zhao Yanzi replied with a small pout. Today, she was hoping that Hao Ren would come over and tutor her again. However, when she tried to give him a call, she found that Hao Ren's cell phone had been turned off. That was the moment when she received the phone call from Xie Yujia. I see. Let's leave for Fifth Heaven then. Xie Yujia reached out her arm to Zhao Yanzi. There were a few times when Zhao Yanzi's behavior seriously angered her. Nonetheless, she thought through everything and knew that she shouldn't take the matters to heart. After all, Zhao Yanzi was only a middle schooler. Xie Yujia could still recall her middle school years, and she was a little hot-tempered and aloof, quite like how Zhao Yanzi was now. Did you not come here to negotiate with me? Zhao Yanzi asked as she stared at Xie Yujia. Negotiate? Xie Yujia looked at her in confusion. In Zhao Yanzi's mind, Xie Yujia had made up a random excuse to ask her out. Then, they would head to a cafe and confront each other face to face. In middle school, if two girls were after the same boy, that was the way to resolve it. Now seeing that Xie Yujia looked lost and confused, Zhao Yanzi knew that she had misunderstood the intention. She blushed and said, "No matter what, I won't let you have Hao Ren." Xie Yujia was stunned for a moment as she was not expecting to have this conversation with Zhao Yanzi. On her way here, she had pictured all sorts of scenarios, just not this one. I won't back down, either. Feeling compelled, she couldn't help but respond. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, a blush also appeared on Xie Yujia's face. She felt a little embarrassed about fighting with a little girl like Zhao Yanzi. Fine. Let's see who wins then. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Yanzi jumped out of the window and landed herself in front of Xie Yujia. Biting her lower lip, Xie Yujia didn't know how to react. She had never imagined that one day, she would have to fight over her little older brother with other girls. She had once prepared herself for the possible scenario in which her little older brother was already in a relationship. If that happened, she would just quietly leave while giving him her best wishes. However, when her little older brother actually reappeared in her life, things were not as easy as how she had imagined. Little White, off to Fifth Heaven. Seated at the front, Zhao Yanzi smacked Little White's head and yelled. Ruff, ruff, lowering its head and with flames spurting out from its four paws, Little White briskly flew up into the high sky. It felt wronged and thought, "It is a fight between you two. What are you hitting me for?" The rain continued to drizzle, bringing along a sense of coolness. With Little White's incredible flying speed, drops of rain began attacking them like hails of bullets. While trying her best to sustain the energy sphere with her limited abilities as a low-tier Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, Xie Yujia saw that Zhao Yanzi's forehead was wet from the rain, so she put out both of her hands to help shelter Zhao Yanzi from the rain. With her mind being occupied by various concerns, Zhao Yanzi unexpectedly found the tender and almost translucent palms above her head. She turned around and looked at Xie Yujia while her heart sank a little for reasons unknown to herself. Even though I've been so mean to her, she's still trying to look out for me. Is it just because Hao Ren asked her to look after me? Zhao Yanzi thought as her heart softened, but she was too stubborn to admit it. She put out her hand and pushed Xie Yujia's arm away as she said, "I don't need you to block off the rain for me." Wham! Zhao Yanzi put up an energy sphere of her own. Since she was mid-tier Foundation Establishment realm cultivator and more powerful than Xie Yujia, the energy sphere that she had was of higher quality. It instantly blocked all the wind and rain. Having her genuine offer met with rejection, Xie Yujia felt a little uneasy. However, she did not make a fuss over it. She knew from past experiences that Zhao Yanzi was not really a bad person. She knew that if it weren't for Hao Ren, she probably would have been fonder of Zhao Yanzi, and Zhao Yanzi wouldn't be so hostile toward her either. Xie Yujia sighed a little. She never thought that she would have to fight over a guy with a girl from middle school. Shortly after, the flames from the bottoms of Little White's paws had turned into 4 rays of light, and it dashed right into Fifth Heaven. In Ethereal Summit, more than a dozen snow lion cubs were rolling around in the meadow, and the spiritual herbs were growing prosperously in their separated spiritual fields. The spiritual fields were arranged according to the 5 elements, and the spiritual herbs of each element including water lily, earthy lichen, golden weed, wooden fruit, and fire roots were all thriving. Fire elemental spiritual herbs were cultivated in heated greenhouses. Water elemental spiritual herbs were floating on top of the ponds. Earth elemental spiritual herbs were planted in the soil. These were all agricultural principles that were passed down to Xie Yujia from grandma and were reworked by both Xie Yujia and Hao Ren. Upon seeing Little White's arrival, the fluffy snow lion cubs began stumbling their way over. They were pushing and shoving each other, and some fell and rolled around. However, those cubs immediately got back up again. Food is here. Xie Yujia threw out more than a dozen level 3 elixir pills. Watching the snow lion cubs fight against one another, Little White yawned in disinterest. At its current level, it was no longer interested in level 3 elixir pulls. After jumping onto the meadow, Zhao Yanzi held a snow lion cub in her arms. However, it wanted to eat the elixir pills, so it swung its paws, looking absolutely adorable. Xie Yujia went around the spiritual field for inspection. Seeing that most of the spiritual herbs were doing well, she scattered some of Little White's golden poop powder around the ones that looked slightly shriveled to help them replenish their energy. The Ethereal Summit naturally had abundant nature essence. In addition, Zhen Kongming had set up array formations that attracted and condensed nature essence. As a result, the absorbable nature essence here was plenty and sufficient for the number of spiritual herbs. However, some spiritual herbs were of a higher level and required more nature essence, which was why Xie Yujia was utilizing Little White's condensed essence as a supplement for these herbs. As soon as Xie Yujia scattered the last bits of Little White's poop powder into the pond, the slightly shriveled spiritual herbs immediately came back to life and began glowing. After becoming a level 3 spirit beast, Little White's poop now had an even higher value. Both Hao Ren and Xie Yujia collected such condensed essence. Nowadays, Little White was so well trained that whenever it had to poop, it would walk toward Hao Ren or Xie Yujia while swaying its butt. Seeing that, Hao Ren or Xie Yujia would take out one huge piece of paper to prepare Little White for it. Xie Yujia was patient and caring, so she did not mind it all that much. On the other hand, Hao Ren found it slightly disgusting, even though Little White's poop had no bad smell at all. Wind-chasing weed, stone lotus flowers, blood-dissipating grass. Xie Yujia started picking some spiritual herbs that had already matured. She was planning to make another batch of beauty pills. Beauty pills had now become a very popular type of elixir pill, and they were comparable to foundation establishment pills. Its price had been catching up as well. These pills were especially popular among female cultivators who were at the core formation realm. As they moved on from the foundation establishment realm, they immediately wanted to sustain their youthful appearances. Moreover, the core formation realm cultivators were more likely to be from well-off families that were all very resourceful. On the other hand, there were those male cultivators who wanted to pursue female cultivators. To attract the female cultivators and gain their approval, male cultivators often gave up their last resources in exchange of gathering different types of spiritual herbs and went to Qin Yin sect near the Ethereal Summit to seek beauty pulls. Such scenarios were the equivalents of men buying women diamond rings with their hard-earned money in the mortal world. Furthermore, some rivalrous female cultivators began competing against one another with beauty pills. Statements such as, "Well, I have beauty pills from the Herb King Master, do you?" were thrown around like weapons to anger their opponents greatly. If one were to say that foundation establishment pills were the most popular pills in the cultivation world, then beauty pills must be the most luxurious pills. However, beauty pills were not always available and had a very limited supply. Although Xie Yujia could make about 20 to 30 pills per batch, she did not make them every week as she sometimes had to make foundation establishment pills as well. As a result, the number of beauty pills available was far from sufficient for the countless cultivators who sought after them. Once the beauty pills were traded from Qin Yin sect, one could sell them for a very high price on the secondary market. Because of this, every cultivator from every sect on Fifth Heaven had been putting their mind to gathering spiritual herbs to exchange for beauty pills at Qin Yin sect. If they could get a beauty pill and sell it, they would be able to become rich overnight. As a result of this, an endless supply of spiritual herbs had been flowing toward the Ethereal Summit. Even some of the spiritual herbs from Sixth Heaven had slipped into Fifth Heaven. After gathering enough spiritual herbs, Xie Yujia walked into her cave. Her elixir making room was deep into her cave abode. However, since the spiritual herbs had only been harvested now, time was needed for them to dry up completely before being used. "I'm going to take Little White for a ride outside." Riding on Little White's back, Zhao Yanzi took out the purple-green treasure sword from her cave abode and flew out of Ethereal Summit. Little White had reached level 3 already and was more powerful. Also, Zhao Yanzi had reached mid-tier foundation establishment realm and had mastered Tianxuan technique of the Big Dipper constellation scroll. Therefore, it was easy for them to take on regular cultivators on their own. After shaking her head lightly, Xie Yujia focused on cultivating her spell's origin note scroll. She wasn't as talented as Zhao Yanzi. Now that Zhao Yanzi had already achieved mid-tier foundation establishment realm, Xie Yujia could only work as hard and as often as she could to catch up. Little White, faster. As soon as she got out of Ethereal Summit, Zhao Yanzi's mood brightened. She was a little upset about the boring weekend she was about to have at home and did not anticipate a trip to Fifth Heaven at all. Now that Little White had reached level 3, its speed seemed to have become faster than before. Since the landscape of Fifth Heaven was mesmerizingly beautiful, being able to soar through it freely was an excellent way for Zhao Yanzi to unwind and relax. The cultivators who were flying among the clouds and mists had promptly flown onto the nearby mountains to avoid contact with Little White, which almost had the speed of a nascent Soul Realm cultivator. After all, these ordinary cultivators didn't dare to mess with such masters. Recently, the Sky Mountain sect of Sixth Heaven had put out a Sky Mountain order to track down and investigate a sect called the City Sect. Therefore, the number of nascent Soul Realm cultivators had increased significantly on Fifth Heaven, which had caused all the cultivators on Fifth Heaven to feel uneasy and on alert. There was this third-tier sect called the Sentry Sect. Just because the pronunciation of their sect name was the slightly close to City Sect, more than a dozen core formation realm cultivators forced their way in for an investigation. The sect was too small for such trouble, so it was demolished immediately. A second-tier sect which had more than a dozen core formation realm cultivators was also targeted by the Sky Mountain sect only because this sect focused mainly on sword techniques. A nascent Soul Realm cultivator visited the sect and searched through all of the cultivators. Even the restricted areas of the sect were destroyed. Although that sect had escaped the fate of being annihilated, it was greatly undermined. The elders who guarded the restricted areas were all severely injured. Some sects on Fifth Heaven which were affiliated with the Sky Mountain sect had been secretly spreading the words. They said that the Sky Mountain order was put out directly by that Grand Uncle Master who was a top-tier nascent Soul Realm cultivator and hadn't involved himself in any sect affairs for the past few hundred years. However, no one knew the reason behind it. Chapter 584, Punish with the Sect Rules. After roaming around the many sects on Fifth Heaven, Zhao Yanzi made Little White slow down so that she could collect pretty flowers. She was fierce in front of Hao Ren, but she was a young girl who loved pretty little things. Seeing the bright flowers all over the hills, she was cheerful and made a flower wreath to put on Little White's head. Little White accepted the colorful flower wreath helplessly. It wanted to dump it but was afraid that Zhao Yanzi's feeling would be hurt. "Which Uncle Master's disciple are you? Why are you frolicking here?" Suddenly, a loud shout sounded in the sky. Zhao Yanzi looked up and saw a black-faced, mid-aged man staring at her sternly while sitting on a snow lion. "What?" Zhao Yanzi froze for a moment before displeasure rose in her. She thought, "There is no sect around this hill. It's not your business that I collect flowers here. Show me your token." The black-faced man who sat on his snow lion reached out his hand. Zhao Yanzi was even more confused. Since this cultivator's strength was not low, she climbed onto Little White's back, ready to flee. Seeing her dumb reaction, the cultivator was angrier, and he shouted, "Which Uncle Master's disciple are you? Instead of scouting for information, you are here playing." Coming directly from her home, Zhao Yanzi was in her simple pink pajamas, quite different from the black-faced cultivator's white Taoist robe. "If you still refuse to answer, I'll take you back and punish you according to our sect rules." Staring at Zhao Yanzi, the black-faced cultivator yelled. Sky Mountain sect had issued Sky Mountain order, inviting other sects to try and find City Sect on Fifth Heaven, and it brought panic to all the cultivators on Fifth Heaven. Sky Mountain sect had sent over 1,000 cultivators to do a thorough search on Fifth Heaven, which explained why many Sky Mountain sect cultivators were here. Since many Sky Mountain sect cultivators didn't know each other, they were required to report the names of their masters or show their sect tokens to each other when they met. As a disciple of the first elder of Sky Mountain sect, The black-faced cultivator had reached top-tier core formation realm while his snowlion had reached level 4. Seeing Zhao Yanzi with a snowlion, he thought she was one of the disciples of Sky Mountain sect. Ordered by the Grand Uncle Master of the sect, this investigation mission was very urgent, but they hadn't found any useful clues yet. That was why this cultivator was angry when he saw Zhao Yanzi playing here. Out of the 1,000 disciples of Sky Mountain sect who were sent to 5th heaven, only the ones with high realms and well liked by elders were given snowlions. The disciples with high realms were the main force and team leaders, and that was why they had their own snowlions. The favorite disciples of the elders took this opportunity to experience 5th heaven, and they were given snowlions as a measure of protection. However, even the most favored disciples had to pretend to be investigating, and none of them should dare to play around with their snowlions. The black-faced cultivator had a ranking close to an elder, and he was sure that this young cultivator would admit her mistake and beg for forgiveness after he threatened her with sect rules. Just when he thought that Zhao Yanzi would report her name and her master obediently before admitting her mistake, Zhao Yanzi fled on Little White. The black-faced cultivator was astonished and then got furious at this blatant insult. Since the first elder was charging at mid-tier nascent soul realm, his favorite disciple, which was this black-faced cultivator, was responsible for managing the affairs of the sect, so most disciples knew him. However, this young disciple who was only on the foundation establishment realm dared to run from him. Boom! The black-faced cultivator chased after Zhao Yanzi on his own level 4 snowlion. Since the first elder was responsible for the sect rules and penalties, this black-faced disciple had been helping him over the past few years. The disciples in the sect, except newbies who didn't know him, were all afraid of him. Thinking that Zhao Yanzi was a favorite disciple of an elder since she had a snowlion with her, he only planned to give her a lecture and thus was astonished when she dared to escape from him. Feeling insulted, the black-faced cultivator lifted his black sword Dharma treasure. Swoosh! Little White's paws released 4 colorful lights and flew away with the traveling speed of a nascent soul realm cultivator. The level 4 snowlion just couldn't catch up with the level 3 snowlion. Shoot! Astonished, the black-faced cultivator tossed out his Dharma treasure immediately. If more time passed, Zhao Yanzi and Little White would be beyond his attack range. The black sword turned into a black light, shooting toward Zhao Yanzi. Sitting on Little White's back, Zhao Yanzi saw an object flying toward her. Without thinking, she drew out the purple-green treasure sword and used Tianquan sword technique. Dang! Despite its weakened momentum, the black sword shook Zhao Yanzi's wrists so much that they turned numb as if they were going to break. If not for the excellent material of the purple-green treasure sword and the power of the Big Dipper constellation scroll, Zhao Yanzi would have been sent flying. The moment the black-faced cultivator threw out his black sword, he regretted his action. He thought, after all, this girl is only at mid-tier foundation establishment realm, and I'm at top-tier core formation realm. I might injure her. If she is the daughter or the favorite disciple of an elder, and I injured her severely, I will be in great trouble despite my identity as the favorite disciple of the first elder. Feeling anxious, this black-faced cultivator tried to withdraw the black sword, but the black sword which had a connection with his spiritual senses was damaged severely. Swoosh! After a slight pause, Little White disappeared into the distance with pretty and bright lights under its feet. When the black sword returned, the black-faced cultivator checked it carefully and found a small chip in the blade. Everything showed that something was wrong. After a moment of consideration, he took out a white jade token and injected his nature essence into it before tossing it up high into the sky. The white jade token released dozens of dazzling white lights which shot out in all directions. He was the team leader of the group who was responsible for searching this area, and the other team leaders with white jade tokens would receive his message, which was, all disciples must immediately come over and surround the area near Songliang Mountain and capture a red-clothed female cultivator who has a level 3 snowlion. Chapter 585. Don't run. Carrying Zhao Yanzi, Little White flew for thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yanzi put away the purple-green treasure sword and rubbed her wrists, feeling angry and lucky at the same time. The moment she saw the black-faced man, she felt his extraordinary presence and knew that she couldn't fight him by force. She didn't have time to react when he appeared suddenly. If he attacked at once, Zhao Yanzi wouldn't be able to block it. At this thought, Zhao Yanzi felt lucky that the black-faced man had babbled for a while. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the time to climb onto Little White's back and flee. In the past, she had been able to run around the fifth heaven since no one she encountered was powerful. After this incident, she finally understood the dangers in the cultivation world. Thinking back to her encounter with Duan Yao who launched killing attacks against her, she knew she would have died without Hao Ren's protection. Little White, let's head back now. The more she thought about it, the more worried she got. The fifth heaven looked peaceful, but she felt unsafe without Hao Ren's company. Rough, Little White roared and increased its speed to its limit. In the mortal world, it had to pretend to be a small white puppy most of the time to get girls' attention, and it had little chance to change forms. However, on fifth heaven, it could roar at its will in its snow lion form. Shua! 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 5 to 6 white lights flew toward Zhao Yanzi and Little White swiftly. After sensing their presences, Zhao Yanzi knew that they were all core formation realm cultivators. Little White, move around them! Zhao Yanzi yelled with her arms around Little White's neck. Little White could feel the unusual presences of the incoming cultivators without Zhao Yanzi's instruction. Drawing a colorful arc in the sky, it flew toward the southwest direction. Seeming to be following Zhao Yanzi, the white lights chased after them closely. Chi! Chi! The cultivators who were chasing after Zhao Yanzi released 3 to 4 green lights which looked like signals. Seeing this, Zhao Yanzi tensed up, knowing that she was in trouble. Is it a crime to pick wildflowers? Frowning in confusion, Zhao Yanzi felt more cultivators coming to her from all directions. Little White, lose them, she shouted. As a level 3 demon beast, Little White's spiritual senses were no less than Zhao Yanzi's. It also sensed that many cultivators and even some snowlions were closing on them. Boom! Little White had been flying horizontally in the sky, but it suddenly descended. Fifth heaven was full of mountains and dense forests. The cultivators who were trying to surround Little White were caught off guard when their target suddenly dropped down. Little White flew out from under them and broke out from the siege. Shua! Shua! All kinds of swords shot at Little White. Dozens of longswords flew past Zhao Yanzi and Little White, bringing cold sweat all over their bodies. Swoosh! 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 Like a high-performance fighter jet, Little White flew in the low sky around the mountains. Zhao Yanzi held onto Little White tighter, afraid to be swung out. Shua! Shua! A dozen of swords chased after Little White. These cultivators of Sky Mountain sect realized that Little White had flown from under their feet and immediately chased after it while sending out their swords. It took some time for them to withdraw their swords, which was why they didn't release their swords in most battles. However, they were fighting as a group and could shoot out their swords in turns like groups of archers. If they flew in the high sky, they could be covered by mist, and the visibility would be low. However, the visibility in the low sky was higher, and Zhao Yanzi who was in her pink pajamas and on Little White was very distinct. Cultivators were chasing after them in the high sky while more cultivators tried to block them in the front. From both sides, other cultivators were coming toward them as well. Zhao Yanzi had never encountered such a situation, and she got nervous. At this moment, Little White was calmer than her. Without hesitation, it shot into a dense forest full of big, ancient trees. The cultivators of Sky Mountain sect who were chasing after Zhao Yanzi saw Little White dashing into the forest and released swords toward the moving white shadow one after another. Seeing the big trees crashing toward them, Zhao Yanzi almost screamed, but Little White dodged them deftly while it moved in the forest. Boom! Boom! The powerful swords cut the ancient trees into pieces while they chased after Zhao Yanzi and Little White. If not for Little White's deft movements and great speed, they would have been pierced by the swords. In this place, Zhao Yanzi couldn't use her cell phone to call for help, and she only hoped that Little White could outrun these people who were after her. Little White suddenly dashed out of the forest that was on the peak of a mountain, and the mountain top they were on was immediately shattered to pieces. Little White, hold on. Under such fierce attack, Zhao Yanzi put up a simple energy sphere, afraid that the huge Little White would be wounded. Familiar with Little White's personality, she knew it would block swords with its body if it couldn't dodge them. Despite its laziness, Little White always protected the people around it in critical moments. All kinds of swords formed a net, making it hard for Little White to use its great speed. Useless. You can't even block a level 3 snow lion. A thunderous shout resonated in the high sky while the aura of a low-tier nascent soul realm cultivator came from the sky. Encountering this powerful suppression, even Little White, a level 3 demob beast, felt weak and was forced to slow down. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, Little White's paws burst into colorful flames again. Huh? The voice in the high sky showed a trace of surprise. Build an array formation. The black-faced cultivator who had encountered Zhao Yanzi earlier finally caught up on his level 4 snow lion and called out in anger. Swoosh! Hundreds of cultivators of Sky Mountain sect released waves of green light in the high sky, forming a hexagonal array formation and engulfing Little White. Chapter 586. Meeting Duan Yao again. The green lights were like a shrinking copper bell, crashing toward Little White and Zhao Yanzi. Dong! Little White rushed over and was knocked back by an invisible wall with clanging, metal colliding noise. Hundreds of cultivators of Sky Mountain sect stood in their precise positions in the sky, making the array formation even more powerful. Reckless brat, surrender! The black-faced cultivator sat on his level 4 snow lion and yelled with anger as he held a black sword in his hand. Now, he was confident that this girl was not a part of Sky Mountain sect. Although he didn't know where she got the level 3 snow lion, she was in trouble after hundreds of cultivators of Sky Mountain sect chased after her. The array formation built in the sky was called Z-Way Beast Trap Array. It was not the most powerful array formation but could be built with some cultivators without using Dharma treasures. The cultivators of Sky Mountain sect would use this array formation to capture demon beasts below level 6, so it was quite effective in trapping Little White. Sky Mountain sect excelled in raising spirit beasts, making elixir pills, and creating array formations, which explained why it had a stable position on 6th heaven. The sect had 9 elders in the nascent soul realm, over 200 core formation realm cultivators, and countless foundation establishment realm cultivators. The so-called first-tier sects on 5th heaven only had a dozen or so core formation realm cultivators at the most. However, there were already dozens of core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect chasing after Zhao Yanzi and Little White, which showed the great power of Sky Mountain sect. Little girl, report your sect name and master, and you may live. Controlling the shrinking array formation, the black-faced cultivator called out to Zhao Yanzi. With Zhao Yanzi in his control, he could kill her at any time. However, despite his fury, he didn't dare to act rashly since she had a level 3 snow lion, which showed that she might have some connections with Sky Mountain sect. It was no problem to lock her down and bring her back to Sky Mountain sect for interrogation. All the cultivators of Sky Mountain sect on and above the core formation realm were familiar with the Z-Way Beast Trap Array and had never failed to trap demon beasts that were weaker than level 6. Yuck! Zhao Yanzi glared at him and said, "There are so many of you dealing with me. If you dare, come and fight me 1-to-1. Ha 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 ha. The black-faced cultivator laughed. You won't trick us. I will capture you after I close the array formation. Zhao Yanzi began to sweat. In fact, she was just trying to act brave. After all, how could she come up with any tricks at such a moment? Be quick and tell us your sect and master. Otherwise, I'll show no mercy to you. The black-faced cultivator put on his fierce look and yelled. Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth. Seeing that Little White was still trying to break out despite the wounds all over its body, she hugged it carefully, feeling terrifying since she felt like she dragged it into this situation. In this desperate situation, the first person she thought of was Hao Ren instead of her parents. Little White, don't waste your energy. Zhao Yanzi rubbed Little White's head and raised her head suddenly. She shouted, "It's me who caused the trouble. Let Little White go." Ha ha ha. The black-faced cultivator laughed again. The value of your snow lion is far greater than you. Since I've got both of you, how can I let the snow lion go? Zhao Yanzi didn't reply. She was determined to fight this black-faced cultivator to death if he tried to capture her. I, Zhao Yanzi, will not surrender, she thought. Humph. Still not surrendering. Back. The black-faced cultivator's face darkened. He had given Zhao Yanzi the chance, but she wasn't willing to tell him the names of her sect and master, giving him no reason to spare her life. If the array formation shrunk, Little White would be trapped for sure. Zhao Yanzi's life was longer a concern for them. He didn't need to catch Zhao Yanzi in person. If she lived, he would bring her back to the sect. Little White, don't die. Seeing the array formation suddenly shrinking, Zhao Yanzi used all her nature essence to create an energy sphere to protect Little White. The Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators of Sky Mountain Sect who were standing around the core formation realm cultivators to assist with the array formation were stunned. They had seen spirit beasts trying to protect their masters in dangerous situations but not the other way around. They didn't know that Zhao Yanzi's stubbornness was showing. Since she brought innocent Little White into trouble, she wanted to protect it. Zhao Yanzi was willful and unreasonable on the surface, but she was loyal and principle-driven deep down. She would always admit to her mistakes and take responsibility even though she never said it. With her stubborn personality, she would instead give in secret than admit it in public. Whenever Hao Ren pointed out the mistakes in her homework, she would make the excuses of carelessness. But after Hao Ren was gone, she would think about her mistakes earnestly. No one saw her hard work because she didn't want people to see that she was changing for Hao Ren. Bang! The hexagonal array formation shrunk to 1 meter before tightening into a circle. Zhao Yanzi felt as if all her bones were breaking, but she persisted with gritted teeth. Bam! Her weak energy sphere shattered. Bang! A louder explosion noise suddenly appeared. Zhao Yanzi found that the pressure on her body disappeared. Hao Ren. Zhao Yanzi's first thought was that Hao Ren had come. However, when she opened her eyes and looked carefully, she found that the golden bell hanging on Little White's neck broke. The Lu sisters gave the small bell to Hao Ren, and he had hung it on Little White's neck. At this moment, the bell broke and caused a great explosion. The shattered bell turned into a burst of golden dust, flying in all directions and instantly breaking the array formation built by hundreds of cultivators. Impossible! The black-faced cultivator was astonished. This array formation could even trap level 6 demon beasts. In theory, it could also trap nascent soul realm cultivators. However, it was broken. Swoosh! Little White was the first to react, and it flew toward east with flames burning on its paws. The cultivators of Sky Mountain Sect were knocked back 5 to 6 meters due to the collapsing array formation and thus didn't react to the situation in time. The black-faced cultivator reacted the fastest, but he lost Little White who ran at full speed after chasing for hundreds of meters. Chase after her! The black-faced cultivator returned to the group and shouted, shaking with fury. After all, it was a big humiliation that hundreds of cultivators of Sky Mountain Sect couldn't trap a young Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator with a level 3 snowlion. From the looks of it, a troublesome figure like her on 5th heaven is probably related to the mysterious city sect, he thought. Still frightened, Zhao Yanzi almost cried at the narrow escape. She had been thinking of fighting the black-faced cultivator to death, but the array formation suddenly broke. She didn't know that the Lu sister had given the golden bell to Hao Ren so that he could summon them in an emergency. The other function of the golden bell was that if the Lu sister couldn't come in time, the golden bell would explode under enormous pressure and break any attack or siege. In the past, Hao Ren needed this golden bell since he was weak, but the golden bell never exploded. This time, it saved Zhao Yanzi and Little White. Humph! I finally found you. Zhao Yanzi was about to heave a sigh of relief when she heard a shout. She looked up and saw Duan Yao in her green silk robe flying toward her on a white snowlion. Duan Yao didn't know that Zhao Yanzi had just escaped from a major battle. She was patrolling on 5th heaven and found this place with the guidance of her jade pendant. After Zhao Yanzi wounded her, she went to her grand uncle master for help. Hearing her words, the protective grand uncle master was furious. Although the injuries were no big deal, it was a serious business to lose the purple-green treasure sword. Duan Yao had been brought up by this grand uncle master who loved her as his own granddaughter. He was furious by the fact that a little brat was bold enough to wound Duan Yao and take the Sky Mountain Sect's treasures and techniques by force. Immediately, this grand uncle master issued Sky Mountain Order and gave Duan Yao the Sky Turning Stamp, which was a powerful Dharma treasure, so that she can get her revenge. Having just escaped, Zhao Yanzi was still panting with fear. Seeing Duan Yao taking out a shiny golden stamp, she knew she was in danger and fled toward the direction of the Ethereal Summit. Don't run! Duan Yao lifted the sky-turning stamp. Boom! The sky-turning stamp shot out a golden stamp pattern. Zhao Yanzi lifted the purple-green treasure sword to block it, but she was no match for it and was sent flying for hundreds of meters with Little White, crashing onto a mountain. Xie Yujia was cultivating in her cave abode in Ethereal Summit with 36 golden and silver dharma notes rotating around her slowly. Suddenly, she heard the booming sounds outside of the valley. Frowning, she stood up and went out to check. Chapter 587. Life-Death Notes, Demonic Bow. Since Zhen Kongming created an array formation around the Ethereal Summit, one could see the outside of the valley from the inside, but people from the outside couldn't see the inside. Standing at the entrance of her cave abode, Xie Yujia saw golden lights flash outside of the valley. She looked closer and saw that Duan Yao of Sky Mountain sect was attacking Zhao Yanzi, who was on Little White. Zhao Yanzi and Little White had almost reached the Ethereal Summit, but Duan Yao's powerful Dharma treasure shot down golden square light beams one after another, attacking Zhao Yanzi. Bang! A golden square light beam shot onto Little White's belly. Little White tumbled 3 times in the air, and the place on its belly that got hit was scorched black. If Little White hadn't reached level 3, and Duan Yao's realm was high, this attack would have shot down Little White directly. Zhao Yanzi clutched Little White's fur, and she almost fell from the great tumbles. Little White. Zhao Yanzi was heartbroken for Little White, so she stared at Duan Yao angrily. Bitch. Take 2 more strikes. Duan Yao was also furious, and she raised the sky-turning stamp high up in the air. Little White, go in by yourself. Zhao Yanzi tossed out the purple-green treasure sword to her feet and jumped onto it. Her speed on the sword was definitely slower compared to when she was on Little White, but she didn't want Little White to block the attacks with its body. Standing on the purple-green treasure sword, Zhao Yanzi flew up dozens of meters abruptly. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 golden square light beams struck toward Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi threw the small dagger toward Duan Yao. Seeing Zhao Yanzi attacking her with her own Dharma treasure, Duan Yao was even more furious. She flew up half a meter on her snowlion and shook out golden square light beams again. Bang! One of the light beams shot past Zhao Yanzi while the other struck her shoulder. A big wound appeared Zhao Yanzi's shoulder, and she was sent flying backward while her pink pajamas instantly turned bright red. Seeing Zhao Yanzi was wounded, Little White roared angrily and leapt toward Duan Yao, spitting out a fireball and an icicle at the same time. Release! Duan Yao's stamp re-released its power. The golden light beam pierced the fireball and the icicle. Then, Duan Yao dodged the dagger which flew past her ear. Without Zhao Yanzi's control, the dagger slowed down, and Duan Yao reached out and caught it with ease. Pale-faced, Zhao Yanzi's body separated from her sword while falling into the valley. Duan Yao finally got her revenge, wondering if she had killed her opponent. Although she roamed around 5th and 6th heaven a lot, she had never killed a cultivator before. Even though Zhao Yanzi was her enemy, Duan Yao panicked when she thought that she had killed Zhao Yanzi. On 5th heaven and 6th heaven, robbing others' treasures by force was deemed unacceptable, but it was quite common that cultivators killed friends for their treasures. Duan Yao's attacks were meant to kill Zhao Yanzi since her grand-uncle master had given her this stamp-shaped Dharma treasure to kill her opponent and take back Sky Mountain sect's treasures and techniques. Other cultivators should never take the ultimate Dharma treasure and valuable techniques of Sky Mountain sect. I must kill her. With the sky-turning stamp in her hand, Duan Yao gritted her teeth while she watched Zhao Yanzi fall into the valley. The kind-hearted cultivators on 5th heaven were usually killed by other vicious cultivators. Duan Yao's grand-uncle master had killed many opponents before he reached his current top-tier nascent soul realm. What her grand-uncle master told her echoed in Duan Yao's mind. Boom! The sky-turning stamp in her hand released another golden light beam. Wah-wah! A white shadow flashed by and caught Zhao Yanzi. Feeling unease, Duan Yao missed her target with the sky-turning stamp and shot a distant mountaintop, cutting a piece from the peak. I can't show mercy to my mortal enemy. Thinking of the things Zhao Yanzi had done to her, Duan Yao tightened her grip on the sky-turning stamp and lifted it. She had seen all kinds of dangers in which her senior and junior brothers and sisters killed other cultivators or were killed by other cultivators. She was the only one who hadn't killed any cultivators yet. As the only daughter of the sect master of Sky Mountain, she didn't need to go to the really dangerous places, and others didn't dare to mess with her, the princess of Sky Mountain sect. Only Zhao Yanzi rushed into her life, taking away her Dharma treasures, techniques, and her jade pendant. Also there was a pervert, who helped this B***tch. Duan Yan thought. She had never been bullied like this. After thinking, Duan Yan abruptly activated her nature essence in her hand, making the sky-turning stamp flash. Beg for forgiveness, and I'll let you live. But you'll become a slave of Sky Mountain sect for the rest of your life, Duan Yao yelled. Swoosh! A white light suddenly flashed on her left. Duan Yao turned her head in alarm and saw a sharp arrow with white light shooting toward her with a speed that couldn't be detected by the naked eye. Pooh! The sharp arrow pierced into her shoulder. Feeling the sharp pain in her shoulder, Duan Yao covered her wound but found no arrow. Blood gushed out of her injury as if a bead had shot into her bone and flesh. She gritted her teeth and looked toward the direction of the sharp arrow. She saw a pretty girl standing on a summit 200 meters away. This girl was dressed in clothes she had never seen before, holding a longbow that looked like it was made from bronze. The pretty girl lifted the longbow and pulled it, but there was no arrow in her hand. Carried by Little White, the weakened Zhao Yanzi saw Xie Yujia standing on the summit with her eyes. Right now, Xie Yujia was covered in sweat. Not able to fly on a sword and without any flight Dharma treasures, Xie Yujia could only run up to the top of the mountain when she saw Zhao Yanzi in danger. The Ethereal Summit seemed to be only a small valley surrounded by mountains on three sides, but it was a long distance to run up to the top. Xie Yujia's arms and legs were full of scratches inflicted by thorns, but she ignored them. When she ran to the top, her strength was depleted. Seeing Duan Yao continuing to attack, she immediately drew the bow and shot out an arrow. She didn't have a bad impression of Duan Yan and had thought that Zhao Yanzi was a bit too aggressive. However, now she felt like Duan Yao was the fiercer one, trying to kill Zhao Yanzi. Swoosh! Without a word, Xie Yujia shot out another sharp white arrow. The second arrow was earth-shaking. For a moment, the nearby nature essence seemed to fluctuate when the arrow that was condensed from nature essence whistled through the air. Having not seen such a Dharma treasure before, Duan Yao moved her legs as she sat on the level 4 snow lion. The snow lion flew up dozens of meters while Duan Yao released the sky-turning stamp. She had been hesitant on whether she should kill Zhao Yanzi, but she didn't mind a battle of Dharma treasures. Bang! The white light and the golden light broke even in the collision. Duan Yao was astonished since the sky-turning stamp was a treasure given to her by the Grand Uncle Master who was a top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator, and its power was no less than the purple-green treasure sword when it was used by her, a core formation realm cultivator. However, to her surprise, this low-tier foundation establishment realm female cultivator could shoot out a white arrow and counter the sky-turning stamp. Little White, whose fur had been scorched black, carried the weak Zhao Yanzi to Xie Yujia's side. Xie Yujia was a bit relieved when she saw that Zhao Yanzi was still alive, but she was furious when she saw the bloody wound in her shoulder. Despite the unpleasant incidents between them, she wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Zhao Yanzi. Xie Yujia rarely lost her temper, but she was furious this time. Gritting her teeth, she shot out another arrow. Swoosh! This time, she shot out an arrow that had both black and white lights around it. She applied her life-death notes into the arrow. A single life note or death note was earth-shaking, and the effect of merging both notes was explosive. Surprised that Zhao Yanzi had a helper, Duan Yao released the full force of her core formation realm, and the sky-turning stamp shot out another golden light beam. Bang! The arrow and the golden light beam collided with each other in the sky. The black and white lights from the arrow expanded while the golden light beam from the stamp grew rapidly. The level 4 snow lion that was carrying Duan Yao couldn't withstand the heat wave and retreated dozens of meters. Duan Yao widened her eyes and looked at Xie Yujia in astonishment, wondering how a foundation establishment realm cultivator could use such great power. After forcing back Duan Yao with 2 arrows, Xie Yujia immediately took out a jade bottle from her storage ring and poured out a detox pill and an essence replenishment pill. She put the essence replenishment pill into Zhao Yanzi's mouth and bit open the detox pill before spreading it around Zhao Yanzi's wound. Despite the miraculous effects of level 4 elixir pills, they wouldn't be able to save Zhao Yanzi if they were used too late. Good. Little White, go and find Hao Ren. Xie Yujia patted Little White's head and said. Little White placed Zhao Yanzi on the ground beside Xie Yujia before leaping into the distant valley. As she watched Xie Yujia heal Zhao Yanzi, Duan Yao hovered in the sky while sitting on the level 4 snow lion cautiously, afraid that Xie Yujia's bow would release greater power. Little White suddenly flew back from the valley with the purple-green treasure sword in its mouth. Seeing the purple-green treasure sword, Duan Yao suddenly remembered that she should have taken back the sword. Toot! Little White tossed the purple-green treasure sword onto the ground beside Xie Yujia's feet. Duan Yao's face paled instantly, and she glared at Xie Yujia with a vicious look as she yelled, "That sword is mine. Hand over the sword." Ignoring her, Xie Yujia tossed 2 essence replenishment pills to Little White before slowly drawing open the demonic bow. Chapter 588. Big Jumu. Small Jumu. Hum, hum, the bronze demonic bow vibrated. It was the sign that nature essence had been injected into the Dharma treasure. Different from other techniques, the spell's origin note scroll that Xie Yujia cultivated used the power of Dharma notes to exert great powers. The cultivators with powerful realms could draw all the natural essence from an area of millions of square kilometers. With enough nature essence, one could form an infinite number of notes. Due to this terrifying technique, the other soul formation realm cultivators didn't dare to mess with Qingfeng Hermit. The spell's origin note scroll had no specific levels like ordinary techniques. The higher the cultivation realm was, the stronger the Dharma notes would get. However, the 5 elemental life-death notes couldn't be learned. Only after an origin note was planted into a cultivator could he or her create thousands of shadow Dharma notes. Many cultivators could draw Dharma notes, but only Qingfeng Hermit could use Dharma notes as techniques. Standing by Xie Yujia's feet, Little White swallowed the 2 essence replenishment pills and flew out. Duan Yun knew that this level 3 snow lion was going out to get help, and she immediately shot out a golden light beam. She was nervous, feeling more pressure from this foundation establishment realm cultivator than other core formation realm cultivators. Swoosh! Xie Yujia's arrow shot out abruptly. It instantly blocked the golden light beam released by Duan Yao's sky-turning stamp. Yanyang, bite it! Duan Yao drew out her sword and instructed her level 4 snow lion. For her trip to 5th heaven, her father didn't allow her to bring Luya, the level 4 snow lion, afraid that she would make more trouble. Therefore, he gave her a level 4 snow lion. However, a level 4 snow lion was quite powerful on 5th heaven since its strength was equivalent to that of a top-tier core formation realm cultivator. Taking Duan Yao's order, the level 4 snow lion roared and flew toward Little White. However, Xie Yujia shot another arrow. Duan Yao threw out another golden light beam while standing on the flying sword, allowing the level 4 snow lion to fight with Little White. Bang! Duan Yao's golden stamp collided with Xie Yujia's arrow again. Meanwhile, her level 4 snow lion began fighting with Little White. Ever since it came out of the lion cave with Hao Ren, Little White had never fought with other spirit beasts all by itself. Knowing the dangerous situation, it showed its sharp fangs and all the sharp claws in its paws while shooting out 3 fireballs. The level 4 snow lion had remained motionless. Seeing Little White's attack, it dodged calmly before spitting out a bigger fireball. This level 4 snow lion named Yanyang was the 2nd snow lion of the 6th elder of Sky Mountain sect, and it was experienced with battle after fighting alongside with the 6th elder for many years. In contrast, Little White almost had 0 battle experience. Xie Yujia pulled on the bow, trying to help Little White. However, Duan Yao shot another golden light beam toward her. 2 versus 2. Duan Yao wouldn't go easy on Xie Yujia. Since she and Xie Yujia were even, the key lied in the battle of the 2 snow lions. Duan Yao wasn't stupid and knew what she had to do to win the battle. Bang! The golden stamp and the white arrow collided again. Xie Yujia's face turned pale since the life-death notes that old grandma gave her were energy-consuming despite their great power. Spell's origin note scroll allowed her to transform the nature essence into Dharma notes and stored them in her body. The longer she cultivated, the more Dharma notes there would be. Xie Yujia was shooting out the spiritual arrows repeatedly, releasing all the golden and silver Dharma notes she had stored. Despite the power, if the Dharma notes ran out, she would be no match for Duan Yao. Leaning against a rock by Xie Yujia's side, Zhao Yanzi held her bleeding shoulder and was turning the elixir pill into nature essence with gritted teeth. Watching the fierce fight between Xie Yujia and Duan Yao, she felt confused. If Xie Yujia is in this kind of danger, will I risk my life to save her? She thought. Boom! 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 Duan Yao shot out 3 golden light beams at the same time, unwilling to believe that she, a core formation realm cultivator, couldn't defeat a foundation establishment realm cultivator. In comparison, the core formation realm cultivators were dozens of times more powerful than foundation establishment realm cultivators. The 3 golden light beams entangled with each other as they crashed toward Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi, who had been trying her best to recover, was shocked. Swoosh, 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 Xie Yujia shot out 3 arrows at the same time. This demonic bow that Hao Ren gave her had 6 arrow grooves, which meant that in theory, she could shoot 6 arrows simultaneously. However, Xie Yujia could barely shoot 3 arrows at the same time in her current state. Bang! The bowstring vibrated violently. Zhao Yanzi looked toward the sound and saw Xie Yujia's fingers covered in blood. Zhao Yanzi was stunned by the sight. Xie Yujia could attack with the demonic bow, but the sharp spiritual arrows and bowstring cut her fingers during the process. Bang! 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 Xie Yujia's arrows blocked the 3 fierce golden light beams, and the surging airwaves fluttered Zhao Yanzi's hair. If Xie Yujia had been half a second slower, Zhao Yanzi would have been struck by the 3 fierce golden light beams. Duan Yao was now very nervous. She was worried that Zhao Yanzi would recover from her wound and join the fight. If that happened, she would be in danger. Roar! Roar! In the distant valley, Little White and the level 4 snow lion was still fighting fiercely. The 2 huge snow lions brawled in the sky and occasionally crashed onto the mountains together, turning the hard rocks into dust. Despite its injuries and smaller size, Little White was as fierce as the level 4 snow lion. Drip! Drip! Blood dripped from Xie Yujia's right hand along her wrist before falling onto the ground. Without a flight Dharma treasure, she couldn't do anything but stand on the summit and fight Duan Yao. Since she pulled on the sharp bowstring repeatedly, her fingers were cut open, and blood oozed out continuously. Zhao Yanzi was still injured, and she couldn't stand up yet. Watching Xie Yujia stand in front of her like a firm statue and defending her with the longbow, her heart melted, and tears rolled down her face. She hadn't shed tears even when hundreds of cultivators of Sky Mountain sect surrounded her, but she cried when she saw Xie Yujia's determined expression and the dripping blood. Pulling open the demonic bow, Xie Yujia stared at Duan Yao in the high sky, oblivious to the changes in Zhao Yanzi. The intense pain in her right hand was hard to endure, and she felt like the bowstring was cutting into her fingers like a knife. Meanwhile, her left hand pulled at the demonic bow with great efforts. The harder her left hand pulled, the more painful the wounds in her right hand felt. She kept her fingers on the bowstring while the pains in her hand got more intense each second. However, she couldn't shoot randomly since she must ensure that each arrow was shot at the right time. Xie Yujia was drawing out the time in hopes that Little White could fly to first heaven and find Hao Ren. At this critical moment, her first thought was Hao Ren. Both holding powerful long-distance Dharma treasures, Duan Yao and Xie Yujia must be very careful. If one of them made a mistake, they would lose instantly. With its innate ice elemental and fire elemental attributes and its great flight Dharma treasure, Little White wasn't in a disadvantaged position in the fight with the level 4 snow lion, but it couldn't get away either. You, shoot her storage bag. After weeping for a while in silence, Zhao Yanzi stopped her tears and said to Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia was still staring at Duan Yao in the standstill while both of them got their nature essence ready at hand, not daring to get careless. However, Xie Yujia heard Zhao Yanzi's words, and she peeked at the yellow storage bag at Duan Yao's waist. Duan Yao lifted the sky-turning stamp, and Xie Yujia didn't know how golden light beams Duan Yao could shoot out simultaneously. Standing on the summit, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi had no place to hide. Likewise, Duan Yao looked at Xie Yujia cautiously, wondering how many arrows Xie Yujia could shoot at the same time. They both activated their nature essence, ready for another round of attacks. Boom! Little White and the level 4 snow lion got even fiercer in battle, causing the rocks on the mountains to fall. I'll shoot within 5 seconds, Xie Yujia whispered. Okay. Zhao Yanzi answered without hesitation. Bang! Little White and that snow lion bit each other and crashed onto another mountain. Swoosh! 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 5 sharp arrows with golden lights around them shot toward Duan Yao. Xie Yujia released all her nature essence in this strike. Boom! 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 Duan Yao shot out 4 golden light beams one after another. The 4 dazzling golden light beams were all launched toward Zhao Yanzi. Comparatively, Duan Yao wanted to get rid of Zhao Yanzi more than anything else. Xie Yujia's spiritual arrows instantly melted in the 4 golden light beams. Although there was one less golden light beam, their power was greater. The last spiritual arrow was aimed at Duan Yao's waist. The arrow was too fast, so Duan Yao couldn't dodge it even on her flying sword. Therefore, she had protected her vital points but didn't expect that the spiritual arrow would shoot at her waist. Pooh! The spiritual arrow cut a big wound in her left waist while the golden arrow pierced her storage bag. The things in the storage bag fell out, including the dagger. Duan Yao had tossed the dagger into her storage bag without refining, so it still had Zhao Yanzi's spiritual senses on it. Swoosh! Regaining freedom, the dagger stabbed at Duan Yao. Duan Yao had never imagined that she would be attacked like this and she had no time to dodge. Kai! The dagger entered her belly and came out from her lower back. Bang! 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 4 golden light beams struck onto the summit. Xie Yujia lifted the longbow to form a basic energy sphere to block them, but the whole mountaintop exploded. The moment Duan Yao fell from her sword, she took out a small jar from her sleeve. Swoosh! 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 3 signals shot into the sky. She had wanted to release the signals, but she hadn't been able to find the opportunity to do it when she was aimed at by Xie Yujia's arrows. Seeing Duan Yao fall, the level 4 snow lion immediately flew over to her. Covered in wounds, Little White hesitated for a few seconds before flying toward first heaven. Suddenly, a silver arrow shot out from the valley through the cloud of dust. When the arrow reached Duan Yao, it suddenly turned into a silver rope which wrapped around her before pulling her into the valley. The spell's origin note scroll contained great techniques. The nature essence could turn into an arrow, and the arrow could change into a rope. Blood gushed out from Zhao Yanzi's shoulder, but her purple-green treasure sword carried Xie Yujia and her out of the exploding mountain top. The moment Xie Yujia released the 5 arrows, Zhao Yanzi launched all her remaining nature essence and flew onto the sword. Meanwhile, when Duan Yao's storage bag exploded, Zhao Yanzi controlled the dagger with her spiritual senses and pierced Duan Yao with it. In this battle, all 3 were severely injured. Stepping on colorful energy flames, Little White rushed toward first heaven to get help. On the other hand, the level 4 snow lion flew around the valley but couldn't get in due to the surrounding array formation. After half an hour of futile efforts, it finally decided to get help from afar. Chapter 589. Can you make it? Crackle, the forests all over the mountains were burning in flames. The 5 mountains around Ethereal Summit were all ruined with many shattered rocks and broken cliffs while a deep crack was left at the entrance of the valley due to the collision of the Dharma treasures. After the valley quieted down, the cultivators of the 3 nearby small sects finally came out from their headquarters cautiously. Since the Herb King Master moved in, the area had been peaceful and prosperous without any brawls which were usually seen elsewhere on Fifth Heaven. It was the territory of the Herb King Master who was at top-tier nascent soul realm. Who dared to make trouble in this place? However, a huge battle took place today at the entrance of the Herb King Valley, shaking the surrounding mountains. Now that it was all quiet, the cultivators of the 3 small sects felt uneasy. If Herb King Master had enemies, they must be nascent soul realm cultivators who could probably turn mountains into nothing. The cultivators in the Qi refinement realm, the foundation establishment realm, and the core formation realm were all alarmed. In front of the nascent soul realm cultivators, they were like ants. Did Herb King Master come to this valley to hide from his enemies? Did he fight a powerful cultivator just now? The cultivators of the 3 sects were speculating silently, but none dared to send people to the Ethereal Summit to check. At this moment, Hao Ren was walking toward a high-end apartment complex. This was Shu Kei's address that Huang Zuji had found. Not to alert Shu Kei, Hao Ren had taken a bus here instead of using the purple gold hairpin. After turning into a boat, the purple gold hairpin was a huge Dharma treasure. It was an obvious object to cultivators even though mortals couldn't see it. Hao Ren found the apartment building where Shu Kei lived and looked up at the 16th floor. Vague red light shone through the balcony and the windows. It was a sign of an array formation. With the inspector's token, Hao Ren could conceal his aura. Just like the token, some array formations had the same effects. Although Hao Ren didn't sense any auras of dragon cultivators in the apartment building, he wasn't sure if Shu Kei was home or not. A guy who could use a supreme spiritual treasure wasn't ordinary. Instead of being approached by Shu Kei at school, Hao Ren decided to take the initiative and duel with him outside of the school. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily didn't go to Fifth Heaven with Xie Yujia. Instead, they were following Hao Ren secretly. Bored at home and even more bored on Fifth Heaven, they decided to follow Hao Ren. It was a challenge and fun for them to follow Hao Ren, whom they liked, without him knowing. Shua. A flash of light fell from the sky and rolled into the green grasses beside the complex. Ruff. Ruff. Little White crawled out and rushed to Hao Ren's feet, pulling at his shoestrings. Hao Ren was trying to figure out how to open the coated glass door of the apartment building when Little White appeared with anxious eyes. Ruff. Ruff. Little White's sharp teeth almost broke Hao Ren's shoes. Hao Ren had a bad feeling when he thought that something might have happened on Fifth Heaven. With a lift of his hand, he put up an energy sphere and sat on the back of Little White, who had turned to its snow lion form before flying into the high sky. "Senior, are you here to visit me?" Shu Kei asked with a smile while standing on the balcony. He had been cultivating in the room. When he sensed the aura of a spirit beast, he ran to the balcony quickly and saw Hao Ren flying up on Little White. Kai. Hao Ren released a sword energy while he flew toward the high sky, looking not so friendly. Shu Kei dodged hurriedly, and the sword energy passed his ear and shattered a pot of flowers on the balcony. Little White's sudden appearance had undoubtedly alerted him, and Hao Ren decided to deal with him later. Shu Kei looked up with gritted teeth, not expecting Hao Ren would find him here. In the small garden, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked up at Hao Ren and Little White, who were flying away into the high sky, and exchanged a look dispiritedly. Big Jumu and Small Jumu must have called Gongzi to keep them company. "Forget it. Let's go shopping." Lu Lily turned cheerful again and said. "Okay." Lu Linlin agreed while looking up at Little White. With the pocket money that Hao Zonghua gave them, they could buy some new clothes. Now that they had transferred to Hao Ren's program and would go to class with Hao Ren each day, they must dress prettily. Rushing from Fifth Heaven to First Heaven and then back to Fifth Heaven, Little White was anxious and flew at its fastest speed. Hao Ren took out the purple gold hairpin, turned it into a golden boat, and tossed Little White into the boat before flying toward Fifth Heaven. Meanwhile, the situation on Fifth Heaven had changed again. The level 4 snow lion named Yanyang flew swiftly toward southeast and finally found a cultivator of Sky Mountain sect. Recognizing this level 4 snow lion and seeing it flying alone, the cultivator knew something bad had happened and immediately released signals for help. The black-faced cultivator had been chasing after Zhao Yanzi with hundreds of cultivators. When he saw Duan Yao's temporary mount, Yanyang, he was horrified. Hundreds of Sky Mountain sect cultivators released the remaining signals for the emergency. Like a chain reaction, all the cultivators of Sky Mountain sect who were searching for City sect all rushed over. This time, the Grand Uncle Master of Sky Mountain sect issued the Sky Mountain Order, asking the affiliated sects to help with the search for City sect on Fifth Heaven. Anyone who could help with the mission would get a Sky Mountain token and become a guest elder of Sky Mountain sect. If the disciples of Sky Mountain sect met cultivators with the Sky Mountain token, they must show respect to him or her as they do to the elders of Sky Mountain sect. If this cultivator was in danger, the cultivators of Sky Mountain sect must rescue him or her. Therefore, anyone with Sky Mountain tokens would get the protection of Sky Mountain sect. Since they could potentially gain the protection of Sky Mountain sect from Sixth Heaven, the cultivators outside of Sky Mountain sect were eager to help them complete the mission. Besides issuing the Sky Mountain Order, Sky Mountain sect had sent almost 1,000 cultivators to investigate on Fifth Heaven systematically. If Sky Mountain sect could find City sect by itself, it would save a Sky Mountain token and lots of future trouble. Shua. 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 Hundreds of cultivators of Sky Mountain sect followed the level 4 snow lion, Yanyang, and flew toward the direction of Ethereal Summit. The cultivators in the sects that they flew past by all held their breaths, afraid of attracting the attention of this large group of cultivators. From a distance, smaller teams of cultivators flew over and joined as well. It was the first time for Sky Mountain sect to send 1,000 cultivators to fifth heaven, and it was even rarer to have 1,000 cultivators come together. Many sects on fifth heaven thought that another war was happening. With the level 4 snow lion leading the way, the huge troops of Sky Mountain sect arrived at the entrance of Ethereal Summit in half an hour. There were traces of battle at the entrance of the valley, while Duan Yao's dagger, which was stuck in the cliff, had blood on it. With the highest ranking and realm among the cultivators, the black-faced cultivator had a bad feeling. He heard that Grand Uncle Master issued the Sky Mountain Order and sent nearly 1,000 disciples to search on fifth heaven for his junior sister, Duan Yao. However, they didn't get any clues about the so-called city sect after turning fifth heaven upside down. Besides, Duan Yao, the junior sister they were supposed to protect, had suddenly disappeared, and no one knew if she was still alive. At this thought, the black-faced cultivator who used to step over other disciples in the sect suddenly broke into a cold sweat. As the disciple of the first elder who oversaw the sect rules, he naturally knew what punishment would be bestowed onto them. "What's this place?" he asked the cultivator beside him and pretended to be calm. Sitting on a level 3 snow lion, one of his junior brothers by his side also had a bad feeling when he saw the messy situation around them. He answered immediately, "This is Herb King Valley, but its name has been changed to Ethereal Summit half a year ago. It said that the Herb King Master, who is a top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator, live here." Top-tier nascent soul realm. The black-faced cultivator frowned, remembering that he had heard some gossips while he searched for city sect on fifth heaven over the past few days. The gossip said that the elixir pills made by the Herb King Master of Ethereal Summit were very advanced. He had also heard that the Herb King Master had a snow lion, which was why some cultivators on fifth heaven thought the Herb King Master was a cultivator of Sky Mountain sect. However, the black-faced cultivator knew for a fact that none of the nascent soul realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect lived on fifth heaven. Instead, they were all cultivating in the sect. After all, with more abundant nature essence on sixth heaven, who would live on fifth heaven? However, Sky Mountain sect would occasionally give some snow lions as mounts to powerful cultivators who had connections with them, and that was why the black-faced cultivator didn't act rashly even though he knew their junior sister had been taken into this valley. Instead, he activated his nature essence and shouted, "Senior, I'm Mo Lianshan, a disciple of Sky Mountain sect's first elder Yangchun. Our junior sister, Duan Yao, interrupted your cultivation. I hope you can forgive her." His voice was loud and resonant, showing the dignity of top-tier core formation realm cultivator. Having never heard of this Herb King Master, he guessed that this cultivator might have some connection with Sky Mountain sect. When Duan Yao had some conflicts with this cultivator's disciple, this cultivator captured her, not knowing her identity. At this thought, this black-faced cultivator had a bad feeling, wondering if the young girl who was riding on the level 3 snow lion was a disciple of the Herb King Master. The valley was quiet, and no response was sent out. Mo Lianshan drew out 5 voice transmission notes and shot them into the valley. However, the 5 voice transmission notes were like stones in the ocean, not stirring up a reaction. Standing by Mo Lianshan's side, his junior brothers looked at each other and didn't know what to do. At top-tier core formation realm, they were all disciples of the first elder and the most powerful ones among their peers. They were also the regional leaders of this mission. Yangchun was their master's Taoist title. In Sky Mountain sect, the ordinary disciples used their own names, and only those cultivators who had reached the nascent soul realm could have Taoist titles, becoming renowned figures on sixth heaven. Since Mo Lianshan had given the name of Sky Mountain sect and the Taoist title of his master, if the nascent soul realm cultivator in the valley indeed had connections with Sky Mountain sect, he or she would surely know that they weren't hostile. After all, there were only a few dozen of nascent soul realm cultivators on sixth heaven. As top figures on sixth heaven, their names were familiar to almost all cultivators on sixth heaven. Yangchun, the first elder of Sky Mountain sect, was one of the few cultivators on mid-tier nascent soul realm. Attack! A roar suddenly sounded in the high sky. Hearing this voice, the black-faced cultivator shivered. It was the voice of their grand-uncle master. As a decisive man, Mo Lianshan didn't hesitate after hearing the order, launching a black light from his black sword. Seeing Mo Lianshan attacking, the other cultivators who had heard the voice also attacked. Hundreds of cultivators including dozens of core formation realm cultivators launched their Dharma treasures into the valley like a storm. White lights flashed in the valley while the defense array formation was activated automatically. With Duan Yao tied on the stone bed, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia were healing their injuries. They suddenly felt the whole valley shake violently. A dozen or so snow lion cubs ran around in alarm while the fences Xie Yujia put up around the spiritual herb fields collapsed one after another. Wah! Wah! Some rocks fell from the cliffs into the ponds Xie Yujia had dug out, splashing out the water and breaking some water elemental spiritual herbs. You're finished. My senior brothers are here to rescue me. All tied up, Duan Yao glared at Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi and said viciously. Zhao Yanzi glared back. To stop Duan Yao from babbling, she stuck a piece of cloth into her mouth. Since Xie Yujia and her were severely wounded, they couldn't even pick up their Dharma treasures, let alone going out to fight. From the entrance of the cave abode, Zhao Yanzi could see countless cultivators attacking the valley. The Ethereal Summit was surrounded. Boom! Boom! The array formation with flashing white lights began to show signs of collapsing. Hao Ren, right now, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi chanted this name silently. Who dares to trespass Ethereal Summit? A magnificent voice resonated in the sky, and a shiny golden boat appeared at the top of the valley. Chapter 590, Surrounded. Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia gasped at the same time. Duan Yao looked at them angrily and snorted. She didn't expect that pervert who seemed honest to have two beautiful concubines, a big one and a small one. The human cultivators who lived on and above fifth heaven heavily depended on their strength. Male cultivators in the foundation establishment realm could form a relationship with female cultivators. The ones who are on the core formation realm could have a dual cultivation partner, and the nascent soul realm cultivators could have several concubines who served them. After all, nascent soul realm cultivators were top-rank cultivators. Since female cultivators could get instructions from them and obtain protection from them, many female cultivators who were on the foundation establishment realm and the core formation realm were willing to devote their lives to them. However, Duan Yuan clearly remembered that Hao Ren was only at the core formation realm, top tier at most. It was a bit strange for him to have two foundation establishment realm concubines. Core formation realm cultivators weren't considered masters on sixth heaven at all. Typically, two female cultivators in the foundation establishment realm wouldn't be willing to follow him. Cultivators in the foundation establishment realm weren't considered weak on fifth heaven. Since there were fewer female cultivators, they could select core formation realm cultivators. No core formation realm cultivator would be able to possess two foundation establishment realm female cultivators. If one did, other cultivators in the core formation realm would be very jealous. Duan Yao fainted when she was pulled in here, so she only knew that she was in a cave abode and had no idea that she was in Ethereal Summit. It was very rare to have two concubines as a core formation realm cultivator. However, it would be daydreaming to break through over the defense that was put up by hundreds of cultivators of Sky Mountain sect and get near the cave abode, especially when there were more than 10 core formation realm cultivators amongst them. Duan Yao gritted her teeth with the cloth in her mouth. In the meantime, the cultivators outside the valley were astonished to see a big golden boat. No small sect could possess such a big flight Dharma treasure which could carry over 10 people. Usually, only cultivators in the nascent soul realm could use such a treasure. Normally, only mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivators dared to use such a flashy treasure since others might try to rob it if they were weak. Even low-tier nascent soul realm cultivators wouldn't dare flaunt like this. The golden boat was parked on top of the valley. The leading black-faced cultivator and other cultivators of Sky Mountain sect were all in shock and stopped attacking. Although they had the numbers advantage, they wouldn't dare to fight against a mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivator. Rumors had it that a top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator lived in Ethereal Summit. Could this be, they all have a bad feeling about attacking the valley when the top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator came back? All the Dharma treasures they used to attack the valley returned to their sides, and everyone was in a defending or escaping position. If the top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator got angry and started to slaughter, very few of them would be able to go home alive. The boat shone with golden and strange purple light. They could only see the body and the bottom of the boat but not the cultivator inside, but they felt like the cultivator inside was not easy to deal with. Duan Yao suddenly sensed that the quaking of the valley stopped, and she was a bit confused. That Hao Ren is only at the core formation realm. How come the quake suddenly stopped? Boom! Little White couldn't suppress its anger when it saw that black-faced cultivator. It spat out a steaming hot fireball at that cultivator. Mo Lianshan, the black-faced cultivator, saw the fireball coming toward him from the golden boat and immediately raised the black sword to block it. Splash! The fireball cracked into pieces, and then several cultivators beside him all picked up their own Dharma treasures to block splash flames. Little White's fireball continued Samadhi true flame in it, and it could melt down Dharma treasures. At this moment, the residual energy of the fireball left burn marks on the Dharma treasures. Fight! Another shout came from sixth heaven. Mo Lianshan gritted his teeth as he heard this command. His black sword expanded 30% in size as he threw it at the boat. Hao Ren had just arrived. He shouted to surprise them, and he didn't expect that they would attack first since he was just trying to think of a way to push them back. He shot out the 320 sword energies, and they formed an 8-trigram array, circling the black-faced cultivator. Boom! The sword energies exploded and spilled onto all the cultivators. Mo Lianshan's black sword was struck and fell, immediately injured hundreds of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Invincible in group fights. Since these cultivators were standing extraordinarily close to each other, Hao Ren's sword energies would deal the most amount of damage. The sword energies dashed into the crowd as if wolves were running into a herd of sheep. Two dragons array formation. The combined sword energies were like two colorful long whips. Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators began screaming wherever the sword energies whipped by. Those core formation realm cultivators could barely resist the sword energies, and they all threw their Dharma treasures at Hao Ren's golden boat. Boom! The purple gold hairpin's passive array formation automatically shined with a purple light. These Dharma treasures of the core formation realm cultivators could only create small ripples on the array formation. It was the Dharma treasure of an external demon king. It was blessed with spirit property and pride, and Hao Ren didn't even have the qualifications to stand on it if Lady Zhen didn't offer it to Hao Ren. How could it allow these low-level Dharma treasures of human cultivators to get near it? The debut release occurred at NOV3L equals B, J, N. Seeing this, all the core formation realm cultivators were astonished. Their Dharma treasure couldn't even break through the golden boat's shield. Suddenly, they remembered that this boat's speed was even faster than nascent soul realm cultivators. Their morale dropped all of a sudden. Hao Ren's 320 sword energies shot out with irresistible force. All Foundation Establishment realm cultivators were knocked away by them. The lucky ones got their swords broken in half, and the unlucky ones had their arms and legs pierced through. The large group of cultivators was as weak as a piece of tofu in front of Hao Ren. Scatter! Scatter! Mo Lianshan shouted. Those cultivators who hadn't been harmed by Hao Ren's sword energies immediately scattered, and several core formation realm cultivators also flew into the sky on their own snow lions. The Foundation Establishment realm cultivators gathered around the core formation realm cultivators and formed several round array formations. Hao Ren's sword energies defeated them in a second, yet they could quickly regroup. They were indeed better trained than the sects on Fifth Heaven. Every 12 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators formed a circle around a core formation realm cultivator. There were 60 core formation realm cultivators, so 60 small array formations appeared. The Foundation Establishment realm cultivators stepped on their flying swords in defense, and the core formation realm cultivators rode on their snow lion and attacked. The Foundation Establishment realm cultivators all had the same style of longswords while the core formation realm cultivators had different Dharma treasures. Circle after circle, they seemed like floating cupcakes in midair. Release. The 60 core formation realm cultivators threw out their Dharma treasures at the same time. The 12 foundation establishment realm cultivators around each core formation realm cultivators raised their longswords at once, and the power of the Dharma treasures was largely increased under the array formation. Boom! 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 The Dharma treasure struck onto the golden boat's purple array formation and made a series of toneless, loud noises. Now, Hao Ren's sword energies didn't have any effect on their defense array formation. Golden shield. Hao Ren whipped the golden shield out of his necklace and raised it high up in his palm. Supreme spiritual treasure. However, the golden shield didn't react to Hao Ren at all. Son of A, Hao Ren shrugged and threw the golden shield back in his necklace. Over 200 cultivators of Sky Mountain sect were heading this way from far away. Hao Ren was worried about Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia who were still in the valley, so he took his 320 sword energies back and poured metal elemental and water elemental nature essence into them. The golden boat suddenly knocked all those Dharma treasures away before it dashed into the valley. Hao Ren's light-splitting sword shadow scroll could wipe out an entire sect on 5th heaven, but it had limited effect on these cultivators of Sky Mountain sect. Sky Mountain sect was indeed powerful. In front of them, all 5th heaven sects were like garbage. Fight! Mo Lianshan took his black sword back and commanded all the cultivators before throwing out the black sword again. Boom! 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 The array formation around Ethereal Summit suffered from another round of attacks. Mo Lianshan thought it through. The Grand Uncle Master was rumored to be in the top-tier nascent soul realm, and there were also 3 mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivators and 5 low-tier nascent soul realm cultivators in the sect. With these masters behind him, he had nothing to fear for. He would be rewarded for rescuing his junior sister. If he failed, even his master wouldn't be able to save him from the punishment. If the person in the boat were a top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator, we would have all died. At the thought of this, Mo Lianshan used more energy and kept attacking the array formation around the valley. Sky Mountain sect was a large sect on 6th heaven. They would send out 1 or 2 disciples whenever 5th heaven had any problems. However, they sent out almost 1,000 disciples this time around. Wouldn't they be able to destroy this little valley? It would be a shame for a nascent soul realm cultivator on 6th heaven to personally head to 5th heaven to deal with problems. Even if Duan Yao were caught, it wouldn't be an important enough issue for a nascent soul realm cultivator to show up. Were all the core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect just for display? It would be a shame if 60 core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect couldn't complete a rescue mission. The Grand Uncle Master who was on 6th heaven looked here as soon as he received Duan Yao's emergency note. Mo Lianshan had to try his best just for this reason. An array formation like this wouldn't last longer than 15 minutes under their full-on attacks. Chapter 591. A very proud little girl. Hao Ren rushed into the valley and grabbed the purple gold hairpin. Then, he went to check in Xie Yujia's cave abode. Little White also jumped into the cave with him in its snow lion form. Inside the cave, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi were sitting on 2 stone chairs, and they were covered in blood, especially Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi's lips were pale, and her shoulder was covered in blood. Yujia. Hao Ren didn't expect them to be injured this badly, and he rushed over and injected nature essence into their bodies through their backs. They had already taken level 4 essence replenishment pills and detox pills, but the elixir pulls had not completely shown their effects yet. Duan Yao was lying on one side on the ice-cold stone bed. When she saw Hao Ren walking in, she opened her eyes widely in shock. According to her estimations, Hao Ren was only at core formation realm, and he should have been destroyed by her senior brothers and sisters right away. Woof! When Little White saw Duan Yao, it pounced at her angrily. It was usually cute and gentle, but it was very mad at Duan Yao. Duan Yao was scared because Little White was still in its snow lion form, and its sharp claws were showing. Little White! Hao Ren shouted. Hearing Hao Ren's shout, it immediately pulled back its sharp claws. However, its sharp claws still swung by Duan Yao's face and cut off a few strands of her hairs. Duan Yao was still frightened and looked at Hao Ren with her black eyes. This pervert didn't save me because he is nice. He would torture me in thousands of ways later, she thought. After Hao Ren sent 2 streams of pure 5 elemental nature essence into Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi's body, He turned around to look at Duan Yao, who was on the stone bed. Duan Yao and Zhao Yanzi were of similar age. However, because Duan Yao was wearing a green silk dress and grew up on Sixth Heaven, her style looked ancient. Duan Yao saw Hao Ren staring at her, and she was embarrassed and angry. She thought Hao Ren was going to assault her, so she bit her tongue with her pearl-white teeth, trying to commit suicide. Blood gushed out from her mouth instantly. This shocked Hao Ren. He wanted to ask her about what happened, but she was already trying to commit suicide by biting off her tongue. Hao Ren hurried over and hit 2 of the acupoints behind her neck. Then, he pulled out the cloth in her mouth and used his teeth to crush a detox pill before putting it on her tongue. The detox pill could not only expel toxins but could also stop bleeding miraculously. Duan Yao did not have any strength left in her to fight back, so the detox pill landed on her tongue before sliding into her throat. Pervert. Duan Yao thought as she stared at Hao Ren angrily. Then, she blushed when she realized that the detox pill was crushed by Hao Ren's teeth and fed to her. She didn't have a clear concept of life and death, but she had a strong view on how men and women should not touch each other since she was very traditional. In fact, her views on things were equivalent to several hundred years ago. When the pill landed in her stomach, Duan Yao felt very hot inside. This temperature made her think that it wasn't a good pill, and she regretted not committing suicide earlier. Now, she thought that she was going to be assaulted by this pervert for sure. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia saw Duan Yao trying to commit suicide by biting her tongue, and they were a bit shocked since they didn't expect her to be so brave. If Zhao Yanzi had not stuck a piece of cloth in her mouth, Duan Yao might have bit her tongue and committed suicide already. Bam! 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 The valley violently shook again, and the array formation that covered Ethereal Summit was showing signs of deterioration. Little White, keep an eye on her. Hao Ren shouted at Little White before stepping on 2 white sword energies and went toward his cave abode. Woo! Little White roared and stayed in a position only 30 centimeters away from Duan Yao's face. Duan Yao had grown up playing with snow lions. However, when she saw how this level 3 snow lion with big black eyes was staying so close to her, she hated snow lions for the first time in her life. Bam! A lot of rocks rolled off the cliff and landed in the spiritual field. Ethereal Summit's original beauty was nowhere to be seen. The dozen snow lion cubs gathered together on a grass field and cuddled together. Hao Ren rushed into his cave abode and saw the brown compass on top of the stone table. The Big Dipper constellation array was operating on its own around Ethereal Summit. There was a layer of thick mist around the valley. The people who didn't have the crystal key wouldn't be able to enter the valley. Without the crystal key, they would fly in circles but couldn't get into the valley. Mo Lianshan and the others were now attacking the valley, but the array formation shifted their attacks onto the cliffs. However, even the toughest mountain could not be able to withstand continuous attacks from a lot of core formation realm cultivators. The Big Dipper constellation array could defend against the attacks of a few core formation realm cultivator. However, it wasn't strong enough to defend against 60 core formation realm cultivators at once. The nascent soul realm cultivators usually stay in Sky Mountain sect. If the sect had to attack somewhere, the many core formation realm cultivators would be in charge. The Foundation Establishment realm cultivators were responsible for creating defensive array formations. Otherwise, if the hundreds of Foundation Establishment realm cultivators joined the 60 core formation realm cultivators, the array formation around Ethereal Summit would have been broken already. Bam! The valley shook even more violently, and the 72 spots where the array formation flags were buried let out a white light, indicating that the array formation was no longer stable. Hao Ren immediately took out the deep ocean crystal that came with the compass and stuck it into the center of the compass. This small crystal was the heart of the array formation and was also the key to initiate the array formation. Xie Yujia and the others also had small crystal keys that allowed them to enter the valley, but theirs were only like spare keys in comparison to Hao Ren's. Only Hao Ren's deep ocean crystal could activate the array formation. When the deep ocean crystal was stuck into the compass, the 72 array formation flags that were hidden around the valley let out yellow lights. This Herb King Master is not only an elixir master but also an array formation master. Mo Lianshan and his peers were all stunned. The 60-core formation realm cultivators had attacked the valley continuously and violently for an hour ever since they arrived, but this array formation surrounding the valley had not yet been destroyed. This shocked these core formation realm cultivators. Even Sky Mountain Sect's Grand Protective Array formation might not be able to stay intact for an hour under such violent attacks. Humph! The cultivators in the valley must have used their full strength to defend against our attacks. Just as I thought, this array formation will not stand for more than 15 minutes. It's already showing signs of collapse, Mo Lianshan said proudly. When he just finished his sentence, rapid fires suddenly shot out of the valley. A core formation realm cultivator in the front quickly moved away on his snowlion, but the fire had already burned the many foundation establishment realm cultivators who were a bit further behind. All Hao Ren did was to spin the compass inside the valley. This array formation could absorb the surrounding nature essence and take advantage of the valley's nature essence to maintain its operation. Hao Ren had only changed it from autopilot to manual control. Those foundation establishment realm cultivators of Sky Mountain Sect who were standing on flying swords all rolled over, looking very humiliated. Senior brother, how could this be? A core formation realm cultivator who was riding a level 3 snowlion and flying by Mo Lianshan asked in shock. I don't believe that us, 60 core formation realm cultivators, cannot take down this Ethereal Summit. Mo Lianshan held his fists tightly and said. Get all the foundation establishment realm disciples out of here. From the looks of this, the support of the foundation establishment realm cultivators was weak. It would be better for them to move back since they were only able to let out a dense layer of sword energies which only made the scene more dramatic. Senior brother, I heard that there are 3 small sects under the Herb King Master's control. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0V3LB1N site. Should we, another core formation realm cultivator came close and suggested. Mo Lianshan thought, under such circumstances, the nascent soul realm cultivator in the valley would not care about the life and death of the small sects. It would be beneficial to capture the cultivators of the small sects for questioning. Just when he was about to order the foundation establishment realm cultivators to gain control of the 3 small sects, the array formation of the valley suddenly started to enlarge. Crackle! Hundreds of bright lightning came flying out. Retreat! Mo Lianshan flew back on his snowlion as fast as possible, picking up tens of foundation establishment realm cultivators along the way. The array formation that initially only covered the interior of the valley started expanding. It formed a light blue energy sphere. Ethereal Summit's array formation was like a 2-layered eggshell. One layer covered Ethereal Summit while the other covered the mountains in the area, which included the 3 small sects. The cultivators in the 3 small sects were very scared and worried. However, when they saw the blue energy sphere protecting them, they became very excited. Herb King Master is still protecting us, they thought. Mo Lianshan and his peers had retreated to the mountains further away. They originally thought that the array formation was going to be destroyed, but it turned out that this array formation had suddenly become even stronger. They would not know that this array formation was made by Zhen Kongming, the master of array formations. It only had 72 array formation flags and looked like a normal array formation. However, with a core formation realm cultivator operating it, its power would not lose to those great array formations during primitive times. Zhen Kongming only made the best of everything, regardless of the materials and cost. The array formation was used to its fullest, and it covered the entire region. Attack there! Mo Lianshan used his black sword to violently pierce at a spot in the exterior of the array formation. The rest of the core formation realm cultivators all threw out their Dharma treasures as well, and the level 3 and 4 snowlions continuously spat out fireballs at the same time. Under such attacks, a hole was made in the array formation. Mo Lianshan patted his snowlion, and it ran toward the hole. His black sword let out a dark black light as he charged to the array formation. As long as he could charge through the array formation, he would be able to obliterate the array formation from the inside. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning. Between the 2 energy spheres, violent wind, fire, thunder, and lightning suddenly appeared. The cultivators of Sky Mountain Sect had surrounded Ethereal Summit, and they did not expect their leader, Mo Lianshan, to be put in such a bad situation. Spin. Hao Ren watched Mo Lianshan as the latter dashed into the array formation. How Ren applied nature essence to the compass and continued to spin it. Chapter 592, Small Immortal Extermination Array, Humph. Mo Lianshan snorted coldly. His black sword expanded fiercely and spun back to his side, creating a black barrier that didn't even let in a breeze of wind. Violent wind, blazing fire, thunder, and lightning all attacked him but were deflected away by his rapidly spinning black sword. He was the proud disciple of the first elder of the Sky Mountain sect. He had strong powers and not ordinary. Although this black sword wasn't as good as Duan Yao's purple-green treasure sword, it was still made from unusual materials. That was why this kind of violent wind and blazing fire could not hurt the black sword. Senior is still incredible. His junior brothers and sisters outside the big energy sphere all praised him when they saw Mo Lianshan not being hurt by the changes. How Ren was sitting in his cave. He looked up to see how the small energy sphere was doing. Then, he used all his might to infuse 5 elemental nature essence into the compass. This array formation used the nature essence in the area. However, the cultivator would need to use his or her own nature essence to adjust the array formation. How Ren cultivated all 5 elements, so he had what it took and was adept at controlling such an array formation. Bam! Bam! The violent wind and blazing fire all surrounded Mo Lianshan. Mo Lianshan's black sword spun even faster. However, he was trapped and felt like he was inside a black elixir furnace. The flames of the array formation continuously baked him. The junior brothers and sisters who were just praising Mo Lianshan were now speechless. Although the wind, flames, thunder, and lightning couldn't hurt Mo Lianshan still couldn't charge through the array formation. Mo Lianshan was using his own nature essence to go against the array formation while the array formation used the nature essence in the area. It was an immortal extermination array that welcomed enemies. Hurry and get senior brother out of there, a core formation realm cultivator immediately shouted. This shout alerted everyone, and they rushed over to help. All kinds of Dharma treasures took turns to hit one location on the exterior of the big energy sphere. The attacks slightly shook the big energy sphere, and another hole appeared. The black light in between the 2 energy spheres hurried and came out of the hole. However, the moment Mo Lianshan pulled back his black sword, a blazing fireball burned off a part of his eyebrows. Mo Lianshan's face was very dark to begin with. Now that he was burned, his face was darker than before. He breathed hard but was only able to catch his breath slowly. If his junior brothers and sisters had not created a hole, he might have died in the array formation. The level 4 snow lion that he was riding on also got a few bundles of white fur burned off, and it lost its original glamour and looked ugly now. The Foundation Establishment realm cultivators who were standing afar all turned their heads away and pretended not to see Mo Lianshan's discomposure. Senior brother, I can see that this array formation is solid. Why not leave half the people outside, and we can charge in with the rest, a core formation realm cultivator suggested, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. Over 200 cultivators had rushed over just now, and 20 more core formation realm cultivators were joining the group. In total, there were 80 core formation realm cultivators. If it were any other day, they were powerful enough to destroy 5 or 6 sects completely. However, they couldn't even get through an energy sphere of a small valley. If this kind of rumors were to spread on 6th heaven, there would be all sorts of discussions going. The other sects would think that Sky Mountain sect was useless and might even think that they weren't worthy of staying on 6th heaven. Senior, Hongyuan Master of Fire Sun sect said that he could come help, but he wants a Sky Mountain token. A core formation realm cultivator who was new to the area said to Mo Lianshan after some thought. Hongyuan Master was one of the few nascent soul realm cultivators on 5th heaven. Although he was only at low-tier nascent soul realm, he was one of the most powerful cultivators on 5th heaven. PSH. That old man is daydreaming. Another core formation realm cultivator immediately shouted with discontent. Sky Mountain sect did not lack nascent soul realm cultivators. However, they were too proud to show up on 5th heaven. If Sky Mountain sect had to receive help from the nascent soul realm cultivators on 5th heaven, then would be a humiliation. Especially since that Hongyuan Master was a man who had a big mouth. If he helped Sky Mountain sect resolve this problem, then he would for sure let the entire 5th heaven know about this. Yeah. Grand Uncle Master has junior sister's life token. If she is dead, Grand Uncle Master will notice for sure. Our junior sister is still alive. Let us not humiliate ourselves, Mo Lianshan said. It was already humiliating enough not to be able to capture a small valley with tens of core formation realm cultivators. If they called the cultivators on fifth heaven to help with attacking and not just for information, then they would destroy the reputation of Sky Mountain sect. The longer it took to resolve the situation, the more sects on sixth heaven would know of this. Other would know that Sky Mountain sect could only practice elixir making and raise spirit beast when its overall strength was terrible. He, if you need my help, please say so. A chubby elder who was wearing a green robe appeared by the mountains. Mo Lianshan and the other core formation realm cultivators turned to look at this old man, and they all suddenly became pale. This old man was Hongyuan Master, a low-tier nascent soul realm cultivator. He had come without invitation, watching as if it were a show. Get the FCK out of here, an angry voice suddenly sounded from sixth heaven. When Hongyuan Master heard this voice, his smile disappeared from his face. His face twitched, and he stepped onto a blue Dharma treasure and flew away. I'm only in seclusion cultivation for 100 years, and Sky Mountain sect has turned into such a joke. Tomorrow is when I end my seclusion. If Yao is harmed, then every single one of you doesn't need to live. The voice was thunderous. Even Mo Lianshan and the other core formation realm cultivators were shaking. The Foundation Establishment realm cultivators couldn't withstand the sound waves and were all covering their ears. Along with their flying swords, they all fell into the canyon. Although this happened, Mo Lianshan and the other core formation realm cultivators were delighted and felt even more empowered. Their grand uncle master was finally ending his seclusion cultivation. That meant he had reached peak nascent soul realm. Other than those soul formation realm cultivators whose powers were unmeasurable, the peak nascent soul realm cultivators were indisputably the strongest. The voice from sixth heaven suddenly ceased. The great nascent soul realm cultivators in these powerful sects would all follow their schedule strictly. If they publicly announced that they would be in seclusion for 200 years, then they would for sure cultivate in their cave abodes for 200 years. They would not ever come out earlier unless their sect was being destroyed. If they were in life-death seclusion cultivation to charge to top-tier nascent soul realm, then they wouldn't come out unless they achieved the realm. Among the nascent soul realm cultivators, they said that it was unlucky to end seclusion cultivation early. However, once the expected date had been reached, then the nascent soul realm cultivators' friends and sects would come and celebrate on that date. The nascent soul realm cultivators were almost on the level of immortals. Therefore, they paid attention to their reputation more than anything. Especially for the Grand Uncle Master of Sky Mountain sect. Since he enjoyed an excellent reputation, his celebration would be even greater. If he were to come out early, then other nascent soul realm cultivators would think that Sky Mountain sect was in big trouble. This sort of rumors was bad for Sky Mountain sect. After the Grand Uncle Master's voice disappeared, the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators who had fallen into the canyon all flew up on their flying swords with bruised faces. Junior brothers and sisters, charge with me. Mo Lianshan waved his black sword and charged at the blue energy sphere. He had understood what the Grand Uncle Master's words meant. If they still couldn't resolve the situation at Ethereal Summit, then the Grand Uncle Master would show his wrath tomorrow. Although nascent soul realm cultivators on sixth heaven usually didn't show themselves on fifth heaven, it was very humiliating for thousands of cultivators of Sky Mountain sect not to be able to conquer a small valley. The Grand Uncle Master would personally show up here and take over. Then, no one would dare to utter a word. However, these core formation realm cultivators knew that they better resolve the situation here before the Grand Uncle Master came. Otherwise, they would be punished for being useless. Bam! 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 Once they confirmed that their Grand Uncle Master was about to come out, these core formation realm cultivators felt double the pressure but also were much more motivated. They used their Dharma treasures and attacked with all their might against the blue energy sphere. Crack! They were able to break a small hole in the energy sphere, and Mo Lianshan led 39 core formation realm cultivators and charged in. The remaining 40 core formation realm cultivators stayed outside and waited just in case that something happened. When the three small sects that were covered by the blue energy sphere saw the 40 core formation realm cultivators charging in with snow lions, they were all terrified. There were only 2 or 3 core formation realm cultivators in each of the 3 small sects. If the 40 cultivators split into 3 groups, they would be able to destroy all 3 sects. Whoosh! Hundreds of fireballs came charging at the cultivators of Sky Mountain sect. Scatter! Mo Lianshan ordered as he used his black sword to hit one of the fireballs. All these core formation realm cultivators had vast real-life battle experience, and they were able to dash through the fireballs instantly and surround the small energy sphere that was covering Ethereal Summit. Hao Ren didn't expect that there would be 40 core formation realm cultivators charging in so quickly. These core formation realm cultivators had risked everything to come in, and the array formation was crackling. It was hard to say whether the interior energy sphere could withstand this if these core formation realm cultivators all attacked at the same frequency at the same time. Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi were both seriously injured. If these enemies were to charge in, Hao Ren would not be able to stop them on his own. Hao Ren was a bit worried, so he injected an abundant amount of nature essence into the compass. Thick mist surrounded the valley, and these cultivators of Sky Mountain sect couldn't even see their fingers. Even though it was cold, fireballs were dashing at them non-stop. "Let's attack together," his peers heard Mo Lianshan's voice. Boom! The 40 Dharma treasures hit the energy sphere simultaneously. A loud explosion sounded in the valley, and the energy sphere almost collapsed. "Attack again!" Mo Lianshan commanded. Mo Lianshan had some array knowledge, so he knew that these double-layered energy spheres could isolate enemies in an area, but the interior energy sphere was less sturdy. That was why if they attacked from all directions, they might be able to break the energy sphere. The 40 Dharma treasures hit the energy sphere at the same time once again, and their snow lions took care of the fireballs that were flying at them. Hao Ren's right hand that was pressed onto the compass was forced away. The array formation could multiply the nature essence that Hao Ren put into the compass by 10 times. However, if the array formation were impacted, then he would receive a lot of damage as well. Suddenly, a soft hand was suddenly put on the back of Hao Ren's hand. Hao Ren put his palm on the compass again, and a weak yet pure streak of nature essence was injected into the compass through Hao Ren's hand. Jiang, Yin, White Tiger, Metal, Yin. A soft voice sounded by Hao Ren's ears. The compass pointed at the respective spots, and the small energy sphere outside the valley started to blow heavy wind. The fireballs that were flying at the enemies through the mist turned into golden lights. If one looked carefully, these golden lights were actually flying daggers. "Don't be scared. It's all just an illusion," Mo Lianshan shouted. Just when he finished his sentence, a white light went through his arm and cut a hole in his flesh. Ah! All sorts of screeches sounded in the mist. "Junior brother Lu, junior brother Song," Mo Lianshan called out hastily. Another golden light dashed toward him, so Mo Lianshan rushed to use his black sword to block it. However, he heard a loud breaking noise. When he looked up, he saw that his black sword had been knocked away by half a meter. "Retreat! Retreat!" Mo Lianshan cried. This strange array formation was able to create actual metal daggers from nothing. It was as if there were hundreds of cultivators hiding in the mist and attacking them. However, there was too much mist. They could stay at their positions and attack in one direction, but they got lost once they moved around. The mist also seemed to block their voices. Mo Lianshan couldn't hear his junior brothers and sisters' shouts because the thick fog had almost stopped sound waves from moving. "Are we going to all die here?" Mo Lianshan felt slightly in despair. Inside the cave abode, Hao Ren slightly turned his head and saw Xie Yujia behind him. She looked pale but still forced a smile onto her face. "You're really stupid. Zhen Kongming gave you the array formation handbook, and it's right beside the compass. You didn't even read it," she said. Hao Ren looked at her and smiled even though times were tough. If they couldn't live through today, they would probably die there. Xie Yujia held the array formation handbook and read it carefully again. She used her soft hand to spin the compass. Ding, Shen, vermilion bird, water, yang. Outside the energy sphere, large water waves suddenly appeared. Mo Lianshan thought they were illusions, but the waves quickly washed him off his snow lion's back. Inside the waves, there were fireballs that would explode when they were touched. "The people outside, listen carefully. Ethereal Summit isn't a place that you can invade. If you leave quickly, I can spare your lives." Just when the explosion dizzied Mo Lianshan, a crisp voice sounded from the valley. Hao Ren turned to look at Xie Yujia. He realized that her warning was actually quite impressive. Xie Yujia only smiled softly. Her face was pale, but her cheeks were a bit red. Although the enemies hit them hard, she still didn't want to take their lives. Hao Ren's random spinning of the compass had some effects. However, if he had followed the instructions on how to operate the compass that Zhen Kongming left, these core formation realm cultivators would be dead for sure. Under such urgent circumstances, it was necessary to force these core formation realm cultivators away. Then, they would need to heal Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi's injuries before dealing with Duan Yao. Chapter 593, Bad Thief. The mist gradually thinned out, and the 40 core formation realm cultivators on the outside looked at the situation nervously. Finally, they saw their peers through the fog. Mo Lianshan was the first to get out. The 40 cultivators outside the energy sphere quickly broke an opening for him. Mo Lianshan had his robe all torn up, and his right hand had a hole in it, about the size of half a fist. There were also more than a dozen wounds on his legs, and his level 4 snow lion was also bleeding heavily. He was at top-tier core formation realm and was hurt like this. The others didn't need to be mentioned. They were in worse conditions. This is not an illusion array formation at all. It is a murderous array formation, they thought. These low-tier core formation realm cultivators were lucky to escape with their lives, and they had lingering fears. For core formation realm cultivators like them, if their golden cores were unharmed, there was no big problem. Mo Lianshan snorted loudly, but he did not dare to rush in again. This array formation was not for core formation realm cultivators to break. If they wanted to break it, they needed the help of nascent soul realm cultivators. Mo Lianshan couldn't believe that such a powerful array formation actually existed on Fifth Heaven. This Ethereal Summit lived up to its reputation, he thought. He knew that if the cultivators inside the valley wanted to kill them, they would have died. In the end, they are fearful of our Sky Mountain sect. Mo Lianshan waved and said, "Set an array formation here. We will attack again at night." He flew far away to a rock and healed his injuries. The remaining core formation realm cultivators were feeling awkward. The cultivators in Ethereal Summit let us live, but Mo Lianshan thinks that he is scared of us, and he is trying to get us to attack again at midnight, they thought. Cultivating to the core formation realm was hard. Therefore, these cultivators did not really dare to risk their lives again. If they angered the cultivators inside the valley, they would have to pay with their lives. Those core formation realm cultivators who did not go in looked embarrassed as well. If Mo Lianshan wanted them to attack again at midnight, they might be the ones who would be picked. In their minds, this array formation was like the legendary immortal extermination array. It would be like suicide if they had to go in. In the valley, Xie Yujia saw the cultivators retreating and let out a sigh of relief. She already had a weak body, and she suddenly felt dizzy and fell in Hao Ren's arms after having to channel a large amount of nature essence for her. Hao Ren held her and gently clenched her wrist. He felt her pulse, which was normal, and knew that she was just drained. She was going to be fine after some rest. Usually, Xie Yujia had red cheeks and appeared very healthy. Now, she looked pale and radiated a special kind of beauty. In the knitted sweater, her thin arms were slightly translucent like jade, and they were gently folded on her stomach. The rolled-up jeans exposed her smooth lower legs, and it was a breathtaking sight when they were contrasted with white sports shoes. Hao Ren looked up and saw that the cultivators of Sky Mountain sect did not rush in. Then, he picked up Xie Yujia and flew to her cave abode. Zhao Yanzi was more severely injured. Right now, she was biting her teeth and gradually recovering. Seeing Hao Ren carrying Xie Yujia into the cave, she did not get jealous but expressed care in her eyes. Sensing her mood, Hao Ren took the initiative and said, "She's fine, she just fainted due to overexhaustion." "Oh," Zhao Yanzi responded simply, but Hao Ren saw that she became less worried. Friendship is best found in adversity. Trapped in the valley together, their relationship improved, Hao Ren thought. He didn't know that Xie Yujia was severely injured because she saved Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi was feeling very guilty, and she was gradually reflecting on whether she had been too mean to Xie Yujia. In Xie Yujia's cave, there was only one stone bed. Carrying Xie Yujia, Hao Ren looked at Duan Yao who was all tied up and put her on the ground before placing Xie Yujia on the bed. Duan Yao sat on the cold floor and stared at Hao Ren angrily. Hao Ren did not care about what she thought. He gently laid Xie Yujia on the stone bed, took out an essence replenish pill, and placed it in her mouth carefully. Duan Yao sat by the bed and watched carefully. She was surprised by how Hao Ren did all those things carefully. Usually, there was some degree of care between dual cultivation partners. But for concubines, their status was almost the same as disciples and maids. They were never taken care of. Even for female cultivators in the core formation realm who had high status in their sects, they had to act according to the nascent soul realm cultivators' mood after they became concubines. Hao Ren slightly turned his head to Duan Yao when he felt her gaze. Duan Yao was thinking about dual cultivation and concubines. Therefore, when she saw Hao Ren looking at her, she blushed slightly and stared back at him fiercely. Hao Ren picked up a piece of cloth and circled it around Duan Yao's head to cover her eyes. Duan Yao immediately twisted her shoulders to express resistance. This evil person, pervert, bully. Duan Yao could not shout with her mouth but resisted intensely in her heart. After she twisted for a while, she realized that Hao Ren did not touch her. It was only that her eyes were covered so that she could not see the situation in the cave abode. Therefore, she remained stiff and got anxious. Actually, Hao Ren did not care about her at all. He only felt uncomfortable being stared at, so he covered her eyes. By the bed, Hao Ren picked up Xie Yujia's right hand and injected pure nature essence into her. Xie Yujia cultivated 5-element life-death notes, so Hao Ren could perfectly supply her with 5-elemental nature essence. Xie Yujia's cold right hand gradually warmed up. When Hao Ren felt that her cultivation technique had started to operate on its own, he put back his hand. Turning around, Hao Ren saw Zhao Yanzi widening her eyes and looking at him. It felt like she saw somebody else having candy but was too embarrassed to ask. Got to be fair. Hao Ren turned around to sit across from Zhao Yanzi. Then, he picked up her small hand. Zhao Yanzi slightly pulled back her hand when she saw Hao Ren sitting down, but she immediately stopped resisting. Hao Ren sent streaks of pure water elemental nature essence into Zhao Yanzi's body through her arm. Zhao Yanzi had lost her dragon core, and she decided to start cultivation all over again through Qi refinement scroll. Now, she had a pure water body type. If she showed up at a gathering between cultivation sects, she would be desperately fought over. She could probably become the favorite disciple of influential elders. Zhao Yanzi saw Hao Ren injecting nature essence into her attentively and blushed. Thinking that she thought of Hao Ren in the most dangerous moments, she felt warm and soft. "Show me your injury," Hao Ren whispered as he unbuttoned the clothes around Zhao Yanzi's shoulder. Zhao Yanzi's face turned red, but Hao Ren already pulled down the clothes covering her left shoulder and gazed at her exposed skin. Xie Yujia had already put back her injured bones and wrapped a few bandages around it. She also poured alcohol and some medicinal powder on the wound. In such an emergency, this treatment was quite meticulous. When Hao Ren turned around, he saw Duan Yao sitting by the bed with the cloth off. She had rubbed off the cloth around her head against the bed, and her dark eyes were staring at Hao Ren. Seeing Hao Ren being so considerate to Zhao Yanzi made her feel spiteful. Zhao Yanzi was her nemesis, and Hao Ren was the pervert in her eyes. But when she saw the look of Hao Ren's face when he tended to Zhao Yanzi's injury, she felt a little jealous inside. "You're badly injured." Hao Ren gently put his palm on Zhao Yanzi's shoulder. Water elemental and wood elemental nature essences had healing properties, so he gradually applied these nature essences onto the injuries. Zhao Yanzi's shoulder was wrapped with a few thin bandages, but her skin around it was exposed. When Hao Ren's palm held her, she felt strange inside but did not resist. "Humph." Duan Yao snorted. "It's going to be fine. Take more rest," Hao Ren said and dressed Zhao Yanzi. Duan Yao looked at the intimate lovers and blew up her pink cheeks angrily. When she saw Hao Ren looking over, she immediately turned her head away. The law of the jungle ruled the cultivation world. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia's realms were below hers, but she still got captured. There was nothing more to say. "If this pervert crosses any boundaries, I will kill myself," she thought. "But, this way of dying is very painful. If there isn't enough nature essence, I will suffer a pain worse than death." When Duan Yao was thinking to herself and holding in her anger, her tied-up wrists were put over. She turned around and saw Hao Ren grabbing her delicate small hand. Duan Yao's mouth was stuffed with a piece of cloth and could not shout, but her fear was expressed through her eyes. No matter how desperate she struggled, her wrists were still cuffed by Hao Ren's fingers. Suddenly, streaks of pure 5-elemental nature essence flowed from Hao Ren's palm into her arms. Duan Yao was shocked. She suddenly remembered that this feeling of pure nature essence was only felt once from her grand-uncle master who was at top-tier nascent soul realm. When her grand-uncle master nurtured her body, the pure fire elemental nature essence was used. However, Hao Ren was sending her pure 5-elemental nature essence. Duan Yao looked at Hao Ren in shock, and her attitude immediately changed. This pervert is actually this powerful. In her surprise, she even forgot to struggle. She looked at Hao Ren in a daze and thought, I thought I could rival with him if I have better Dharma treasures, but a core formation realm cultivator can't obtain his pure nature essence. Duan Yao stared at Hao Ren and thought that he was a nascent soul realm cultivator. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0, Vel, B, J, N. There were incidents where some nascent soul realm cultivators had accidents during cultivation or were sneak attacked by other nascent soul realm enemies. In those situations, they would drop to the core formation realm. Duan Yao had not seen this happen but knew about it. When nascent soul realm cultivators fell back to the core formation realm, they had to cultivate to nascent soul realm all over again. Since they had reached the nascent soul realm before, their cultivation speed was much faster, and the purity of their nature essence remained at the nascent soul realm. Perhaps, this pervert is actually a nascent soul realm cultivator, and he set foot on 5th heaven to hide from his enemies. But, I have never seen a nascent soul realm cultivator this young and with such good looks, she thought. How could Hao Ren know that so many thoughts had already flashed across Duan Yao's mind when he was examining her conditions? He saw that Duan Yao fixated her gaze on him and felt a bit creeped out. However, Duan Yao's serious expression and her dark pupils were quite cute. Humph! Hao Ren pretended to be fierce and suddenly pulled back his nature essence. Ow! When Hao Ren's nature essence suddenly pulled out, Duan Yao felt like knives were cutting in her veins. She suddenly shivered out of pain and groaned while biting onto the cloth in her mouth. She stared at Hao Ren furiously and suddenly remembered that even if he were a nascent soul realm cultivator, she should not respect him. Hao Ren stood up and looked at her calmly. He knew that Zhao Yanzi was sometimes too reckless, but Duan Yao was crueler. When they met for the first time, Duan Yao commanded a level 5 snow lion to bully Zhao Yanzi and Little White due to their disagreement, and she even slashed at Zhao Yanzi with her mighty sword. If it weren't for Hao Ren's rescue, Zhao Yanzi might have been heavily injured, and Little White would have been taken away by Duan Yao. Hao Ren suddenly pulled out his nature essence to punish Duan Yao since she almost broke Zhao Yanzi's shoulder and made Xie Yujia lose her life. This little punishment was nothing on 5th heaven. The cultivators on 5th heaven might even pull out their enemies' souls and torture them that way. Hao Ren reached and took out the cloth in Duan Yao's mouth. He just tested Duan Yao's body and discovered that she had the pure fire body type, one of the best body types there were when it came to cultivation. Thief! My Sky Mountain sect will certainly cut you to thousands of pieces. Duan Yao took a deep breath and shouted at Hao Ren. She now hated Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi to the guts. They robbed her techniques and Dharma treasures, and they also captured her. With her background, who else dared to treat her like this? Just for rubbing her, she felt like Hao Ren deserved to be turned into ashes. When my senior brothers break in, I will ask them to imprison these 3 until the end of time, she thought. On and above 5th heaven, even taking someone else's Dharma treasures was a huge offense. It was worthy of killing the other party. Zhao Yanzi only robbed Duan Yao's things to piss her off, but little did she know that she was already the priority on Duan Yao's kill list. When my grand-uncle master is out from seclusion cultivation, he will kill you all. Duan Yao stared at Hao Ren and said fiercely. Even real nascent soul realm cultivator couldn't fight against her grand-uncle master, let alone Hao Ren who was, once a nascent soul realm cultivator. However, I won't ask grand-uncle master to take care of Zhao Yanzi. I will do it myself, she thought. Ha ha, Hao Ren chuckled and reached out his hand. Hand over the rest of your things. Chapter 594. Give up. What, things? Duan Yao was shocked and stared at Hao Ren cautiously. Big Dipper constellation scroll, the second half, Hao Ren said. Duan Yao stared at Hao Ren furiously. She didn't expect this pervert to be so shameless. He had robbed the first half of the Big Dipper constellation scroll, and now he wants the second half, she thought. She clenched her teeth and said, "Sure. If you untie me, I'll give it to you." Hao Ren touched the ropes with his finger, and the wood elemental spiritual energy dissolved the ropes. He could tell that Duan Yao was heavily injured. Having just examined her body, Hao Ren also knew that she didn't have much nature essence left, so she could not play tricks. Duan Yao shook her hands that had become red due to being tied, and then she reached into her inner pocket. Whoosh! She suddenly pulled out a small knife and stabbed at Hao Ren's neck. Hao Ren was prepared, and he clenched his right hand and held onto her knife. However, Duan Yao let go of the knife decisively and threw herself to Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi was just trying to recover. When she saw Duan Yao pounce over suddenly, she quickly threw a punch. Duan Yao pushed aside Zhao Yanzi's fist and rammed her head onto Zhao Yanzi's chest. She then bit on Zhao Yanzi's wrist heavily. This brief exchange clearly showed that Duan Yao was more adept in boxing techniques than Zhao Yanzi. Iya! Zhao Yanzi screamed in pain. Duan Yao was quite vicious since her teeth sank deeply into Zhao Yanzi's wrist. She hated Zhao Yanzi dearly, and she was trying to vent her anger. She thought that she was going to die anyway, so she must give her all to Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi could not take her wrist back, so she punched Duan Yao's head with her other hand. Duan Yao turned around and pressed onto Zhao Yanzi, so Zhao Yanzi's punch only hit her shoulder. Then, the two rolled onto the floor as they screamed and fought. Hao Ren did not anticipate the two fighting each other. He went over and grabbed Duan Yao in a hurry. Duan Yao was unusually fierce. She turned and threw a punch at Hao Ren's face. The masters of Sky Mountain sect taught her the boxing techniques, and it was quite advanced. However, Hao Ren already practiced boxing techniques, so he quickly caught her first with his right hand. Hao Ren took half a step back, but he pulled on Duan Yao, making her lose balance and fall into Hao Ren's arms. Pervert! Duan Yao clenched her teeth and threw another punch at Hao Ren. Hao Ren cuffed her fist and twisted slightly, folding her hands to her back. Duan Yao struggled desperately but could not escape from Hao Ren's control. Technique? Hao Ren asked her. I don't have it, Duan Yao shouted. Didn't you say that if I untie you, you'll give it to me? Peeved. Duan Yao suddenly raised her foot and stomped at Hao Ren's foot. Hao Ren dodged agilely, slid half a step to the side, and cuffed both her feet with one hand while locking down her wrists with the other. Duan Yao could not stand and had to sit on a stone chair nearby. Blood was gushing out of the wound on her belly, but she was still staring at Hao Ren fiercely. She clenched her teeth and did not beg at all. The girls on and above Fifth Heaven are indeed tougher mentally compared with same-aged girls on land, Hao Ren thought as he took out a detox pill. He crushed it and sprinkled it onto her wound. Then, he turned to check on Zhao Yanzi. Duan Yao hit Zhao Yanzi's chest with her head and bit Zhao Yanzi's wrist with her teeth. Now, Zhao Yanzi's shoulder started to bleed again. Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth and stared at Duan Yao with hatred. If she were not immobilized, she would give her all to Duan Yao. Little White sitting on the side was snarling at Duan Yao as well, ready to pounce at her any moment. It didn't have a good impression of Duan Yao. In the last few encounters, Duan Yao was very heavy-handed, injuring Little White and burning some of its furs. If it were not Hao Ren, Little White would have pounced and bit her. Have another one. Hao Ren threw another detox pill to Zhao Yanzi. This time, Duan Yao saw it clearly. What Hao Ren threw out was a level 4 detox pill. It can almost cleanse every toxin in the world, but these people are crushing it for external application, she thought. Thinking that Hao Ren also crushed a level 4 detox pill for her, she was a little shocked. Even Sky Mountain sect, which was known for elixir making, did not squander elixir pills like this. Humph. You got your pills from the Herb King Master, right? Duan Yao said after some thought. On Fifth Heaven, the only person who could make level 4 pills was the Herb King Master of Ethereal Summit. So? Hao Ren looked at her. This chick was especially stubborn. Hao Ren thought that she was not going to talk, but it was a breakthrough point now since she spoke on her own. I will tell you. The Herb King Master has a connection to our Sky Mountain sect. I had also seen the Herb King Master once. If you know each other, then you should let me go. Duan Yao rolled her eyes and said. She thought that these people of City Sect might not fear Sky Mountain Sect, which was on 6th heaven, but she felt like they would be afraid of the Herb King Master. Since the so-called Herb King Master had a snow lion, it wouldn't be far-fetched to say that he or she had connections with Sky Mountain Sect. Duan Yao said that she had seen the Herb King Master since she came here for a beauty pill. She was bluffing, trying to scare Hao Ren. She saw Hao Ren's eyelids twitch when she mentioned the Herb King Master, so she thought that these people were scared of the Herb King Master. Hao Ren looked at her and suddenly felt like Duan Yao was kind of dumb and cute. She was captured here yet did not know this was Ethereal Summit. She also made up her relationship with the Herb King Master to scare them. Do you know where this is? Hao Ren asked her. This is the Wicked Valley. Duan Yao did not see the entire valley and felt like this was a remote and closed space. Hao Ren laughed and thought that the fierce Duan Yao was not that smart. When Duan Yao came here last time, she used a map and wasn't familiar with this area. This time, she only chased after Zhao Yanzi and did not pay attention to the surroundings. Therefore, she did not know that she was in the Ethereal Summit at all. Whoosh! Seeing Hao Ren lowering his guard, Duan Yao suddenly pulled out a small dagger from her inner pocket and stabbed at Hao Ren. Hao Ren released a sword energy from his fingertip and broke the dagger into two. Damn! How many weapons are this chick hiding? Hao Ren stared at Duan Yao's green silk dress and was genuinely surprised. When Duan Yao saw Hao Ren eyeing her clothes, she covered herself with both arms cautiously and patted her clothes while saying, I don't have any more. Just after she said that, two more daggers flew to Hao Ren. Snap! Snap! Hao Ren slapped them away with his hands and looked at her helplessly. This time, really, I don't have any more. Duan Yao looked at Hao Ren with innocent eyes. Hao Ren sighed slightly and then released a metal elemental sword energy. It circled her and sucked out 3 more daggers. Duan Yao pouted and pretended nothing happened. Duan Yao hid these daggers around her body when she came to 5th heaven this time. Last time when she lost to Zhao Yanzi, she knew she should have more weapons with her, but now. Hao Ren picked up the 3 daggers and looked at her while asking, You don't want me to search you, right? Duan Yao's face turned red as she yelled, If you dare to touch me, I'll kill myself in front of you. Hao Ren pinched his fingers slightly, and the 3 daggers instantly turned into a ball of metal. Hao Ren's light-splitting sword shadow scroll suddenly activated, and the metal ball was digested into pure metal elemental nature essence, leaving the residue on the floor. Duan Yao was shocked, and this further confirmed her belief. She thought that Hao Ren was once a nascent soul realm cultivator since ordinary core formation realm cultivators could turn Dharma treasures into metal elemental nature essence this easily. The metal elemental nature essence Hao Ren obtained from that metal ball was inferior to the metal elemental nature essence from the surroundings, but it was an excellent way to scare Duan Yao. Xie Yujia slightly turned over, massaged her head, and sat up slowly. When she saw that Duan Yao had been untied and was sitting in a chair in front of Hao Ren, she was a little surprised. But when she saw Hao Ren, she thought about Hao Ren copying the 1000-character classic last night and turned to pick up a brush and special paper before drawing out a Dharma note. This brush and special paper were things that Zhao Yanzi got from other evil 5th heaven cultivators. Xie Yujia placed them here mainly for copying down recipes, but she got inspired when she saw Hao Ren getting punished last night. She got a new way of attacking. Hao Ren, this is an essence locking note. Put it on her back so that she cannot escape. Xie Yujia raised the Dharma note and said to Hao Ren. In the spell's origin note scroll that old grandma gave her, there were some specific blueprints of Dharma notes. When Xie Yujia was cultivating, she would also memorize some. Now, she could draw them at will. Sky Mountain Sect had a lot of knowledge in many fields. As the sect master's only daughter, Duan Yao had some basic understanding of Dharma notes. Low-level cultivators always brought some Dharma notes with them when they went on missions. They were additional attacking methods. However, the essence locking note was a high-level Dharma note. No one other than professional Dharma note masters could draw it. This woman easily drew an essence locking note, Duan Yao thought to herself. How could she know that the most powerful Dharma note masters, Qingfeng Hermit, was Xie Yujia's master? The spell's origin note scroll could unleash all kinds of power, let alone creating Dharma notes. Xie Yujia did not have a high realm, and she had to rely on special papers as mediums. If she could reach the soul formation realm, she would be able to draw Dharma notes in the air and use them directly. That was why even soul formation realm cultivators had to be careful of in front of Qingfeng Hermit. There was a saying among the soul formation realm cultivators, "I would rather mess with the Lord of Hell than messing with Qingfeng." Buzz. Suddenly, the golden shield in Hao Ren's necklace became restless. Chapter 595. Not afraid of you. In Hao Ren's necklace, since there was also the purple gold hairpin, the golden shield was flying around but did not dare to smash anything. Hao Ren walked out of his cave abode and threw out the purple gold hairpin. The purple gold hairpin fell onto the soil and instantly turned the entire valley purple. The golden shield flew out of the necklace and circled the spacious valley. It then spun at an incredible speed and drained all the nature essence in the valley. Damn! Hao Ren almost gasped when he saw the golden shield's outlandish behavior. Since the mountain surrounded this valley from three sides, the nature essence intensity was thicker here compared to other places. Hao Ren picked this location for this reason. Soon after, Zhen Kongming set up the Big Dipper constellation array formation, which also absorbed the nature essences nearby and put them in the valley. Some months had passed since the array formation was set up, and the nature essence intensity here was satisfactory. It was not comparable to sixth heaven but still a few times higher than first heaven. However, in a brief moment, the golden shield sucked away all the nature essence that had been accumulating here for the past months. Hao Ren stared at the golden shield that was circling the valley with surprise and helplessness. He was at a loss for words, but he knew he could not reason with this kind of Dharma treasure. The purple gold hairpin stayed still in the soil and didn't move. It caught the golden shield, so it would not let the golden shield escape. Also, it was a gift from Lady Zhen to Hao Ren, so it would not allow the golden shield to hurt Hao Ren. It only followed these two simple rules. Xie Yujia also felt that the nature essence intensity in the valley dropped a little. Immediately, she ran to the cave entrance. When she saw the golden shield in the valley, she was stunned for a moment. She never saw this Dharma treasure before, but she knew it was unique since it could hover in midair by itself. Xie Yujia did not know about supreme spiritual treasures, but she had refined the Dharma treasure for Su Han and knew that the ones with spiritual properties were the best of the best. The golden shield froze in the air for a few seconds before rushing back into the cave. Stop! Hao Ren suddenly released his 320 sword energies. Xie Yujia also threw out an essence-locking note. The sword energies were all absorbed by the golden shield, and a dash of golden light shattered the essence-locking note. Buzz! The purple gold hairpin slightly vibrated. The golden shield circled Xie Yujia for 2 rounds and continued flying in the valley casually. Xie Yujia was sweating a little from being frightened and looked at Hao Ren. This is a treasure that I got from Shu Ke. The purple gold hairpin is suppressing it. Don't worry, Hao Ren said. Supreme spiritual treasures had unique spiritual properties. They had the intelligence of a little animal. The purple gold hairpin had always accompanied Lady Zhen and was more disciplined, but this golden shield had not been bound to any cultivator for years, so it became willful. Then, Xie Yujia thought for a while and tried to ask. Hee, there is no need to think. It does not listen to my orders. Hao Ren waved. The nature essence intensity in the valley dropped, but the array formation started absorbing nature essence from the outside again. There were 2 methods to deal with supreme spiritual treasures. One was to suppress them with absolute power, and the other was to treat it nicely like a pet. Shu Ke's master used the second method to keep the golden shield by his side. This method required a lot of nature essence to be fed to it for compensation after use. Hao Ren never thought about the second method. Even if he knew about it, he was only a gen-level cultivator and needed enormous amounts of nature essence for cultivation himself, unlike Shu Ke's master who could give enough nature essence to feed the golden shield. The golden shield flew freely in the valley, and the purple gold hairpin glowed while also quietly absorbing the nature essence in the valley. Hao Ren looked to the purple gold hairpin and then to the golden shield before sighing slightly. Outside the valley, 60 core formation realm and several hundred foundation establishment realm cultivators were waiting, but these two top-tier Dharma treasures were not cooperating. Without power, even Dharma treasures didn't care. Hao Ren gently tapped on Xie Yujia's arm, and they returned to the cave abode. Duan Yao sat on the stone chair and was stared at by Little White. She was grinding her teeth but did not dare to make sudden moves. A few moments earlier when the golden shield flew out, she could not see it clearly and had no idea what it was. However, she thought that there was no Dharma treasure more powerful than her sky-turning stamp. This sky-turning stamp was her grand-uncle master's Dharma treasure. She did not have a high realm, so she could not exert its full power. But when it was used by her grand-uncle master, it could instantly destroy any other Dharma treasure. Zhao Yanzi took a detox pill, and her wounds from fighting with Duan Yao were finally recovering a little. She stared at Duan Yao viciously. If she were not heavily injured right now, she would rush over to beat Duan Yao. Xie Yujia picked up an ink brush and the special paper once again, drawing another essence-locking note. Earlier, she did not have enough nature essence and could not draw the notes. But now that she had rested on the stone bed for a while, her nature essence recovered a little. Put this note into her body just in case she has other ideas. Xie Yujia handed Hao Ren her new note. Hao Ren injected his nature essence into the Dharma note, and it gradually lit up. Duan Yao stared at Hao Ren intensely, but it was no use. Hao Ren cast the note and shot it onto Duan Yao's back. In an instant, Duan Yao sensed that all the nature essence in her body had been locked. She could not use any of it. My realm is too low, so the Dharma note does not have powerful effects. However, it seems to work on core formation realm cultivators. Xie Yujia saw Duan Yao's stiff expression and nodded happily. Duan Yao was mad. They are experimenting with my body. She thought, this pervert does all sorts of bad things, and his two concubines are also very bad. Once my grand-uncle master is out of seclusion cultivation, you are not going to live long. Phew, at this moment, Zhao Yanzi exhaled deeply. The few level 4 elixir pills were extremely useful. Even having suffered such a heavy injury, Zhao Yanzi could still recover. She stood up and walked to Duan Yao directly before sticking her hand into Duan Yao's clothes. What are you doing? Duan Yao covered her clothes in a hurry. Zhao Yanzi kept her cold expression and took out a golden Dharma treasure from her chest pocket. Hao Ren did not expect Duan Yao to be hiding another Dharma treasure. He came over to have a detailed look, and he realized that this Dharma treasure's quality was not below Xie Yujia's demonic bow. At the bottom of this stamp-shaped Dharma treasure was 3 words, sky-turning stamp. You, give it back! Duan Yao shouted at Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren. However, her call was weak and ineffective. When Zhao Yanzi encountered Duan Yao, it was this sky-turning stamp that caused her great trouble. Thinking back to the fight at the entrance of the valley, if it weren't for Xie Yujia, she would have died already. Humph! Zhao Yanzi reached out again. She felt the jade pendant at Duan Yao's waist and ripped it off. You! Duan Yao opened her eyes wide. She was shocked beyond words. Remember our first encounter? We had a quick conversation, and you tried to kill me. Zhao Yanzi looked at Duan Yao angrily and put the jade pendant in her storage ring. Duan Yao was the pearl of Sky Mountain sect, and she had an arrogant personality. That day, Zhao Yanzi annoyed her, so Duan Yao wanted to teach Zhao Yanzi a lesson. She did not anticipate the trouble that came after. If Hao Ren did not interfere, she was going to take Little White back to Sky Mountain sect, but she did not think about killing Zhao Yanzi. In her mind, she could do anything she wanted on 5th heaven. There was nobody on 5th heaven who dared to offend Sky Mountain sect. In her mind, a girl like Zhao Yanzi should treat her respectfully. However, Zhao Yanzi didn't do that but challenged her. In her mind, Zhao Yanzi deserved to be punished. However, she did not expect Zhao Yanzi to be this troublesome and protected by Hao Ren. Sky Mountain sect sent close to 1,000 cultivators, but she was captured. Don't wait too long. My grand-uncle master will avenge for me. Duan Yao stared at Zhao Yanzi and said fiercely. Grand-uncle master, call him over, Zhao Yanzi said provocatively. She was the princess of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Zhao Guang worried that she would be spoiled, so he brought her to live on land. If that did not happen, Zhao Yanzi should be similar to Duan Yao in terms of arrogance. You wait and see. You wait and see. Duan Yao couldn't win the word fight with Zhao Yanzi, and her nature essence was locked. Short of breath, her eyes started to turn red. Zhao Yanzi did not expect this fierce Duan Yao to tear up right now, and she subconsciously wanted to comfort her. However, she suddenly thought back to how Duan Yao hurt her and almost took her life, so Zhao Yanzi put away her compassion and said, "Never let me see you again. Or else, I'll rob you every time I see you." She wanted to say something even more ruthless in the beginning, but she couldn't get it out. Under the strict discipline of Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu, she still had some manners. Zhao Hongyu sometimes pampered her but didn't spoil her. Duan Yao had never been humiliated in this way. She was trapped in enemies' hands. Her grand-uncle master had not appeared after she sent the emergency note, and she was insulted by Zhao Yanzi and stared down at by a snow lion. Her tears started to fall. Zhao Yanzi saw her crying and was stunned for a moment. She quickly turned over in embarrassment and stepped on her purple-green treasure sword before flying to her own cave. Xie Yujia sat by the stone bed and did not pay attention to Duan Yao. With the ink brush in hand, she drew many essence-locking notes. Who knew when the cultivators of Sky Mountain sect were going to attack again? During this time, she should prepare more notes. This was more practical. Hao Ren sat cross-legged on the stone bed, facing Duan Yao. He closed his eyes and cultivated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. He just broke through the encirclement of Sky Mountain sect, rushed into the valley, and controlled the array formation. The nature essence in his body was almost all used up, so he had to restore nature essence as soon as possible. Duan Yao saw that Xie Yujia did not care about her. Hao Ren closed his eyes, and only the level 3 snow lion was still staring at her with its black eyes. She slowly stopped crying and felt hungry. All her valuables were taken, but her enemies did not seem to be interested in torturing her. Seeing one of them cultivating and the other drawing dharma notes, Duan Yao felt like she was left out in the cold. Huala, Zhao Yanzi held a pile of snacks in her arms, stepped on the purple-green treasure sword, and returned to Xie Yujia's cave abode before throwing those snacks on the stone bed. Chapter 596. Make Peace. The pile of snacks that Zhao Yanzi brought over included drinks, chips, ham, beef jerky, salty fish, rice pudding. Hao Ren looked at her in shock. "How do you have so much food?" he asked. "I'm easily hungry, so I prepared them," Zhao Yanzi answered. In fact, she did not only bring food. During the last few trips to Fifth Heaven, she also brought other things such as a fur blanket for the stone bed, plushy toys, alarm clocks. The cold cave Hao Ren made for Zhao Yanzi was decorated beautifully. This was her nature as a girl. Xie Yujia preferred simplicity and did not decorate her cave, but Zhao Yanzi liked to make her room cozy. She could only cultivate at ease in this environment. The food she brought over this time was stored in her cave so that she could have some when she got hungry during cultivation. Now that they could not return home for a while, she brought them over to share with Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. Duan Yao had never seen such things. On the cold stone chair, she opened her eyes wide open and stared at the strange things on the bed. "Hey, have some band-aids." Zhao Yanzi took out 2 band-aids from her pile of stuff and handed them to Xie Yujia. "Thank you." Xie Yujia took the band-aids and turned her back against Hao Ren. "What's wrong?" Hao Ren went closer and saw Xie Yujia tearing open the band-aids and putting them on her palm. He immediately reached over and took Xie Yujia's palm, and he saw deep cuts running through her palm and fingers. Even though these deep cuts weren't bleeding anymore, Hao Ren could still imagine the pain just from seeing them. "I'm fine." Xie Yujia pulled her hand back and put on the band-aids. These were cuts from drawing her bow. However, these wounds were not severe like the one on Zhao Yanzi's shoulder, so Xie Yujia was reluctant to use level 4 detox pills. She only sealed the wounds with nature essence and let the palm heal slowly. Hao Ren did not notice the cuts in Xie Yujia's palm. Now that he saw these scary deep wounds, he was heartbroken. When he looked closely, there were also shallow red marks on her arm. They seemed to be created by tree branches. Since they were shallow, it was hard to spot them without paying close attention. Zhao Yanzi's injury was mainly on the shoulder. If the injury were closer to her heart, it would have been fatal. Xie Yujia's injuries were mainly internal. She almost used up all her nature essence to power the demonic bow since the sky-turning stamp continuously bombarded her. Flying gravel also left marks on her skin, and many small veins in her body were also broken. Zhao Yanzi saw Hao Ren holding Xie Yujia's right hand and felt very complicated. Xie Yujia just risked her life to use the demonic bow to save Zhao Yanzi, and then she was attacked by Duan Yao's sky-turning stamp. Zhao Yanzi thought carefully and felt like she caused Xie Yujia's injuries. If Xie Yujia did not hear the noise or intentionally stayed inside, she would not have much responsibility anyway. If Zhao Yanzi died, then Xie Yujia could live happily ever after with Hao Ren. Eat something. Zhao Yanzi opened a bottle of rice pudding and gave it to Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia nodded slightly and scooped with a small plastic spoon. Hao Ren saw Zhao Yanzi's complex look and guessed that it was because Xie Yujia risked her life to save Zhao Yanzi, so the latter must be feeling guilty now. Zhao Yanzi actually did not make much trouble. The thing was that if someone messed with her, she must fight back. Overall, she was just too they about fifth heaven. What are you looking at? Zhao Yanzi was upset and realized that Duan Yao was staring at her, so she yelled fiercely and took Duan Yao's sky-turning stamp to the cave entrance. Duan Yao gritted her teeth but held back and did not argue with Zhao Yanzi. She felt like she couldn't mess with Zhao Yanzi easily. Like Zhao Yanzi, she was also too they about fifth heaven. Rise. Zhao Yanzi raised the sky-turning stamp as she injected some nature essence into it. The sky-turning stamp did not budge, nothing happened. In the valley, the golden shield was still making circles. Release. Zhao Yanzi tried again. She had witnessed the power of the sky-turning stamp. She thought if she could use this Dharma treasure, she could help later when the cultivators of Sky Mountain sect cultivators attacked. The heavy sky-turning stamp still did not move. Zhao Yanzi rushed back to the cave angrily and questioned Duan Yao, "Speak. How do you use this Dharma treasure?" Duan Yao raised her head and glared at Zhao Yanzi, not answering anything. "You really think I will not do anything to you?" Zhao Yanzi raised the sky-turning stamp. Duan Yao still glared at Zhao Yanzi silently. With the sky-turning stamp raised, Zhao Yanzi hesitated for a few seconds and put down her arm. She was only trying to scare Duan Yao. This Dharma treasure can only be activated by fire elemental nature essence. Your nature essence is water elemental, so you cannot use it, Hao Ren said. Hearing Hao Ren's casual remark, Duan Yao was surprised. She did not expect Hao Ren to know this detail about the sky-turning stamp only with a simple touch. Oh, that's why. Zhao Yanzi massaged her shoulder and placed the sky-turning stamp on the table. The Big Dipper constellation scroll that Duan Yao cultivated was acquired by Sky Mountain sect from 7th heaven. Since Sky Mountain sect wished to pass down this technique, they asked for one which did not have special requirements. Therefore, that was why Zhao Yanzi could also cultivation this technique. It was the same for the purple-green treasure sword. As a great treasure of Sky Mountain sect, it was not only limited to fire elemental cultivators. However, this sky-turning stamp was different. It was Duan Yao's grand uncle master's personal Dharma treasure, and he was of pure fire body type. Since Duan Yao was gifted and had the same body type, her grand uncle master brought up Duan Yao by his side and loved her. The reason why he lent the sky-turning stamp to Duan Yao was that she was a fire element core formation realm cultivator. She had the ability to use it. Humph. This sky-turning stamp was my grand uncle master's treasure. You think you can use it? When Duan Yao saw Zhao Yanzi giving up on the sky-turning stamp, she finally found an opportunity to taunt her. This treasure was indestructible, so Duan Yao was not worried that they might destroy it. Is that so? Hao Ren smiled and raised his right hand. The sky-turning stamp that was on the stone table suddenly flew into Hao Ren's hand. Hao Ren shook his hand slightly, and the sky-turning stamp glowed with a golden light. Bam! A streak of golden light broke through the cave entrance and struck toward the sky. Stunned and speechless, Duan Yao looked to Hao Ren and didn't know how to react. Xie Yujia saw Duan Yao's expression, shook her head with a smile, and continued drawing her essence-locking notes. Hao Ren then threw the sky-turning stamp on the stone table. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll could convert and release 5 elemental nature essence, so a pure fire elemental Dharma treasure like this was even simpler to use. Xie Yujia's life-death notes could also simulate 5 elemental nature essence, but her realm was low, so she was not capable of using a high-level Dharma treasure like this without the unique Dharma spell. You see it? Garbage Dharma treasure. Zhao Yanzi stared at Duan Yao, arms crossed. Duan Yao's bit her lips and didn't know what to say. Now, she was more assured of the fact that Hao Ren was a nascent soul realm cultivator. Otherwise, she felt like she wouldn't be defeated so easily before, and Hao Ren couldn't use her grand uncle master's Dharma treasure. The heat in her belly was still slowly emitting energy. Even though she couldn't use any nature essence, her injuries were recovering. It seems like this pervert did not feed me a poisonous pill but a great healing pill, Duan Yao thought as she looked at Hao Ren. That's it. He has two beautiful concubines, one gentle and one petite. He is not in a hurry to. She watched Hao Ren on the stone bed, eating golden flaky objects from a small brown bag. He did not glance at her at all, and she felt a little disappointed. Only at the age of 16, she had already reached the core formation realm. She was a genius of Sky Mountain sect, and she was also vivacious and beautiful. There were many cultivators of Sky Mountain sect who pursued her, but Duan Yao's goal was the nascent soul realm. Her grand uncle master told her that she had the potential of getting to the nascent soul realm, so she had not fallen in love with any of those pursuers. The husband in her dreams at the very least had to be at the nascent soul realm, but most of the nascent soul realm cultivators were old men. Therefore, she was discouraged. This Hao Ren has reached the nascent soul realm at such a young age. Perhaps he is not young, but the way he acted does not feel old. Duan Yao secretly peeked at Hao Ren and thought he was better than all her pursuers in her sect. No, 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 what am I thinking? He already has two concubines. Also, we are mortal enemies. Even if we are on neutral terms, as the dignified daughter of Sky Mountain sect master, I would not give in and become a concubine, Duan Yao thought. She bit her tongue a little to wake herself up. Then, she thought that the elixir pill that Hao Ren fed her was affecting her. The wound on her tongue had already healed, and her shoulder which was stabbed by Xie Yujia's energy arrow also started to recover. Rumble, her hungry stomach started to make noises. This is yummy. Hao Ren sat on the stone bed and split a few pieces of biscuits with Zhao Yanzi. I bought this at the school supermarket. This brand tastes the best, Zhao Yanzi said. Crunch, crunch. These golden flaky objects in Duan Yao's eyes made crisp sounds in their mouths, and the sweet smell permeated the cave. Little White, come to have some. Zhao Yanzi threw a couple of pieces to Little White. Slurp slurp. Little White stuck out its long red tongue and chewed on the crispy biscuits happily. Duan Yao watched them and could not help but drool. Chapter 597. Getting revenge for sure. Duan Yao was the princess of Sky Mountain sect, which was even better compared to being born into the emperor's family. She had eaten the most delicate food in the world, and she had worn luxurious silk dresses. However, what Hao Ren and the others were eating was something she had never seen before. They had a good scent to them and seemed especially delicious. She had never seen clothes like what Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi were wearing. She thought they looked weird at first, but she felt like they looked quite pretty after a while. Zhao Yanzi's pajamas had blood on it and was a bit torn, so she had put on a new set of spare clothing in her cave. The new top was a gridded, floral shirt while the bottom was a pair of beach shorts. Although it wasn't a good matching outfit, it still looked nice on her. Duan Yao thought her emerald green silk dress was one of her prettiest dress, but she now felt like it was quite common after seeing Zhao Yanzi's outfit. Little White. Here you go. Zhao Yanzi split a sausage in half and threw one half to Little White. Little White jumped up half a meter and ate that piece of sausage. Then, it stuck out its tongue, shook its head, and wriggled its tail as it ran around Zhao Yanzi. It was still pretending to be cute in its snow lion form. Seeing this, Zhao Yanzi opened a pack of sausage and stuck them into its mouth. 1 meter away from them, Duan Yao sat in the stone chair and watched them eat. She didn't feel right since she was hungry. They didn't hit or humiliate her, but they were now eating happily but didn't give her anything. Watching them eat while hungry was a type of torture. Duan Yao was a core formation realm cultivator, but her nature essence was now locked. Therefore, she was no different from an ordinary person. She couldn't escape and win fights, and her stomach failed to live up to her expectations and kept growling. Sigh. I'll give you this to eat. Zhao Yanzi looked at Duan Yao, picked up a can of potato chips, and walked over. Duan Yao looked at Hao Ren and the others eat, and she was hungry. Now that Zhao Yanzi walked over to her, she lifted her right hand and slapped the can of potato chips without any further thought. You! Zhao Yanzi's eyes opened widely with anger. She and Duan Yao were enemies, but this was something else. Zhao Yanzi didn't want to abuse Duan Yao, so she wanted to give Duan Yao a can of potato chips. However, Duan Yao's attitude was such. I won't eat your food. I'll kill you for sure. Duan Yao stared at Zhao Yanzi fiercely. When Zhao Yanzi heard Duan Yao's words, she was furious. This little girl is very wild. She always shouts and says that she wants to kill, Zhao Yanzi thought. Zhao Yanzi's had some temper of her own, but she was overall still generous. At least, Zhao Yanzi didn't want to harm other people. Even though she didn't get along with Xie Yujia no matter what, she still didn't want to hurt Xie Yujia. However, if it weren't for Duan Yao being too wild in the beginning, Zhao Yanzi wouldn't end up becoming enemies with her. She only took things away from Duan Yan as a retaliation. Now that Duan Yao was captured, she was still as fierce as a tiger. Zhao Yanzi was infuriated. She was far less patient than Xie Yujia, so she picked up the can of potato chips on the floor and slapped it on the table right across from Duan Yao. Duan Yao couldn't use her nature essence right now, so she was an ordinary girl. When she saw how Zhao Yanzi like she was about to torture her, Duan Yao bit her lips and held her fists tight, getting ready to fight to her last breath. However, Zhao Yanzi didn't hit her. Instead, Zhao Yanzi opened the can of potato chips, took out some potato chips, and started eating them in front of Duan Yao. Duan Yao looked at Zhao Yanzi in surprise because she didn't understand what she was doing. The delicious aroma of potato chips drifted into Duan Yao's nose, making her even hungrier. Whoosh! Little White was now well fed, so it flew outside the cave abode. It saw the golden shield floating high in the air, so it roared twice and spat out a fireball. The golden shield slowly rotated itself. When it saw Little White's fireball, it immediately let out a dash of golden light. Boop! The golden light and fireball hit and extinguished each other. Little White was now full and needed some exercise, so it spat out 3 more fireballs. The golden shield was still very relaxed. It turned into 3 and absorbed the fireballs before flying toward Little White. Little White had never seen such a scene, so it turned around and ran. Buzz! The golden shield let out 3 more little shields. Little White turned around and clawed against the golden shields only to discover that they were illusions. It let out angry roars and flew rapidly towards the golden shield. Those treasures that were called supreme spiritual treasures were smart, and so was Little White. The golden shield was flying around bored in the valley and had seemed to have found a play friend, so it let out a few more small shields. Little White thought these were illusions for sure, so it hit one straight with its head. To its surprise, it was bounced off 2 meters, and its head was now dizzy. The golden shield let out 10 more small shields around Little White as if it were mocking Little White while it floated high in the air. Roar! Roar! Little White spat out 3 more fireballs. Hao Ren heard the commotion outside the cave, so he rushed out to the entrance only to see Little White and the golden shield. One was on the floor while the other was in the sky. They were only playing with each other. The purple golden hairpin was stuck to the ground, not moving an inch. It looked as if their play had nothing to do with it. Little White was hit in the butt by the golden shield a few more times. Little White was frustrated and angry, so it moved its golden claws around, piercing through a few small round shields. It had fought with a level 4 snow lion today and lost. It was already feeling down. Now that a treasure played it, it was even more furious. The golden shield was an object of intelligence. It saw that Little White was very angry, so it felt very good about itself. That was why it continuously shot out 10s of small shields at Little White. Hao Ren couldn't control the golden shield. The golden shield had its own weak but independent thoughts. When Little White shot a fireball at it, it saw it as a provoking sign. Of course, it had to retaliate. Is Little White all right? Zhao Yanzi asked worriedly. This golden shield didn't harm it. It's just playing with it, Xie Yujia said as it looked up at the golden shield. She could sense that the spirit property of the golden shield far exceeded Su Han's white jade sword. It was slightly weird that such an incredible treasure was willing to stay by Hao Ren's side instead of flying off to the skies. Little White was usually very lazy. It ate and slept, then it slept and ate. Little White could lose some fat practicing with the shield. it could also increase its battle abilities. The three of them stood at the cave entrance watching Little White and the Golden Shield playing around. Duan Yao quietly got up and tried to see if there were an escape tunnel in the cave. However, when she saw that the cave was only connected to an elixir-making chamber and was an enclosed room, she gave up. She went back to the table and saw the chips that Zhao Yanzi left on the table. She hesitated for a few seconds but quickly grabbed a bunch and stuck them in her mouth. She was hungry. In front of Zhao Yanzi, she tried to act tough and not eat anything. In reality, she did not have much strength left and almost fainted. If I don't eat, how will I have the strength to escape? Duan Yao didn't want to wait for her death. When the chips entered her mouth, she couldn't describe the taste. She immediately filled her mouth with more chips. It was crispy. It was of great taste. It was a bit salty and delicious. Duan Yao saw that the three were still standing at the cave entrance, so she rushed to shove a bunch more in her mouth. From her perspective, Zhao Yanzi and the others were weird. She suspected that they were cultivators from 7th heaven. Just like how lower-level dragon cultivators didn't know 5th heaven existed, not every human cultivator on and above 5th heaven knew of the existence of 1st heaven. Regardless of whether one was a dragon cultivator or a human cultivator, curiosity was a bad thing for weaklings. In reality, the cultivators on and above 5th heaven knew little about 1st heaven. Those cultivators who tried to get to 1st heaven to gather information usually just wandered around the borders of 1st heaven and 2nd heaven and typically did not dare to enter the big cities. Cities were filled with dragon cultivators. If dragon cultivators discovered these human cultivators, they would end up being killed. Gen level of dragon cultivators was equivalent to the core formation realm of human cultivators. Therefore, for human cultivators, cities are the most dangerous places. Duan Yao grew up in 6th heaven, so she had no clue about the cities in 1st heaven. She was taught to cultivate diligently to charge at the nascent soul realm and kill all those that prevented her from doing so. She did not bump into obstacles on her way. Who knew her first obstacle would be Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi? Little White can't win, Zhao Yanzi said as she turned around. Suddenly, she saw that the chips on the table were all eaten. Duan Yao still looked angry and didn't seem to have moved from the chair. However, there were still crumbs by her mouth. Zhao Yanzi rushed over and said, "Where are the chips?" "I didn't eat them," Duan Yao responded as she puffed up her cheeks. Zhao Yanzi admired her because she was still very confident when she was lying. "Humph. Wait till my grand-uncle master, bang." Before Duan Yao could finish her sentence, Zhao Yanzi lightly hit Duan Yao's head with her fist. She keeps repeating these words. How strong can your grand-uncle master be? Zhao Yanzi thought to herself and pulled back her fist. Duan Yao frowned, and she looked at Zhao Yanzi angrily. She was a core formation realm cultivator while Zhao Yanzi was only a foundation establishment realm cultivator. If she could recover her nature essence a little bit, Zhao Yanzi couldn't defeat her. Grand-uncle master. Grand-uncle master. Your grand-uncle master still hasn't come. Even if he were to come, we'd send him back. Zhao Yanzi scolded her. My grand-uncle master would come for sure. Bang. When Duan Yao was about to dispute, Zhao Yanzi hit Duan Yao's head again. Duan Yao covered her head with her hands, and tears were about to fall. Wait until my grand-uncle master comes. Every single one of you won't be able to escape. This time, she only thought to herself and didn't say it out loud because she was scared. Ha ha ha. I am here to greet the Herb King Master. Can you come out to meet me? A loud and commanding voice sounded from outside the valley. It did not need a voice transmission note to be heard. Chapter 598. Nascent Soul Realm Master. Zhen Kongming had set up the array formation very delicately. In order for them to be able to cultivate without external disturbance, he isolated all external sounds. However, if the vibration were strong enough, the people inside the valley would be able to hear it. That was how Xie Yujia heard the loud noise made by Duan Yao's sky-turning stamp. This loud shout showed power and was able to penetrate directly into the array formation. It was obviously not the shout of a core formation realm cultivator. Hao Ren and the others could hear it clearly in the valley. They were able to imagine how deafening it was for the cultivators outside. What should we do? Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren in panic. They imagined their opponents to be core formation realm cultivators and not nascent soul realm cultivators. Hao Ren had expected that defeating the Sky Mountain sect cultivators would lead to a nascent soul realm cultivator coming after them. However, he did not expect it to be this quick. From the development of Ethereal Summit, they had not faced a single nascent soul realm cultivator. So far, it had been very calm and prosperous. Those core formation realm cultivators didn't dare to go against Ethereal Summit, let alone attacking Ethereal Summit. The level 4 elixir pills from Ethereal Summit were the best pills they had ever seen. Stuff like foundation establishment pills, beauty pills, and essence replenishment pills was in high demand. Ha ha ha. I've come all the way to meet you after my seclusion cultivation. The voice outside sounded again. The array formation that could withstand core formation realm cultivators shook slightly. Duan Yao, who was sitting in the cave, looked slightly shocked. This voice wasn't the voice of her grand uncle master, nor was it the voice of the Sky Mountain sect elders she knew. In fact, this nascent soul realm cultivator was the Hongyuan master who left but came back. He didn't leave, he only watched from afar. He saw that the 60 core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect weren't able to take control of Ethereal Summit. Moreover, they had gone into the array formation but ended up getting beat and barely escaping with their lives. This scene delighted Hongyuan master. He thought for a long time and concluded that this Herb King master was very strong. He felt that this was an excellent opportunity to meet the Herb King master to take advantage of the timing. If he could resolve the conflict between the Herb King master and Sky Mountain sect, then Sky Mountain sect would owe him this one even if they weren't willing to admit it. Even if the Herb King master weren't in the valley, he could still save the Herb King master's disciples from the disciples of Sky Mountain sect. By saving the few close disciples of the Herb King master, he may receive elixir pills from Herb King master and might even become good friends. There weren't that many nascent soul realm cultivators on 5th heaven in the first place, and he had also heard that the Herb King master was at top tier nascent soul realm. After calculation, he felt like there was nothing bad for him. When this Hongyuan master was young, he didn't have great potential. He had cultivated to peak Qi refinement realm with difficulty and stole a foundation establishment pill from a senior brother, reaching the foundation establishment realm. Usually, stealing a foundation establishment pill was a severe crime, but he had successfully entered the foundation establishment realm. At that time, the Fire Sun sect needed people, so they didn't punish him. Hongyuan master was indeed lucky. Just when he was about to use up the 200 years of his life, he picked up the storage bags of 2 core formation realm cultivators who fought each other to death. In the bags were rare elixir pills, and he was able to charge at the core formation realm and became Fire Sun sect's elder. Some of his senior brothers and junior brothers who looked down on him had died, and others became of lower ranks than him. Therefore, no one dared to mention his disgraceful past. Just when everyone thought that core formation realm was the highest realm he could reach, Hongyuan master found a rare immortal fruit luckily when he was out traveling in a remote valley. When he went back to his sect, he immediately declared seclusion cultivation. And when he came out, he had reached low-tier nascent soul realm. That was how this Hongyuan master became one of the few nascent soul realm cultivators on 5th heaven and how his Fire Sun sect became one of the biggest sects here. All the core formation realm cultivators on 5th heaven treated him with respect when they saw him. How many of those who respected him knew the story of his past where he stole one of his senior brother's elixir pill to advance? That senior brother of him was favored by the sect, and that was how he got the foundation establishment pill. He didn't even end up reaching the foundation establishment realm and died after about 100 years. Other than Hongyuan master himself, no one else in his sect remembered that man. Just because Hongyuan master had such experience, he knew how important elixir pills and spiritual herbs were to cultivators. He, senior, you are not responding. Are you looking down on me? Hongyuan master continued to shout outside. Those who were able to cultivate to nascent soul realm were all very decisive. Although this Hongyuan master appeared to be very polite, he was secretly calculating for himself. Since there was this conflict between Sky Mountain sect and Ethereal Summit, he could kill all the disciple of the Herb King master if the latter wasn't here. He could rob all the precious elixir pills in the valley and blame it on Sky Mountain sect. It had already been 200 years since he had first reached the nascent soul realm, but he had not improved his realm any bit ever since. He had gone into seclusion cultivation for 50 years, but his realm still did not improve. He was in a bad mood now but heard of this mysterious Herb King Master on Fifth Heaven. He had also heard that Sky Mountain Sect was looking everywhere for a sect called City Sect, and the Sky Mountain Sect cultivators had even gone into his Fire Sun Sect to search overbearingly. Although the Fifth Heaven sects weren't as powerful as those Sixth Heaven sects, Fire Sun Sect still had him, a nascent soul realm cultivator. His sect was one of the strongest sects on Fifth Heaven. When Hongyuan Master knew that tens of core formation realm cultivators came searching in his sect, he was not very happy. However, when he found out that the Grand Uncle Master of Sky Mountain Sect was about to finish his seclusion cultivation, he could only suppress his anger. In the cultivation world, strength was king. If he couldn't win a fight, then he had no right to complain. Hee. Unless Senior is not in the valley. When Hongyuan Master heard no response, he used more energy and continued to yell into the valley. The Sky Mountain Sect cultivators around Ethereal Summit tried to hold still. Although this Hongyuan Master was only at low-tier nascent soul realm, the core formation realm cultivators were still not strong enough to handle his energy. Those foundation establishment realm cultivators who were further away hurried to get into groups and create array formations to fend against Hongyuan Master's voice. Those disciples of the three small sects around Ethereal Summit were in trouble. The Qi refinement realm cultivators all spat out blood, and the foundation establishment realm cultivators heard buzzes in their ears. If it weren't for the protection of the enlarged energy sphere, half of them would have been killed by Hongyuan Master's shouts. If Senior still does not respond, then don't blame me for offending you. This young girl of Sky Mountain Sect is the daughter of an acquaintance. I'm only helping because I'm morally obligated to do so, Hongyuan Master shouted again. He had already confirmed that there was probably no nascent soul realm cultivator inside the valley. If there were, then this person would be coming out or at least responding to his provoking shouts. Even Mo Lianshan and the other core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain Sect paid close attention to what Hongyuan Master was doing. They couldn't break through the array formation, so Duan Yao was still trapped inside. Duan Yao was Sky Mountain Sect Master's only daughter, and she had the potential of reaching the nascent soul realm. If she were harmed in any way, they would not be able to bear the responsibility. Their Grand Uncle Master did not say anything, meaning that he was giving consent to this Hongyuan Master. With this nascent soul realm cultivator helping them break in, they could save Duan Yao earlier. At most, they would give everything in the valley to Hongyuan Master. Both sides knew each other's intent clearly. One side didn't dare to take too much advantage of Sky Mountain Sect, and the other side wanted this nascent soul realm cultivator to break through the array formation. Of course, Hongyuan Master kept a path open for himself. He and Sky Mountain Sect didn't have many connections, but he used the excuse of saving the daughter of an acquaintance so that it didn't have to seem like he was intentionally going against the Herb King Master. Inside the valley, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi both looked at Hao Ren, waiting for him to decide. The appearance of a nascent soul realm cultivator made the situation much worse. If Hao Ren were to take off the 5 mountain bracelets, he would be able to reach peak Qian level, but this would do harm to his body and wouldn't last long. He had initially planned to wait until Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi recovered and then use the strength of peak Qian level to directly fight off the nascent soul realm cultivator of Sky Mountain Sect. However, the early appearance of a nascent soul realm cultivator messed up his original plan. If he were to use the strength of peak Qian level now, they would be doomed when Sky Mountain Sect's Grand Uncle Master came. The path of cultivation was very treacherous. One wrong step would lead to death. I'll go out and take a look. Hao Ren turned around and went into the cave to gather a few things. Bang! This was also the time when Hongyuan Master suddenly started attacking. The array formation around the valley took a lot of damage, and the outer energy sphere immediately shattered. Due to the imbalance between nature essence intensities inside and outside the energy sphere, the rocks and trees were sent flying in all directions. Those cultivators in the small sect were all sent flying. There was still one more layer of energy sphere protecting Hao Ren and the others inside the valley, but they almost couldn't stand still. With the power of nascent soul realm, shaking mountains was easily. Of course, those foundation establishment realm cultivators of Sky Mountain Sect also didn't feel good. Their eardrums were almost shattered, and they were sent flying as well. Even Mo Lianshan and the other core formation realm cultivators felt their chests aching and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Hongyuan Master's sudden move was also a little revenge on these Sky Mountain sect cultivators. He couldn't go against Sky Mountain sect, but he was still secretly holding a grudge since they charged in and searched his sect. Junior, you are still not coming out. Hongyuan Master confirmed that there were no nascent soul realm cultivators in the valley, so he had toughened his tone. He raised his hand and slapped the valley again. This array formation could withstand core formation realm cultivators, but it was still too weak for a nascent soul realm cultivator. The difference between a core formation realm cultivator and a nascent soul realm cultivator wasn't only a little bit. This second slap was going to break the inner energy sphere as well. Whoosh! 4 colorful beams of lights flew out of the valley. Chapter 599. Fighting cultivators with swords. Hongyuan Master stood in the middle of the sky. When he saw that a core formation realm cultivator came out, he held his head up high and laughed. Haha, Junior, is your master not in the valley? He still had to confirm again just in case there was a strong cultivator in the valley and didn't appear because of special circumstances. There were those who attack other sects thinking that there weren't any strong fighters in the other sect but then had bumped into the timing when the other sect's great cultivator came out from seclusion. In turn, the attacking side would be instantaneously killed. Such events happened very frequently in the fifth heaven. Hao Ren looked at him and directly shot a golden light at him without any response. Hongyuan Master didn't think a core formation realm cultivator would dare to attack him, so he hurried to fly half a meter away and used a hand to defend himself. Bang! Hongyuan Master was pushed back half a meter when the golden light hit his palm. Mo Lianshan and the others didn't expect Hao Ren to attack a nascent soul realm cultivator. However, when they looked carefully, they saw that Hao Ren was holding their Grand Uncle Master's Dharma treasure, sky-turning stamp. Junior, how dare you? Hongyuan Master was enraged. He was a nascent soul realm cultivator but was knocked back for half a meter by a core formation realm cultivator. Of course, he thought that he didn't need to use his Dharma treasure in front of a core formation realm cultivator, but he took a beating since he used his hand to defend. Hao Ren sneered a little and shot out 3 golden lights on the back of Little White. His realm was higher than Duan Yao's, so he could use the sky-turning stamp more efficiently. The 3 golden lights went flying toward Hongyuan Master. You're asking for death. Hongyuan Master struck at Hao Ren ferociously several times. Mo Lianshan and the other Sky Mountain sect cultivators were delighted by the sight. They had wanted such a situation where Hongyuan Master and Hao Ren would destroy each other. Whoosh! 4 colorful light beams under Little White's feet appeared again. It was the traveling speed of the nascent realm. When Hongyuan Master struck out, he didn't expect that a level 3 snow lion would be able to fly so fast. One of his blows destroyed the 3 golden lights that were flying toward him while the rest couldn't hit Hao Ren. However, Hao Ren was dashing in the direction where Mo Lianshan and the other Sky Mountain sect cultivators gathered. Mo Lianshan and the other core formation realm cultivators were all appalled and threw out their Dharma treasures. However, that might not be enough to fend themselves. After all, Hongyuan Master struck with anger, and that was powerful. Bang! The Dharma treasures were knocked away, also sending Mo Lianshan and those core formation realm cultivators flying. Hongyuan Master, what is the meaning to this? Mo Lianshan immediately asked viciously. Although Mo Lianshan was only a core formation realm cultivator, he was not scared of this nascent soul realm cultivator on 5th heaven. From Mo Lianshan's perspective, Hongyuan Master probably did that on purpose. Their Grand Uncle Master had just scolded Hongyuan Master, he might be taking the revenge on them. Hongyuan Master was also discontent. A core formation realm cultivator shouted at him. He was incredibly mad but couldn't say his aim was off, so he just sneered and didn't give any further explanations. Bam! 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 Hao Ren flew higher and shot out 3 more golden lights at Hongyuan Master. His realm was at mid-tier gen level, which was equivalent to top-tier core formation realm. He used the fire elemental nature essence within his body to use this Dharma treasure efficiently. Junior, I'm going to get your treasure. Hongyuan Master was a nascent soul realm cultivator, so he was not at all scared of such attacks. He shattered the 3 golden lights barehandedly and went flying toward Hao Ren to grab the treasure. A vague energy palm appeared over his real palm, trying to grab Hao Ren without touching him. Hao Ren ditched the sky-turning stamp and rode Little White away in a hurry. Ha ha ha! Hong Yuan Master held onto the sky-turning stamp and shouted excitedly, "I'll take this marvelous treasure." When Mo Lianshan saw Hong Yuan Master taking this treasure into his hands, he turned pale. "Hong Yuan Master, give that Dharma treasure to us. That is our Grand Uncle Master's treasure. How dare you try to keep it for yourself?" Mo Lianshan's face turned stern and said with contempt. The reason why he rushed and stated was that it would be very difficult to get it back afterward if Hong Yuan Master kept it for himself. This was the same logic as picking up money on the streets. If you don't say that the money is yours before another person picked it up, the other person might not be willing to give the money back since it would be hard to prove. Hong Yuan Master was delighted because he had just stolen an exquisite Dharma treasure. However, when he heard Mo Lianshan's words and remembered how Mo Lianshan just shouted at him, his face immediately turned dark and responded, "Junior, don't think you can be so greedy." It wasn't rare in the cultivation world for people to fight for a good Dharma treasure. There were many instances where people killed for good Dharma treasures. Hong Yuan Master had just seized the Dharma treasure from Hao Ren, but Mo Lianshan immediately announced that it belonged to Sky Mountain sect. How could that not make Hong Yuan Master angry? From Hong Yuan Master's perspective, there was no way that the sky-turning stamp was Sky Mountain sect's treasure since Hao Ren had just used it smoothly. Mo Lianshan's words sounded like they were trying to take advantage of him because of their background, using Sky Mountain sect's name to bully him. "Hong Yuan, how dare you? Give the Dharma treasure back." A loud roar sounded from sixth heaven. Although Hong Yuan Master was unwilling to do so, when he heard the sound, he clenched his teeth and threw the sky-turning stamp toward Mo Lianshan. He still didn't believe that Dharma treasure belonged to Sky Mountain sect and thought that Sky Mountain sect cultivators became greedy when they saw the Dharma treasure and made up lies to take it for themselves. This was obviously stealing from him directly. When he got the sky-turning stamp, he felt that this treasure had an abundance of nature essence and rare. However, since Sky Mountain sect wanted it, he couldn't do anything about it. However, Hong Yuan Master was very unhappy about it. Mo Lianshan caught the sky-turning stamp and was forced to back up 3 steps before he could regain his stance. Although Hong Yuan Master didn't use any nature essence in this throw, his throw was still mighty. Mo Lianshan put the sky-turning stamp in his storage bag carefully, and then he looked up to see Hao Ren and Hong Yuan Master. "HMPH. This junior isn't a worthy opponent for me. How about this? I'll be the judge and see if any of you can beat him and save the girl." Hong Yuan Master put his hands behind him and suddenly flew to the side. He wasn't in a very good mood, so he suddenly decided not to help Sky Mountain sect. There might be a lot of elixir pill in the valley, but because of the bad attitude of Sky Mountain sect, he wasn't sure if he could even take the stuff inside if he broke through. If it were like that, then he would instead let them fight and just act as a support for Sky Mountain sect. If Hao Ren lost, he might receive some stuff from the valley. If Sky Mountain sect lost, they might beg him to help them, and he would be able to negotiate when the time comes. Mo Lianshan was rather furious at Hong Yuan Master, so he secretly cursed at him for being sneaky. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Hong Yuan Master was not a cultivator of Sky Mountain sect, so he had no obligations of helping. As for the nascent soul realm elders of Sky Mountain sect, they wouldn't come to 5th heaven usually since it might trigger commotion among the sects on 6th heaven. Although this Hong Yuan Master was sneaky, he still didn't dare to do anything to the Sky Mountain sect cultivators. During critical times, this Hong Yuan Master could still help Sky Mountain sect, especially since there was this array formation which needed a nascent soul realm cultivator to break. "The juniors of Sky Mountain sect, you don't have to worry. Since it's a fair fight, none of you should retreat," Hong Yuan Master said after he flew close to the valley. When Hong Yuan Master called them juniors, Mo Lianshan and the others were not happy. However, Hong Yuan Master had helped them by blocking the retreating path for Hao Ren. Hong Yuan Master then looked at Hao Ren and said, "I'm very kind and generous, so I won't make it hard for you. Since fairness is important to me, I won't let them bully you with their numbers advantage." Mo Lianshan secretly cursed at Hong Yuan Master again because such an arrangement would give Sky Mountain sect more trouble and increase the casualty count. It would be much easier if they all went together to attack that Ethereal Summit cultivator directly. "Lingwu Master, What do you think of this arrangement? Hongyuan master used up his nature essence and shouted at the sky. Humph. Only a snort sounded from sixth heaven. Sky Mountain sect was a large sect on sixth heaven. Now that they borrowed the power of Hongyuan master to force the cultivator out from inside, they would lose face if they still bullied him by their numbers advantage. Stop the nonsense. I'll show him. A green-robed cultivator who was riding on a level 3 snow lion charged out. This green-robed cultivator looked rather peculiar. He had a black goatee and held a brown bamboo flute in his hand, and he seemed more awe-inspiring than Mo Lianshan. The level 3 snow lion charged in front of Hao Ren, and the green-robed cultivator threw his bamboo flute out. The bamboo flute expanded as it flew in the air and changed immediately into a large bamboo. The core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect opened their eyes wide to see what power Hao Ren had. They had not been able to clearly see Hao Ren's real abilities when the latter appeared on the golden boat at the peak of the valley. Now that Hao Ren showed himself again, they were able to see that he was around top-tier core formation realm. However, he didn't look like a top-tier core formation realm cultivator. Usually, there wouldn't be such a young top-tier core formation realm cultivator. They knew that even those who had talent needed to cultivate until they were around 100 years old to reach this stage, and they could only look like they were in their mid-ages. Whoosh! Hao Ren's 320 sword energies suddenly appeared and then disappeared. Wah, 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 wah. Before that brown flute could even get close to Hao Ren, it had already been cut into 40 to 50 pieces. The sword energies suddenly appeared again, merged, and charged toward the level 3 snow lion. Bang! The level 3 snow lion was not a strong enough opponent against Hao Ren's sword energies. The snow lion was knocked back 100 meters, and the skinny green-robed cultivator lost one of his most precious Dharma treasures. Just when he was about to use other techniques, Hao Ren's thin sword energies which had formed into a fist was already charging at his face. Ding! A green pearl suddenly appeared in front of Hao Ren's sword energies, and all the sword energies slid off the surface of the pearl. Junior. Be easy on others, Hongyuan master's voice immediately sounded. At this dangerous moment, he saved the green-robed cultivator of Sky Mountain sect. The green-robed cultivator who had just been saved by Hongyuan master was so scared that he almost lost his soul. If Hongyuan master had stopped Hao Ren 1 second later, his Yintang acupoint would have exploded. Even if he didn't die from the attack, all his cultivation strength would be gone. Hongyuan master smiled. He showed off his power, got a favor, and watched a good show. Then, he looked at Hao Ren again and thought, this kid is quite impressive. I hope that he can injure a few more core formation realm cultivators, draining more strength of Sky Mountain sect. Let me do it. A red-robed cultivator who was holding onto a red longsword and riding a level 4 snow lion suddenly charged at Hao Ren. Kill! The red sword and red-robed made this cultivator look like a burning fireball that was on top of the white snow lion. Hao Ren looked at this opponent and shot out the 320 sword energies before suddenly flying back for 100 meters. The sword energies split into two groups, and they spun like two boomerangs. The red-robed cultivator let out flames that covered a large surface by using his unique skill. However, those flames were not able to burn Hao Ren as the latter's sword energies had hit them from two sides. Hao Ren was riding on Little White's back and had not moved an inch. This strike hit both sides of the red-robed cultivator, and he fell from the sky. Junior brother Lu, Mo Lianshan rode his snow lion and rushed toward the valley to catch the red-robed cultivator who was half dead. The snow lion that this red-robed cultivator was riding on was also knocked away by hundreds of meters. In a blink of an eye, Hao Ren had damaged two core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect. Even if elixir pills of Sky Mountain sect were used, these two would still be severely injured. This core formation realm cultivator of Ethereal Summit didn't even do much. The Sky Mountain sect cultivators were secretly scared. There were quite a few core formation realm cultivators in Sky Mountain sect, but not many of them were this strong. Although there was a difference in strength between those who were at low tier and top tier of core formation realm, there were still other factors such as techniques, snow lions, and Dharma treasures that may change the power level. That was why a top-tier core formation realm cultivator might not win against a low-tier core formation realm cultivator. Unless the nascent soul realm and the core formation realm were compared, the difference was much greater. Hao Ren almost instantaneously beat 2 core formation realm cultivators, and he looked very composed as if he were a nascent soul realm cultivator. "Come at me as a group of 5, Hao Ren said after a period of silence. This sentence thoroughly agitated the cultivators of Sky Mountain sect. Mo Lianshan put the red-robed cultivator on the hill and rode his level 4 snow lion as he raised his black sword. 4 cultivators who were closest to Mo Lianshan also raised their Dharma treasures. Immediately, 5 cultivators and 5 snow lions surrounded Hao Ren in 5 directions. Hao Ren felt that he was going to improve his realm from mid-tier gen level to top-tier gen level. However, he didn't break through after training. This time, he found a bunch of people to practice with him. "Little White!" Hao Ren shouted. "Roar!" Little White raised its neck and roared. The top-tier core formation realm was close gen level, and mid-tier and low-tier core formation realm were equivalent to gen level. It was rather easy to fight gen-level cultivators when Hao Ren was at gen level. Hao Ren could even fight Dewey-level cultivators with his light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll, so he was not a bit scared when he had to face 5 core formation realm cultivators. "Let's see if I can break through to top-tier gen level." Hao Ren raised his right hand, and the sword energies formed a straight line. One-line snake array formation. This array formation charged toward Mo Lianshan. Mo Lianshan rushed to use his black sword to defend himself, but these sword energies slipped through his waist and hit his storage bag. The sky-turning stamp and other objects in the storage bag all fell out. Hao Ren reached out his right hand, and the golden sky-turning stamp flew back into Hao Ren's palm. "How dare you!" Mo Lianshan's eyes opened wide. Hongyuan Master squinted his eyes, pretending that he didn't see anything. This sky-turning stamp was indeed a good Dharma treasure, but it still wouldn't belong to him if he took it. This was none of his business. Chapter 600. Fight, Breakthrough. Hao Ren had intentionally lost the sky-turning stamp to Hongyuan Master and now had successfully retrieved it. Everything was done according to plan. Through this, Hao Ren had successfully alienated the 2 sides. To 5th Heaven cultivators who lacked resources, especially nascent soul realm cultivator, such a good Dharma treasure was very much desired. That was why Hongyuan Master felt discontent when he had to give it back. Create a formation. Mo Lianshan saw that Hao Ren took back the sky-turning stamp. He was angry but also scared that the Grand Uncle Master of Sky Mountain sect would blame him for losing the Dharma treasure. Therefore, he ordered the other Sky Mountain sect cultivators to surround Hao Ren immediately. The Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect mainly focused on practicing defensive array formations, but the core formation realm cultivators were adept at offensive array formations. There were many strong cultivators on 6th Heaven. Therefore, the core formation realm cultivators would need to work together to kill the enemy. These 4 cultivators who dashed forward with Mo Lianshan were all disciples of the first elder of Sky Mountain sect and were like close brothers with Mo Lianshan. They had practiced this chained 5 stars array formation countless times and had even successfully killed tens of top-tier core formation realm cultivators with it. Regardless of how many people Hao Ren called out, they would have relevant array formations to attack. The Sky Mountain sect's largest array formation was made of 250 core formation realm cultivators and was called 9 Sky Star Breaking Array Formation. This array formation could even kill any cultivator below mid-tier nascent soul realm. All 5 cultivators were using swords right now. Hao Ren put back the sky-turning stamp. In front of such an array formation, he would instead use his familiar light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll. The 320 sword energies spun around him counterclockwise, and they looked like crowds of fishes that were swimming in the sea. Attack! Mo Lianshan commanded. Hao Ren had already seriously injured 2 Sky Mountain sect cultivators. They could already use this as a reason to kill Hao Ren. 5 sharp swords pierced toward 5 different spots on Hao Ren's body. These swords were not controlled by hands but rather nature essence, sword controlling technique. Release. Hao Ren's sword energies split into 5 groups, and each group aimed for one of the 5 swords. Out of the 5 core formation realm cultivators, Mo Lianshan and 1 other were at top-tier core formation realm while the other 3 were mid-tier core formation realm cultivators. 3 of them were wood elemental attribute while the other 2 were fire elemental attribute. Hao Ren fought against the 5 on his own. The sword energies that he shot out were targeting their elemental attributes. Hao Ren could counter them effectively. Buzz, the tips of the swords clashed and let out an ear-piercing noise. Suddenly, the 10 swords were in a deadlocked situation in the middle of the air. The Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators all watched in shock. Mo Lianshan was also like an uncle master to them, but the alliance of 5 couldn't even defeat one young core formation realm cultivator. Bang! Hao Ren sent out waves of nature essences and forced the 5 swords back simultaneously. Hongyuan Master, who was floating nearby, was also shocked by this sight. The Herb King Master's direct disciple is already this strong, he thought as he calculated whether he should go against Ethereal Summit. According to rumors, this direct disciple destroyed Confronting sect easily. Hongyuan Master didn't believe it before, but now that he saw Hao Ren fighting against 5 disciples of Sky Mountain sect, he thought that the rumor was real now. Ding! 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 The sword energies randomly flashed. Mo Lianshan and the other 4 core formation realm cultivators stood in their respective spots, controlling the swords. Hao Ren controlled 5 swords but was equal to them in power. He was able to split his spiritual senses amongst 5 objects. Those Foundation Establishment realm cultivators and even those core formation realm cultivators all watched in shock. If a nascent soul realm cultivator ran into a situation where core formation realm cultivators surrounded him, he would use his full power to kill the core formation realm cultivators one by one. It was difficult for a low-tier nascent soul realm cultivator to fight against 5 core formation realm cultivators at the same time. Hao Ren focused on maximizing the power of his light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll, and Little White, who was carrying Hao Ren, was quite busy. It had to face 5 snow lions together. Those level 3 and 4 snow lions were able to spit out fireballs. Hao Ren had no problem facing 5 cultivators at the time, but Little White was quite tired facing 5. It had to shift its body continuously to dodge the fireballs, and the fireballs that were close had to be put out by its claws. Those Sky Mountain sect cultivators were once again shocked. A level 3 snow lion could face 5 snow lions which were on the same level or higher level than it. This cultivator was indeed very incredible, and even his spirit beast was very unbelievable. In reality, Little White had golden fur covering its legs, and it also had a set of Dharma treasures in its claws that could help it fly faster and defense it during emergencies. Paw! 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 A series of loud, crisp noises sounded in Hao Ren's body. He had already unlocked 186 openings through cultivation but unlocked 3 more right now. Attack! Mo Lianshan opened his eyes wide and shouted. The 5 cultivators' attacks intensified. They had completely given up on defending and were now focused on attacking Hao Ren. The 5 snow lions had stopped attacking Little White and were all shooting fireballs at Hao Ren. The cultivators and their mounts split, changing their formation into 5 humans and 5 beasts and attacking Hao Ren from 10 directions. Wah! Hao Ren's sword energies all split. One turned into 2. The 320 sword energies turned into 640 sword energies. Inside Hao Ren's dragon core, 2 more openings were unlocked. If the openings were forcefully unlocked before, then this time, Hao Ren had patiently cultivated and created small holes. He just had to wait for the right timing to unlock them in full. With each new opening, his nature essence accumulation would increase by a bit. The surrounding nature essence all rushed toward Hao Ren. When Hongyuan Master saw this, the look on his face changed. The nature essences are suddenly gathering around him. It couldn't be that this kid is charging at the nascent soul realm, he thought. Paw! 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 There were 4 more new openings. He had reached 195 openings, top-tier gen level. From gen level to gen level and from gen level to Dewey level, one's body would change drastically. However, if it were just increases of tier within a level, then there would be no tribulation. Within 50 kilometers of Ethereal Summit, clouds gathered, and the wind blew heavily. Hongyuan Master watched his surroundings closely so that he could leave at any time. From the look of the situation, the Herb King Master might be coming back. Break! The 640 sword energies doubled to 1280 sword energies all of a sudden. Thousands of sword energies appeared. This wasn't a number that those foundation establishment or core formation realm cultivators had imagined before. What was the feeling of seeing thousands of dense sword energies suddenly appearing in the sky? If they were to fall, not a single foundation establishment realm cultivator would be able to escape. Hongyuan Master, who was about to stop Hao Ren, didn't say a word. He felt that each of those sword energies had the power of a low-tier core formation realm cultivator. Even though he was a low-tier nascent soul realm cultivator, he was no match for 1,000 core formation realm cultivators. Bang! Mo Lianshan and the other 4 cultivators were closely surrounding Hao Ren, and they had no time to react. Therefore, they were all knocked back, creating big holes in the cliffs. The 1280 sword energies then suddenly merged and became 640 sword energies. Then, they merged again and became 320 sword energies. With Hao Ren's strength at Gen level, he could only maintain 640 sword energies for only a few seconds. He was only able to let out those 1280 sword energies since he had reached a breakthrough, and his nature essence accumulation peaked. Therefore, he was able to get a taste of what mid-tier Dewey level felt like. Hongyuan Master's legs softened due to fright. He had been through a lot to get to the nascent soul realm and didn't want to die here. If those thousands of sword energies had been aimed at him, he would be cut into pieces. He had just reached a breakthrough and is currently weak. Hurry up and capture him. High up in the sky, the voice of the Grand Uncle Master of Sky Mountain Sect sounded once again. Through his voice, one could hear anger. His voice instantly woke up the 73 core formation realm cultivators. The remaining 73 core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain Sect threw all types of shining Dharma treasures at Hao Ren. They wanted to capture Hao Ren, but no one dared to get near him. After all, they witnessed what happened to their peers who got near Hao Ren. Even the First Elder's most beloved disciple, Mo Lianshan, was knocked into the cliff, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Mo Lianshan was the disciple who had the most potential to charge at the nascent soul realm in the next few years. Hao Ren shot out the 320 sword energies, knocking away all those Dharma treasures. Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi were in the valley looking up in the sky to watch Hao Ren. They were at first worried but now excited. Duan Yao had quietly sneaked to the cave entrance to escape. She saw through the energy sphere of the valley and witnessed Hao Ren fighting with tens of cultivators at a time. She was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. The 3 small sects around Ethereal Summit which were within the outer energy sphere were even more shocked. They looked up and saw that Hao Ren fought against tens of core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain Sect. They were all deeply amazed. Especially Wu Yan of Qin Yin Sect, who had recently reached the core formation realm. Her eyes were shaking, and she realized that she knew nothing about this world. With this kind of strength, he could even wipe out the entire 5th heaven. The Herb King Master's direct disciple was so powerful. What realm was that jolly Herb King Master who came visit them at Qin Yin Sect last time? No wonder we couldn't sense a single bit of nature essence. It was because she had reached such a level that she merged into one with nature, she thought. Hongyuan Master, if you can help me capture him, I'll give you a rejuvenation pill. The loud, thunderous voice sounded again. Hongyuan Master heard it and was moved. A rejuvenation pill was a level 4 elixir pill. It had the power of prolonging life for at least 100 years. A nascent soul realm cultivator would be able to live for close to 1,000 years. That was why to foundation establishment realm cultivators, they were basically immortals. However, Hongyuan Master had remained at low-tier nascent soul realm for 200 years. Adding on the cultivation years he had in the past, he only had 200 to 300 years left. Kiddo, you got unlucky. Hongyuan Master thought for only a second, and a golden bell suddenly appeared in his hand. As long as he would kill Hao Ren, he would also wipe out all the cultivators in the valley and the 3 small sects. He had to kill everyone because he had to destroy evidence. Even if the Herb King Master came back, it might not be able to be traced back to him. A rejuvenation pill that could increase his lifespan by 100 years was worth it for him to fight for.